The day's finally here. Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach Ruin has arrived after a year and a half in the making, which means that I've only got today. One final chance to solve Security Breach once and for all before Ruin clarifies everything for us. Or, just adds even more layers of confusion on top. So, can I do it? Can I give you the theory that'll finally pull together everything and unite the very fragmented fan base in time for the newest game release? Let's find out. Hello Internet, welcome to Game Theory. And you heard that intro right, the Ruin DLC is finally out. In fact, it just dropped today as I upload this video, which is kind of crazy to think about because it means that we've spent the better part of 2 years trying to solve one game and one game only, Security Breach. But all that time hasn't just been us spinning our wheels over and over again in Roxy Raceway, we've had ourselves some help, kinda. Since the release of Security Breach, it's felt like the new Tales of the Pizzaplex books have been trying to offer us clues as to what the story of Security Breach was trying to be. But those clues have been, challenging for the community to interpret, to say the least. Mimics and Tiger Rocks and Dr. Rabbits, the storyteller Edwin, GGY, the list has been huge, and even if you follow every detail of every book, it's still pretty darn confusing. But finally, with the release of this latest book, Tiger Rock, everything has come into focus for me. I think I finally get it. I think I finally understand the story that modern FNAF as a whole has been trying to tell us this entire time, which, is kind of a good thing, because it'll put us all on the same page as we try to theorize moving forward. This theory, I suspect, is the final key to the puzzle. The thing that's gonna help us all understand what the heck we're seeing throughout the new DLC and from this point forward in the franchise. And I suspect it all comes down to one topic, AI. Now, obviously AI has been the buzzword of 2023, talking about how powerful it is, fears about it taking our jobs, concerns about the ethics of it. If you read an article online, there's a chance that it's been written by ChatGPT. See some cool artwork that just won a competition? Turns out Dolly made it. Watch a cool YouTube video?
Geez, Matpat, you're using a lot of power. You wouldn't last 1 minute playing 2020 mode, which I totally beat on my first try, by the way.
There's a chance that those voices were produced by AI. But for all the talk about it, what exactly is AI? Basically, artificial intelligence is a machine's ability to think like a human. You feed the machine a bunch of data, and the computer brain is able to learn from it. It ingests all that information and then makes decisions based on that data moving forward. It actually closely parallels the way that we learn. We also ingest data from our environment and then use that data to make our decisions. And just like with a human, the more data that you're feeding into these things, the more sophisticated and well-rounded the responses become, and the more lifelike it seems. Well, within reason. You see, there's a problem with all of this. You have to be careful about the data that you're feeding it. If you aren't properly filtering the information that's being ingested, making sure that it's factual and unbiased, then bad things are gonna start to happen. If I put in a bunch of misinformation, the responses I get back are just gonna be wrong. And that makes sense, right? The computer doesn't know any better. It only knows what we tell it. But things can actually get a lot worse than that. What if I put in a bunch of hateful opinions or biases? Well, that's exactly what you're gonna get back. You're gonna get a dark reflection of that data. And we saw that exact situation play out live in real time over on Twitch last year. Back in December of 2022, one of the big trends was an AI-generated show called Nothing Forever. This show was designed to parody the old comedy series Seinfeld, with its dialogue and assets all being generated by AI in real time. ChatGPT for the scripts, DALL-E, Stable Diffusion, a few others. And I gotta say, it was impressive. Not only was this thing a pretty darn accurate replica of the classic series, but it was also just cool to see how all these systems could work together to make something entirely brand new. But then one day, GPT-3 experienced outages, prompting the creators to switch over to a different AI chat system, one that was less filtered, one that was less sophisticated with its ingested data. All of a sudden, the jokes the AI was making in the show became harmful and abusive. Characters started using slurs and making hateful jokes, and the show got suspended from Twitch. Bad data equals bad results. But then, how does this all apply to FNAF? Well, each new Tales of the Pizzaplex book has leaned more and more into AI. In the Mimic, we watch as Edwin, a close parallel to Henry from the games, makes an AI program to help entertain his son while he's away at work. In the Storyteller, we watch as that same AI system gets installed and starts controlling the entirety of the Pizzaplex. In the Epilogues, we watch as an AI program takes its ingested data too seriously, ripping the arms and legs off of people, wrongly assuming them to be robots. Bad data again yielding bad results. And the newest story, The Monty Within, makes all of this crystal clear when a boy named Kane gives a presentation about the human brain. He proposes that the left hemisphere of the brain is essentially like a computer, an AI within every person. That AI is then responsible for all the negative self-talk and flaws that human beings have. Quote from the story, "My point is that AI can only use what it's given. When the AI has bad data, it can turn into something that's harmful to itself and to the systems around it." The actual theory that this guy's spouting is a little bit out there in terms of realism, but the fact that he specifically calls it the AI within, it's no coincidence. intelligence. The new villain of FNAF is rogue AI, unpoliced and then unleashed, with us humans helplessly trying to pick up the pieces too late and getting ripped to shreds in the process. But obviously all that's just happening in the books. Nothing like this actually exists in the games, otherwise we'd be aware of it, right? Right? It has been there and it's been under our noses the entire time. If you take this knowledge of AI from the books and start to take a look back through the games, you can see Scott sowing the seeds for these ideas as far back as Help wanted. In fact, I actually called this very plot twist 4 years ago.
And again, to call this character William would be missing a huge chunk of this game's story. This isn't William. It's no longer the same guy. He's now an AI replicating the behaviors of William.
To truly unpack what I'm talking about here, we have to actually rewind all the way back to FNAF VR and the origins of Glitch Trap. It's hard to remember this now, but when the happy waving bunny virus first filled our screens, there was a lot of confusion about what exactly he was. Was this the spirit of Afton manifesting within the code, or was he just a digital copy of Afton? We're told in the game that,
I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation, told us to scan it. It was just junk. Circuit boards and things like that. Look pretty old. Somehow though, there was usable code on some of it.
he's Afton, scanned into the system off of circuit boards, but how exactly? Afton is and was always still a human. Why would his essence be on a circuit board? Back then, possession was the order of the day. Remnant, spirits infused into animatronic parts, and so for a long time we just collectively settled on the idea that Afton had somehow managed to escape his purgatory of Ultimate Custom Night by attaching a piece of his soul to a circuit board that was buried in the spring-lock suit that he was wearing. That circuit board then got scanned during the events of FNAF VR and AR, creating Glitch Trap, a virus that would then spread throughout Fazbear's systems, eventually passing into Vanessa. The series moved on, and we all moved on with it. But I would be lying if I said that this was the cleanest solution out there. The solution implied that Fazbear Entertainment went to the burned down FNAF 6 pizzeria, found the spring-lock suit with Afton's dead body still inside, and then just, took out the circuit board to use. Somehow I'm not convinced that the workers would have been happy to continue their job when they pry open a suit and discover the remains of the company's founder inside. And yet, that was just the best that we had, because up to that point, that was largely the rules of the series. It was about the supernatural, not the sci-fi. It was possessions and ghosts, not rogue AI and technology on the fritz. Or at least, we didn't think the series was about that yet. But we were wrong. In FNAF World, take a look at the world map for me. It's messy, right? This thing is just so odd. It's hacked together with no transition between the lands. It's complicated with all these twisting pathways that have no rhyme or reason to them. And then also, just on a basic level, why is it so zoomed out like this? Say what you will about Scott Cawthon's game programming, but he should know enough to make a better, more usable map than this thing, right? Well, that's because it's not a map. It's a diagram. It's a blueprint of the human brain. I know that sounds absolutely insane, but just take a look at this map. And now, take a look at this map of the human brain. Notice all the parallels here. A long brainstem right here in the middle where Pinwheel Funhouse is, Deep Metal Mine and Black Tomb Yard. Two smaller, rounded areas in the back matching the cerebellum and the occipital lobe. Two smaller, rounded lobes in the back of the brain. Even the twisting nature of the game's various pathways act exactly like the brain. Our brain is full of wrinkles, the gyri or curves, and the sulci or grooves. It's built that way so we have as much surface area in there as possible, which allows for more neuronal connections to happen, thereby making us smarter. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in this FNAF world map. That's also why it stays zoomed out the entire time, so we can see the silhouette. We can understand what Scott was actually going for. That white blob in front, it's either an eyeball or the frontal lobe. This, I suspect, was Afton's earliest experimentation with AI, with turning a robot brain into something truly intelligent, to try and put things back together like he promised his dying son. Back then, we weren't looking for clues to humanoid robots, but now, going back to the series and looking forward, we see those hints everywhere. Fast forward to Sister Location, there it is again. Afton literally has human heads sitting there on the desk, blinking, hidden in plain sight right in the lobby. He was trying to create people. He was experimenting with creating artificial intelligence. Either he or Henry, maybe even both of them, created an AI program to speed up the programming process, to learn the way that a human learns, to copy and bring new life to their dead children. By observing Afton, by copying him, the program was basically able to act as a second brain. Inputting bad data got them bad results, and we wound up with Glitch Trap. There's also another related possibility here. In the books, the genius inventor Edwin, parallel to the game timeline's Henry, creates the Mimic program to entertain a small child, giving it a rudimentary body so it can play and learn from the small boy. Eventually, his child dies, and Edwin abandons everything in his grief, including this mimic program. Fazbear Entertainment rolls in to collect what was their property, and in doing so, collects the mimic, but not before it kills a number of their employees. In true Fazbear fashion, that doesn't really stop them. Instead, they collect the parts, repurpose them, including the circuit boards, in order to create, quote, new scenarios for VR, AR, and arcade games, which is exactly what we see happening throughout FNAF VR and AR. Old circuit boards of the original games made by a rogue indie developer getting scanned into the system, child murder and all. And from that data, the system spits out Glitch Trap. Bad data, again, yielded bad results. The Mimic basically got itself a crash course in Afton. The AI is watching and learning how it should behave based on his actions, leading to it manifesting as a man in a rabbit suit. Either way, whether the Mimic program was built by Henry or William, an AI trained itself up to be Afton incarnate. Speaking of training, it's time for all of us to start training so we can change the course of history. Theorizing about the battle between good and evil in fictional worlds is fun and all, but have you ever thought about those what-if scenarios happening in real-world battles? What if the Romans had never conquered Egypt? What if Britain hadn't conquered, like, literally everyone? Well, I suppose not everyone. Regardless, thanks to today's sponsor, Rise of Kingdoms, you can concoct your own all-star matchups of history. Rise of Kingdoms has 14 historical civilizations that you can play as, like the Ottoman Empire, the Vikings, as well as the newest and arguably the coolest, ancient Greece. We all know that the Greeks were some of the smartest people in history, paving the way in subjects like math and science. Probably why I liked them so much in history class. But they weren't just a bunch of nerds, they also wielded incredible military prowess. So finally you can live out your dreams of commanding an army of 300 unstoppable soldiers. Though in retrospect, I suppose that didn't work out too well for the Spartans. Anyway, the great thing about this game is that you have the power to change all that. Using the real-time strategy that Rise of Kingdoms is known for, you can literally change the course of history. And right now, there's even more chance to do exactly that as the game celebrates the addition of the Greeks. In fact, as part of the big celebration, Rise of Kingdoms is hosting a multi-civilization event for players to fight for their favorite culture. If you fancy stopping the Greeks from being conquered by the Romans, or the Egyptians being conquered by the Romans as well, now you can as a part of this big celebration event. And changing history isn't the only thing at stake here either, because there are also some special prizes to be won. For your chance to win, head on down to the description and click the link, or to scan the QR code that you see on screen right now to download the game for yourself to join the 60 million people that have been enjoying the game for years now. And if you use the code GREECE4ROK, you'll get 20 silver keys to help get your army started. That's GREECE, the number 4ROK. The game has over 100 million downloads and is available on iOS, Android, and PC. It also supports crossplay, so no matter what device you and your friends have, you can still play together, conquering your enemies for a chance to win those awesome prizes. Speaking of prizes, as part of that Civilization Clash event, Rise of Kingdoms has now added Apple Vision Pro and PlayStation 5 to the prize roster. All you need to do to win is sign up and vote for your civilization of choice by clicking the second link in the description. Thanks again to Rise of Kingdoms for sponsoring this portion of today's episode, which means it's now time to talk about the elephant in the room, or I suppose the elephant down in the basement, Crispy Boy Burn Trap. Burn Trap showing up during one of the endings of Security Breach was one of the weirdest and most frustrating things to ever happen in this franchise. We all collectively rolled our eyes and uttered his catchphrase, "I always come back," thinking, yeah, but did you really have to? It just raised more questions than it answered, like, how are you still alive? Was Henry wrong about Remnant being destroyed at high temperatures? Did Afton manage to escape the fire? It was nearly impossible to say. We had a few ideas that involved Vanessa repurposing Glamrock Bonnie's endoskeleton, but now I think we actually know the truth. And again, that truth is rooted in this AI concept. Probably the best and scariest part of Security Breach was the utility tunnels, a bunch of narrow passageways full of endoskeletons that only attack when you're looking at them. But throughout this area, there's also a lot of posters on the wall. Weird posters, all meant to teach the Glamrock endoskeletons how to behave, how to correctly hold a child's hand, how to play nicely with other kids, how to not scare a girl in a bed that has a bedspread and lamp of the FNAF 4 house. Hold on, that's not just any bed either, it's a hospital bed. Oh, that feels like it has huge implications for the lore of FNAF 4. Anyway, that is not my focus right now. The point is, the endoskeletons down there in the basement, they're being trained up. They're being taught. They're being educated one by one. Data is being ingested by their systems. My suspicion is that whoever's doing the training down there, they're trying to find the right mix of data, the right combination of inputs to get the desired output. But what would that desired output be? Afton. You see, these robots have clearly been tampered with. If you keep looking, you see one poster where the robot is being taught not to knock over the cake. But then the X has been crossed off and replaced with a purple check mark. Yes, we do want that bad behavior. When you see a hurt child, don't help them. But as one last reveal for this section of the game, in the big final room, we see an endoskeleton wearing purple bunny ears and another purple rabbit behind him. That right there is Vanny, messing around with the new Mimic line of glamrock endoskeletons. It literally reveals her plan to turn one of them into the new Afton. She's finding the inputs that are required to create an army of evil Afton bots. She's looking for the data that produces her bad results. And that ultimately is what Burn Trap is. The body of Afton with the mind of a mimic. The epilogues of the new book series take place in the FNAF 6 location under the Pizzaplex as it's being built. A new shipment of animatronics arrive, but one of these is unlike the others, looking burnt and mangled. Since they can't put this burned one up on stage with all the other new animatronics, one of the workers decides to program it to tear the heads and arms off of the junk endoskeletons that are just lying around. This obviously goes horrifically wrong though when the little robo decides to take his programming a bit too seriously. He starts ripping the heads and arms off of anything that looks humanoid, including construction workers and later a group of teens who sneak their way in the facility. We learn, alongside the teens, that this thing is also running a version of the Mimic program, and that it likes to wear costumes. It's also physically able to contort itself into any animatronic costume or shell that it needs to, expanding and contracting to fit any space or shape that it needs, even if that space is a human body. Quote, in a nanosecond, one of the Mimic's spidery legs reached out and peeled open the back of the blue dog costume. The instant the costume was breached, the Mimic wormed its way past the edges of the matted blue fur. Shockingly, the Mimic shoved itself inside the costume with Kelly. Lucia heard a sickening crunch. So hold on a minute. A Mimic in the ruins of the FNAF 6 pizzeria that likes wearing old costumes, even if there's already a human body inside? That right there, that is Burn Trap. That's why we see what are essentially new glamrock animatronic parts entwined with the old fleshy parts of Afton. It's not that Vanessa rebuilt the body and just decided that they'd make for good decoration. The Mimic is literally contorting itself to fit in with what remains of Afton inside of his existing suit. So feed an AI program a bunch of data about a serial killer and boom, you get yourself a serial killer. But feed an AI too much data, or data that conflicts, things start to get messy in a hurry. Enter Tiger Rock. In the books, AI is represented by two main creatures. One is obviously the Mimic that's roaming around in the basement like we just talked about, but the other is another version of the Mimic program, Tiger Rock, an AI that's in charge of the Pizzaplex. A tiger that, very specifically, has mismatched blue and green eyes. A very literal way of showcasing the two clashing forces that are operating inside of it. But what exactly are those conflicting forces? The book never makes it clear. In our last theory, I spoke a lot about how Edwin and his son David are stand-ins for characters from the game timeline. One of the creators of Fazbear Entertainment, Henry, and his young daughter, Charlie. In the book, the Mimic was built to copy David, and so presumably in the game, if the Mimic's there, it would also be designed to potentially copy Charlie, who was sadly killed by William and goes on to possess the puppet. And wouldn't you know it, just like the David AI taking control of the Pizzaplex in the book, that's why we're seeing puppet imagery weirdly spaced throughout the game, in puppet-colored wires, weirdly placed plushies, painted staff bots. It's an AI that's taken over the operation of the Pizzaplex, infusing itself into the very wires of the building. That's why both the books and the game have conversations written in weird, mysterious shape-based lettering. It shows us that the Mimic program, Edwin's son, the entity controlling the Pizzaplex, the puppet, Charlie, and Henry are all connected. But while I am absolutely convinced that Charlie exists in the wires of the Pizzaplex, one thing that I haven't been able to answer yet is why all the imagery is evil. We're not seeing plushies of the marionette, we're seeing plushies of the nightmare puppet all over the Pizzaplex, the scary, evil version of the character. Why though? This character is not evil. If anything, this character is pure good. Is it because suddenly the puppet's vindictive? It's mad about being killed? Maybe it's angry that it's been summoned again to have to protect another generation of kids? No, I don't think so. In my last theory, I suspected that it had to do with Afton being mixed in with the puppet program. So you have these two competing codes, these two competing forces having to share one space, one body, for lack of a better word. And I think that I was really close on that one, but still not quite right. Think about it. Tiger Rock is very clearly meant to have a green eye and a blue eye. Green and blue. Charlie and Elizabeth, the puppet and baby. The protection of the puppet mixed with the violence and anger of Elizabeth. Throughout the books, Tiger Rock is depicted as having a duality about him. He's good and loving and fun, but then suddenly he turns sinister and threatening. There's this moment in one of his stories where he literally helps a kid like, quote, a puppet on a string. Doesn't get much more explicit than that. And yet later that same story, he just rolls up and rips the kid's arms clean off. No joke, that is how the story ends. It is very bizarre and dark. Do I have a lot of evidence to suggest that Elizabeth might be mixed in there? Yeah, I'd say I have like a medium amount. Outside of Baby's iconic blue eyes, we also have ourselves years of book canon establishing that Elizabeth and Charlie are often revealed to share the same body, most explicitly with the Fourth Closet novel. We also have this weird moment in the main Tiger Rock story where he takes the form of a white closet clock face. This moment comes out of nowhere and is unlike anything else in the story, but where have we seen that sort of thing before? Sister Location and the white baby-faced clock. Let's just call it a theorist hunch. I suspect that is why both the puppet and baby are deactivated when we see their masks in the blob. Their actual AI code, their spirits, whatever you want to call them, they're off elsewhere. They're in a separate AI entity, the wires of the building. But speaking of the blob, the AI theory also solves that one too. So daddy AI is down in the basement, and the AI trained on the two warring daughters is fighting for control up in the Pizzaplex itself. What about the blob then? Well, the blob is just everything else. It's the mixed data. It's the AI when you feed it too much information. When you open the entirety of the internet to ChatGPT, a confusing mess of wires and information and a lot of angry people. As Glamrock Freddy says,
"My friends are here."
Take a look at this description for the mimic from one of the book's epilogues. Quote, "Creeping out the back of the overalls-clad mushroom was an abomination of twisted and contorted metal, a mass of metal joints with wires, with one of its eyes on one leg and the other on its back. One of the legs extended from where its mouth should have been. Unlike the mimic's footfalls when it was upright, this configuration of the mimic's parts made a tisk-tisk sound, a sloppy ticking that was at the same time squelching wet and dryly brittle." End quote. There is only one creature that's still around in the series that matches that description, the blob. That's right, I'm telling you that I think the blob, this confusing, weirdly designed mess that we found in the basement of the security breach, is actually one final version of the mimic. Just listen to the sounds that it makes. Its appearance and the sounds that it make match how it's described in the book almost word for word. A twisted body that's able to grow and shrink, slither into suits, expand and contract, a mass of twisted and contorted metal parts, wet yet dry sounding movement. It is absolutely him. There's even some in-game evidence to suggest that this is more than just speculation. The Fazwatch tells us that a huge amount of power goes down to the basement. We all thought that it was meant to keep Burntrap's body alive. But what if instead it's to keep the blob alive? In the books, whenever the mimic appears, the lights tend to flicker and go out as it draws power from anything around it. That also means the ending then, where the blob scoops up Afton, it's just him ingesting more data. The Afton data. It's all the data coming together, getting mixed up, getting more complicated inside that Freddy spaghetti. It's a mimic sweep. And, as I discussed in a previous theory, it's also why I suspect that Gregory is not who he says he is in the Ruin trailer. It's the mimic still. An AI now trained by watching Gregory's behavior throughout Security Breach, hearing Gregory's voice talking to Freddy. Bit by bit, this AI is absorbing everything around it, learning from it, assimilating it, and we'll see how that ultimately plays out in Ruin. Or, you know, maybe I'm completely wrong. So, with that theory out of the way, what are you guys doing now? The game is out today. Literally today as this one's uploaded. I'm sure you're all probably scrambling to get through it as quickly as possible to see whether I got anything right. Literally anything right. I'm actually doing the exact same thing right now over on GT Live. Tom and I are probably playing through the game as we speak, so please keep an eye out on GT Live for all those uploads coming soon. That lore is not gonna be finding itself. Happy hunting, dear theorists. Fingers crossed that I'm not completely disproven in the opening minute of the game, and that we get the triumphant return of Music Man! And as always, my friends, remember, it's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's full of hot air. It's that time again, folks. Mob Games has come out of its hibernation and finally given us what we've all been clamoring for over a year now. The long-awaited Chapter 3's second trailer. Wait, are you kidding me? Come on, don't get me wrong, I love brightening images frame by frame as much as the next guy.
Are we about to brighten something?
Oh. Are we ever gonna brighten something? But it's been, what, 15 months since Chapter 2? I feel like I need to get my poppy fix to complete my indie horror Thanos glove of 2023. That said, if this trailer is anything to go by, the newest chapter is gonna be incredible. Immediately things feel different here, and it's clear they're leaning hard on the horror. This very clearly reads of like, hey, this is so starkly different from anything else in this franchise. Right. Very clearly reads as, hey, we sold a movie. One of the developers was even asked about this in the official Poppy Playtime Discord server, and he said, quote, "It'll still have the same feel as the first two in a lot of respects, but the horror is definitely dialed up," which, of course, got everyone real excited. And from the creepy images of dead kids to the literal writing on the wall, this trailer is like a toy box exploding with clues about what this new chapter is about. And I think that I've figured it all out months before its release. Not only will we have torture tortured kids and sinister poppy gas, but we're now being shown more about the monsters they became and the creepy religion they've created. A religion full of sacrifices, rituals, and a leader who's manipulating his congregation into serving him. So strap on your grab packs and hold your breath, loyal theorists. We're heading deep into the cloudy red fog of play care. The repeated theme for this chapter is the use of red gas, so let's start there. In a past theory, I suspected that this gas was made from poppies, a red flower that we know Playtime used in their experiments trying to bring dead rats back to life. It's also in the name of the game, so, not that big of a logical leap. I also pointed out that poppies have been used throughout history as a sleep agent, mainly due to the natural opium that's contained in the plant. And that is exactly what we see in the trailer. On the walls of the play care, we find a drawing that shows clouds of red gas with the phrase "time for bed" written underneath. This is the last thing that the child sees before falling asleep under the influence of the gas. Which then leads us to the question, who's our new monster responsible for delivering it? We see some crude child drawings on the wall of a purple creature with red clouds around him, and text all associated with either sleep or nightmares. This then seems to be our gas monster. Sometimes the purple figure is shaped like a bird, other times it's got super long limbs, and sometimes it's just a purple scribble. This has gotten many people on the internet to think that he's a shapeshifter. I disagree. I suspect that this is just the result of sleepy kids not having a clear vision of what this thing actually is as they pass out. Fortunately for us though, we get to see a bit more of this creature. By pausing the trailer on one of the final frames, brightening the image, and then color balancing it a bit, we see that it's got itself a purple paw with 4 sharp claws. That, coupled with the shape of the nose and eye sockets that we see during the final jump scare, as well as the presence of a muzzle right here, reads to me like an old cartoon cat, almost like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. Now, that at first might seem weird. This franchise already has itself 2 other cats in the form of Cat Bee and Candy Cat, so why are they triple dipping? Can't they come up with something new? I suspect that it's because a cat that lures kids to their final sleep is actually a common superstitious belief. One phrase that you sometimes hear tossed around is that cats will steal a baby's breath. For centuries, there have been these urban legends circulated about cats sneaking into cradles at night, causing children to suffocate and die. It's unclear where that whole urban legend started, probably the story of just one parent where it happened to them, but it's thought that the smell of the milk on baby's breath, or the crib being a nice warm place to cuddle, or the cat being jealous, some combination of those things get them to climb into bed, lay across the baby, and deprive them of oxygen. There was even a coroner back in 1791 that came to examine a deceased child and actually stated this urban legend was indeed the cause of death, which only gave more support to the superstition. And that, I suspect, is what our Chapter 3 cat monster is doing. After a fun day at the game station under the watchful eye of Mommy Longlegs, this guy would come in to quote-unquote help the children fall asleep, stealing the breath of children by replacing their air with his poppy sleeping gas. Considering that we've been seeing more and more images of gas masks, this is also something that we're likely going to have to use to protect ourselves. Otherwise, we might begin to hallucinate and have to distinguish between what's real and what isn't, just like the kids' drawings on the wall would suggest. So what is this gas cat? Or, I suppose if you're following the conventions of the naming system for this game, it would be Gassy Catty. Not the most sinister of names, but what is Gassy Catty up to now? Well, the writing is quite literally on the wall in this trailer. It's been busy carving phrases like, "I live to serve our angel of salvation," "I rejoice in him," "wrapped us in garlands" on the walls. Garlands, by the way, are wreaths of flowers that are often used for Catholic baptisms, so you might start to see where all this is going. So are these stage lights?
They look like candles to me.
Are they? Oh yeah,
think they're
like ritual candles. Okay, a lot of religious imagery here. Gassy Catty is no longer taking on the role of a monster, but instead that of a religious leader. This idea is also exemplified by another carving that we see on the wall, "My somniferous flock." This isn't referring to a group of birds, it's being used in the Christian sense. One of the many roles that Jesus is associated with in Christianity is that of a shepherd, one who tends to, feeds, and cares for his flock. The sheep in this scenario are his followers, people that rely on and follow Jesus in their day-to-day lives. Meanwhile, the word somniferous stands out for a few reasons, mainly because I've never heard anyone ever use that word in a sentence before. Turns out that in the years since this factory closed, Gassy's been studying up for his SATs. Always be learning there, Gassy Catty, because let me tell you, I am right there with you. I too am a nerd for words. Somniferous would be what, my sleepy?
Yeah.
because somnia is sleep. Turns out I was actually half right in my assessment there. According to Google, it's not just being sleepy, but having sleep induced upon you. So our Gassy Catty is talking about his flock of sleepy kids, the orphans in the play care that he's putting to sleep. But the play care has been abandoned for years. There aren't kids there anymore that can serve as his sleepy flock, right? Wrong. The whole point of the play care and the poppy gas was to help convert them into toys. But rather than them all being giant toys like Huggy Wuggy, I suspect a lot of these kids turned out much smaller. When the team and I were playing through Project Playtime's newest update, we noticed this poster. What does this say? Take Every
step.
Take every step like it's your last.
Oh, and they're heading to Playcare.
Yeah, and it's a bunch of random characters, so these are kids, not like toys. A poster with 3 new plush toys walking towards the Playcare. Now, at the time, I just thought that these toys were there to represent the children walking to the Playcare, trying to make things seem wholesome and child-friendly. But now, I don't think that these were representations at all. I've already mentioned the sad-looking images of the children on the walls of the Playcare, but did you notice the remains of characters next to their faces on the edges of the frame? These are the same characters, the dog and the unicorn. There's also a new character there that wasn't on the poster, a green bunny. And if you look at a later drawing from one of the children in the trailer, we see a plush with floppy green ears and the words, "My new friend." This kid became his friendly green bunny, and I suspect that the other children all had similar fates, becoming the very mascots of Playcare. This is the sleepy flock that Gassy is talking about, a group of converted children that are lost and scared and see him as their only savior. But then, who is this angel of salvation that Gassy Caddy's talking about here? Well, the last 2 wall scratchings give us that answer pretty explicitly. The original saved me, I rejoice in him, and never forget the hour of joy. In our last theory, we suspected the hour of joy was the moment that the toys revolted and reclaimed the factory. In one of the analog horror tapes released on the Mob Games YouTube channel, we see "the hour of joy is at hand" written on one of the walls right before we hear screams of the factory workers. Screams that match the ones we hear on the scientist's VHS tape from chapter 1.
Though still missing, today's events are no doubt in relation to him. His absence was a flaw in the scientific process.
It's the prototype, 1006, the one we believe was created from the man who wanted to bring joy to children, Elliot Ludwig. He was the first successful toy from the Bigger Bodies initiative. He was the original that led to the creation of all the others, and we actually get our very first look at him in these trailers. This massive robotic amalgamation made from various other toy parts. You got things like a huggy head near the top, and there, right there, there's Mommy's top half.
What have you done? It'll make me part of you!
This is what the prototype's working on. This is what Mommy meant by "make me a part of him." And my suspicion is that this is what Gassy and his somniferous flock are helping to build. Any cult needs themselves a goal, something that helps the leader to become more powerful. And gathering parts of dead toys, maybe even killing other toys themselves in order to build a monstrous body, yeah, that one seems to fit the bill. And if any of them die along the way, well, then they're just martyrs for the cause. In the opening shot of Huggy's headless body, there's actually a dog plushie similar to the dog that we've seen in the posters, also missing a head. If you die or fall victim in your mission, you don't die in vain. You get the privilege of becoming part of the savior. But did you notice something missing in this 1006 amalgamation? His spindly arm and long thin fingers that we see from the end of chapter 2. That critical missing piece in this silhouette makes me think that this isn't his body, or at least I don't think it's his body yet. Notice how still the silhouette is. Well, that could certainly be there for dramatic effect. I actually think it's because this body is a work in progress. The candles around the Playcare give off a ritualistic vibe, and that, combined with the missing iconic arm, makes me think that maybe 1006, Gassy and his flock are gathering these materials to build him the perfect body, and that they still need to put his soul into that body. And so chapter 3 is going to be about us stopping it, stopping the somniferous flock from finishing the job so that maybe finally we can be a hero in this game. Maybe. But I don't think so. You see, thus far, we've been nothing but the villain. It's been well established at this point that we used to work here. And not only did we work here, we were instrumental in the creation of some of these toys. You wonder who we are. But why? You should know. It was your doing that made us... Oh, we said that!
They left Mommy to die alone. Mommy didn't deserve that, but you worked here. So if anyone deserves to die alone, it's you.
And now, look at what we've done since coming back to the factory. We've killed both Huggy Wuggy and Mommy Longlegs, 2 toys that were made from kids. It's not a great track record for our player character, right? Currently, there's a Poppy ARG taking place in the lead up to Chapter 3, and while there isn't enough information yet to fully solve it, there are aspects that have been discovered that shine a light on the children involved in the Playcare scheme. One of the discoveries was this incident report about one of the orphans in Playcare, Marie Payne. Now, if the name Marie Payne sounds familiar, well, it's because we found a transfer request in Chapter 2 about her. In that request, we were told that she was the child that would go on to become Mommy Longlegs. Now, why do I bring that up? Well, if you remember, Mommy was fine with the orphans because she never wanted them to feel alone like she did. She was protective of the kids. No, the only people that Mommy Longlegs lashed out at were the staff, the people who tortured her and transformed her into a giant neon pink toy. She knew what they were going to be doing to these kids because it had all been done to her first. She was trying to be a protector, a comfort. We also know that she doesn't trust the prototype prototype or any of his religious rhetoric.
What have you done? It'll make me part of you!
This is especially important if the prototype is indeed Elliot Ludwig, founder of Playtime, the man who started the whole toy conversion process in the first place. She doesn't buy his liberation to toy shtick one bit. She knows that he's once again trying to use the people around him for his own selfish gains. In fact, a group of toys building a big body using the parts of other living creatures, it's the Bigger Bodies Initiative all over again, but this time for the prototype. All of these clues together make me curious about what our motivations are for being here. Are we actually here to help, or are we just cleaning up the mess of evidence that we left behind? Are we on the side of the orphans, unwillingly turned into monsters, or are we gonna end up siding with Elliot all over again, a man who created a nightmare for so many? Early signs aren't exactly promising. We stripped Mommy of her freedom and independence only to feed her to the prototype. So what do you think is gonna happen next with these kids from Playcare? Seems like there's no route where we don't walk away with some blood on our hands, though something tells me that's something our player character is more than familiar with. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. If you're enjoying theories about brightly colored mascots, I highly recommend you check out our coverage of Welcome Home. If you like Poppy, you are gonna love this mystery ARG website. Or maybe you're in the mood for a horror game that isn't about dead kids being turned into monsters. Sounds impossible, but if you check out our theory on My Friendly Neighborhood, you might be pleasantly surprised. As always, my friends, don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you all next week. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that is definitely the real deal and not a sentient robot designed to copy my voice. Today we begin our journey to solve the most anticipated DLC of the year, Security Breach Ruin. Gotta admit, this DLC has been fantastic. Playing it, it really felt like Steel Wool learned from their mistakes. Gone is the open world that was big but empty. Gone is the brightly lit neon environments that stopped being scary. And gone are the insane glitches that made the game impossible to fully complete.
Ooh, hey. Whoa!
We are not where we were.
This definitely feels like we've skipped something. I think we broke the game.
I think I broke the game for like the third time.
Okay, maybe not all the glitches are gone, and just so happened to be on my first playthrough, I managed to skip an entire chapter that was filled with the most lore, but hey, consider that my contribution to the speedrunning community. You can call that one the failed lore hunter skip in my honor. It'll be my crowning achievement in the world of gaming. Just to make sure that we're all starting on the same page, in the game, we play as a new character named Cassie, a young girl that's been called to the Pizzaplex by her friend and my personal favorite, maybe definitely robot kid, Gregory. Gregory tells us through a Roxy talkie that he's trapped under the sinkhole in Roxy Raceway. One staff bot jump scare later and we're handed a quote-unquote security mask, one that's meant to help us bypass certain puzzles while shutting down all the security nodes that are keeping Gregory locked down in the basement. But this, my friends, is not just any mask. This is Vanny's mask, the one that Vanessa wore throughout the entirety of Security Breach, making it pretty darn suspicious. Using this mask allows us to look into an augmented reality system, seeing things that we couldn't see before, making us invisible to certain enemies. We can suddenly walk through walls, deactivate security nodes, intentionally teleport, and as I demonstrated earlier, also accidentally teleport sometimes. Mask in hand, we make our way through the Pizzaplex, shutting down the security and encountering the various Glamrock animatronics from the original game, including the bestest boy Glamrock Freddy, though something's a little different about him this time. I can't quite put my finger on it. It's probably the fact that he's missing his head. All of this while running from a glitching bunny entity that'll summon animatronics to our location if we wear the Vanny mask for too long. Eventually, we deactivate all the security nodes, including Cassie's favorite Glamrock, Roxy.
Cassie, what are you doing? Sorry.
This allows us to head on down to the basement where, surprise, surprise, it wasn't Gregory at all. Instead, it was an animatronic. See, told you guys Gregory was a robot this entire time. This thing right here is the Mimic, a bot designed to learn from and copy other people and robots. And whoopsie poopsie, we've just released it from its concrete prison. We run to the elevator to try to escape, only for the real Gregory to finally contact us and lead us to safety. The elevator is ultimately sabotaged by either Gregory or the Mimic, unclear who exactly. That's a theory that we're going to talk about about later, and we fall into the game's ending with Cassie's fate being questionable at best. Honestly, there is so much happening in this game. True to form, the fanbase is just tying itself into knots arguing over all the little details. Did Gregory actually betray us in the end? What does the word prototype mean on Freddy's foot exactly? And what ending of Security Breach actually led us to this point in the timeline? Well, good news there, loyal theorists. I believe I have at least the first batch of questions answered, and oh boy, if I'm right, this game is drawn from one of the most controversial parts of the lore, while simultaneously setting us up for some massive reveals later this year. So grab your AR bunny masks, friends. We're about to see the hidden truth buried within the ruin. But before I do that, you know what complements a high-tech bunny mask? Our latest batch of Theoryware. That's right, after almost a year's hiatus, we are back with a bunch of brand new designs in our biggest drop yet. Get jacked into the AI network with our short circuit collection, where we've got t-shirts, fleeces, crew necks, messenger bags, and yeah, even towels. All with this intricate circuit board design that's perfect for hacking into any and all digital worlds. Let me just draw your attention to a couple of the highlights here. You guys know that I love me some jackets, and that we tend to do better jackets with more thoughtful details than anyone else out there. Case in point, the adjustable Velcro sleeves here on this watertight jacket, it is a great way to keep yourself secure and dry if you live in a place where it tends to rain a lot. And while this black t-shirt here might seem simple, it is so much more. It is actually an athletic shirt. It's super lightweight and breathable, meaning it's durable and easy to clean. It is so soft and so airy, and because it's a simple black, it can literally go with anything in your wardrobe. But if you're looking for something that's a little bit louder, our rainbow of outerwear continues towards its eventual completion. We now have ourselves a purple jacket. Let's just say that this is a color that'll get you to always come back. And last, but certainly not least, the item in this collection that I'm really excited about here is something that we've wanted to do for a while and we're finally able to execute on. The first ever Game Theory leggings. With the short circuit design and Game Theory green just tastefully lining the leg, they're comfortable, they fit great, and of course, they're not see-through. Now that might seem like a minor detail, but you don't know how many times I was told by our female staff how important that detail was. And of course, these amazing leggings are built with that ever important phone pocket. And when that phone is in there, it is locked in. Your phone ain't moving an inch, whether you're working out, lounging around the house, or, you know, running from deadly animatronics. But maybe you're looking to no-clip into something a little bit different. Well, if that's the case, then get ready to get lost in our other collection, the Radioactive line. Let's just call this one Hazmat Chic, full of radioactive warnings, thermal vision patterns, even color-changing heat-activated mugs. It's colorful, it's unique, and it's nerdy in a way that gives you a cool story about your clothing without it being so in your face. You know, except for the giant yellow puffer jacket that has a hazard sign on it. Admittedly, that one's a bit extreme, but it's extreme in all the best ways possible. And it goes great with the yellow hazmat backpack. I mean, incredibly, how could something so cool cause a literal meltdown? In short, we have been working hard to create a huge selection of high-quality things that I think you're really gonna love, and they're gonna make you feel great and look great. So if you want to find out more, the merch shelf is right below this video with a few key items. YouTube shopping is now a thing, so I think you might be able to purchase anything that you just saw on screen by clicking it right on the screen itself, or, you know, there's always the tried and true classic. The link is in the top line of the description. Just head on over to theoryware.com. It's actually a very cool, very fun interactive website now, and as Style Theory always says, keep looking sharp. Now then, back to the digitized walls of the ruin. Let's start with something simple, something that really sets the foundation for the rest of Ruin. Which of the Security Breach endings is canon? Security Breach has had a weird relationship with its endings. Sure, some previous FNAF games have had multiple endings, some have even had upwards of 7, but none has ever been so vague about what the intended ending was. Of Security Breach's 6 potential endings, there were 2 that felt like real contenders for being the canon choice. The so-called true ending, 2-star ending where Gregory goes into the Pizzaplex's basement to fight Burntrap, ending in a collapse of the entire building, and the Princess Quest ending, the only 3-star ending of the game where Freddy's dismantled by staff bots and Gregory defeats the glitch trap virus controlling Vanessa. So now that Ruin's out, which actually happened? Well, we could say with near 100% certainty that it was Princess Quest. You see, Steel Wool did something that I would have never expected. They made the comic book style drawings of all the Security Breach endings into the linchpin of the whole debate.
Are we collecting the endings from Security Breach as comics?
Yep, throughout Ruin, one of our main collectibles are comic strips. Comic strips depicting images from the base game's various endings. Comics that were created by none other than...
It's one of Gregory's comics.
Each comic comes with a little descriptor like that. These look like Gregory drew them. Gregory should be an artist when he grows up. Gregory was always so creative. That last line about Gregory being creative, that tells me that these endings are all made up. They're just stories that Gregory imagined for his own little comic series, inspired by the scary true-to-life real-life events of the franchise. But if they're made up, then how do we know that the Princess Quest ending is real? Well, once you collect all of Gregory's comics, the answer is pretty obvious. Take a look at this. These two are from the Gregory Escapes ending. These two are from the VIP ending. These are from the Loading Dock ending. This one is from the Disassemble Vanny ending. And then, last but not least, is the Burn Trap ending panel. Seems like a pretty extensive list, right? Except there's one ending that's noticeably absent here. Princess Quest. There isn't a single comic strip in all of Ruin depicting that ending, implying that that one, unlike all the others, was real. And if you look around at the rest of Ruin with this in mind, you start to realize why. In the Princess Quest ending, you have to beat the Princess Quest 3 arcade machine that's in Vanny's hideout. But when you visit that same hideout in Ruin, you find the machine on its side, with the princess's lantern sitting on top of it. She has conquered the virus, lighting the way to freedom. And if the lantern wasn't obvious enough symbolism for you, when you put on the Vanny mask and enter the AR world, you'll see the sword from Princess Quest 2 and 3 plunged into the machine. The beast has been slain. Actually, the fact that Cassie's given the Vanny mask in the first place also lines up with this ending, because it's the only ending where we actively see the mask getting left behind. It's actually a big focus of this panel right here, showing us that the mask being left behind is significant. It's still waiting around for someone, in this case Cassie, to find it and become the new Vanny. And then, last but not least, there's the fact that in Ruin we come across Freddy, sitting in a pile of rubble missing his head, something that again only happens in the Princess Quest ending. So with our canonical ending established, let's just stop right there to talk a little bit more about Freddy, shall we? In Ruin we come across this headless Freddy, but it's unclear whether it's meant to be our Freddy from Security Breach or not. You see, this Freddy has the word prototype written across his foot, something that is definitely not present in the base game. He also has a green present hiding in his stomach, something that's awfully suspicious once you consider Security Breach started with Gregory taking an orange present out of Freddy's stomach. This can't possibly be the same robot then, right? This is one of the big debates that's captured the attention of the Faz base. If the Princess Quest ending is correct, then it kinda has to be the same Freddy. It would be very highly coincidental if not. So how then do you explain all these new features? Well, first, I think it's important to call out that design updates between games, it is nothing new for this franchise. Probably the best known example of this is the evolution of Springtrap in FNAF 3 to Scrap Trap in FNAF 6. William Afton's basic anatomy, it is nothing alike, despite it being the same dead body in the same rotten suit. Even in this game, Candy Cadet, complete overhaul between his first appearance and now. Or just take a look at any of the other animatronics. Their endos are real different to the ones at the end of Security Breach, and yet each and every one of them has suffered the exact same damage that they did in the previous game. But one detail that can't be replicated is something that I think a lot of the community has started to overlook, something that can't be denied, and it all relates back to the Vanny mask. We're told that this mask is known as the Virtual Augmented Neural Network Integration Unit, or Vanny. As the name implies, it allows us to use augmented reality to physically see and access the neural network, that's just a fancy name for AI, controlling the Pizzaplex. Throughout the game, we use this ability to make fences disappear, access security nodes, and teleport from location to location. That much is obvious. What's less obvious, though, are how the various endoskeletons behave while we're wearing the mask. As we pass most normal endoskeletons in the game, we see them wrapped in swirling pink code. This shows that they're connected to the network. They're being powered by the AI system in charge of the Pizzaplex. Now, when Cassie has the Vanny mask off, they'll start chasing us. That's because we're suddenly visible to them. We're just a kid. We're a target. But notice what happens as soon as we put the mask on. They stop chasing us. Instead, they go back to what they were doing before. We've disappeared from them because we're integrated into the AI system. We're no longer a kid. We've become one with the code. It's actually pretty brilliant, subtle storytelling. But now let's get back to the topic at hand, our headless Freddy in Ruin. Unlike every other animatronic, when we put on the mask around Freddy, not only does he stop chasing us, he outright disappears. We can't see him anymore. And likewise, he can no longer see us. Why? What makes him so different? What is this trying to tell us? Well, if the Vanny mask jacks us into the Pizzaplex's AI system, his disappearance tells us that he's not a part of that system. He is not swirling in pink code because he's removed from the Pizzaplex's network. How'd that happen? Well, we saw it at the top of Security Breach. Freddy glitches out and has to be rebooted in safe mode. That's why he's friendly to Gregory in a way that none of the other animatronics are. He's no longer under the control of the AI network controlling the Pizzaplex. In a sense, you could say he's thinking for himself. And we see this continue throughout the entirety of Security Breach. Whenever Gregory sees Vanny running around, Freddy states that he didn't see anything.
You didn't see the dancing rabbit lady right in front of us?
No, I did not. There is no rabbit at the Mega Pizzaplex. Not anymore.
Vanny is very clearly real, but she's wearing her mask, thereby making her invisible to the one robot that isn't a part of the wider AI system, that only changes when Freddy is equipped with Roxy's eyes. Roxy's eyes in that game were a part of the AI system, which is why that upgrade suddenly allows Freddy to see things that were formerly invisible to him. He's seeing everything that's a part of the AI network, and that includes Vanny.
Vanny! I can see you now. I have new eyes.
This one detail is why I feel that Ruined Freddy here has to be the same as our best boy from Security Breach. This is a Freddy that has been removed from the system, one that was rebooted in safe mode, taking him offline, something that almost guarantees that he has to be connected to the Freddy from the original game. Weird Freddy curveballs aside though, this game makes it abundantly clear that I was right on the money with my last few theories about how AI is now the major focus of the series, and specifically AI programs that have been corrupted by glitch trap, Afton's old evil data, hence why everything is wrapped in this purple or pink code. Well, everything except for Roxy. Instead of being made out of purple code like the rest of the animatronics, she instead has sections of her body made up of green code, specifically around her face, her arm, and her foot, making her look a lot like she did at the beginning of Security Breach. It's strange, right? But it actually ties into our previous theories. This neural network controlling the Pizzaplex isn't just influenced by Afton. According to the books, the AI program was originally built to play with Charlie, a girl that wore a green wristband in order for the security puppet to protect her. That's why we see Tiger Rock, the book's manifestation of this same AI, with two colored eyes. It has evil and good data inside of it, and different animatronics are tapped into different amounts of that same code. That's why Roxy is surrounded by green code that makes her look like she was originally supposed to. Green is the color of protection, of safety. Her influence is now putting green markers over the parts of the system that are good. This duality is actually best exemplified by, believe it or not, the daycare attendant, Sun and Moon, or Eclipse as they're known when fused together. Since the beginning of Security Breach, this thing's presence in the game has always felt very random. Like, why is he here? Just to be another scary thing to chase us around? Maybe, but that doesn't tend to be how these games work. And why would they choose such a random design of being both light and darkness, sun and moon? Well, now we know. In one of Ruin's many lore-heavy Easter eggs, if you go up to him with the mask on while there's only one generator left to activate, you'll hear a new line that states,
No! It's not safe yet! Turn on the other generator!
Clearly, Eclipse is conflicted. One half wants to protect you, but it's getting shut away by the darker, more sinister half. He is good and evil combined. He represents both codes competing within the same body. Other animatronics are more of a sliding spectrum. Some are more corrupt than others, but Eclipse represents the balance that naturally exists within this neural network system, which leads us then to the ending of the game. Whether Gregory is actually the one trying to kill Cassie in the final moments is a theory for another day. Instead, I'd rather focus on this, the Mimic Tunnels. At the end of the game, we're chased by an endoskeleton known as the Mimic, a robot that's able to learn from and copy other creatures. But even before we get to the elevator, Gregory tells us his friend, presumably Vanessa, has these plans for the underground tunnels.
My friend has access to the building map. Just follow the instructions.
But what are the tunnels? Why are they here? Who put them here? These tunnels aren't just random. Someone has been down here before. They've installed lighting and an elevator and everything. We also know it wasn't Gregory and Vanessa because they're on the opposite side of the room that the Mimic was locked in, the Pizzaplex side, complete with the mixes system. We also know that these tunnels weren't just part of the FNAF 6 location because the game makes it a point to show that we're a number of floors far below that building. It tells us that this location has to be older than the FNAF 6 pizzeria. So again, I ask, what are these tunnels for and why are they here? Well, the clues to finding that answer are hidden in the Mimic's room. Normally, you wouldn't be able to see any of this stuff. You break down the wall, you enter a cutscene, and the Mimic starts to chase you. However, at this point, Steel Wool understands that the internet gonna do what the internet gonna do. We're gonna rip into the files, we're gonna free cam our way all across these maps, and we're gonna crank up the brightness hunting for clues. And sure enough, there is a lot that's hidden just out of sight. Inside the Mimic's room are two costumes, a grandma bird and an elephant clown. There also seems like there's supposed to be a third costume, a lion wearing a varsity jacket, but that one I was only able to find in the game files. That said, in one of the game's secret endings, the Mimic wears a costume that's kind of a mix of all three of these things, so that's the evidence that we need there. And overall, it's a pretty interesting find. We know from the books that the Mimic is a fan of wearing costumes. In the Mimic story, as well as the Pizzaplex epilogues, we know that the Mimic mainly cycles between two costumes, a mushroom and a jester. In the story, Edwin, our parallel for the game's Henry, was responsible for turning those costumes into animatronics for Fazbear. And that right there, that's an important detail. You see, the books make it clear that those costumes came from a time before Edwin made Chica into the first animatronic. In other words, these off-branded characters like a jester and a mushroom predate practically everything else that we see in the games. They come from a time before the core lineup of characters was officially decided. When Edwin disappears after the death of his son, Fazbear Entertainment goes to his abandoned home and reclaims all of their property. The mimic, the costumes, everything. Think this is only specific to the books? It's not. I suspect that we've been hearing about these costumes ever since Night 4 of FNAF 3.
Until replacements arrive, you will be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected.
But that's not all. On your way down to the FNAF 6 location, we find ourselves in a massive cave system full of bioluminescent mushrooms and waterfalls. This immediately felt weird to me. I mean, it is the first time that we've ever been in a place like this, a place that is outside of a building location in this franchise. So why now? Why this particular setting? Why such a beautiful cave with such specific details? It's odd because we've never seen anything like this in the entire series. Well, almost never. In the second novel, The Twisted Ones, as a friendly reminder, that's the one where the main character gets vored by an animatronic in the end. Good memories had by all. When Charlie awakens from being trapped inside one of the twisted animatronics, she finds herself inside of an old Freddy Fazbear pizzeria. As she explores, she too discovers a cave system with, wait for it, glowing mushrooms and a waterfall. What does it mean? Well, the more I looked into it, the more I realized the strong parallels between Ruin and the original novel trilogy. In both cases, we follow a young girl who's looking for a boy the same age as her that goes missing. She finds an old pizzeria buried below a mall, and when she goes down there to where she believes the boy's calling from, it's revealed to be a trap. Am I saying Cassie is Charlie? No, I might one day, but for now I'm still mulling that one over. But I do think that there are clear connections between this game and those books that are directly being called to our attention. And what's the primary location for the final book in the series? The location where this story finally comes to its ultimate conclusion? Circus, Babies, Pizza World. Look again at the costumes that we see in the Mimic's room. An elephant, clown, and a lion. Both animals that are commonly associated with circuses. The grandma bird actually looks a lot like a crow to me with its wide yellow beak and its dark blue coloring, which again reminds me of the Disney film Dumbo, another circus-based film that stars crows and an elephant attraction. The elephant is even wearing a clown outfit, for crying out loud. It is practically screaming at us that these costumes were designed to be mascots for circus babies. It's why when they were brought into Fazbear's as backup costumes, like Phone Guy said, their relevance was questioned, because Fazbear never had a circus theme or revealed any of these sorts of characters. They were Williams from a long time before. But that's not all. Throughout Ruin, there are secret plush baby rooms where the dolls troll you, and a whole suite of plush baby AR collectibles that specifically call out how weird it is that these things are here. This is Fazbear, not circus babies. There is no reason to call out all of these parallels unless it is specifically to call our attention to Circus Baby. These locations are connected somehow. But the final nail in the coffin for me comes thanks to one of the secret endings in the game. After the Mimic chases you in costume, you end up in a locked room where you hit a big ol' red button and a claw-like machine comes down from the ceiling, grabs the Mimic, and defeats it, at least for now. And what's that ending called in the game files? The Scooper ending. This thing right here, it is a scoop. And where's the only other place that we've ever seen a scoop used? Circus Babies, an underground bunker that you can only access via an elevator. Oh wait, that describes exactly where we are. Now, remind me again what game is coming out later this year? One that has a trailer starting in the sister location elevator? One where we see a very familiar security panel from Ruin down in the bottom right corner. Help Wanted 2, the second VR game. The Mimic has been around much longer than any of us suspected, and we're gonna find out more about him in the next VR installment coming this winter. This has all sorts of implications. For one, the parallels between the Mimic and Ennard are undeniable. An animatronic that's an amalgamation of a bunch of other animatronics. What makes this one even more interesting is that the books just confirmed all games up through FNAF 6 as being games in universe of the Pizzaplex. So was Ennard just a fictional version of the Mimic the whole time? Again, that's a theory for another day. But more importantly, this actually has some massive timeline implications as well. Part of the reason it always felt tough for me to place Circus Babies into a timeline is because it closes after the death of Elizabeth. That always felt like a good starting point for Afton to then begin seeking eternal life and to put people back together. But what didn't make sense is why Baby would have a claw mechanism in her chest to capture kids. Afton wouldn't need to capture kids until after he had lost his child. But if Circus Babies was actually much earlier in the timeline, like these old costumes seem to suggest, things start to fall into place. Henry was the initial robotics genius. Afton just just had the ideas and then gave them to Henry to turn into animatronics, like what we see with Edwin in the Mimic stories. I always brushed this little detail off as confusing, but before the release of Sister Location, we got this ending from FNAF World, where Henry sits at a desk talking about the evil that he created before he unalives himself, just like what we see him do in the novel trilogy. At that point, we see a pair of glowing eyes and Baby's voice calls out,
"Everyone, please stay in your seats."
This all implied that Henry was the creator of Baby, not William, despite Afton's name being the one on the copyright. But now I think we have an answer that solves all of this. William went back to collect his costumes after Henry's disappearance, just like what we see happen in the books. When he does this, he also finds the Mimic program, deciding to use its programming and technology for his own creations, the Funtime animatronics, who can do what? They have the ability to mimic voices. We see Baby doing the exact same thing in Sister Location when she mimics the voice of Elizabeth to try and lure Michael to his death. I suspected in my last theory that Baby was still at play here. That's why Tiger Rock's eyes are blue and green, Elizabeth and Charlie. And given everything that we just talked about today, I have no doubt that this is still very much the case. How it's gonna play out though, we'll have to see in FNAF VR 2 later this year. Obviously, there's gonna be more to cover here in the coming weeks, specifically about Gregory, Cassie, and Cassie's dad, but more on that one next time, because in the meantime, remember that our brand new line of merch just dropped today. Need to carry your books or laptop to school? Well, the messenger bag just might be right for you. It's slim, it's durable, and it's sporting all those classic game theory colors. Need a bit more space for your stuff? Then try out the radioactive backpack. Not actually radioactive. It's got loads more pockets and compartments for everything you need, plus it's got a USB charging port built in. And if that's still not enough space for you, let me introduce you to the Game Theory duffel bag. This thing is huge. It is perfect for weekend trips away, going to the gym, or, sneaking out the animatronic head of your best friend who's been freed from evil neural network influences. All of these and way more like t-shirts, jackets, sweaters, socks, shorts, and more are available right now at theoryware.com, or you can just click the link down in the description below. And wear your Theorist merch with pride, my friends. If I spot you in the wild, I tend to sneak up and do jump scares of my own. And by jump scare, I mean I come up to you, I shake your hand, I say thank you for supporting Team Theorist, I run away, and it's kind of a funny surprise for all of us. So anyway, in the meantime, remember, my friends, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. And then his mouth opened up and he had these jaws. Next thing I know, a sharp tongue shot out of his mouth and stabbed him right through the eye.
Can you describe who you saw?
Well, he was short, 2 stubby legs, little oval-shaped visor, kind of round at the top, had a cute backpack.
Yeah, sure, we all look like that. What I'm interested in is his color. What color was he?
Excuse me, what?
His color. What was his color?
I do not see the world that way, and I am more than a bit offended that you would ask me a superficial question like that.
This is literally a world where we're all identified by our color.
Well, some of us like to think that we should be judged on the merit of our actions and not the color of our suits. Maybe one day you'll understand that. Good day, sir.
We lost our key witness. Let him go, boys.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where the only sussy thing is not brutally murdering that subscribe button. Whoa, what are we doing here? An Among Us video? What is this, like 2020? Nope, no need to check the date on your watch page, loyal theorists. Today we're jumping back onto the Skeld with a new video on everyone's favorite multiplayer deduction game, Among Us. Why now, of all times? Honestly, it's because of the new Netflix movie, Glass Onion. There's an Among Us joke in like the first 10 minutes.
Blanc, I saw you go in the engine room. You're the imposter. We all know it.
You're thrown out of the airlock. It's a no-brainer.
I don't understand this at all.
Nothing like a shirtless Daniel Craig in a bathtub to help rekindle interest in your franchise, am I right? And not only is Among Us front and center, but for all us high IQ gamers, the short scene actually spoils a lot of the key plot points for the main mystery of the movie. To find out how exactly, we actually did a short on this over on Film Theory that you should go check out. Anyway, all that was enough to get me to pick up the game once again. And when I did, I was struck by one huge detail that we'd overlooked overlooked in our past theories on how to win the game. A detail that is perhaps the highest IQ strategy of them all. The one crucial detail that makes a massive difference in any match that you're playing, even before the imposter is selected: your color. You see, every single emergency meeting, you always hear a single phrase uttered. The iconic meme, red is sus. It has its own Urban Dictionary page, it's got its own t-shirt. Heck, it's even got its own 38 million view song from the channel Shiloh and Bros.
Red is sus. Red is sus.
In a game that's all about avoiding detection and not raising suspicion, hearing those words is practically a death sentence. So of course, it got my theorist cogs a-turnin'. Is red indeed sus? Well, obviously the actions of the player in the game are gonna have a massive impact on whether they're suspected or not. There are also a lot of subconscious variables at play in every match. Factors that affect the way that the game is gonna go even before the imposter is chosen. Appearances do matter, and that's gonna affect everything from job interviews in the real world to games of Among Us. And color is immediately one of the first traits that we see, which begs the question, is red actually the sussiest color in Among Us? What color is most likely to draw suspicion if you're the imposter? And best of all, what color choice is gonna be the best at throwing off suspicion so your name isn't tossed around during the next emergency meeting? Strap in, theorists, because I'm about to blow this whole airlock wide open. Now, I'm sure we're all familiar with the phrase, never judge a book by its cover, right? There's just one problem with that. It is fundamentally opposed to our programming as human beings. We are designed to make snap judgments based on immediate appearances. It is essentially a leftover survival instinct. If something looks dangerous, it's best to avoid it for our own survival. And one of the first factors that we're gonna process is color. Color psychology is the study of how colors affect human mood and behavior. For instance, studies have shown that white-colored pills are associated with greater pain relief, and red pills are associated with stronger stimulant properties. Other studies have shown that the color red can prompt people to react with greater speed and force. Something as simple as color can even affect your performance on a test. When college students were given one of 3 colored numbers, red, green, or black, and then asked to take a simple test, those with the red numbers scored more than 20% lower than those presented with either the green or black numbers. That is a huge difference, all from witnessing a different color prior to taking the test. On the complete other end of the spectrum, colors like blue have shown themselves to have a calming effect on people. Some studies have even shown that looking at the color blue literally release endorphins that help you physically calm down. All of these very real effects happening simply by looking at different colors. So, given that science has proven time and again that we have both physical and mental reactions to color, how can we use this knowledge to our advantage in a game like Among Us? Which color is most likely to trigger your crew members' suspicions? Well, believe it or not, but one of the most sus colors isn't red, it's actually yellow. And this is backed by both science and history. Let's just cover the science first, shall we? Our eyes use 2 different types of photoreceptors, rods and cones. The rods are for vision at low levels of light. Cones, meanwhile, are the ones that are dealing with color. In fact, there are actually 3 different types of cones, each one with sensitivity to a different color range. Because 2 of the 3 have reasonably high sensitivities in the green range, humans are able to process more shades of green than any other color. But not all greens are created equally. When you break down our biological sensitivity to light, our eyes work best at the light wavelength of 555 nanometers. That means that under normal lighting conditions, our eyes are most sensitive to a yellowish green color. In other words, during an emergency meeting, if you're either green or yellow, you're gonna be the one that your crewmates' eyes are naturally drawn towards. Making matters worse is that throughout human history, the color yellow has been associated with feelings of deceit and betrayal. Why? Well, to find out, let's just take a trip back to 500 AD, when post-classical art was beginning to take shape. During this time period, artists were working hard to recreate scenes from the Bible. There was just one problem with that. The Bible isn't very descriptive about what people were wearing. That meant that the artists had to make some creative choices. And one trend that stuck, they dressed Judas Iscariot, the disciple that betrayed Jesus and ultimately caused his crucifixion, in yellow. This appeared in so many works of art at the time that people just eventually began to associate the color yellow with traitors and liars. In 16th century Spain, for instance, they literally dressed those accused of heresy in yellow capes to show their betrayal to the Spanish Inquisition. And the color has lived in infamy ever since.
Banana!
You see? Don't you just want to yeet it out of an airlock? But then what about green? I just talked about how green is the color that pops the best for our eyes. Is that a sussy color too? No. At first glance, it certainly feels like green and guilt should go hand in hand. After all, it's the go-to color used by animation companies to show evil magic. Maleficent in Sleeping Beauty, Rasputin in Anastasia, Ursula in Little Mermaid, and Bruno's fortune-telling in Encanto. It's a color that's constantly associated with treacherous villains, strange potions, toxicity. That said, any negative connotations of the color are far outweighed by its natural sense of calm.
Green is not a creative color.
Sure, it might not be, but it is a relaxing color. In a 2020 study, 39% of people said that green made them feel relaxed and content. Again, this is one of those primal instinct things. Our bodies want to be in nature. We are programmed to eat nice green plants because green means health and vibrancy. It means safety. As such, we're naturally inclined to trust green things more than most other colors. So green is good and yellow is sus. What other colors should we be on the lookout for? Well, in 2020, some researchers from University College London asked over 400 people to pick a color from a color generation website that they associated with feelings of guilt. Number 2 came in as black, and number 1 was our good old buddy, red. Let's just start with black. You see, black is an interesting color. It's naturally paired with dark emotions like sadness, depression, and fear. It also feels dark and shadowy, as if you're trying to purposely hide something. That said, it might be hiding too well. A study of what car colors tend to get into the most accidents showed that the riskiest car to drive is a black car, because its darker colors make it blend in more with the surrounding area. So, in an emergency meeting, even though black is paired with more negative connotations, if you keep your mouth shut, you should be fine. That said, if someone does bring up your name, be careful and play humble. Black is actually considered to give impressions of high authority and dominance. Think about black belts in martial arts or the black diamonds on ski slopes. Both show a level of mastery and skill. You are one of the elite. It's why villains wear black. Same thing for judges. It puts them into positions of power and authority, which is why lawyers actually recommend that their clients do not wear black to court, because it doesn't give people the impression that you're innocent or willing to listen. Instead, it makes you look powerful, aggressive, and in those contexts, guilty. Something that you're also looking to avoid in an emergency meeting. Which now brings us back to where this whole question first started, red. How sus is red? Well, in addition to being highly associated with guilt like black and being a bright visible color like yellow, red has a few other things that are working against it. First, red is obviously the color of danger and warnings. Like I mentioned at the top of the episode, seeing red makes you perform worse on tests. Red can also cause heart rates to rise and blood pressures to increase. All of these things are going to be working against your ability to convince others that you're innocent. But what deals red another killing blow is the psychological phenomenon called the recency effect. If it wasn't obvious, the recency effect is about how humans remember the most recent information they're presented with best. A Harvard University study showed that approximately 4 pieces of information can be held in short-term memory at a given time. This is because most information in short-term memory only lasts between 15 and 30 seconds, meaning that people are going to tend to rely more heavily on the last few things they've seen when making a decision. How's that at all related to Among Us? Well, both the emergency meeting button and the animation it creates use the color red, which immediately gets people thinking about that color in a negative and suspicious light. Red is the color on the top of everyone's mind going into the meeting because it's the one that they literally just saw flash across the screen. But the final nail in Red's coffin, the psychological effect of priming. Priming is when you expose the brain to something which then influences how you react to something else. Probably best explained through an example. If I show you these 3 words, noodle, bowl, stew, and then I ask you to complete this word, S blank blank P, what do you think you're gonna say? Science shows that you're most likely to say the word soup over the other completely acceptable answer of soap, because I've already activated a bunch of words in your brain around the idea of soup. Noodle, bowl, stew. Your brain has been primed to think about soup. If I had done the exact opposite and said bath, bubble, shampoo, now I'm able to switch your brain's priming and you would have been more likely to have thought soap first. It can also be something as simple as saying the phrase, I've always subscribed to the belief that soup is better than stew. By saying the word subscribe, I've actually primed you for that idea so that later in the video, when I ask you to subscribe, you're more likely to do it. Anyway, how does any of this apply to Among Us? Well, red is front and center in the game's artwork. He's the icon for the game on Twitter. He is the first color that people think of when they think of characters from this game. And not only is he the most prominent, he's also the most likely to be visualized as the imposter in all the marketing. Take a look at their holiday merch page. The first thing you see is Red as the imposter with fangs and a long tongue. There are 2 t-shirts with Red having an imposter shadow or holding a knife. Heck, the official Among Us VR page on Steam has Red standing over a dead crewmate telling us to keep our mouths shut. Everything is priming your brain to connect the idea of Red and imposter, so that when the time comes to suggest who to yeet out of the airlock, Red is always going to be the one that people pay attention to and throw under the bus. So if your goal when you become the imposter is to win, the best thing to do is start steering clear of red, black, and yellow. All of this being said, what color should you be picking if you don't want to immediately be called out? Well, there are two routes depending on your gaming style. If you're an experienced player who wants to be involved in the emergency meetings, choose blue. Not only does the color blue release relaxation endorphins into the brain, it's also the color that science repeatedly shows is the most closely associated with trustworthiness. There is, however, one more solution that can keep you out of trouble, and that's by staying out of the minds of your fellow players. In 2021, the game updated to add 6 more colors to the roster: maroon, rose, coral, gray, tan, and banana. No, stop it. Now, based on everything we've talked about today, any of these could be a winning choice. Why? Because their strength is the exact opposite of Red's weakness. While Red is the poster child for all things Among Us, none of these new colors have really seen the light of day, and they're played significantly less than any of the primary colors. In 2021, Innersloth released their statistics around the most and least played colors. Red, black, white, and rose were the top 4, while gray, maroon, brown, and tan were rounding out the bottom. Banana and coral, meanwhile, were mixed into the lower middle. In short, all that means is that these new colors aren't primed for anything. And because they're not bright primary colors, they don't come with strong pre-packaged emotional connotations. Pastels are just softer colors, and as such, they evoke softer emotions. They're light and delicate. They're the supports rather than the leads. In meetings, you want people to focus on the big, loud orange guy in the corner, not the little old cream-colored you staying quietly off to the side. Tan, for instance, being a lighter version of brown, gives a sense of dependability and stability, and in design is used more as a background color. It's unassuming, which is perfect when you don't want people to start thinking about what you've been doing in the game. Meanwhile, gray is your other best choice. It's also a pale color, but unlike banana and tan, it doesn't evoke feelings of anything, really. Gray is just the most blank of blank canvases. Also, have you taken a look at the maps recently? They all lean heavily into the grays as a color choice, which makes a lot of sense. It's a lot of machinery, spaceships, space stations, all things made out of gray metals. Other characters will notice a green character running past them, but gray, not so much. And this holds true in real life too. Gray cars are actually the second least likely to be noticed on the roads because they blend in with their surroundings. So there you have it. If you want to give yourself the best chance of not being called sus, your best choices are the newer, lighter colors like gray, tan, and banana. These are going to be doing the best job of keeping you out of the interrogation spotlight as long as you manage to keep your mouth shut. Blue, meanwhile, is a strong secondary choice, especially if you plan on being a more active player. But the biggest takeaway of all is that the memes are true. It is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Top dog of sussiness is in fact the king of the memes, Red. Not just because he's popular, but because people naturally associate Red with guilt, with warnings, and because Innersloth has been sabotaging Red every single game from the start with their marketing. It's not just a meme, it's science and psychology. But hey, well, it's certainly useful to know every possible strategy on how to kill off your crewmates one by one. Gotta admit, it's a little inefficient. Imagine what sort of strategies you could pull off if you had a whole army of imposters. Fortunately, thanks to today's sponsor, you don't have to imagine anymore. Let me introduce you to Rise of Kingdoms, the real-time strategy game that also requires real-world logic in order to win. I know that a lot of people prefer to switch off their brains when they're playing video games, but I really enjoy games that push the logical part of my theorist brain. Things that keep me sharp and ready for when the next theory tries to sneak past me like an imposter. In Rise of Kingdoms, you get to build an army of history's most elite soldiers, be they Viking barbarians, Roman warriors, or, thanks to the latest update, the incredibly powerful and intelligent Egyptians. Personally, I really love using the Egyptians, despite their heavy use of yellow, which might seem a bit sus. Their description literally reads strategic and undoubtedly sophisticated, amazing craftsmen with innovative weapons and technology, which, gotta admit, right up my alley. The more science, the better, so seems like the perfect match, right? Plus, you can keep upgrading your armies over time to deal with looming threats. This time, the Roman army won't succeed in ruling Egypt, at least not on my watch. And that's not all. The level of thought that you put into the game doesn't stop at just building a massive army. You also have to think about the civilization that you're leaving behind. You get to design and protect the cities that you build, which just adds another layer of depth and strategy. So, if you're like me and are looking for a game with bigger IQ plays and backstabbing, head on down to the description and click the link. Or, you could just scan the QR code on screen to download the game right now. It's on both Android and iOS, and now it's also available on the good old-fashioned PC. No more being interrupted by your family's group chat midway through a battle. Now you can just have endless hours of smooth gameplay on a full-sized screen. PC Master Race strikes again. The game is also cross-play compatible. You can form alliances and strategies with all of your friends in real time. No civilization is safe when Team Theorist is online. Once again, the link is down in the description, or you can just use the QR code that you see on screen. And as one final perk, if you use the code ROCKTECHPOW, you'll get yourself a special bonus. That's ROKTECHPOW, because it's Rise of Kingdoms, technology is power. So head on over there, tell them Team Theorist sent you, and let's build the biggest alliance that this game has ever known. I'll see you out on the battlefield. And as always, my friends, remember, it's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Also, thanks for subscribing. A portion of this video was sponsored by Nitsa. Alright gang, listen up. We need a new video idea. Looking for something fun, upbeat, mainstream, just a hint of nostalgia. Something that's... Waffle. Appreciate the enthusiasm there, Yoshi, but we already did a theory about you. We need something fresh, something hip. Waffle. Yoshi, I told you, we've already been over this. You're related to a Monolophosaurus. End of story. What, a dragon coin? Can't seriously think that just because you're on something called a dragon coin, it makes you a dragon. Okay, fair point. I guess I'll, take another look. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the coolest place to learn about taxonomic classifications. You know, we've done our fair share of Mario videos over the years. Character by character, we've gone through the ranks to suss out their secrets. Is Mario a sociopath? Is Princess Peach dead? Is Bowser a deadbeat dad? How much of a millionaire is Luigi, and just how well endowed is he? Let's just say that certain characters get more favorable coverage than others. Which brings me to the exciting topic for today's episode, Yoshi, the sticky-tongued void of death that's always ready to sacrifice his life so that you can get that much closer to once again missing the jump over the lava. Yoshi is such an iconic part of the Mario series at this point that it only made sense to do a theory on him, which is exactly what I did back in 2020. In that video, I tried to figure out what Yoshi actually is using prominent physical features like his face shape and this random red frill down his back. All of it led me to determine that Yoshi was most likely related to the Monolophosaurus, a medium-sized bipedal dinosaur that has the same round face shape, the same height, and lived in roughly the same environments as Yoshi. All in all, it felt like a slam dunk to me. Science at its finest. And it was extra cool because it turned out to be a dinosaur that not many people would have heard of. However, not everyone was totally happy with that theory, because right at the start of the episode, I gloss over what is one of the biggest parts of the Yoshi debate online. Is Yoshi a dinosaur, or is he actually a dragon? Which may feel like a ridiculous question. Yoshi is clearly a dinosaur. Not only did we prove what kind he is, but he lives in dinosaur land. At least according to Super Mario World 1 and 2, why would you name the land after dinosaurs if the main animal that lives there isn't a dinosaur? In the Nintendo official guidebook of Super Mario World, Yoshi is referred to as a, editors, translation magic? There we go. Quote, gluttony dinosaur Yoshi, who eats the minions of the Demon King Bowser, is a powerful ally to Mario. And in most of his other appearances, like Super Smash Bros. And Super Smash Bros. Melee, he is referred to explicitly as a dinosaur. How? How is this even a discussion? Well, when you've appeared in as many games as Yoshi has, it's easy for a few contradictions to slip through the cracks. In our previous episode, I was only able to find 2 occurrences of Yoshi being called a dragon, both of them within the same game. In Super Mario World, despite living in dinosaur land, Yoshi refers to himself as Super Dragon Yoshi, at least according to this sign outside of his house. He also appears on that game's dragon coins, so I just chalked it up to a translation error and I moved on. However, going deeper into original Japanese source materials, you start to see that the word dragon appears more and more. For instance, the manual for Super Mario World Super Mario Advance 2 introduces Yoshi by saying, quote, a dragon named Yoshi, or a dragon calling himself Yoshi. Alright, so maybe the dragon thing only appears in older games? Well, wrong again. He also refers to himself as a dragon as recently as Super Mario Galaxy 2, where on a sign he explicitly says, Yoshi, the Space Dragon. Then you have things like his final smash called Super Dragon in Smash Bros. Brawl and 4 Wii U, which causes him to sprout wings and breathe fire. fire. So what gives? There's tons of evidence suggesting that he's a dinosaur, and yet there are plenty of instances of him being classified as a dragon as well. And it doesn't appear to be as simple as, oh, it was just a translation thing, or, oh, those were just the older games. It seems like we're back at square one. So which is it, Nintendo? I don't think this could be more convoluted if you tried. Who do you think you are? The FNAF series? Well, having exhausted all the direct evidence that I can see, I think it's time we look to other sources. Indirect sources. See, throughout the Mario games, Yoshi isn't the only dinosaur-like creature that we encounter. So maybe by looking more closely at creatures in the games that share resemblances to Yoshi, we might be able to get closer to the answer we seek. Let's start by looking at Dory, a plesiosaur that first appears in Super Mario 64. Back then, Dory was nowhere close to resembling a Yoshi. However, as time has gone on, she has more and more taken on Yoshi-like characteristics. Fast forward to New Super Mario Bros. In 2006, and suddenly you can see that Dory is looking a lot more familiar. There's also Plessy from Super Mario 3D World in 2013, who, despite the name Plessy, is ironically enough not a plesiosaur. Seriously, Nintendo, you've got to get a handle on your dinosaur knowledge. It's just embarrassing at this point. Like Yoshi, Plessy is bipedal, making it more likely based on the Nothosaur, an ancestor to the plesiosaur. So, looking at these creatures and the real-world family tree, it's likely the semi-aquatic Plessy gave rise to a branching pathway. One half went fully aquatic, that became Dory. The other half went fully terrestrial, and we got Yoshi. And if the physical similarities aren't enough, Yoshi, Plessy, and Dory's names all have a connection. Not the English names, the Japanese ones. All of their Japanese names are specifically marked with the ending shi. Dory's official Japanese name is Doshi, and Plessy's is Pureshi. Yoshi is the only one who got to keep his name in the Western release. So between the name similarities and the physical similarities, it feels like we're building a family tree. So then this would seem to confirm that Yoshi is a dinosaur, right? No. Neither plesiosaurs nor nothosaurs are technically considered dinosaurs. Instead, they're referred to as sauropterygian reptiles, ancient marine reptiles that ruled the oceans while dinosaurs roamed the land. They're thought to be the ancestors to dinosaurs. So Yoshi's a descendant of the ancient marine reptiles that we've seen in the games, making him pretty darn close to dinosaur status, right? Well, no, because there's one teeny tiny fire-breathing problem, Bahamut. Who's Bahamut? Well, before I can tell you about him, I first need to tell you that this portion of the video was sponsored by Nitsa. While riding dinosaur dragon creatures around may seem fun and all, it's probably not the safest mode of transportation. Where are the seatbelts? What if my dinosaur gets into a collision with a rampant turtle shell? At minimum, a seatbelt's gonna ensure that I'm not being launched off while he runs away. But all joking aside, car safety is important. Cars are obviously an essential part of life, but that can mean that we sometimes forget how dangerous the roads can be. Seatbelts help save lives. Wearing your seatbelt is a surefire way of keeping you safe while you're driving. I'm sure most of you at this point are familiar with my wife Stephanie. Well, her dad's life was literally saved by a seatbelt. A driver plowed into the back of his car when he was in his 20s. His car absolutely totaled, to the extent that he had to basically be peeled out of a twisted ball of metal. And the officer on the job said the only reason that he was able to survive was because of his seatbelt. And without that one click, Steph's father wouldn't be here, Steph wouldn't be here, I would have never met her, she would have never encouraged me to try something other than theater, I wouldn't have done YouTube, and none of this channel would exist. All of it because of one click of a seatbelt. So do your part to keep the roads and yourself safe. Buckle up each and every trip that you take and encourage your loved ones to do the same. If you want to learn more about the campaign, please go to the website in the top line of the description, and remember, click it, don't risk it. Thank you once again to Nitsa for sponsoring that portion of the episode. Now it's back to Yoshi. Or actually, now it's back to Bahamut. No idea who I'm talking about? Honestly, not surprised. He only appeared in one game back in 1996, Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars. Brilliant game. Actually might be my favorite Mario game of all time. Anyway, in it, Bahamut is a massive ancient dragon who serves as one of the enemies, but just like Plessy, he shares the same bulbous head, the same color pattern, he's even bipedal. Looking at him, other than the wings, it's hard to deny that Bahamut looks more similar to Yoshi than either Plessy or Dory. However, what's more important than his appearance is the fact that his Japanese name is the same as Dory's, Doshi. Heard that right, Bahamut. The ancient, aggressive, fire-breathing dragon shares the same Japanese name with a peaceful, friendly water taxi, and thus, some sort of lineage with Yoshi. All of this means that, honestly, we're no closer to solving the mystery. Darn it, Nintendo, no matter what way you slice it, Yoshi doesn't fit cleanly into either category. He's bipedal like Bahamut and Plessy, he can swim, just like Plessy and Dory, we've seen him grow wings to make him even more closely resemble Bahamut, and he shares the same head and color patterns of all three. How am I supposed to be able to put him into one category? story. But that's when it hit me. What if we didn't have to choose? What if the reason Yoshi doesn't fit into one or the other is because he's both? What if Yoshi is a hybrid? I know this sounds like a cop-out, but it's actually a really fascinating part of the biological world. A common hybrid that we all just accept at this point is the mule, the offspring of a female horse and a male donkey. These creatures were often bred because they were stronger than a horse of a similar size, but also had the endurance of a donkey. But mules aren't the only example of a hybrid animal. There are literally hundreds, like the liger, the pizzly bear, the wolpen. All of this is possible because, despite the animals being from different species, they come from the same genus, meaning that their DNA is similar enough for their offspring to still be viable. That's also, sadly, why we'll never see a monkey eagle anytime soon. As you might expect, these hybrids inherit the traits of both parents, both in terms of appearance, but also in terms of the behaviors that have been coded into their DNA. For example, a hybrid of two migrating birds might develop a third, unique migration route that combines the ones of both of its parents. This concept of inheriting partial traits from parents of related species would explain why Yoshi doesn't fit neatly with either the dragon or the dinosaur category. Like all hybrids, he's adopted abilities from both sides. He's taken on the main form of the dragon Bahamut, but lost the wings thanks to the mixing of the flightless Dory and Plessy. We've actually seen an example of this type of hybrid in the games already. Loyal theorists, I present to you Rex, a dinosaur-like creature with dragon wings that looks like a cross between Bahamut and Plessy. So there you have it, friends. The reason Nintendo can't make up their minds about whether Yoshi is a dinosaur or a dragon is because he's technically both. Trust me guys, just make the answer canon. It means that you never have to be wrong again, because this time I did not miss a single piece of evidence at all. Stop, nope, stop looking at that. Nope, turn the camera away from, no, stop it. Yes, I know, there's still the thing on his back. Is it a shell? Is it a saddle? How does this affect our overall explanation? Well, in the original art from 1993, it labels the thing on Yoshi's back a saddle, and its flat appearance, coupled with the use of it as a place for Mario to sit while riding Yoshi, supports that statement. However, in more modern appearances, that thing on Yoshi's back has started to change shape. It's become raised, smaller, more rounded. The official Nintendo Japan website currently refers to it as a shell. Quote, even though there's a shell on his back, we actually don't know whether Yoshi's a dinosaur or a turtle. Turtle? Screw you, Nintendo. Just throw another reptile in the mix, why don't ya? Why not add snake in there too, for good measure? And annoyingly, it's not a translation issue either, as the word they use for shell is the same one that they use for the shells that we see during Mario Kart, which opens us up not just to real-life animal comparisons, but an in-game one, because the shells in Mario Kart are confirmed to belong to one of the franchise's most notable villains, the Koopa Troopas. And that's not where the similarities end either. If you compare Dry Bones' example of a Koopa skeleton to the faces of freshly hatched Yoshisaurs, they both have a tooth-like bump in the mouth that seems to disappear as both species eat and grow. Koopas also have major species variations: Boom Booms, Hammer Brothers, Lakitus, even Bowser and the Koopalings, all of which are visibly distinguishable from each other. Yoshi would have had plenty of different Koopa ancestor options for hybridization. Maybe the shell of a Koopa shrank due to being a hybrid, or maybe he started with a Koopa like Spike, whose shell doesn't wrap around his whole torso. Hybridization with Koopas would also explain why, despite being related to the dinosaurs and dragons we've discussed, Yoshi is so much smaller than everyone else. And here's the thing, you don't even have to take my word for it. In the 2010 Super Mario history book, Takashi Tezuka states that, quote, Yoshi was originally supposed to be a type of Koopa. That saddle you see on his back was actually his shell. Turns out Tezuka has been Team Turtle from the start. But honestly, it all makes sense. I don't really know how I couldn't put this one together sooner. I literally gave myself the biggest clue possible in the previous episode. Nintendo's official name for the Yoshi dinosaur, his scientific name is T. Yoshisaur Munchakoopas. And that is coming from the official 1993 Nintendo character guide, by the way. They literally put Koopa in Yoshi's name. Should have been obvious. No matter how you slice it though, all of it is putting one of Mario's closest allies into a bit of a compromising position. The interviews about the shell being a shell and not a saddle are quite recent. The design clearly changed toward shell later on, and with more and more interviews bringing up the Koopa connection specifically, is Nintendo trying to tell us something? Bowser may have almost caused the extinction of the Yoshis back in Yoshi's Island, but Mario hasn't always been the best of friends to Yoshi's either. How long until Yoshi has had enough? How long until those evil Bahamut and Koopa roots come up to the surface? Maybe one day we'll drop Yoshi into a pit for that little extra jump, and that'll be the final straw. He'll betray us, as we've done to him so many times before, finally taking his rightful place at Bowser's side. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Seriously though, a Yoshi turned evil storyline is something I would absolutely eat up. Make it happen! Would you look at that? Nearly 4 months without a single FNAF episode. Feels like it's a brand new day for the channel. There have been so many new games, new meta theories, even some classic science episodes thrown in. I'm happy, I'm healthy. Life is good. And now, time to relax. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show where old habits and old animatronics die hard. Today we're talking about the 12th and final installment of the Fazbear Frights book series, Felix the Shark. That's right, friends, the final book. Until the next 3 come out later this year. Anyway, let's not think about that and instead focus on Felix. Now, this final book is special. Just like all the others, it too is a collection of 3 short, spooky stories vaguely connected to the wider FNAF lore. But where this one is different is that it's meant to be a collection of cut stories. As the official description reads, quote, stories that didn't make the cut for the first 11 books. Which, okay, they didn't appear in numbers 1 through 11, but still, they wound up getting published anyway as the 12th one. Is that such a big deal? In fact, because they're last, they're probably in the most important position of any of the stories. And while you might assume that they were cut because they were weaker or lesser than the 33 other Fazbear Frights that were produced, it's not really true. You cut the story about an animatronic shark, but you kept the one where a boy turns into a traffic sign? You cut girl solves dead body shoved into animatronic suit mystery, but kept tiny guppy bodies? You cut a security guard named Mike going around collecting haunted FNAF memorabilia, and yet kept Fazgoo. The truth is, we don't really know why these were cut. It could have been a quality thing, it could have been that they confused the lore, or maybe, just maybe, it could have been that they were intentionally designed to set up secret puzzles that we were meant to solve, and those puzzles never got fully realized. Spoiler alert, I think it might have been that last one. I believe that Scott was planning to use this final book as a launching point, the start of a real-world treasure hunt that would have required using the books, the games, even stuff like the coloring book in order to crack. I suspect that this was a riddle so far-reaching and so complex, it would have required the cooperation of FNAF theorists from across the globe. Today, I'm gonna explain the clues that led me to this conclusion, but more importantly, I'm gonna ask you for your help. You see, while I'm reasonably confident this thing was never finished, I'm not sure. I can't be sure unless you all double check for me. A few years ago, I asked for all your help in solving the security logbook, and a day later, we discovered the name of Cassidy. Today, I'm gonna ask you for something similar. I'm gonna take you on a journey through some weird corners of FNAF lore and some loose threads that I see in this new book, and then I'm gonna ask you for the favor. I need you to help me either solve this thing once and for all or debunk it. And who knows, maybe this is the push that we need to get the next major answer to the game's lore. But before you help me with the lore, I was wondering if you'd help me in another way. It's time for our newest collection of Theoryware merch. And as always, you checking out the items goes a long way to help fund everything that we're doing over here on the channel. This collection in particular is going to be especially fun if you're a fan of analog horror, the X-Files, or Area 51, because it's all about conspiracy boards, sky watching, and secret undercover fact-finding missions. Let me just start off by introducing you to the item that everyone's gonna want to get, the Game Theory Lava Lamp. Filled with neon green alien goo, this one is perfect for your room or your desk and has been running non-stop in my office since I got the finalized prototype a month ago. It is awesome. It's also a completely unique piece of YouTuber merch. If you ever wanted a lava lamp while also showing off your theorist pride, this is the perfect item for you. The lava lamp also partners really well with another brand new item in our roster, the T-Man sunglasses. These things are perfectly balanced, as all things should be. A classic design that perfectly frames your face with a hit of fun Game Theory green on the insides of the arms, while also keeping a muted matte finish and subtle patterning on the outside of the arms to give them an air of sophistication. Historically, I've struggled finding sunglasses that I love, so I decided to make some sunglasses that I absolutely love, that I think you're gonna love too. Speaking of things I love, this new jogger set. I mean, just look at the picture on screen right now. I don't know if I've ever felt that good in a picture in my life. And if it can make me feel that good posing in an awkward photo shoot, imagine how great you'll feel in it lounging around or out and about. Soft and lightweight, but still warm and stylish. And of course, complete with thumb holes. Also, it wouldn't be a new Theoryware merch drop without a slew of new hoodies, t-shirts, and jackets. All of it with embroidered details to give you quality that you can feel. This isn't just your typical YouTuber spray-on design merch. These items are all custom cut and sewn to deliver you actual high-quality garments. Garments that you'll actually want to wear, and that that will last for as many times as you want to wear them. Just look at the liner of this jacket. It is literally a redacted document, which is a detail that I specifically requested the team execute on. I mean, where else do you find clothing that has cool details like that? In my opinion, it just elevates the design, and I think that you'll appreciate it too. Last item that I'll specifically call out here, our first ever button-down shirt. Ripped straight out of Roswell, New Mexico, the alien print here is super fun. Again, we custom designed this fabric from the ground up to make the shirt. It's also perfectly accessorized with a tinfoil hat. So grab yourself a garment that goes perfectly with some red yarn and your conspiracy theory boards. A handful of items are available right below this video in the merch shelf, or you can just head on over to theoryware.com to check out the full collection. And as always, thank you guys so much for the support. Now back to FNAF. In order to unwrap the secret FNAF ARG, let's start by breaking down the stories in Felix the Shark, shall we? The final story, You're the Band, is probably the most obviously related to existing FNAF lore. In it, a small boy named Timmy becomes obsessed with everyone's favorite pizza murder franchise, Freddy Fazbear's. His mother finds him a strange Freddy mask on the internet and gives it to him for his birthday. After putting it on, Timmy starts to change. He doesn't like the things he used to, he becomes moody and aggressive, he even yells about protecting the others when Granddad walks towards him with a knife. Eventually, Timmy is led to an abandoned Freddy Fazbear's building by a shadowy figure. The whole thing gives off some very solid Midnight Motorist vibes. In order to rescue him, his mother teams up with a former Freddy's security guard named Mike. Turns out the Freddy mask was possessed by one of the children from the original Fazbear murders. When Timmy put on the mask, the spirit transferred into his body, which allowed it to control him. When Mike and Timmy's mom arrive at the restaurant, Timmy is on stage in Freddy's position, performing alongside Bonnie and Chica. After getting attacked by the puppet, Mike manages to get the Freddy mask back onto Timmy, which captures the spirit. He then puts the mask back onto the original Freddy head, getting the spirit back to where it belongs. Now, I gotta admit, I got really excited when I read the story. We've suspected for a while that FNAF 1 security guard Mike Schmidt was really Michael Afton going from location to location to undo the evils of his father, William. That's why we play as Mike through pretty much every installment of the series up through Ultimate Custom Night. It's why Mike's name appears in Sister Location, why Fazbear Frights burns down in FNAF 3, and why the security guard in FNAF 2 is fired for tampering with animatronics and odor, just like Mike was in FNAF 1. Up until now, that theory's never been confirmed, but this story seems to be strong evidence for exactly that idea. A security guard named Mike going around collecting the old artifacts from Freddy locations in order to help free the spirits of those trapped within. So that was already pretty cool and totally made reading this book worthwhile. Anytime we can get more evidence to support a theory within the franchise, absolutely worth it. But while You're the Band was explicitly lore heavy, the other two stories were equally fascinating, but for different reasons. There were details that felt odd or out of place, and comments from characters that seemed oddly specific in a way that just triggered my lore hunting senses. In the title story, Felix the Shark, we follow a young man named Dirk who's reminiscing with his friends about their shared experiences with Freddy Fazbear's. However, Dirk's memory is slightly different to everyone else's. He's convinced that there was an extra animatronic, a shark named Felix. When his friends make fun of him, Dirk sets off on a cross-country quest to prove that he's not crazy. It takes him 6 restaurants, but Dirk eventually does learn the truth. It turns out Felix was made by the owner of one very specific Freddy Fazbear's after his son tragically drowned. Why would that lead him to a shark animatronic? Because it was a shark that actually pushed the body back to shore. Couldn't make this stuff up if I tried. Eventually, Dirk does manage to locate Felix. The whole FNAF pizzeria is hidden inside an abandoned water park. But the weird part isn't the where, but rather the how of finding Felix. You see, Dirk is only able to find the pizzeria using a series of clues that are found in a random novel written by the creator's daughter. In-universe, Felix's creator also had a daughter who grew up to become a popular author. And in one of her books, The Dogged Dogmatist, she hides a series of clues in plain sight within the book's dialogue. These clues ultimately prove meaningless to the characters in the book because they weren't meant for the characters. They were instead meant for the readers, to give them information they needed to find Felix. It is very weird. Anyway, Dirk figures all of this out and confronts the author. She gives him her butterfly necklace, and he uses all of this Indiana Jones style to unlock a secret key hidden in the bottom of an empty pool at the water park. The key unlocks the path to the secret Freddy's where Dirk finally finds Felix. And then Dirk dies by climbing into the tank with Felix because these characters always have to die in the stories. It's dumb, but you know, so be it. Anyway, you see what's so weird about all this, right? Out of nowhere, this story is talking about clues to a real-world location hidden inside inside of another book. Clues that are meaningless to the characters, but meaningful to the readers. Not only did this stand out to me as a suspiciously meta moment, but it also got me to immediately think about the previous Fazbear Frights installment, Prankster. You see, in preparation for the release of Felix the Shark, I wanted to refresh myself on all the previous stories. There are 33 of these things after all, it's a lot to keep track of. So I turned to another book, the recently released Ultimate Guidebook, which, if you don't know, has summaries of literally everything that's ever happened in the Freddy Fazbear universe, from the games to the books to the fan theories. Basically, if you're trying to catch up with the series quickly, it's definitely worth a read. And since this is the third and final addition to the book, one written by Scott Cawthon, you know that whatever is deemed most relevant for the lore is going to be called out within its pages. Anyway, each Fazbear Fright story has its own little summary page providing a general plot overview as well as a list of connections between the story and the games. Not everything here is useful, but it definitely gets you into the mindset of the authors, and it helps you see some of the connections that the stories were trying to make. Again, if it doesn't make the cut to appear in this book, you're likely barking down the wrong path. Likewise, if something is called out within these pages, it's at least worth considering when theory crafting. TLDR, as I was getting close to the end of my refresher course, I noticed this in the new lead section for the title story of Book 11, Prankster. Quote, some of the puzzle clues, such as Stinger Moot and Even More Frights, may have implications beyond the plot. Careful readers may want to give these scenes a second look. Implications beyond the plot, you say? Just like with Felix the Shark, it appears that the Ultimate Guide is also pointing us to meta clues within a different book. Clues that are meant for us, the readers, rather than for the characters in the story. So I went back to Prankster. In this story, the main character Jeremiah is trying to save his friends from a mysterious glitchy voice that's freed itself from a FNAF VR game that's being worked on at the company. Sounds pretty darn familiar. Along the way, he's presented with a series of riddles. Stinger Moot, which is an anagram of testing room. Give me one and I'll make more, each one like the one before. What am I? Your next clue contains Even More Frights. To get there, you just need to follow the lights. I see you're moving closer to your goal. Follow the lights to make things right, and for the key to find where your friends hide, roll up your sleeves and reach inside. Now, I've gone back and forth over these clues multiple times, but it felt like a lot of them were just pointing back to stuff that we'd already discussed in previous theories. The Give Me One and I'll Make More felt like a reference to the Glitch Trap cult, using FNAF VR's tapes to infect more playtesters. The Following the Lights clues maybe could be a reference to Princess Quest, where we have to light the lanterns to reveal the truth and eventually set Vanessa free, but none of this was new information. We've talked about all of this stuff in depth. Security Breach seemed to confirm some of this stuff, and to be honest, the connections I could make were speculative at best. I tried rearranging the letters and the anagrams, didn't really get anything interesting. I even considered that maybe the Stinger Moot and Even More Frights clues were literal. The stingers of the Fazbear Frights books were the epilogues about the Stitch Wraiths, so maybe if the stinger is moot, then the Stitch Wraith stuff is ultimately meaningless. Even More Frights might refer to the next set of books, Tales of the Pizzaplex. I mean, sure, that's a valid explanation, but it was speculation at best, and also pretty darn lame. Why would you go to all the trouble of hiding meta clues like this about stuff that feels ultimately underwhelming? These aren't really questions that people were asking themselves, you know? So, at least according to the Ultimate Guide, there's definitely something hidden inside of that Prankster story, and I'm not exactly sure what it is. But there was even more that was suspicious with Felix the Shark. You see, Dirk doesn't just find the secret Freddies thanks to written clues inside of a random book, there's also a very specific drawing in the middle of that book. Here's the full quote when describing the Dogged Dogmatist, the book where the hidden clues are from. Quote, the man's search for the creature was convoluted on the whole, but certain lines in the book went beyond convoluted. They just didn't make sense. Neither did the drawing in the middle of the book, an ornate and frilly sketch of what looked like butterflies and flowers. The drawing was never referred to in the book, and it couldn't be related to any of the story. Were the odd lines and drawings some kind of code? For what purpose? And that's not the only time drawings are brought up in this one story. There was yet another odd reference in Felix the Shark that jumped out to me. Quote again, I'd forgotten all about Freddy's, but yeah, now I remember. I loved the Freddy's coloring books. That's what started my drawing. Eventually I got tired of coloring and just drew the figures. Last year, the official FNAF coloring book released, which for a normal franchise would be a big ol' who cares moment. But here, where the biggest character reveals happened in a spin-off children's activity book, yeah, I wouldn't put anything past this franchise. So it felt strange to mention a real-world item for it only to mean nothing. So, of course, I bought myself the coloring book and the official How to Draw book. I went through the pages over and over and over again, but the only thing I was drawing was a blank. Seriously though, I couldn't find anything. Loads of cool pieces of artwork, like this twisted Chica that's only ever mentioned by name, but nothing major. I checked with black lights, I heated up a page or two to see if it would reveal some invisible ink. Nothing. Or at least nothing that I could find. And then it hit me. What if this wasn't about solving a mystery within the story, but instead something something bigger, something more real. The clues in Dirk's book didn't make any sense until you were in the right place at the right time. This could all be hinting at an ARG, where just like Dirk, if you find the location, suddenly the clues that people had been theorizing about for months start to fall into place. Which leads us to the final story of Felix the Shark, The Scoop. In this story, a young girl named Mandy is an online FNAF theorist. No joke, she even signs off one of her posts by saying, and I quote, "I can't share all my secret facts yet until I solve this game theory." Anyway, Mandy digs through the code of FNAF 3, literally FNAF 3 the game. It is mentioned explicitly, only to discover a hidden picture of a building. She tracks it down and she learns about a real-life missing children's incident. After a few nightmares where the spirit of the dead child appears, she ends up going to the location only to find an old animatronic bear giving off a nasty smell. Surprise, surprise, the kid was inside of there the whole time. Mandy is praised as a hero for finally finding the missing child, and she closes out her blog by saying, quote, "I will probably never know for certain how this mysterious building is connected to the FNAF universe. The only thing I am certain of is if the creator wanted us to know, I think he would tell us." Wow. Just wow. Feeling a bit attacked, not gonna lie, though in my defense, if we waited for Scott to tell us anything, we'd know next to nothing about this franchise's lore. Just saying. Anyway, outside of the heavy references in this story to theorists and the real-world game of FNAF 3, the weirdest thing about this one is that it contains a lot of specific details as to where the events of the story take place. 33 Fazbear Frights in, and no other story in the franchise features this level of detail. The cities, the street names, file names, locations of buildings, details that are seemingly inconsequential to the greater story, and in pretty much every other book would be skimmed over or kept vague. When Mandy finds this mysterious image in the game files, she traces it back to Utah. Yes, the actual US state. This fact is further solidified when Mandy's mom takes her on a business trip to Cedar City, a real city in Utah, to complete the investigation. Now this is where the trail starts to go cold, because what Mandy's looking for is an old cinema on Willowfield Road in Peace Valley, which after a lot of Google searches I can tell you just doesn't exist, at least not in Utah. However, in the story we do learn that Peace Valley is only 15 minutes on highway from Cedar City, so I looked up where you can drive to in 15 minutes from the center of Cedar City, and it turns out there's a very small town just to the south called Canaraville. So I hopped onto Google Street View to check out other details that the book mentioned, like the old cinema, which used to be a pizzeria, as well as having a post office on the corner. Unfortunately, neither of these things seem to exist in Canaraville. They do have a post office, and it's near a corner, but it's more like the middle of the street. And so shy of me buying a plane ticket to go to the middle of nowhere Utah myself, my options were once again drying up. So, okay, but what about the actual game? The game Mandy is playing is specifically called out to be FNAF 3. I wondered if Scott had maybe retroactively put a file into the game that maybe everyone's missed, so I went over to Steam and looked at the update logs, but the game hasn't been updated since April of 2015, and I very much doubt that Scott's been playing a 7-year-long con, especially since Into the Pit, the first Fazbear Frights book, didn't hit store shelves until December of 2019. But Mandy wasn't just playing FNAF 3, it's explicitly mentioned that she's playing the FNAF 3 mobile port. So I took a look at those update logs. Same situation. The game hasn't been updated since February of 2020. Now, we don't know when this story got cut in the 2 years of Fazbear Frights run, so it could have been in existence then, but I'll be honest, I do not have the elite hacker skills to bust open a mobile game to look for the files. And so, just like that, I was out of options, out of clues, out of ideas. Gotta be honest, I feel kinda defeated on this one. Weeks of looking through these books trying to find something that just wasn't clicking, and yet I couldn't shake it. The whole thing gave me some big Gravity Falls ARG vibes. For those of you who don't know, one of my favorite TV shows of all time, Gravity Falls, did this massive globe-spanning ARG back in 2016. It was a series that was all about hidden mysteries, ciphers, secret codes, complete with a book, much like the survival logbook, that you could buy that contained puzzles and secrets for the fan community to solve. And this ARG, launched after the conclusion of the show, tasked fans of the series from all corners of the map to work together in a quest that would eventually lead them to a statue of the show's villain, Bill Cipher, hidden out in the middle of the woods. Maybe FNAF was seeding out clues for something similar. Or maybe there were plans to do a similar sort of treasure hunt, but the plans got scrapped along the way. I can't be sure, but there were just too many weird details here that didn't seem to be mere coincidences. Regardless, I'd been bested, but that didn't mean I was done. The last time I felt like this was when the survival logbook released, but instead of giving up, I threw the clues that I'd noticed out to you guys, the Theorist community, to help me solve it, and you came through. We found Cassidy's name, a name that has since been confirmed by Scott himself. So here I am again at the end of my tether, asking you for help once more. It seems like something's here, but if it is, I can't figure it out on my own. Maybe you're a theorist from Utah and you know the locations I'm talking about. Maybe you do do know how to break open the files of a mobile game. Maybe you're as obsessed with this franchise as I am, and you too have the coloring book, and you notice something on those pages that I don't. We haven't let FNAF beat us yet, and we're sure as heck not gonna let it happen today. If you think you've gotten yourself some answers, or maybe just another lead, head on over to the Game Theorists subreddit to post your findings. I'm gonna be keeping a very close eye on this one, cause like you, I wanna see this franchise solved. Link is down in the description below to check out the Game Theorists subreddit. And speaking of what's below the video, one final reminder about the new Theoryware, which is available now. It's one of the biggest launches that we've done in terms of sheer number of items available, and I'm super excited to finally be showing it to you. Also, I'm just gonna say it, if you do want the lava lamp, which I think is gonna be our hottest seller, both literally and figuratively, buy that one today or tomorrow. I'm pretty sure that one will probably sell out in a day or two. And some of these others, like the emergency broadcast tee and the Data Hunter sweatshirt, if I were to guess, are gonna be close behind. So if you have a theory yourself and you want to show off your theorist pride while helping to support everything we do here on the channel, grab some of this new collection before it gets redacted from the record and hidden in an underground vault. Merch shelf with selected items is right below the video, and the full roster is available right now on Theoryware.com. Thank you again for your support with the merch, thank you again for helping me to solve this FNAF ARG, and thank you as always for watching. Remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. I'll see you next week. Quick quiz. What does this SpongeBob theory video and this mutant cow have in common? That's not a joke, by the way. It's a legitimate question. What could possibly unite this beefy blob with our yellow porous friend? Well, obviously they're parts of an alien conspiracy to clone frustrated online creators. Duh. YouTube is a strange place sometimes. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Project Nightmare Game Theory, the show that wants to see significant growth of that subscriber number. Actually, you know what? That's not true. It's an antiquated metric from an earlier time on the platform. YouTube knows at this point if you care about the channel or not, so you can just ignore that subscribe button down there. Seriously, do not touch it. No, stop it. Do not touch that subscribe button. Stop it. You clicked it, didn't you? A couple weeks ago, we started untangling the fleshy web of lies that is Happy Meat Farms, an ARG mystery that's hosted right here on YouTube.com. All of it posted on the channel. This place is not happy. Now, at first glance, HMF looks like any upstanding meat production company. Wide landscape shots of golden fields with grazing cows, business-friendly infographics promoting their services, corporate welcome videos full of one-frame jump scares and hidden passwords. You know, the usual. You see, once you start peeling back the layers of encrypted codes hidden within both the YouTube channel and its associated website, you find a world of horrific scientific experimentation, deformed animals, human testing, all of it tied to some kind of alien overlord simply known as Mother. Last video, we began our quest to expose this alien conspiracy, gaining access to the website's employee portal and learning that the latest human trial, H0027, mutated too far, managing to escape from the Happy Meat Farm containment facility. So, with a hyper-intelligent monster on the loose and Mother growing increasingly hungry, we found ourselves looking through a second video frame by frame to uncover a new access code, the password to the company's R&D webpage. So let's jump back into this cursed company website to figure out what's really going on, shall we? As soon as you land on the R&D page, you'll notice that we aren't in Kansas anymore. The soft colors of the employee and customer-facing pages are ripped away, replaced with just plain white text over a black background. By looking at the page, we can actually see that the R&D department is currently working on two major projects. The first is one that we're already familiar with, Project Chimera. This is what we've been seeing via the leaked footage over on YouTube. Experiments meant to increase the amount of living biomass in an animal so it can be sent to Happy Meat Farms HR. They do this by injecting some sort of foreign DNA into the test subjects. Where's that DNA from? Unclear, because the text has been redacted. It would seem like not even upper-level employees are able to get this classified information. However, if you highlight that white redacted text, it actually reveals what's written there. Why is no one good at their jobs? Anyway, it reveals that this DNA has come from none other than Mother herself. It's her DNA that seems to be causing the extreme growth, increased intelligence, and also overwhelming aggression that we've been witnessing in these test subjects. Under the project summary, there's also an incident report which provides some additional detail on the escaped subjects that we've learned about through the YouTube videos. While the first two, an acidic chicken and spider cow, have been contained, human subject H0027 is still at large. According to the report, during their escape, H0027 stole files from the main server, likely meant to expose the company. My guess? The missing files are the videos that have been uploaded to YouTube, and H0027 is the voice that we hear at the end of that second leaked tape. The other ongoing R&D project listed here is Project Vulnerability, an effort to introduce diseases into the population using intentionally contaminated meat products. These diseases are intended to create weakness in the population that Mother can later exploit to create her so-called New World Order. And that's about it. Gotta admit, for being 2 layers deep, I expected a bit more. That said, we still haven't broken into the most secretive area of them all, HR. I mean, that's the place where all the successful experiments go, and the place they never return from, so something's gotta be going on over there. Who knows, maybe even Mother itself. Luckily, subject H0027 gave us a final leaked video on the This Place Is Not Happy YouTube page. Happy Meat Farm's HR orientation video. Perfect! Finally, we get ourselves a sneak peek behind the padlocked steel doors. In the video, we're told that there are 3 rules every HR employee has to follow. Don't touch anything, don't look at anything, which is weird because the rest of the video is a tour of the HR department specifically asking us to look at things, and finally, have fun. Great to be in a positive work environment. The HR building looks to be abandoned. However, on the tour, we see all the things that you'd expect. Desks, lackluster birthday decorations, rabid mutant dogs. They even have a creepy IT guy named Jared who works out of the industrial refrigerator. Like I said, all the normal office stuff. Of course, there's some unusual things here too. A room full of hair, walls of flesh, mouse traps lining the walls, and finally, the tour ends with us getting to dine alongside the big boss woman herself, Mother. So it seems like that's Happy Meat Farm's primary goal, using all the successful biomass experiments to feed this giant tentacled monstrosity. Quick side note, is this technically cannibalism? I mean, her own DNA is being used to make these creatures grow. Does that count as eating yourself? I can only eat things that literally have a part of me inside of them. That is a weird dietary restriction, I gotta say. Then again, who am I to judge? I don't really like mushrooms. So who's the real weird one here? I guess it's just reassuring to know that she approves of her own product. We're told once again that Mother is pleased before we cut back to a video of Ramona Bynes, head of Happy Meat Farm, thanking us for our support. Except something goes wrong. The video distorts and we hear a voice tell us, "It's not me." Now this is huge. By using the identifying word me, it informs us of 2 things. First, that we shouldn't believe that the woman on screen, Ramona, is what she says. That somehow she's a clone of Ramona. And secondly, that H0027, the person speaking to us through these leaked videos, she isn't just any volunteer employee, she's Ramona Bynes herself. It's not the only evidence pointing towards that conclusion either. When the deformed dogs are shown during the HR video, we see "I never wanted this to happen" appear within on-screen glitches. A sentiment that's completely in line with Ramona's original goal of creating a farm that gives animals the best quality of life. Later, when we visit the Pink Room, a recreation of a child's bedroom, the name Ramona is posted over the bed. But H0027 comments here, how did they get every detail right? This is Ramona's childhood bedroom. And for H0027 to know that the details were all correct, it means that she has to be the real Ramona. She was captured by her own company, she was experimented on, and then mutated beyond recognition, only to be replaced by some sort of a clone, an exact replica so that no one would notice that she had gone missing. Luckily, this real Ramona did manage to escape, grabbing the video evidence off the servers to expose their plot. And that's not all that we see by going slowly through this video. Further examination reveals pink letters that are written on the walls throughout the HR department, WF71A, which gives us a password and access to the final employees only section, HR. On this page, we primarily learn about the 3rd and final Happy Meat Farm initiative, Project Nightmare. We're told that Mother's apparently had a bunch of kids over the years, mazel tov to her, and that these children are the reason that Happy Meat Farm needs hosts. It's left vague, but the children need to digest something from each host in order to reach their final form. Only then can the mother and children share the digested stuff and then be reconnected. There's just one catch though. We're told that these children can't just take over by force. They have to be willingly handed control by the host. That's where Project Nightmare comes in. A series of psychological torture that's meant to weaken a host and make them more compliant. The hair room, the flesh room, all part of the nightmare. But what exactly is being digested here? What is all of that redacted text? If they've already broken down the will and identity of the host, what else is there to give? And what does any of this have to do with reconnecting with Mother? Well, loyal theorists, that's where the SpongeBob conspiracy finally comes in. Right at the start of all of this, on the very first page of the HMF website, there's a small blurb that mentions Happy Meat Farm's sponsored sponsoring up-and-coming online creators. And these aren't just random made-up names like Ramona Bynes. These are actual real-world creators with actual real-world channels and videos that you can watch right now. Channels like The Cynical Critic, filmmaker Wesley Harold, Conspiracy Carl, and of course, the SpongeBob guy, Alex Bale.
Happy Meat Farms is an animal farming company that offers a variety of different delicious meat products.
It seems like they're connected to this entire Happy Meat Farm conspiracy, but how? What exactly is going on here? To date, Alex Bale's released 9 SpongeBob theories, and they start largely how you'd expect. Well-crafted deep dives into the lore of SpongeBob, looking at the exact sort of stuff that we'd cover in a typical episode. Or the characters the result of atomic testing. Is this all part of an underwater documentary? Why are there multiple rulers of the sea? But from theory number 3 onward, we start to see a much bigger story start to unfold. At moments throughout the video, Alex begins talking to a monster hiding in the shadows of his garage. A fleshy tentacle monster that he calls the Muse.
Great, glad we're on the same page. You know, I'm sorry about all the shouting and the craziness. You know, I don't have anything against you personally. I think if we just communicated better, we could have, you know, avoided a lot of the issues that we were having. I'm glad we finally have an understanding.
And we see that this title of Muse is very appropriate for the creature. This thing in the shadows is the one that's providing him with the SpongeBob theories. Can we get one of those? One of those Muse things? Because having someone just deliver the scripts to us on a silver platter would be pretty sweet. However, the Muse doesn't do it for free. It requires feeding, specifically raw meat. Yeah, about the Muse thing I was just talking about, still totally worth it. Buy a bunch of meat at the grocery next time you're there. So at this point, you know I gotta call it out. A monster that hides in the shadows, has long fleshy tentacles, and requires large amounts of raw meat to sustain itself. Now, why would that possibly sound familiar? And while some of us would welcome a script delivering meat monster in their garage, Alex apparently sees things differently. It's clear that he isn't exactly thrilled by the arrangement.
No, this is not what I wanted, okay? This isn't worth it. We are done.
My boy, we both know you can't go back now.
Okay, this is the last time, and then I want you out of this house.
Not only do we see this in the narrative moments of the videos themselves, but his cry for help is even hidden in the channel's banner. That might look like just a black image, but good theorists know that black images are always worth checking. By cranking up the exposure, you can see the words, "Don't feed the Muse." Ladies and gentlemen, we're not down on the farm anymore. This is a whole separate related ARG dedicated to the Muse takeover. He's trapped by it, forced to make more and more SpongeBob theories despite his creative frustrations, and he's not alone. YouTube channel banners have to be made to fit all different devices that you might want to watch on, so what you see by watching on mobile or desktop is just a tiny fragment of the complete image on there. There's a much bigger image that exists that no one ever really gets to see unless they're watching the channel on a television, and even then, I don't know if I've ever actually found it used on a television. Anyway, pulling the entire banner image is a bit of a hassle. You have to go into the source code and then find the lines about 2120 wide TV banners, then you gotta fix the URL manually. But anyway, if you manage to do all of that with Alex's banner image, you actually get yourself a second secret message hidden there outside of the typical line of view. They are everywhere. Loyal theorists, there's more than one Muse, but if they're out there, where are they? Before Alex's 5th SpongeBob theory, he uploaded a short horror film called Late Night Snack. It did fine, 200,000 views, which is great, at least until you compare it with the SpongeBob theories that can get upwards of 10 million views. To add insult to injury, another YouTube channel, The Cynical Critic, real name Mark Mayhew, did a review on that very short, digging into how bad it was and really pushing for Alex to just stick to the SpongeBob theory stuff that he's good at.
Alex, go back to making SpongeBob theory videos. No one wants to see your awful horror films.
Admittedly, it's a really harsh review, but if you stay to watch the whole review until the end, you start to notice black liquid dripping from the ceiling vent. The same black liquid that we see appear in Alex's 5th SpongeBob theory. Black goo that comes from a Muse. So it would seem that the Cynical Critic also has himself a Muse in the background. And wait, wasn't Mark also one of the creators that was sponsored by Happy Meat Farm? Now you start to see how these puzzle pieces come together. During the Cynical Critic's responding to hate comments video, we see a brief flash of his Gmail account. Based on the subject lines in the email previews, we get basically this character's entire backstory. It explains that his mother has lost her health insurance and can't afford to pay it. He also appears to have had a falling out with his business partner, Anthony, because he started to lean heavily into clickbait and aggressively negative videos. It's almost like someone, or something, has given him advice on how to make his channel more successful. And wouldn't you know it, one email later, it's a receipt meat for a bunch of raw meat. Looks like someone ignored the warnings and fed the muse. Shortly after that, we see a notice that Anthony has disappeared, before finally, the big stuff. Happy Meat Farm emails wanting a sponsorship. Forget your best friend's untimely disappearance. It is all about that moolah, baby. Hashtag spawn. The story becomes even more explicit with his final upload, Why 1313 Paradox Street is an instant classic. Here, Mark's reviewing a short film that was produced by, who knew, HMF Entertainment. Happy Meat Farm is at it again. In this video, we see the cynical critic trying to escape the muse, only for the muse to say this.
He was being a bad friend. He serves a better purpose now.
He belongs to Mother now, and so will you.
A tentacle launches out from the darkness and grabs him. We cut to a smiling, cynical critic ending his video, black liquid dripping from his nose. And while I could tell you what you're seeing here, I might as well just show it to you. If you stop the video at 7 minutes and 9 seconds, you find the answer. Hidden text that reads, Phase 3 complete, host assimilated, begin digestion, awaiting reconnection. And you see, this is Project Nightmare. Hosts being targeted and manipulated by these muses, who then go on to manipulate other hosts. Mark, the cynical critic, is broken down by the pressure to earn money while his mother struggles with medical bills. He kills his partner in a disagreement. The guilt and pressure that he's feeling ultimately push him into willingly giving up to the monster. And in the end, he's left there on camera as a smiling, posing corpse, responsible for churning out new content. It's the exact same thing that we saw happen with Ramona Bynes, original founder of HMF. They're consumed, digested, assimilated, and cloned, made into a smiling, talking head for the camera. A smiling head that then turns the attack onto someone else. That's why Mark's reviews openly attack and antagonize Alex Bale. It's psychological warfare. The muse is trying to break down Alex, get him to succumb. It's Project Nightmare. And despite resisting for a long time, even Alex succumbs. In his 9th SpongeBob conspiracy theory, the final shot is of him being consumed, literally eaten by a replica of himself. Except what we know of Alex is gone. Only the SpongeBob guy remains. Now, these sorts of messages and mini mysteries are hidden throughout both Alex and Cynical Critic's videos, of course, but also on other channels too. Conspiracy Carl, Paradox 1313, Sonic the Blue Rat, the list goes on and on. Some of them require ciphers, others require you to match the words in the script with the numbers that appear on screen, but all of them refer to these phases, making the hosts compliant, planting spores, eventual digestion, just like we read about on the Happy Meat Farm's website. And speaking of that website, if you still weren't convinced that these two ARGs were connected, I decided to check the website banner for Happy Meat Farms just like I did for Alex Bale's channel. And guess what I found? Behind where the text box usually is, there was a mutant cow and the word muse written across it, clear as day. Boom! Case closed, theorists. These YouTubers are 100% being digested by mothers, children, the muses. So, knowing what we know now, I ask again, what is being digested exactly? I'm supposing it's passion, creativity, maybe some level of ethics. These creators, for various reasons, sought fame and fortune, but wound up turning to creatively unfulfilling clickbait content. They got their success, but the grind of audiences only being interested in one specific type of content has caused them to become lost, replaced with a soulless clone who's successful, but really is just a shadow of their former self, making lifeless videos not because they want to, but because it's all anyone else seems to care about. All of it in service of a greater, powerful monster, the YouTube mother. With one final upload coming in 2023 to end the Muse saga, I suspect it's gonna be a bittersweet conclusion. Sure, Alex is gonna manage to get past his muse and take control back of the channel for himself, but that doesn't mean it's gonna be a happy ending. YouTube and the algorithm are still gonna remain. Happy Meat Farm and Mother are still gonna be there, finding new hosts, new creators that are gonna make the content that they want to push on the platform, stuff that they can put higher paying ads on in order to feed their insatiable appetites. Will the viewers still stick around for the content that he wants to make, defying the algorithm? That's the question he's gonna ask, and that's the answer we'll have to see. So theorists, if you take anything away from this episode, it's that we all have our own part to play in this. Sure, we can point fingers at YouTube and the algorithm, blaming them for empty, lifeless content, but those systems feed off of us, the viewers. We tell those programs what we watch, unless we're talking about shorts, in which case that was forced onto us. Anyway, if one of your favorite creators tries to make something new, give it a go, watch it, support them. The first time is gonna be a little rough, but by supporting them, we allow them to to keep going, to hone that idea into something incredible. You want proof? It's right here in these two ARGs. I mean, they've been a wild ride. The puzzles, the story, the message, all of it absolutely fantastic, but it is very different from what people expect of Alex's usual content. As time's gone on though, and he's received support for it, you can literally see the quality, the puzzles, the story all getting better. So do your part and at least try to support the creators that you love, whatever they decide to do, because you never know what awesome story you might get out of it. And Alex, go and win this one for humanity, buddy. I'm looking forward to the big conclusion to all of this. I'm sure there's gonna be plenty of meat on the bone for me to chew on. Or, you know, if you get bored, you could always do more SpongeBob theories over here. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. If you're already subscribed to the channel, thanks. It is great to see so many people invested in what we do here over at Theorists. So I'd like to repay you by helping you guys invest in other brands, more specifically their stocks. And it's all thanks to today's sponsor, Public.com. I don't know about you, but it feels like everywhere I look these days, I'm constantly being reminded about the stock market. Some online controversy kicks off, we're told that the stocks for those brands are going down. Elon Musk makes a tweet, suddenly every news tuber is telling us that the stocks are going up. I mean, watching Mark Zuckerberg turn Meta into a trash fire of burning cash is probably the internet's best programming these days. But while we may be constantly exposed to those stock market shifts, it actually makes the idea of investing in stocks that much more intimidating. That is real money that you're putting on the line. I was scared to join the stock market for years, but you see, that's where Public.com can actually help, because they're an investment platform that helps people be better investors. The key word there is help. They want to educate and inform everyday people to make smart investment decisions. That's why they allow you to follow other investors so you can make educated decisions by watching other people before you decide to pull the trigger. I'm on there, just search for @MatpatGT and you can see what trends I'm choosing to follow. And using the information from me and everyone else on Public, you'll be able to make smart decisions about what stocks you want to support. So if you want to get started, then Public.com has got a surprise for you. If you go to Public.com/Matpat, MATPAT, or you just click the link in the top line of the description and create an account, you'll get a free stock that is worth up to $300. And I'm sure that some of you out there are saying, Matpat, I wish you told me about this deal sooner. I've been trading stocks somewhere else. Well, don't worry about that one, friends, because Public.com's got you covered there too. For a limited time, when you sign up, you can get up to $10,000 when you transfer your account from another brokerage, depending on the amount. So not only can you get up to $300 worth of free stock just for signing up, but you can also have a chance of getting up to $10,000 if you're moving your account from somewhere else. And you get to keep all your current investments. That is a win-win-win as far as I'm concerned. So there's really no reason not to go head on over to Public.com/Matpat or just check out the description down below to create your account today. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory and page 20 of our final FNAF timeline. This is getting ridiculous. Last time we covered William Afton's rise as a serial killer, how the loss of his young son in 1983 caused him to make one fateful promise that would ultimately serve as his driving force for decades. I will put you back together. Fueled by grief and obsession, Afton would lose himself in work and drinks. One night in a fit of rage, he lashes out against Henry's young daughter Charlie, his first murder. This moment becomes the first domino to fall in a long sequence of events that ultimately destroys William's life and the lives of those around him. That one murder gives Afton a taste for blood, resulting in the deaths of 10 more children across 2 different pizzerias. Those children go on to possess animatronics, giving Afton his first exposure to Remnant and the potential solution for bringing his son back to life. The need to learn more about this miraculous power leads him to produce the Funtime animatronics, as well as their capture devices, robots designed to bring kids to him for experimentation and collection of more Remnant. Except there was one thing that he didn't account for: his daughter's curiosity. He made the robots too appealing, and it would cost him Elizabeth's life. Now with 2 children to put back together, Afton was more desperate and crazed than ever, returning to defunct pizzerias to steal the possessed metal still living inside their walls. What he didn't account for, though, were the ghosts, forcing him to pay for the sins of his past. When last we left him, William was spring-locked, bleeding to death behind a secret wall. Gone, but certainly not forgotten, as we're about to see in today's video. Today we're finishing up chapter 2 of our story, wrapping up the Afton era. Over the next 6 pages, we switch our focus to the other main character of the franchise, Mike, a young boy dealing with the fallout of a stupid childhood decision with tragic consequences. A young man whose life is best described as collateral damage, caught in the blast radius of William's whirlwind of destruction. Now, before we begin, let me just rip off the band-aid now. We won't be finishing the timeline today. I know, I'm sorry, I wanted to, but covering FNAF VR, AR, and Security Breach wound up taking me an additional 9 pages of script. And I've already made you wait long enough for this part, so I just had to make the executive call to break this one up into 2. Don't worry, that part is already written, it is already recorded, it is just in the process of being edited. It is a hefty episode. So mark it on your calendar, that one's actually going to be going live on March 25th. It's also coming complete with a live talk back where we go back over everything from the past couple episodes, as well as having ourselves some very special guests. So overall, that one should be a lot of fun. Fair warning though, the conclusions we've reached that solve Security Breach, they are controversial. I feel good about them. Like, I think that we've locked in on a lot of the answers here, but they're gonna raise a lot of discussion. Let's just say that you're either gonna love that episode or hate it. I don't really think there's gonna be much in between on that one. Anyway, without any further ado, let's cover a chunk of the timeline that's a lot less controversial. Let's meet Mike. William still wasn't back. Weird. Michael knew his father sometimes traveled for work, disappearing for days on end, but usually there was some sort of notice, a phone call, a post-it, something. It's not like Michael and his father were close, far from it, but as a household of 2 suffering men coping with years of tragedy and loss, there was at least some element of communication between the 2 of them. They were united by a name and a shared pain. This time though, things felt different. William had left nothing. His absence was longer. There were no check-ins, no updates, just silence. Something had happened. If there was one thing Michael knew about his father, it was that he had contingencies, safety checks, backup plans. His father was a careful and guarded man. He held his cards close to his chest, and as such, William had prepared him in the event that something like this ever happened. Normally, his father kept his home office locked, but in the event of an unexpected, prolonged absence, Michael had been instructed to enter his father's office and look behind an empty set of shelves mounted in the corner of the room. Rolling his eyes, Michael entered the office. He never fully understood how William was able to spend so many hours of his days locked up in here. There was just nothing to do. Most of this place was empty. He dragged himself over to the shelf in the corner, expecting to find an emergency contact list, a family safety deposit box. But what he actually found there was completely unexpected.
Father, it's me, Michael. I did it. I found it. It was right where you said it would be.
The shelf swung open and revealed a giant industrial elevator, one that led straight down into an underground bunker. But that was impossible. Hidden inside his childhood home was a secret entrance to an enormous underground science lair? It didn't make any sense. Seriously, it didn't make any sense. And yet, here it was, mapped directly underneath the floor plan of the house that he'd grown up in, lost his brother in, been tortured in. Michael thought that he'd known his father, a prideful, sad, angry man with petty everyday problems, but clearly he'd been living with a stranger this entire time. His father had secrets. Suddenly, the days of William being locked inside of his office made sense. He'd been here the entire time. Where was here, though? Was this Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals? The Circus Baby restaurant always did seem to be a deeply personal project for father. A failure of his that cut unusually deep, especially after that first location had to be closed prematurely due to the gas leaks. After that day, father really did seem to change, to lose himself even more in his work. Clearly, the entrance he had found was some sort of secret back way into the facility, one that required crawling through vents to navigate. His father had been working here, but in secret. Why? And that's when he found her. At the end of the facility, Circus Baby, his father's pride and joy. Except something was different about her. She wasn't like the others. The way she talked, the stories she told. This wasn't just a robot. She was alive somehow. And not only was she alive, she also felt familiar.
There is something bad inside of me. I'm broken. I can't be fixed. Will you help me?
Was this his sister? William's baby girl? But how? Why? What was this place? He dug around some old files and found blueprints outlining the features of these animatronics. Storage containers, voice mimicking, parental tracking. And was that a child in Freddy's stomach? Was his father collecting and experimenting experimenting on kids? Were all the rumors that he'd heard throughout his past actually true? That the animatronics came to life at night? That there were murders done in all the pizzerias? That his father had somehow been the prime suspect in all of it? Suddenly, Michael's mind flashed back to his persistent nightmares throughout his childhood. Had he been experimented on too? Tears stung in his eyes as anger, fear, and confusion filled his body. His father's secrets were pouring out. William wasn't just a lame, overworked father. He was a monster, toying with life itself. Suddenly, everything clicked. He frantically looked around the room, blinking human heads on poles staring back at him. Green eyes, his sister. Blue eyes, his brother. Closed eyes, his mom. All just staring, expectantly. These were meant to be human. William was working down here trying to make believable humans, literally rebuilding the family that they had both lost. The small little girl robots with their British accents roaming the hallways of this underground facility suddenly took on a whole new context.
Hello in there. Is it the same person?
Were those meant to be his sister? A replacement for her? A clone? Was William building clones of his sister? They seemed to know him, after all, to react to his presence.
They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
He always did have a bit of a resemblance to his father. Michael's mind reeled as the reality of his world crumbled to dust. No, he had to get them out of there. If this really was his sister, heck, if any of these things were human, souls, whatever remnant of the humans that they once were, they needed to be rescued.
They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here.
Led by the voice of Circus Baby, he marched through the now empty halls of the Funtime Auditorium. He would lead them. He would protect them. And finally, he would be able to forgive himself for the killing of his brother so many years.
You are in the scooping room now. The scooper only hurts for a moment.
Scooper? That violent extraction arm? Michael had seen that one in the pile of blueprints. Something about heat rendering the magical silver metal inside useless. In reality, prior to getting himself spring-locked and put behind the wall, William's methods had become increasingly sophisticated, with a mechanized arm that could infuse new bodies with a soul. William could finally give and take away life. The only thing he needed were the bodies. But William wasn't the only one looking for bodies, as Michael was about to learn.
But if we looked like you, then we could hide. If we looked like you, then we would have somewhere to go.
Michael was going to be the hero to help these animatronics, all right. He was going to help the haunted tubes and wires of these animatronics escape, just not in the way that he anticipated. His sister had lied to him, another game of pretend. The scooper plowed forward, digging its extraction arm into his body. As he heard his bones ripping through his flesh, Michael blacked out.
But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not.
For the next several months, Michael's life was not his own. He was forced to comply with the tangle of wires and spirits that lived inside of him. His body felt like an overfilled balloon begging to burst as day by day, week by week, his flesh began to sag and discolor. He was a walking, talking, rotting corpse, alive, but wishing he wasn't. He was a puppet, a walking shell. And while he did his best to conceal his fate, there was only so much a man filled with robot spaghetti could do. The entity in his innards would eventually leave, but by that point, the damage had been done. His decaying flesh stank, turning him into a literal purple guy. But still, even with no bones, even with rotting purple flesh and begging to die, Michael continued to live. That silvery metal remnant injected by the scooper meant that he couldn't die. His anger also refused to die. What he had seen down there in his sister's location had rocked him to his core. His father had killed and captured dozens. His experiments had killed his sister and then tortured him throughout all his childhood. He was actively trying to build human replicants. He didn't know where his father was, but Michael knew that he was out there somewhere.
I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
Michael had to correct for the sins of his father. He had to make things right. Michael would burn Fazbear Entertainment to the ground. I mean, what else could you do when your skin was permanently purple? Michael's strategy was simple. He would apply for night security guard positions at the old defunct pizzeria locations. That way, no one ever had to see him or smell him during his shift. And all these old, shuttered locations did need guards. Teenage vandals and squatters were always looking to get inside these abandoned buildings, and yet no one ever really wanted to work an overnight graveyard shift unless they were practically out of options. Enter Enter Mike. One by one, he would take on the job of security guard, changing his name each time to ensure that no one was able to follow his paper trail. Once inside, he could tamper with the animatronics and figure out how they worked, writing about his experiences in his security logbook. While there, he would listen to the old tapes where upper management awkwardly welcomed new recruits to their summer jobs, even though he was working there nowhere near the summer months. He heard the gory details of his father's franchise from the outsiders looking in, confused and afraid about what was happening in the walls around them. Sometimes he would see his brother in the form of the Golden Freddy suit. It's me appearing on the walls around him. Except now, there was something else there. He was no longer alone. Another angrier presence was also in the suit, as if two spirits were forced to share the same body. And Golden Freddy would attack him now. It was aggressive. Its vengeance wanted to lash out at anyone with the Afton name, anyone who wore a security guard outfit. Over time, Mike worked his way through the old restaurants, the original pizzeria, the bigger, better Freddy Fazbear's. He spent weeks there looking for clues as to his father's whereabouts, and each time at the end of his week shift, he would then set the location on fire. Remnant can't survive high temperatures after all. So burning away whatever spirit-laden animatronics that still existed inside seemed like a winning strategy. All this revisiting of his past, though, was causing the nightmares to begin again. Hallucinations that brought him back to his childhood. The guilt around killing his brother. His dreams were oddly mixed with the shrill phone calls of the security guards. But it would all be worth it in the end. The goal was to eventually stumble across the one location, the one job that would finally reunite him with his father. Little did Mike know that that day would come sooner than he expected. 2023, an advertisement came across Mike's TV. Fazbear Frights, a new horror attraction inspired by the awful crimes that occurred around Freddy Fazbear's Pizza so many years ago. It made Mike sick. People looking to make a quick buck off the tragedy of others, off his own family. This wasn't a joke or entertainment. Regardless, he had to be a part of it. If this team was combing through his family's history, they might stumble across something that could be useful. And if his father was truly still alive as he suspected, there would be no way that he wouldn't show up here. Maybe finally this could be the final chapter in his family's marathon of tragedy. Mike applied for the job and was immediately handed the keys. Years of doing this had taught him that security guards rarely receive thorough security checks. They also liked how creepy Mike looked. They thought it was a costume, on theme for the job. What little they knew.
Hey, glad you came back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
For weeks, there was nothing. But just as Mike considered giving up, he received the call that he'd been waiting for years.
You're not gonna believe this. We found one. A real one.
Could this finally be him? Sure enough, there he was. William inside his iconic golden Bonnie Springlock suit, only now it was green and decaying with age. And there they were, a small family of broken men finally reunited. It's been a long time, Dad. Mike had always struggled with the phantoms of his past haunting him, but now all the animatronics he'd encountered over the past months, hopping from pizzeria to pizzeria, suddenly sprang to life, their burned faces haunting him as he tried to keep track of his father on the cameras. It would seem that William's mere presence had put the spirits on high alert. Ultimately, they were harmless, more annoying than anything else, but there was one that felt different from the others, one that was more than just a mere phantom, the security puppet. If he looked at the cameras at just the right moment, he could see it floating there through the halls. He could even see its reflection in the water pooled on the ground. It would seem like he wasn't the only one there on a mission. While he was dealing with Springtrap, Michael assumed that this one was likely dealing with the spirits of this place, finally setting them to rest. Hopefully this means a happier day for all of us, Mike thought to himself. And in that moment, he felt the air around him release, like pressure being let out of a bottle. The building sighed, as if 5 spirits had finally been allowed to move on. He had the sense that his brother was a part of them. He rigged the wiring inside the building to misfire, and the dry, desiccated walls erupted in flames. It is finished. Except, it was not. Somehow, through sheer force of will, Afton remained. He had survived, and Mike would need to find a new way of finishing off his father. Luckily, the solution would present itself later that year. Not from Mike, but from another victim that had been left in his father's wake.
We're talking about becoming a Fazbear Entertainment franchisee. Restaurant ownership and management. Something almost anyone can do with a limited degree of success. You are now the face of the newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Fazbear Entertainment as a brand had been closed for years. William had been stuck in a suit and a wall. The only person who legally could bring the franchise back was Henry, but he'd largely pulled out of the franchise around the time of his father's disappearance. Something was up. Surely this had to be some kind of a trick, right? Mike, doing what he did best, applied for a franchise and immediately got the job. There was just one thing out of the ordinary. Paragraph 4.
If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
No employment contract he'd ever signed required him to keep special lookout for independently moving animatronics outside the restaurant. Now he knew something was up here. Henry was luring them all back. Rather than trying to go to them, like Mike had done for years, Henry was doing the opposite. He was putting them all under the same roof. He was finishing them off for good. Mike knew this wasn't meant to be a restaurant. It was meant to be a prison, a containment vessel, a locked box meant to trap them all in so they could finally end the madness. It took a few nights, but eventually everyone was there. His father, the puppet, the robot spaghetti that had once violated his body, and his sister, now hopelessly devoted to serve the man that had once gotten her killed. It was time. He had been instructed to seal the doors and leave, but while he locked everything down, he didn't move on. If this was truly meant to be the end, if the remnant needed to be washed away, he needed to be a part of that.
This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you, although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace and perhaps more waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
And with that, it was over. The Afton legacy died with all of them trapped inside of a literal box. As the flames danced around the office, Mike, for the first time in decades, was happy. But William wasn't gone yet. Although the darkest pit of hell was open and waiting for him, something or someone wouldn't allow him to move on. Instead, he found himself locked in moments from his past. The pizzeria, his son's room, his underground bunker. It was as if his brain's neurons were all firing at once, overloaded, mixing and matching all his biggest fears, regrets, failures. What was this place? How did he get here? He called out into the silence. Then they started coming. Without warning, animatronics, both new and old, began to jump out at him, bite him, rip him limb from limb. The pain was immeasurable. Make it stop. Make it stop. William, for the first time, longed for death, an end to this torture. Just as it felt like he couldn't take it anymore, everything was quiet again. It was as if the world had been reset. There was a brief moment of quiet, and then the onslaught began again. Dozens of faces from his past all focused on him. A waking nightmare that he couldn't escape from. More pain, more ripping. It was his own personal hell, but why? Why couldn't he just die? And then he saw them, a group of characters he never thought he'd see again. Those janky, stolen characters that had started everything. The mediocre melodies. It had all started to go wrong once they showed up, once Henry had made them. But mixed in with their obnoxious southern drawls, William heard something else. It was barely a whisper, but he could just make out the words.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
That voice. He knew that voice, but from where?
Greetings from the fire, and from the one you should not have killed.
The one he shouldn't have killed. William thought back. He'd done a lot of awful things, but there was always the one that stood out. Not Charlie, his drunken act of revenge. Not Susie, his first true murder, no. Instead, it was the one that he had lost control with. The one that he had broken beyond repair for no good reason other than because he could. The one that he'd stuffed inside the golden bear that his partner used to wear. Cassidy. They were back, and now they were trying to punish him, to make him suffer like he'd made them suffer. It was almost like William and Cassidy's souls had been locked together, fused by a collective rage and spite, each refusing to move on. But while Cassidy was so focused on taking revenge, they actually did the one thing that would be the downfall for so many others. They kept William alive. Even though fire should have destroyed the remnant that was coursing through his being, Cassidy kept William breathing, paving the way for his escape. William's will was so strong, his soul so powerful that he managed to put a part of himself inside the circuitry that housed the spring-lock suit. And there, his consciousness lay, inside a single circuit board, waiting for someone to find him and set him free. A person that no one would suspect. Okay, so a bit of a shorter chunk, but an important one as we shift perspectives to Mike and tell his side of the story. And with FNAF VR, AR, and Security Breach having so much to explain, I didn't want to rush through things by trying to cram it all in here. Don't worry, I know you've all been patient. The final video is happening on March 25th. That is locked, it is getting ready to go. Trust me, I want this thing to be over and done with as much as you. I am not just stretching it out for the views. But before we wrap up for the day, I did want to talk about the big Orville elephant in the room, Mike's quest for revenge. You might have noticed that I was vague about the dates, and there's a good reason for that. I don't know him. There is no good way for me to make them fit in. Here's what I do know. We know with a high amount of certainty that Michael Afton is the character that we play as up until Ultimate Custom Night. Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith, the security guards for FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 respectively, get fired for, quote, tampering with the animatronics and odor. So weird connection between the two of them, right? But now, look at the Phantom animatronics that are haunting us in FNAF 3. They use models from both FNAF 1 and FNAF 2, meaning whoever is sitting in that security guard chair, Fazbear Frights, they have to have seen both locations and their animatronics. And that's not all. Their designs are burnt. It's a weird detail in the game, and it's something that the character encyclopedia repeatedly calls attention to. The burned texture for these Phantom animatronics. Why is that so unusual though? Fazbear Frights is the first time in the franchise that we hear about anything burning down. From that point on in the story, it's like the characters turn pyro and are suddenly setting fires left and right. But for the first 3 games, nothing ever catches fire. The animatronics are just moved or repurposed in some way. So when did they burn? And why would our security guards see them as being burned? Someone has to have been going location to location, setting these places on fire, purging the sins of the past. We know we're definitely playing as Mike and Sister Location in FNAF 6 based on the in-game dialogue. And in FNAF 4, there's an Easter egg where we can hear the phone call from Night 1 of FNAF 1, meaning that whoever's in that bedroom has heard the recording as a security guard. We also know that Mike has seen the nightmare animatronics based on his drawings in the security logbook. So overall, there is solid evidence that connects all of FNAFs 1 through 6. You'll also notice how the character encyclopedia doesn't have a page for Mike Afton. This thing has a page for Chocolate Bunny Bonnie, but not Michael. Some tells me they don't want us to confirm how many games he's been in, because that would confirm too much of the theory. In short, this gives us an incredibly compelling and complete narrative. Mike as our protagonist and William, his father, as our antagonist. Mike accidentally kills his brother in Fredbear's mouth, which begins our story and sets William down his pathway of destruction. Mike is then haunted by the guilt of his past and is looking to make things right across the rest of the games. In Sister Location, he learns what his father's been up to and realizes what he has to do to correct it. After failing to finish the job in FNAF 3, he ultimately helps Henry end it all in FNAF 6. It is great. It is a clean narrative. There is just one problem: timing. Mike's quest can't really start until he's been down to Sister Location, seen Baby, and gotten himself scooped. That's when he finds out about Afton's secret life. It's also when he's gonna start to smell, because, you know, he's a walking, talking, rotting corpse. And we know that he's not going down into the bunker until the Funtime animatronics have been made, Freddy's has been closed, and Afton is out of the picture. That all should be happening post-1993, after William is sealed behind a wall. But that then presents us with a few problems. Afton has already dismantled the original animatronics as we see in the FNAF 3 minigames. How are those things getting burned if they're already deconstructed? But more importantly, we see FNAF 2 paychecks with the date 1987. That is way earlier than I think it can be. To be fair, Fritz Smith's pink slip on night 7 doesn't have a date, but it's a bit weird to say that the first few nights are in 1987 and then employee number 3 is hired on years after the restaurant closes. Anyway, just wanted to call that out because I don't have a solid answer for it, and I'd love to see your comments down below. And with that, my friends, this chapter comes to a close. We'll see you on March 25th for the grand finale as we cover the final 3 games in the franchise and the controversial answers we think solves what those games were trying to tell us. Until then, my Faz heads, remember, even though Afton kinda succeeded in being brought back to life, gotta admit, he's still looking a little bit on the dry, dehydrated side. I suppose 3 fires and being dead for a decade will tend to do that to ya. Fortunately, thanks to today's sponsor, Air Up, I think we can help him out with the hydration thing, not the whole burning alive thing. You guys know that I hate drinking plain water. It's just boring. And that then led me to my current crippling Diet Coke addiction. However, Air Up has found a way to harness the power of science to get me to drink more water, which not only do I love in principle, but I can truly say has changed my drinking habits forever. They use these special scent pods that fit directly onto the top of the bottle, and almost as if by magic, it makes the water tastes like basically anything you want. How? If you guys have ever watched Food Theory, you've probably heard me say that smell is more important than taste, and that's exactly what Air Up's taken advantage of here. These pods are full of flavorful smells like watermelon, peach, wild berry. That one's my personal favorite. And by having the pods in front of your nose as you're drinking, it makes your brain think that that's what you're tasting. But in fact, you're just drinking good old H2O. No additives, no preservatives, no sugars, no syrups, no aspartame, no nothing. I love my Air Up, but naturally when I tell other people about it, they're skeptical, right? It's a weird concept. So I got members of Team Theorists to try it for themselves, and they were also blown away by the results. Lee, Amy, and Tom, 3 of our creative directors, they walk around with their Air Up bottles constantly. Lee loves his so much that he even bought one for his brother's wedding present. Tom said that the orange vanilla swirl flavor reminded him of ice creams that he used to eat as a kid, which sounds way more exciting than just plain old water. And the great thing is, if you aren't like me and you just want some good old-fashioned water every once in a while, you can just drop the flavor pod down away from your nose, and suddenly you're back to drinking out of a regular water bottle. The team and I love Air Up. Seriously, there are just so many of these bottles around the office now. And I wouldn't keep saying yes yes to their sponsorships if I didn't genuinely believe in the quality of the product. So head on down to the description and click the link to purchase your bottle right now. Plus, if you purchase any starter set and use the code FREEFAVE5, you'll receive one free Favorite 5 variety pack. That's gonna get you 5 one-pod packs of orange vanilla, raspberry lemon, peach, watermelon, and again, my personal favorite, wild berry. That way you get a good sample of a lot of different flavors and you can find the one that's perfect for your tasting enjoyment. Sadly, there's no burning metal or remnant flavors for Afton to enjoy, but I'm sure the others will do the trick. Strikes me as a raspberry lemon kind of guy. So once again, head on down to the description, get yourself a starter pack, and remember to use the code FREEFAVE5. That is FREEFAV number 5, no spaces, to get your free Favorite 5 variety pack. Experience how crazy awesome a water bottle can really be. And as always, my friends, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that builds its theories one Roblox at a time. Man, this summer really is the season of indie horror sequels. Security Breach is getting DLC, Project Playtime just got a big new update, and I'm pretty sure Garten Abandoned 4 and 5 and 6 will probably drop any day now. Add in the demo for the Cooking Companion spin-off, and honestly, we've got ourselves an infinity gauntlet of indie horror. I guess you could call it the Indinity Gauntlet. I honestly feel like I need to release an entire apology video for that one joke. But speaking of multicolored gemstones, there is one other brightly colored sequel that just dropped. Rainbow Friends Chapter 2. In case you missed our last theory on Rainbow Friends, let me catch you up. A school bus heading to an amusement park called Oddworld gets sent down the wrong path, causing the bus to crash and everyone inside to wind up inside a mysterious facility. It seems to be the remains of an old TV show, museum, and play park dedicated to the Rainbow Funtime Friends, a cast of characters from an old animated TV show. Thanks to some plaques and pictures scattered throughout the building, we discovered that the Friends were created by a man called Oswald D. Davis and his partner Trenton, with this facility specifically designed to bring the Rainbow Friends to life. Because this is an indie horror game though, you can probably guess how well that went. In 1991, shortly after having their first guest, the facility was shut down, as evidenced by long-forgotten computer login screens sprinkled throughout the game map, leading us to the events of Chapter 1, where we're trapped for 5 days by someone who appears to be the Red Rainbow Friend, though official merch only lists him as just the Scientist. If we manage to survive for the 5 days, we're chased through the vents and eventually escape from the facility. Chapter 2 then picks up immediately after that, leading you to a fenced-off area and an old man trying to break in. Probably should be using some wire snips instead of scissors to cut through that fence, but hey, what do I know? Anyway, we eventually make our way into Oddworld, the amusement park that we were headed to at the start of Chapter 1. And clearly Oddworld is also dedicated to the Rainbow Funtime Friends, with different parts of the park branded around each of the different characters. Green's Drop Ride, Purple's Maze Lair, Blue's Castle, and Orange's Cavern Coaster. Speaking of Orange, he's not here until the finale of the chapter. Oh, he's adorable. He's my favorite. And while my bestest boy may indeed be missing, Red seems to have brought with him some new additions to the crew, specifically Yellow and Cyan, to hunt us down in any and all ways they can. Just like in Chapter 1, we're tasked with running around collecting items required for our escape. Only this time, instead of being trapped here for days, we're only having to survive for a couple of hours. A few gas canisters and one giant cake later, we escape the facility on the park's roller coaster. But of course, the end never truly means the end. The chapter closes with the promise of more ahead. Now, obviously, while the game has us busy looking around for bags of sugar and light bulbs, my eyes were peeled for the real important thing to collect: the lore.
Is there lore? Looking for lore. Looking for love and looking for lore.
But this time, it's not there. Or at least, it's not all there. You see, the lore of Rainbow Friends after Chapter 2 is so much more than just this one game and its small handful of primary colored characters. To solve this one, we're gonna have to span a literal empire of popular Roblox games connected by a shadowy organization and overseen by a mysterious businessman out for blood. And that, my friends, is our journey for today. But first, we gotta answer the question that everyone has when they first boot up Chapter 2. Who the heck's the old guy? Even me during my playthrough, I just couldn't shake the fact that something was off about this guy.
Let's hope this works. I'm not gonna skip this. I'm not gonna vote to skip. Poke. Poke. What the? Oh no, old man!
Gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that was a severe head trauma right there. Oh, he's definitely got a concussion. Whoa, how'd I get up here? Who even are you? Do I care about you? No.
And let's be honest with ourselves, this guy is sus. We start the game off and we find him breaking into a facility, and then we go, yeah, that seems like a totally trustworthy thing to do. From there, we just blindly do everything he asks. Not a great plan. But what's even more suspicious about this guy is that he simultaneously knows more about Oddworld and less about it than he lets on. On one hand, he's trying to break in, which shows that he's trying to do something here. Maybe sabotage Red Guy or spy on the experiments that are going on. It's unclear. Our old man also seems very familiar with the fact that the Rainbow Friends are now bloodthirsty monsters, considering when he sees Blue running around, he knows that it's suddenly a sign of danger.
Is that Blue? Dabu-dee-dabu-die? Oh no, coming here was a mistake.
He also knows about the lookie that's blocking our path and how it can be lured away with cake, or how you can escape from being caught by yellow. All of that is some pretty insider knowledge. He's not just familiar with these creatures, he's experienced with their inner workings and mechanics. On the other hand though, as soon as he senses danger, he immediately regrets his decision to break in.
Oh no, coming here was a mistake. We need to find a way out of here and fast. Literally the way we came. You were literally snipping things into the fence. We could probably get out of there.
So he wanted to do something in the park and knows that the creatures are dangerous, but wasn't aware that they're currently active. Additionally, he repeatedly lies to us, as evidenced by him tasking us to find light bulbs to call for help, only to then be surprised that we were able to find an SOS light hidden inside.
Wait, there was actually an SOS light. I mean, wow! You guys must be good at finding things.
So, who is the old man? Well, let's take a look at his design. A leather jacket, thick-rimmed glasses, and a smirk, which makes him the perfect match for one of the two characters that we learned about in Chapter 1, Trenton, co-founder of the Rainbow Friends. This seems like a pretty open and shut case. Everything about these two guys match, except longtime theorists will realize that there's a slight hole with my plan. In my previous theory, I said that Oswald turned Trenton into Red, but in this game, we see both characters existing simultaneously. So what's the deal with that? I was wrong. It's easy as that. Red isn't Trenton. See, I can't admit when I'm wrong. It would seem that Trenton's back in the Rainbow Friends family for something. But what? Well, we can actually get hints to that from the first two chapters. First things first, obviously Trenton is much older now than he is in the picture from Chapter 1, and that's because the portrait is from when the company first started, 1972. You see, before entering Oddworld at the start of the chapter, we can actually go off to the side of the fence in the lobby area and activate a generator here. The code for the generator is 1972. All it does is activate this little conveyor belt with a cinder block on it, but that right there is telling us that the date matters. I would guess that it's likely acting as the start to the Rainbow Funtime Friends franchise. Why would I say that? Well, as we've seen with other indie horror franchises, the 70s tends to be a good starting date for failed kids franchises. And they're not just making up these dates out of thin air either. The 70s were a huge time for the types of kids programming that Rainbow Funtime Friends was probably like. This was the era of Mr. Rogers, the Electric Company, the New Zoo Review. Sure, they weren't animated, but you had these big casts of characters with life-sized puppets and designs that really didn't mesh together all that well. Random animals and monsters and dinosaurs all mixed together. It was the early days for this sort of programming, and so whatever popped into your head was kind of what worked, just like the assemblage of characters that we get with Rainbow Friends. Yellow Dino, Green Monster, Blue Person, Orange Gator, and Purple Arm Thingy. This timeline also roughly coincides with a similar sort of kids show at the time, a British program by the name Rainbow, which also was popular all throughout the 70s.
Go and look in the kitchen and hurry up, I'm starving.
Zippy, you always want people to do things for you. I'm going to zip you up.
There's even an episode of Rainbow named Friends. That said, this is more of an interesting coincidence than anything. After watching a few episodes of the show, there doesn't seem to be all that much connecting the two. I just thought it was worth calling out. So if Trenton and Oswald started the series in 1972, what happened? Well, throughout the chapter, there are hints to a rivalry between the two of these characters. In a control room near Orange's roller coaster, we can see a whiteboard with various messages smudged out, including call animal control and change garage code. Now, the animal control line is likely a reference to the moment that the characters escaped. Throughout Chapter 1, we saw that the Rainbow Friends were, at least for a period of time, forced to live in stables under the facility, even having to be chained up in order to be showered. They were treated like animals, so calling animal control the day they escape and happen to be hungry seems to make a lot of sense. But what I'm more interested in is the blue text that says change garage code. You'll notice that right next to it is a blue stick figure wearing a crown, an obvious reference to the character of Blue, right? Well, also notice that there's a red stick figure next to it that's been erased. It seems Seems like someone, speaking in blue, is looking to take over, take the crown for themselves, and quite literally erase red from existence. This power struggle between the two is also reflected in the calendar that you can find in the same room. Like all the other calendars you find throughout the map, this one has July 1st marked out for a field trip, a reference to our school bus first arriving at the facility. Based on the fact that July 1st on this calendar falls on a Friday, you can actually pinpoint a few potential options for what year the game is meant to be taking place: 1994, 2005, 2011, 2016, and 2022. My money is on that 2022 mark. June 30th, 2022 is when Rainbow Friends Chapter 1 first released, and with the next day, July 1st, being circled followed by the words field trip feels like a reference that's both meta and canon. Anyway, that tells us that it's been over 30 years since the initial facility shut down in 1991. But this calendar actually gives us a lot more information. Notice that there are a couple more dates highlighted. July 4th for fireworks, which, yeah, that tracks, and July 6th for a light show. These highlighted dates, I believe, not only confirm that this calendar is up to date, but also gives us an idea of what Red is aiming for. Remember, the first chapter took place over the course of 5 nights. That means that our escape happens the evening of July 5th. That's why there are leftover fireworks for Red to use to scare the old man during Chapter 2's third challenge. However, clearly there is someone else here who's trying to foil Red's plan, because each date is scratched off using blue, including the light show that's happening on the 6th, a date that has not happened yet. Technically, that's supposed to be happening tomorrow, and underneath those dates is a note saying move to August for investigation. Whoever's writing these messages in blue is trying to stop or slow down Red's plan. The power struggle was also being referenced in Chapter 1 with this random line on a wall written in red: "You only slowed me down." Since we only have ourselves 2 named characters in this game, our list of suspects is fairly limited, especially with Trenton obviously being the old man. Unless they're introducing a new character in the next chapter, process of elimination kinda dictates that Oswald the founder must be Red. The park is named after him, he's the one in control, he's also the one who has the proper garage code as we see from the opening cutscene. It's also clear that Red and Trenton have themselves a backstory, considering Red has the chance to kill off Trenton in Challenge 3, but chooses not to, instead just using the fireworks to scare him. That then means that Trenton, our old man, must be the one in blue, breaking into the facility, trying to strike back, and ultimately reclaim the crown for himself, erasing Red from the picture for being too ambitious, for pushing too far. Here's what I think happened. The two started the show together, helping it to grow in its early days, but then something started to change. Red, Oswald, wanted to keep growing, make more characters, make them more realistic, and blue, Trenton, disagreed. In Chapter 2's final chase sequence, we run past robotic versions of the characters all discarded, dismantled, old animatronic versions of blue, orange, green, all thrown away. I suspect that this was because they weren't good enough for Red. They weren't realistic enough. He needed something living, the actual Rainbow Funtime Friends, which came out around 1991. Along the way, Trenton was disowned, ousted from the company for being resistant to this change. Fast forward to the game today, in 2022, where I suspect that Red is now using the lookies and tainting the local water supply with them. In the chapter's final sequence, we run past exactly that. A bunch of Rainbow Friend heads, which we know are living creatures, floating past in a pipe explicitly labeled water supply. Red is up to something, trying to make everyone into a Rainbow Friend, no longer slowed down by his partner, but now that partner's back. Trenton is here and trying to sabotage his old business partner, make him stop the mad power trip that he's been on. But that also doesn't necessarily mean that Trenton's that good of a guy. You see, there's one thing that I can't quite shake in all this, and that's the Easter egg that led me to believe that Trenton was the villain in the first place. See, when you look through the glass of the terrarium in Chapter 1, Trenton's picture changes from a cool guy in a leather jacket to a man in a suit with glasses and a top hat with a purple ribbon. Clearly, Trenton is hiding something, transforming into a villainous business guy. But who or what is he? Well, I think this conspiracy actually goes much further than just Rainbow Friends. One thing that I didn't notice last chapter was that the computer screen showing Oswald's final login dates have a company name on them, RBM, an obvious parody of IBM computers, right? Well, yeah, but it's also so much more. Two awesome theorists on our game theory subreddit, FantasticFile3903 and RockMage1234, both pointed out that RBM computers actually appear in another Roblox game entitled The Little Ones, produced by none other than Charcoal, one of the 2 devs for Rainbow Friends. In fact, the cover image for that game was just updated last month. What was it updated to? Nothing. At least as far as I can tell, it's the same picture that it's always been. I suspect that it was just to draw attention back to the game, especially when RBM is right there on the monitors. So how is Little Ones connected to the lore of Rainbow Friends? It's not, at least as far as I can tell right now. It's a game where one of your friends is kidnapped and you're forced forced to escape a warehouse populated with dozens of little small mutant versions of them. The 1972 generator keypad that was used in Rainbow Friends has the same keypad layout as those in Little Ones, but I don't think that's too much to go off of. I suspect that that's just reusing assets. Unfortunately, the only connection between the two seems to be through this RBM computer company. But while connections to Rainbow Friends aren't immediately obvious, there are connections to another game that's worth calling out: the massive Roblox hit Spider. In this game, one friend is bit by a spider and transforms into a horrific creature, trying to capture all the other friends. This game was made by Rainbow Friends' other dev, Roy Stanford. But again, the reason it's interesting is that there are pictures of the spider hidden inside the Little Ones. There's also a series of labeled VHS tapes, one clearly marked as Spider. Why does all that matter for Rainbow Friends? Well, because of this. Spider has one pass available for purchase, a pass that increases the odds that you can become the spider in the main gameplay. And whose face is that there, front and center on that spider pass? A businessman with glasses, a top hat, and a purple ribbon. It is the exact face that's hiding inside of Trenton's portrait in Rainbow Friends. Could this all just be a series of Easter egg connections from two devs referencing their past games? Absolutely it could. But those have already happened in other places from Rainbow Friends. In Chapter 1's lobby, you can actually go out and around this building right here, and you can see references to both of these games, Little Ones and Spider. That right there, that is an Easter egg. But to suddenly see these explicit references and connections in the gameplay itself, that now feels to me like something a little bit more. Like maybe Trenton isn't all he appears to be. That maybe he is a spider in disguise, or some nefarious businessman running all of these experimental procedures, bringing terror and dread to all these different companies. Not exactly sure yet, don't really have a solid answer. The tapes in Lost Ones are labeled as 2019, so it's possible that the lore of these three games are linked together. Trenton transforming people into monsters, be they spiders, tiny mutants, or large pillowy mascots, through spider bites, mutation, or just tainting the water supply. Speaking of, at the end of the chapter, did you notice that Trenton doesn't come with you? Despite his insistence that y'all have to leave when the Rainbow Friends appear, he stays behind. His work there isn't done yet, and I don't suspect that he wants us to escape. There are multiple exit points as you safely go around the roller coaster, but Trenton doesn't tell you to get off at any of those. He explicitly tells us to stay on and go through the maintenance exit. Something tells me that the elevator to the surface at the end of Chapter 2 isn't leading to where we expect. We're not done yet. And in a game full of rainbow-colored friends, the only true friend that we have is ourself. But hey, you don't need to be a crazy billionaire trying to turn everyone into mutant monsters to be smart with your money. You can actually do that pretty easily yourself with today's sponsor, SoFi. SoFi is a legitimate bank with FDIC backing, securing your money with an all-in-one finance app that helps you to bank, borrow, and invest your cash so you know that you're handling it the right way. And in this economy where the price of everything from games to food to the equipment that you need to transform yourself and your colleagues into brightly colored blob monsters just keeps getting higher, SoFi is there to help you stay smart about every last cent. So I'm probably skipping out on Oddworld. Steph and I do appreciate a good theme park, and now that Ollie's getting a bit older and can ride more of the attractions, we want to take him on a tour of the biggest and best ones across America. But if you've ever gone to one of these places recently, you know that they are costly to the extreme. And I'm not just talking about the price of admission either. $10 churros, $45 t-shirts, ticket prices that fluctuate based on how busy the park's expected to be this day. Come on, guys. These places have basically figured out ways to squeeze every last dollar out of your wallet, which means that you have to figure out ways to squeeze every last dollar out of your earnings. Thankfully, SoFi makes that easy. With SoFi, you can actually earn up to 4.3 APY on your savings. That is 11 times the national savings rate average, meaning that any money you have in a SoFi savings account is earning more in just 5 weeks than it would in an entire year at another big bank. SoFi checkings and savings also has no account fees, helps you get your money quicker by getting you paid up to 2 days early, and will even let you cash in on up to $250 when you sign up for direct deposit. That right there is going to make that theme park tour a lot easier to afford. Who knows, you might even be able to splurge on a cotton candy. And the best part of it all is that SoFi and I are teaming up to give away $10,000. And all you need to do to enter for that chance at 10 grand is sign up for a SoFi checkings and savings account right now using the link down in the description or just by scanning the QR code that you see on screen. And please make sure that you're either using the link in the description or that QR code because those are the only ways to enter our specific giveaway. Thanks again to SoFi for helping to sponsor today's episode, and as always, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where today it's the best of times and it's the worst of times. I mean, on one hand, FNAF fans be eating good this month. There's books, there's a teaser for the movie, there's a trailer for Security Breach's Ruin DLC, heck, there's even a brand new FNAF VR sequel that literally got announced as I'm recording this episode. It is all super exciting stuff. I hope you're prepared to engorge yourself in lore like Chica consuming a pizza. It is literally the year of FNAF, which is fitting since it's 2023 and that's the year of FNAF 3. Also, probably FNAF 6. Honestly, the only thing they're missing from this year is some sort of haunted attraction. But on the other hand, there is chaos in the wider theorist community. Buried in this landslide of new material are a lot, and I mean a lot, of very significant lore drops that feel unusually explicit for this franchise. Hints to the origins of Henry, revelations about secret AI programs controlling the Pizzaplex, confirmation that Gregory was in fact Patient 46. But here's the thing, no one can actually agree on what it's all trying to say. Everyone recognizes that there's been a lot of very important stuff that's being revealed lately, but every online FNAF theorist that I've seen has taken the clues and wound up with a different solution to the puzzle. And normally that's not a big issue. That is the beauty of theorizing, to reach your own conclusions, to make your own predictions, to come up with your own personal headcanons as part of the internet hive mind's attempts to work together and solve a common mystery. There are going to be people that you agree with and people that you don't, and you know what? It's great either way. Except this time, we kinda gotta sort of figure it out. What we're talking about today is some major stuff. Everything that's coming out right now feels like it's trying to guide us into what the plot of Security Breach was meant to be. And now with Ruin coming out in July and building off of that initial game, we've got a ticking clock demanding that we solve things, and quick. Our window is tight. So today I'm here to catch you up on all the major reveals and the ensuing controversies before throwing my purple hat into the ring on what I suspect it all means. Good news, bad news on today's episode, friends. Good news, I think we've been on the right track the entire time. Bad news, I don't think the wider FNAF community is gonna agree with me. This one is gonna be a battle, so are you ready, theorists? It's time to eat pizza and theorize, and I'm all out of pizza. Okay, first let me catch you up on the big FNAF drama. Let me set the stage. It's April, all of Team Theorist over here has just finished slaving away on our massive timeline for the series. We've done it, we are on the beach, coconut drinks in our hands, eager to take a break from the franchise until Ruin's release later in the year. But nope, Scott had himself some other plans. He smacked those beverages clean out of our hands and released 3 new books, Submechanophobia, The Bobby Dots Conclusion, and Nexi. Now, normally that wouldn't be too much of a concern, right? Books tied to this franchise have been coming out for years. It's just part of the content treadmill at this point, and it's not like they tend to add a whole lot. Only one in like every 6 stories is even remotely lore relevant, and even then the connection back to the games only exists if you squint at it. But oh no, friends, not this time. Across the 3 books, story after story after story seems to have significant lore implications. And not only that, they're also much more direct in the way that the information is presented, with characters and events mapping largely one for one onto characters and events from the games. If you're not in the habit of reading these things, and let's be honest, why would you when I could just do the homework for you, what I'm talking about might be a bit confusing, so I'm just gonna explain by way of example. In GGY, one of the 4 stories that set the internet on fire, a young boy named Greg, with brown hair and big brown eyes, is a master hacker who's been reprogramming the animatronics at the Pizzaplex for evil deeds, including bumping off 3 school counselors that seem to be getting too close to the truth. He also has himself a habit of being really good at the Pizzaplex's arcade games, leaving behind his initials GGY at the top of the game's leaderboards. Now, compare that information to what we get in the games. There's a young boy named Gregory with brown hair and big brown eyes who seems to be Patient 46, a master hacker that's reprogramming the animatronics at the Pizzaplex for evil deeds, including bumping off 3 therapist characters that also seem to be getting too close to the truth. He also has himself the habit of leaving the letters GGY at the top of the leaderboards at various arcade cabinets throughout the Pizzaplex. Now that right there, that is not counting animatronic toes and trying to match up striped shirts. That is about as explicit of a one-to-one parallel that you get for this franchise. So when the story also reveals that Greg's nickname is Rab, aka Dr. Rabbit, you stand up and take notice. And you know what? The internet sees it. They recognize the connections and how important the books have suddenly become. No longer am I out there on my own little island shouting into the void about using the books to inform our speculation about the lore. Finally, the internet agrees with me. To me, this is a huge step in the right direction in terms of figuring out the wider lore of the franchise. You know, there's just one teeny tiny little problem with this. No one can quite agree just how seriously to take this lore. After years of denying the book's canonicity, there's suddenly been a massive swing of the pendulum the complete other way, where now many pockets of the FNAF community vehemently believe that these most recent stories are fully canon with the games. In other words, we're no longer talking about an alternate universe where events are similar to the games, but with slight differences. Oh no. Now the debate is all about whether what you read in the books also happened in the Pizzaplex that we play through in the games. So before we dive into that can of worms, let's just talk about the stories themselves. I already filled you in on GGY, which means it's time to talk about the other three which tell themselves a connected timeline of events, starting with the first, the Mimic. This is the one that everyone has been losing their collective minds over. This story tells the tale of Edwin, a genius inventor and single father, and his hyperactive son, David. Basically, Edwin is overworked. Years ago, he sold his struggling robotics company to Fazbear Entertainment, who now has him hard at work turning their, quote, weird costumes into entertaining robots. With the first one that he's working on being a bright yellow chick. There's just one problem here, David. David is 4 in all the best and worst ways possible. It means that he's sweet and excitable, but it also means that he's moody and demands a lot of time and attention. 2 things that Edwin does not have. So to fix his problem and get himself more work time, Edwin creates a piece of software known as Mimic 1. Using some spare robot parts, he makes a legless endoskeleton that's able to copy everything that David does. Basically, this thing's an AI that's using David as his training data. And while Mimic 1 starts by merely copying David, pretty soon it's able to respond on its own, independently. And David loves this thing, which means that Edwin is finally able to disappear into his work. Everything seems to be going well until tragedy strikes. An unsupervised David runs out into the middle of a busy highway and is killed. Edwin is devastated, and he takes all his rage out on the Mimic, this robot that continues to behave like his son, infusing the metal of the bot with pure agony. We then flash forward in time to Edwin being gone, and the Mimic roaming the halls of his abandoned home, a brutal killer still in possession of David's childlike tendencies. So, does any of that sound familiar? Cause it should. It's Henry Emily, a genius inventor who helped create the robots of Fazbear Entertainment, a man who also happens to be a single father whose only child dies in a tragic accident when they decide to run outside, a creator whose first project was Chica. Now, that alone would be plenty of connected dots, but the story continues to hammer home the parallels between these two men. In past videos, I've talked a lot about Henry's signature animatronic design, the hinged jaws that we see on the original animatronics, as well as the Rockstar animatronics. Well, guess what? This is how Edwin decided to build the Mimic. Quote, under the eye housing, Edwin had welded in place a hinged jaw. Speaking of Edwin's robots, do you know what Edwin's first business project was? He made robotic vacuum cleaners, presumably like the ones that we see in FNAF 6. Edwin and Henry even share the same sandy brown hair color. But the other big parallel that the story gives us is when Edwin destroys the Mimic. The way this event is described is very similar to when Henry built the final Charlie bot from the 4th Closet novel. Here's how it's described in Tales of the Pizzaplex. He could almost feel his murderous thoughts pouring through his muscles, transfusing through the metal into Mimic's systems. And here's what happens when Henry builds the Charlie bot after her death. Quote from that book. When Henry began to make the 4th, his despair turned to rage. He seethed as he soldered her skeleton together, pouring his anger into the forge where he shaped her very bones. It was not Charlotte drenched in grief, it was made alive with Henry's fury. In both instances, we have men who have instilled their creations, animatronics that are literal stand-ins for their dead kids, with the pain and rage of loss. If that's not a solid connection, I don't know what is. Even from a timeline perspective, Edwin being Henry makes a lot of sense. In the Mimic, they specifically call out that he's 24 years old. After the death of his son, he disappears. But then, in another tale from the Pizzaplex, this one called The Storyteller, we meet up with Edwin 40 years later, at the point that he decides to return to the Fazbear franchise to sit on their board of directors. Again, the books make a very specific point to call out all these dates. So why? What's the big deal here? Well, if Edwin is truly the parallel for Henry, Henry lost his daughter Charlie in 1983. We're not exactly sure when he leaves the company, but we definitely know when he comes back, 2023, as evidenced by the numerical code in FNAF 6. 40 years later. A perfect match to the time frame that the books have laid out. In short, Edwin has to be Henry, which means, in a very cool twist, our early franchise timeline was almost perfectly correct. In that video, I said that William Afton's company specialized in hand-sewn mascot suits, and that Henry, when he was brought in, was the one responsible for turning those suits into animatronics. That prediction right there, that was right on the money. I was also on the right track when I said that one of the two founders had their failing company get bought out. I was just wrong about which one. In that timeline video, I suggested that Afton made Fazbear Entertainment, but eventually ran out of money and had to be bailed out by Henry. But as this story shows, it's actually the other way around. Henry was ultimately the one that was bought out. And in one final parallel between the books and the games, the story actually describes the Fazbear exec that gets Edwin to sign away his business as Portly, which connects all the way back to the Silver Eyes, where Afton was described in a similar way. Quote, Afton was as robust and lively as Henry was withdrawn and shadowy. He was a hefty man who had the ruddy geniality of a financially shrewd Santa Claus. Okay, cool, so we've got some confirmation on some early parts of the franchise, but what does any of this mean for Security Breach? Well, that's where the second Edwin story comes in, the storyteller. In this one, we rejoin Edwin 40 years later. Because of his importance to the early days of Fazbear Entertainment, he now sits on the board of directors. A fact that does not land too well with the current head of the board, Mr. Burrows. Get it? His name's Burrows because everyone's always connected to rabbits. Anyway, to cut costs at the Pizzaplex, Mr. Burrows decides to lay off the entire creative department, instead replacing them with a generative AI that's capable of creating new storylines for all the characters. Basically, this thing is like ChatGPT on steroids. This, understandably, upsets Edwin, who apparently has gone from engineering nerd to creative heart of the company. But he's not just a WGA member that's upset about some Writers Guild's rights. What makes matters worse is the fact that Mr. Burrows isn't using just any AI, he's installing Mimic 1, the same program that Edwin created, the one that was trained by his son 40 years prior. When they install it, it even comes in the form of his son's favorite toy, a white tiger head. And here's where things start to get real crazy. This AI controls everything in the Pizzaplex. It runs through a large central tree of wires that are connected through the walls, even tapping into things like the animatronics themselves. In fact, once the Mimic 1 program gets installed, the behavior of all the animatronics starts to change from their normal personalities into something that's a bit more like a 4-year-old. They start to become possessive. They get into tug-of-war matches over toys. They sulk in the corner and cry. David is somehow getting infused into everything that this AI touches. Eventually, Edwin attempts to shut the Mimic 1 program down, but he dies in the process. However, in his final moments, he attempts to communicate with his son inside the AI. You see, in the Mimic story, Edwin watches David communicating with his robot buddy using a made-up language described like this. Quote, David and Mimic had been doing all manner of odd little drawings that were surrounded by markings that looked vaguely like hieroglyphics. Edwin then uses this same language to communicate with the Mimic software at the end of the storyteller. Quote again, every sheet of paper was covered with odd stick drawings and strange symbols that were not at all familiar to Mr. Burrows. Squiggles, squares, loops, triangles within triangles. So why is this story such a big deal right now in the FNAF community? Well, everyone knows it's important, it's just that no one can truly settle on what it's trying to say, which means it's time for me to do my best to try and break it all down. Now, I've already mentioned the parallels between Edwin and Henry, but what that also suggests is that Edwin's son David may just be an analog for Henry's only child, Charlie. Not that they're one and the same or following the exact chain of events, but rather that where David goes in the books, we should be looking for Charlie to follow in the games. And in the story, the Mimic 1 AI that was trained using David winds up controlling the Pizzaplex and all its animatronics via an intricate system of wires. This, to me, is the book suggesting that we should probably be looking for Charlie to be doing the same thing in the games. And wouldn't you know it, but there is a lot of evidence to suggest exactly that. Throughout Security Breach, there are wires everywhere. Black and white striped wires that look very similar to everyone's favorite possessed puppet, Charlie. There are also the staff bots roaming around looking like a twisted version of the puppet. We also see several unexplained Nightmarion plushies hidden in strange locations throughout the building, again suggesting that an angry version of Charlie may just be at work within the walls of the building. During my complete timeline, I suggested that the reason we were seeing so much puppet imagery throughout the Pizzaplex is because Charlie's possessing the building poltergeist style. Just like the house in that movie is possessed by angry spirits, the Pizzaplex is haunted by Charlie because it's built on top of the location of the FNAF 6 fire. Basically, her physical form may be gone, but her spirit is still going to haunt the building until Afton is destroyed. And again, I think that this latest story confirms that I was close about the what, but not necessarily about the how. Charlie is still very much here, but it's not a haunting, it's technological. And look at this. The wires are even formed in such a way that they look like the trunk and branches of a tree, exactly the way the Mimic's wires are described to run through the Pizzaplex in the book. Just like David's consciousness infected everything in the Pizzaplex during the Tale story, so too is Charlie infecting everything in the Pizzaplex of the games. But that's not all. Remember that in the book, Edwin uses an elaborate code of symbols, sticks, and shapes to communicate with his son inside of the Pizzaplex. It's designed as an elaborate code of triangles within triangles. That right there, that is the wall code in Security Breach's secret room. Remember that one? If not, here's the abbreviated translation. Break and mend, I built the breath. They hunt now, drawn to life. The storyteller here is giving us a clue that this wall code, these triangles within triangles, they were written by Henry. How? When? Not sure. Honestly, we hadn't even considered him as a possible person to have written this because he was supposed to be dead in the FNAF 6 fire. But if you look at the text with him in mind, the pieces all fit. Henry did build the breath. He was the creator of the animatronics. And in all stories about Henry, we hear about him repurposing old robotic parts. He is breaking and mending them. But midway through, this coded message starts to switch tones. It starts giving instructions. Quote again, dodge, duck, flash, shoot, crawl, run, crush the vile band. Your life, your aim will save those with soul. He's teaching someone their mission. He's giving some robotic AI their instructions just like Edwin was trying to communicate with the AI in the book. It is their task to save those with soul. But look specifically at the verbs that are written here, especially shoot and flash. This one has to be talking to Gregory. Not only is he the one that's crushing the vile band of the Pizzaplex, all of those actions are things that he performs in the game. He is the only one shooting with the Faz Blaster. He is the only one flashing with the Faz Cam. It seems like Henry, in a last failsafe against Fazbear, may have built a protector using an AI program and spoke to it using his triangle within triangle code. And that protector has to be Gregory. I know, I can't let Robot Gregory go, I get it, but how else do you explain this? No one else is flashing and shooting. And remember, the story GGY confirms to us that Gregory is patient 46, whose secret therapy tapes are played right next to where this code is in the very same room. Everything in this one room is screaming that the message is for Gregory, written in a code that the books tell us is reserved for robot brains. But this then raises two major questions. First, how could I say that Gregory's a robot when we see him in GGY as just a kid at school? And secondly, GGY makes it clear that Gregory is a villain, hacking into the animatronics and using them to kill people.
Apparently, all 3 of your former therapists have gone missing, or 2 of them are missing. One of them was found dead. The woman's body was pretty messed up. It looked like it was mangled by machinery.
Gregory's pen name for a large portion of the book is Dr. Rabbit, for crying out loud. If that doesn't scream, oh, by the way, I'm also working for Afton, I don't know what does. He even calls himself the wizard's most favorite apprentice. So how can I say that he's working for Henry when it's very clearly being told to us that he's also working for William? Well, first off, we never actually see confirmation that he's a human in the books. In fact, we largely get the opposite. Gregory is actually described in the book as, quote, an unfamiliar kid who looked a little lost at the start of the school year. So there's no past with this kid, no growing old together with a group of friends. He just appeared out of nowhere one day. What's more, whenever his friends do something odd, Gregory reacts in a very robotic way. He cocks his head and he has a weird pause in his behavior. Is that a lot to go off of? No. But also nothing about him explicitly says that he's necessarily human, or that he's just the reluctant follower of Afton. But obviously the bigger question here is how? How can he be both a protector bot and an agent of Afton at the same time? This is also a question that's raised in the books. If GGY is saying that Gregory and Glitchtrap are in control of the animatronics, but then the storyteller is saying that an AI version of Charlie is controlling the animatronics, who's actually in control here? Both of these stories feel crucial to understanding Security Breach's lore, and yet they seem to contradict each other. So what is going on? Well, for that answer, we actually have to go to the trailer for the new Security Breach DLC, Ruin. In the last few seconds of footage for this new game, we see a glitching techno rabbit, glitching between 2 colors, green and purple. This effect is known as chromatic aberration, which is when the lens of a camera is unable to focus the different colors of light into the exact same point. Usually you see this sort of thing with red and blue, sometimes red and green. Purple and green is not usually the natural color combination for this sort of effect, which means that it's trying to tell us something. And this isn't the only time we see it. If you go over to securitybreachtv.com, which has been the go-to location for all online teasers for these games, the website has the Steel Wool logo down in the corner, glitched again between purple and green. Not only that, they're reverses of each other. Not just reflections, but actually facing in opposite directions. Well, we know that purple is always going to be the villain color. It's evil. That is a given for this franchise. But green, that then, is probably the opposite color, the hero color. And while it could represent Elizabeth with her signature green eyes, what I suspect is more likely is that the green is Charlie, the color of the security puppet's eyes, the color of the wristband that she was wearing the night that she died, all green. So within Gregory, and honestly within all of these animatronics, there's a capacity for both good and evil. Glitchtrap is in the code, obviously, he's purple, but there's also a force for good, Charlie, in there as well as green. And what we're playing through is a battle between these two to ultimately decide who wins. That's why the tiger head and the Tales from the Pizzaplex story has 2 differently colored eyes. It shows 2 forces at work within the same program. This also explains why throughout the game, the other animatronics are getting corrupted, but why Glamrock Freddy isn't. He's booted in safe mode. The storyteller establishes that all the animatronics are hooked into the computer network that controls the Pizzaplex. By glitching out and then rebooting in safe mode, Glamrock Freddy is separated from that system, as well as any sort of corruption that's happening within it. And just like that, it all became crystal clear. The reason we have 2 stories telling us about 2 different sources of control over the animatronics in the Pizzaplex isn't because Scott changed his mind or because Steel Wool didn't get the memo. It's because Ruin is literally going to be a battle for control. The forces of evil, Glitchtrap, versus the forces for good, Charlie. One who wants to kill kids and use their souls to gain eternal life, and another who wants to put it all to rest and protect those who can still be saved. And Gregory is stuck there in the middle, both of them existing inside of him. Like he says himself at the end of the trailer,
"Don't give up on me yet."
But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. And hey, if you want to see more of my live theory crafting and reactions to the Ruin trailer, there's a whole GT live video waiting for you over on the left. Might even get a sneak peek into some of the ideas that I'm using for an upcoming theory. Or if you're looking for another indie horror franchise with some quality lore, you can always click our video on the right to check out our theory on Amanda the Adventurer. As always, my friends, don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you all next week. Alright, so let's see what horror games we have to theorize about. Show me door number 1. Not bad. Feels a bit overplayed. Still waiting for Chapter 3's release. What about door number 2? Ugh, again. Look, I promise the timeline's coming. It's just taking a bit longer than I anticipated. Spoiler alert, if your lore gets simpler, my theories get faster. Just a thought. Give me another week and we'll do it. Okay, make it a few more weeks and I'll do it. But right now, for this week, I just need something that's a little less complicated. Please say door number 3 has the answer. Now this I can work with. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that loves the fact that both door and lore rhyme, and today we're gonna have a lot of both. I'm, of course, talking about the hit Roblox horror experience, Doors. It's a simple title which matches nicely with the simple premise. Each door is numbered sequentially, and your goal is to get through door number 100, hence the title. Not too hard, right? Wrong! Because while you go from room to room, you're being scared from a menagerie of evil entities that are trying to stop you from reaching that final door. Each entity's tactics range wildly. One forces you into an elaborate chase sequence, another rushes through the current area forcing you to hide, another will lock you out or kick you out of said hiding spots, and some are just there for the good old-fashioned spooks. Oh my god! This game really has it all. Good scares, good strategy, good puzzles, but of course it wouldn't be a true game theory horror experience without the secret ingredient, good lore. That's right, a game about walking through doors in a randomly generated hotel has got itself some lore. The developers have actually said the foundations of the story are basically in there already. They're just gonna be revealing it slowly with each new update, which of course immediately got my attention. So I waited patiently for the Hotel Plus update that was due to come out in December, and then the update got delayed. Now, we've all seen our fair share of unpolished games and broken updates in the last few years, so if the update needs more time in the oven, then by all means, devs, take the time that you need. But in lieu of this Hotel Plus update, allow me to scratch that door lore itch, because in preparation for the update, I started digging into the game that we already had, plus the teaser, trailers, and screenshots that the devs have given us, and I think I've got it figured out. The devs weren't wrong. The lore is absolutely there. It's just hidden deep, real deep, almost as deep as wherever we're gonna end up in the Floor 2 update. So pack your bags, theorists, because we've got a one-way trip through history, magic, and a classic battle between good and evil. Let's check in. First of all, where are we? Obviously it's a hotel, but it's not really normal. And I'm not talking about the randomized layout. At first glance, it might trick you into thinking it's normal, with a reception desk, bedrooms, hallways. Sure, the furniture reads a little old, probably from around the 1940s or 50s, but on the whole, it's pretty standard stuff. Sure, one of the new teased images does look a little bit strange, stone walls and big barrels, but yeah, it's most likely designed to be a wine cellar, which wouldn't be unheard of for a hotel, especially as Prohibition ended in 1933 in the US, thereby allowing establishments like hotels to serve alcohol to customers. What's really odd is the second teased image. It's a large room filled with beds from end to end. Maybe the hotel's able to offer cheaper rates if you're willing to bunk with 10 other people in the same room, except that isn't what the room's for. Along with the image, we were given its name, the infirmary. Why on earth would there be an infirmary in a hotel? I'll tell you why. It's because that's exactly what hotels were used for during the 1940s, especially during World War II. During the war, the country was in need of more hospitals for fairly obvious reasons, but they didn't want to have to build a bunch of new hospitals that would then become useless at the end of the war. So instead, they started working with private businesses to turn their establishments into makeshift hospitals, and hotels were candidate number 1 for this sort of thing. They had lots of elevators to transport patients and equipment, they had lots of rooms for people to stay in, and best of all, because of the war, people weren't traveling or going on vacation, so the hotels were largely going unused. So while it seems weird to see an infirmary in a hotel, it's actually not outside the realm of possibility. That, plus the 40s style of furniture, tells us that what we're exploring here is a haunted hotel that was an active hospital during World War II. And given the monsters roam the hallways and the damage that we see across various rooms, it's unlikely that anyone has occupied this place since. So then why are we here now? It's not exactly the 5-star establishment anyone would be expecting for their weekend getaway, but even if we wanted to check out, we can't turn back. And I do mean that literally. If you take a look at the bridge that we crossed to get here, you'll see that it's now broken, with planks of wood wood just floating around in midair. Whatever's in this hotel, it doesn't want us to leave. But here's the real twist, we don't want to leave either. If you die during your playthrough, you'll be shown a death screen depending on what entity you died to. These death screens are mostly there to give us hints, telling us how to avoid dying to the same entity again. However, the way these hints are phrased can be pretty darn interesting. Most of the time it just says, you died to whatever entity, but sometimes it rephrases it slightly. You died to who you call Halt. You died to who you call Ambush. You died to who you call the Figure. These entities don't have names, or at least none that we know of. The names that we're calling them are names that have been given to them by us, something that one of the devs confirmed on Twitter. What's also interesting is that these versions of the death messages occur during your first death to these entities, which means that we already have names for them before we've ever encountered them. Apparently, we already know about them and the hotel before we've ever stepped foot in here. But how can that be? Well, for that, we actually have to look at the game's history. During the development for Doors, before the entities were called entities, there was a different name being considered cryptids. Cryptids are creatures that some believe exist, but have never truly been proven to exist by modern science. Think things like the Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot. If these entities were originally going to be called cryptids, and the names we refer to them as were given to them by us, the player, then we must be someone interested in them specifically, also known as a cryptozoologist. And no, that's not just someone who works for Logan Paul's recent NFT scam. A cryptozoologist is someone that studies the pseudoscience of cryptids and commits themselves to proving their existence. And who wouldn't want to trust a guy dressed like this? We didn't come here for a nice weekend getaway, friends. We are here because we know about these entities and we want to learn more about them. Only, we may have bitten off more than we can chew. Not only are the entities very real, but they're powerful, scary, and above all, deadly. That is, except for one. Remember those death messages that I mentioned? The ones that are giving you tips and tricks on how to survive the hotel? Well, those aren't just meta messages from the developers, they're actually coming from another entity. While it might not be immediately obvious what entity it is, as you go through the game, you'll occasionally see blue sparkles show up around the map. They're normally around to show you the correct path during the seek chase, to show you which paintings belong in which positions during the painting puzzles, or to help illuminate the exit in a dark room. A guiding light, if you will. Which is funny, because the title of the music that plays during those death screens is also called Guiding Light. This has led the community to give this mysterious bodiless entity that name, although I'm not entirely convinced that this entity is completely formless. While the majority of the rooms and doors are typical hotel rooms, there's a chance for special rooms to spawn instead. One of those rooms is called the Courtyard, and it's unusual because it's the only time we're able to actually go outside, feel the wind in our hair, the rain on our skin, and then remember that we're still trapped and have nowhere to go but forward. Existential crises aside, this room is pretty much regarded as a safe zone during the run, which starts to make a lot of sense as you explore the area. Looking around, you'll find a large statue of an angelic figure with a sword in the center of the courtyard, protecting it. In the Bible, we often see depictions of angels with swords, both used for battle and for protecting, but they're also seen to guide the lost, helping them find their way either physically or spiritually. Now, what would that remind me of? It's Guiding Light, the entity that's trying to protect us. This isn't the only time religious iconography is used within the game either. A handful of paintings around the hotel are parodies of religious artwork, or have been named with more religious connotations, like the Last Supper, or these two called Temple and Tabernacle respectively. One of the new items being added to the Hotel Plus update is a cross. The update trailer literally tells us the rules have changed while revealing this item, and showing it stopping the entity Rush dead in its tracks. It's a pretty useful tool to be sure, but it actually tells us a lot more about these entities that we're up against. The Christian cross is commonly used in pop culture as a weapon to ward off demons, evil spirits, and unnatural beings like vampires, which means that these aren't just cryptids, they're demons, or at least something linked to the demonic. This in turn lends support to the idea that the angelic statue in the courtyard is indeed Guiding Light, as angels are basically the exact opposite of demons. But that's not the only thing the cross reveals to us about the game's lore, because while yeah, a cross stopping a demon in its tracks makes perfect sense, the developers didn't just take the easy way out. It would have been simple for them to implement the cross and just have the entity disappear when you use it, or have it freeze in place. Instead, they went the extra mile and gave it extra visual effects, which are definitely cool and add to the quality of the game, but also the specific symbol they use here tells us a lot. Upon first glance, most viewers will probably recognize the main symbol as the Star of David, a symbol of the Jewish faith, which might seem odd when connected to a cross and its powers over demons, but actually that wouldn't be looking at the full picture. Widening out your view, you can see that the Star of David is actually enclosed in a ring with writing and symbols in it. This actually aligns more with the precursor to the Star of David known as the Seal of Solomon, a symbol that supposedly gave King Solomon the power to command the supernatural, including demons. And now the pieces start falling into place. This symbol went on to become associated with the occult, but also with Christian, Jewish, and Islamic alchemists, which might explain the Islamic crescent that's being present at the center of the star. And yeah, believe it or not, but there's a lot of history with religious groups partaking in alchemy, specifically the whole turning lead into gold and bringing things to life from nothing part. It is some really wild stuff. In fact, it's that last one that's going to be important to us today. In the world of alchemy, when you create a living being from non-living things, that being is known as a homunculus. As the stories go, they were made in a variety of ways. Some are animals, while others are tiny little humans. Within Christian alchemy, the homunculus were supposed to be Christ-like, perfect beings made from nothing, but it would also grant its creator the ability to see and converse with demons and spirits, which if you were staying in a hotel filled to the brim with horrifying entities, I would imagine would be a useful tool to have on your side. So why am I bringing all this up? Well, there's always been one entity that bugged me. And no, it's not just because it killed me even when I did what it told me to do.
You must control your breathing. Yeah, okay. I was pressing Q or E.
No!
You can only revive and run once? No!
The figure always felt like the odd one out. Most of these entities are ghostly figures, black and white with overly distorted faces. Seek may appear in a human form during the chase, but it's basically a collection of eyes and black goo. But the figure, it's a humanoid monster that's covered in flesh, bones, and teeth. Thematically, the figure just doesn't feel like it belongs, until you look at how a homunculus is made. One method to create a homunculus is to combine bones, skin, and hair in a bag, and then bury that bag surrounded by horse manure for 40 days. Dig it up and hooray! You got yourself one stinky bag and supposedly a living creature. Now, let's just take a look at those ingredients again. Bones and flesh, it's a perfect match for our pal, the figure. That's why this monster's different. The figure isn't a spirit or a demon like all the others, it's an actual monster created using living tissue. Imagine the scene, if you will. World War II is going on. People are being injured left, right, and center. A random hotel is transformed into a makeshift hospital in order to manage the amount of injured people throughout the city. People are dying agonizing deaths, and their angry spirits refuse to move on. Religious figures in the community, like nuns, offer to join in helping nurse these people back to health, but not everyone has good intentions. It's World War II after all. The Nazis are performing horrific experiments on the wounded. Experiments that'll fuse the injured, dying, and rotten flesh, bone, and hair to create new life. The figure is born from these such experiments. Meanwhile, the prayers of the religious figures don't fall on deaf ears. They pray for divine intervention. They pray for an angel to protect them. And lo and behold, their prayers get answered. The guiding light traps the demons in the hotel, mixing up the rooms randomly, turning the hotel into a labyrinth that these entities get lost within. The hotel eventually falls into silence and obscurity. Nobody left inside, nobody willing to enter. The only thing that remains are stories of strange creatures that roam the hallways. Some ghostly, some made of flesh and bone. Most people would steer clear of a place like this, but one cryptozoologist took interest and decided to make a visit to this hallowed location. Guiding light saw us and destroyed the bridge outside, stopping us from ever leaving, not because they want us to perish, but because they know the secrets of this place have to remain hidden. And that, my friends, is what I suspect to be the lore of Roblox doors. Like I said at the start, this stuff was buried deep in here, but I'm really glad the developers are giving us some really interesting things to chew on, especially with all the new teased content they're releasing as part of the update. I am more excited than ever for this game. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if when they finally get around to releasing Floor 2, we end up seeing occult markings on the walls, the skeletons of dead clergymen, maybe even a summoning circle with a big old pile of bones in the middle. I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see. In the meantime, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. And if you don't want to stop the Roblox horror party, you could always go and check the video on the left where we talk about the lore hiding inside Roblox's Rainbow Friends. Or if you're just into indie horror games, why not check out our video diving into the lore of Choo Choo Charles. Promise you it is a wild ride. That one's over on the right. As always, my friends, don't forget to subscribe for more Roblox horror theories, and I will see you next week. Today, we end the horror. Today, we solve FNAF. Wait, didn't we say this exact same thing 7 years ago? Internet, welcome to Game Theory, the show that reminds you that if you click the like button hard enough, it'll summon DJ Music Man to your neighborhood for a block party. Go ahead, try it. Hit that like button. Didn't work? Have you tried clicking subscribe? I hear that sometimes works too. I guess you must not be clicking hard enough. I don't know what to tell you. Speaking of not working hard enough, aren't you tired of just plain boring merch? The kind that you buy and sure, it looks cool, but it just sits there on your body not doing anything interesting. Well, what if your merch was actually a puzzle? Introducing the world's first quest jacket. I know what you're thinking. A denim jacket isn't anything revolutionary, and you'd largely be right, except you'd also be missing one of the most crucial details. Those patches, they're not just any old D&D style patches, they're clues to help you solve a much bigger puzzle that exists inside of this thing. It's not just a jacket, it's the world's first ARG jacket. You heard that right, a world first. It's not every day that you create like the first of something, but to all my research, I don't think a product like this has ever existed. We've actually been working for the past 2 years to make something like this happen, working with garment manufacturers to sew secrets into places that they've never even thought about before. Obviously, I don't want to give too much away because part of the fun is letting you guys solve this for yourself, but we pulled out all the stops to give you a piece of clothing that you can actually experience. This thing is premium to the max, and if you manage to solve it, you get a special final patch to show that you are truly the puzzle master. So go ahead, head on down to the description and be a part of history. Grab yourself the first ever piece of ARG clothing and what will be the first in our series of quest jackets. Roll an investigation check to see if you've got what it takes. Today we finish milking, I mean covering the major mysteries of Security Breach. And you know what? I think I solved it. Or at least I think I've solved most of it. 7 years ago I made this video, The Clue That Solves Five Nights at Freddy's, where we put together all the pieces to support dream theory. The concept that the first 4 games of the series were all a collection of nightmares happening inside the mind of a child. In that episode there were lots of points of evidence, but ultimately the conclusion hinged on one key design detail, the alarm that brought each night to a close at 6:00 a.m. A grandfather clock for 3 games and a digital clock for number 4. 3 games in the crying child's house where we see a grandfather clock, the 4th in a hospital right before he dies, which ironically enough is the one whose gameplay is happening in a recreation of the house. Ooh, there's a reason this series is so difficult to talk about. Anyway, the reason I bring that video up is because today's theory works largely in the same way. Over the past few FNAF episodes, I've been trying to make heads or tails of Security Breach, pulling at what, to me, felt like the strongest thread. Gregory as the crying child, reborn in a robot body. Him reuniting with his brother Michael in the form of Glamrock Freddy and his sister Elizabeth in the form of Vanessa. And we've covered a lot of evidence trying to support that claim. The character's design, colors, the ice cream, the voice lines, robotic eyes, the satisfying narrative arc that it provides the game's 3-star ending. I mean, it's a lot. There are 2 episodes that are jam-packed full of discussion around exactly this. But today, I finally have my smoking gun. The clue that takes it from just a controversial theory to, at least in my mind, largely proven fact. Just like with the clocks and the dream theory, it's the one clue that is so specific, so intentional that it confirms that this was the main intent of the game. Until, of course, they decide to retcon it all due to bad audience feedback to keep the franchise going for another 7 years. Sorry guys, I hate to say it, but I think I'm unfortunately right this time. Gregory is a robot, and he's the crying child reborn. And by the end of today, I think you're gonna be convinced. And then from there, we're gonna talk about how all of that factors into the game's narrative and its final mystery, Patient 46. It all begins here, the Post-it room.
Huh, what? This is unexpected.
After exploring the sewers to decommission Chica, Gregory winds up here, a room full of glowing staff bot heads and lots of post-it reminders on literally every surface. I mean, this thing is a flashing neon sign that says important lore here. And yet in online discussions, it's been largely overlooked because it's kind of sandwiched in the middle of the game, overshadowed by the animatronic spaghetti monster ending. And even though I knew that something had to be hidden in here, trying to figure it out was like finding a needle in a haystack.
So what is this? What are we looking at here?
I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah? Is it obvious, Matt? What is it?
You get to a certain age.
Uh-huh.
And you gotta start taking notes.
Post-it notes?
Yeah, you just leave them around.
Okay.
But also there's robot heads.
So with that incredible insight, I spent literal hours off camera trying to look at every single post-it note to make sure that I had the full picture. And the answer I got was, do not do that. Learn from my mistakes. It took me so long, only to discover that the game files had been dug up and the post-it textures were just there in 3 simple images. Thanks to Just XFOT for uploading these to GitHub. Flush those hours of my life down the toilet. When you study these post-it textures, you actually realize that there are 3 phases to the post-it notes. One that's barely legible, another where the spelling and drawing improve slightly, and the final where they become nearly perfect. It looks like someone is trying to learn how to write and draw, slowly getting better over time. And it all begins here with a note written in binary. When you first enter the room, there's a cardboard box in the middle, which, if I were to guess, is Steel Wool trying to draw our attention to the most important post-it clues in what otherwise is a very crowded and busy looking room. On it, we get this binary string, which translates to, why is I? That's it. The grammar, I think, is intentionally bad because this is a computer coming into consciousness, asking the question, why am I alive? And doing it written in binary, the language of machines, computers, robots. Elsewhere in the room is more binary that translates to hide. Whatever this thing is, it's scared and it's confused. It hides until it can better understand what or who it's meant to be. The other illegible Phase 1 notes here are random flashing thoughts, the sky, kids, love, random glimpses of memories coming into focus. The phrase, I can feel it, is this creature coming into consciousness. And this right here, you are something family, which looks like Afton family, but it's pretty unclear. In short, it appears to be a machine that started speaking in binary, but as more and more memories start to take hold, it begins to write in normal alphabetic characters. When you dive into the notes from phases 2 and 3, though, things start to get much clearer. It's mainly images and text revolving around birthday parties, happy place, birthday time, family, a pile of presents, some cake, let's get snack, fun, 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 friends forever, pizza time. Nothing particularly earth-shattering for a series about pizza restaurants. But then there's one post-it in the Phase 3 notes that really stands out. The one clue that truly brings together the last 2 months of research. This thing is the linchpin. It's our smoking gun, my friends, and it all boils down to a present alongside 3 simple words, all for me. The party was all for me. Does that mean anything to you? Because it certainly does for me. You see, in the FNAF Survival Logbook, a seemingly innocuous workbook full of pizzeria-themed activities, you have 3 voices speaking through the pages. Michael Afton, writing his answers in red pen, the vengeful spirit Cassidy using lightly faded text, and the crying child, altering the physical text of the book. One conversation that happens between Cassidy and the crying child plays out like this. Cassidy says, the party was for you, and the crying child responds, it was for me. All for me. Suddenly, all the party imagery makes sense. The balloons, the cake, the kids. This is the bite victim, the crying child, coming into consciousness and remembering the birthday party that took his life. And using this context, suddenly everything in these notes takes on a whole new meaning. In the first phase of notes, we see a crudely drawn house with a set of arrows pointing towards what looks to be a strange set of doors. Maybe another building? Which admittedly doesn't make much sense unless this is the crying child, who, in FNAF 4, would walk down and to the right and then back up to go to Freddy's with his brother every single day. In the Phase 3 notes, we see this close-up of a bear, which would have been the last thing that the crying child saw before his head got chomped. Blue, yellow, green, and red, those are the flashing lights above the Fredbear stage as he gets bit. Or, you know, maybe it's the balloons on the nearby table for someone who can't tell the difference between blue and purple. Even things like hide and no hide relate to the crying child's behavior throughout FNAF 4. He hides under tables, and he is constantly made fun of for it throughout the game. We also see a lot of dialogue about running away, just like on the post-its. Digging deeper, we also start to see other patterns emerging. The number 7 shows up repeatedly as both a set of tally marks as well as a set of 6 faces with a smaller 7th one off to the side. This ties us directly back to FNAF VR, where we had a glitching purple gravestone for Afton in the middle of 7 normal gravestones. 5 missing children, Charlie the puppet, and the smaller face watching on, the crying child. As he says in other notes, all my friends. There's also repeated use of the number 3. 3 faces, 3 kids, words repeated 3 times like home, 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 and fun, 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 3 slices of pizza, 3 presents, even just counting to the number 3. So what would that mean? Well, think about it. We've seen a lot of references to a house and family throughout these post-its. Seems to me like it's a reference to the 3 Afton kids, Michael, Elizabeth, and the crying child himself. And the thing that brings all of it together isn't a post-it note, but instead the table higher up in the room where we see the staff bots arranged like a family at dinner. A mother and a father alongside their 3 kids. 1 red-headed pigtailed girl, 1 boy, and a kid with his head bit off. And just to hammer it all home, in the middle of the table, the collectible is a poster for Fredbear's Family Diner, the place of the bite, the place where all of this began. It looks like the robot finally figured out who he was, and he started to recreate his family. The robot is the crying child, which by proxy then has to be Gregory. And if you need further proof of humanoid robots in the game, Illy Becky on Reddit caught this detail tale from sister location. Humanoid heads, ones that look very similar to Gregory's face. Oh, and a last thing, much to everyone's excitement, there's actually a new book series coming out later this year. A new season of Fazbear Frights called Tales from the Pizzaplex, obviously referencing the location in Security Breach. The cover of the first book in the new series? Robot Kid. There it is. Which leads us then to the last puzzle of Security Breach, the retro CDs. For those of you who don't know, there are 16 CDs around the map that you can only find once you've upgraded Freddy's eyes. From there, you take the CDs to a hidden room designed to look exactly like Mike's room from sister location. These CDs seem to be recordings of the therapy sessions for two patients. Patient 71, who we mentioned last time is clearly Vanessa, and patient 46, who we never get to hear speak. And over the course of the various sessions, 46 and 71 are set up to be direct opposites of each other. Vanessa likes flowers, patient 46 does not.
Oh, you like those? The janitor on this floor has a garden and has been putting bouquets in the offices here for years. What's the problem? Oh, the flowers? I'll move them.
Vanessa likes blue skies and doesn't like dark basements. 46 prefers it dark.
I like the blue sky. I don't like dark basements. Oh, right. Too bright. When the shade's pulled, it feels like we're in a cubbyhole or a cave, yeah?
Vanessa doesn't like candy. 46 does.
Would you like a candy? No, thank you. Those have 35 calories apiece. Sure, you can have a candy.
Clearly, we're meant to see these characters as opposites, which is why so many people online considered that patient 46 might actually be Vanny, Vanessa's alter ego possessed by Glitch Trap, or even more extreme, Vanessa's evil twin sister, considering the fire ending shows us a dead Vanny on the ground and Vanessa looking down from the burning building's roof. But let's quickly talk about those two interpretations. First of all, Vanessa and Vanny are the same person. They have to be. All the evidence leading up to this game in places like FNAF Special Delivery have pointed to a woman named Vanessa A getting mind-hacked by Afton and reluctantly following his orders. And in this game, we still have pieces of evidence. For instance, in the CDs, we learn that Vanessa is buying fake fur to make the Vanny costume.
On your breaks, it looks like you were shopping for a costume. You purchased some fake fur material. What are you gonna make?
If she's not the one wearing it, why would she be making it? To me, the fire ending here is meant to be symbolic. We haven't beaten Princess Quest yet, so Vanessa's spirit is still trapped inside that burning building, but her body has died. She is one person. But could the persona of Vanny actually be patient 46? Again, the evidence just doesn't seem to add up to that. Throughout their sessions, we get multiple indications that the therapist is speaking to a child. The way they speak to patient 46 here...
You don't want me to get in trouble, do you? I could be put in the corner for a time out. Yeah, you think that's funny, huh?
And again here...
Tragedy always leads to a feeling of loss. It's a hole that feels funny, right?
The way they explain simple words...
And I'm surprised by your knowledge of computers. You're something of a phenom. Do you know what that word means? It means you have unusual skill, like a hacker.
The way they point out that 46 doesn't fit into the chair.
That chair doesn't really fit you, does it?
They even mention the fact that they specifically work with children.
You know, I work with people of all ages, from little kids to the very elderly.
I understand that therapists would want to treat alters as they see themselves, but this just doesn't seem to fit. At no point do we get an indication that Vanny sees herself as a child. But now let's go back to what we assume we know about 46. They're a kid, they like the dark, they like candy, they're really good with computers. In fact, they're a bit robotic themselves, answering questions in cold, detached ways.
When I read your account of what happened, it came across as, well, more of an objective rather than a subjective narrative. Oh, sorry. You don't know what that means, do you?
Here again, we get another example of the therapist having to explain a relatively simple word. Now, look at our post-it room. It's a dark cave underground, outright labeled as "This is my home." On the central cardboard box is a drawing of candy. And a robot would be emotionally detached and would also be great at hacking. Heck, the therapist does tell patient 46 to write down their feelings.
I suggested you write down exactly what made you so sad and scared.
And if this room isn't an example of that, I don't know what is. Taking it one step further, if I'm right in saying that Gregory is indeed the robot that came into consciousness here, that's why he doesn't fit into the chair. He's a kid. That's also the reason Steel Wool couldn't let us hear 46's voice throughout these therapist tapes. It would give away the game. It would immediately take away the mystery of who 46 is since we hear Gregory talk so much. But why would Gregory, a robot kid hiding out in the Pizzaplex, actively be seeking out therapy? He's not in a school of any kind and he's not employed, so it wouldn't be mandated. What is going on here? Well, over the course course of the 16 CDs, we listen as both patient 46 and Vanessa visit a total of 5 therapists, all of whom are implied to have been mangled to death by machinery. But the deaths here aren't arbitrary. If you track the tapes, each therapist ends up getting killed off immediately after they start asking Vanessa about encrypted messages that she's been receiving from a mysterious figure.
Your performance reviews are good, but a routine check of your online history has revealed that you've spent quite a bit of time with someone in an encrypted conversation. We have transcripts, and I've read them.
Dead the next session.
The messages you're getting seem very manipulative in nature. You know who I'm talking about. Why won't you open up about it? These files are full of details about your life.
Again, dead the next session. When the encrypted messages get brought up to 46, same thing.
When I saw some of your recent encrypted conversation logs, at first, I thought I was looking at more examples of you just talking with yourself. Then I realized it was different. When I study this, it sounds like there is someone else responding to you.
A third therapist bites the dust. The therapists cover all sorts of topics: bad childhoods, work history. One therapist even confronts patient 46 with all the other dead therapists. Nothing, no response. It's only once the encrypted messages come up that they're suddenly marked for death. We also know that it's 46 doing the killing here. The dead therapists are a complete surprise to Vanessa.
Hi, go ahead. Sit down.
I don't know you. What happened to...
Oh, we'll get to know each other in no time.
But to 46, just business as usual.
Why did you lie? Why don't we come back to this another day? You're shaking your head as though that's not going to happen.
He's shaking his head because he knows that now she is also marked for death. To me, all of this screams of 46 keeping tabs on Vanessa. He's going to therapy not for himself, but rather to follow her actions, making sure that she's not saying anything that she shouldn't about these encrypted messages. And when the therapists do get too close to the truth, they're bumped off. We learn in one of the last CDs that patient 46 isn't being manipulated, but is instead the one doing the manipulation.
I don't think you're being manipulated here. I think you're the one doing the manipulating. No comment? Huh?
Putting 2 and 2 together would tell us that patient 46 is the one communicating with Vanessa. He's controlling her life for some reason. In fact, 46 appears to be the reason Vanessa is working at the Pizzaplex in the first place. One odd detail of the in-game messages is that Vanessa was not supposed to get the security job. In the message marked for deletion, we see that Vanessa's lack of security experience gets the interviewer to not recommend her for the job, and yet she's hired anyway, despite, as it says in another message, no prior qualifications. In both messages, we're told that it's an internal reference coming from the top that got her the job. Someone has brought Vanessa here for a specific purpose. And who better than a hacker that's clearly established to be in the Pizzaplex's emails? Patient 46, Gregory. In short, it looks like Gregory is manipulating the situation, determined to get Vanessa to work at the Pizzaplex, following her to all her mandated therapy sessions, and ultimately killing off anyone that gets too close to the truth. I mean, after all, Gregory is not opposed to using a bit of violence to get what he wants.
We have to get these. We can upgrade you!
He's also not opposed to lying about it.
This upgrade, it was Chica's. Please be honest. How did you get it?
When I was in the kitchen earlier, she fell into some sort of garbage smasher.
Is she okay?
Well, she's still functional.
But why? Why is he going to all of this effort? Well, combine it with what we saw in the post-it room. There's a family reunion scene. Multiple post-its referring to family, the 3 siblings, their house. Remember what I said earlier? A robot has come into consciousness and is trying to reclaim what he lost, his family. He wants the family back together, and so he's doing everything in his power to make that happen. Using his hacking skills, he's managed to break into staff files, so he knows that there's something off about Vanessa. Maybe he even knows that his dad's consciousness is inside of her. He's also got his brother and Freddy and his dad in the basement. The family in this game is truly coming together again, reclaiming what Crying Child once lost. And that's it. That's the whole theory done. There are definitely no holes or flaws to anything I just said. Don't look any deeper than everything I just told you. All right, fine. There might be a few itty-bitty holes to all of this explanation, namely some of the info that we get from the last 2 CDs. If patient 46 is Gregory, then why is he glitching the system to make all the animatronics scarier? If he lured Vanessa to the Pizzaplex, then why would he then be avoiding her throughout the game? Why would he be surprised to see Afton in the basement if he's trying to bring the family all together? There's also the mystery of the whole parent story. 46 is said to have good parents.
None of what you said in your file about your parents was true. The truth is, you had great parents. A great childhood. Why did you lie?
But how would records of good parenting exist for a robot who presumably had no parents? Or the crying child whose records presumably would say that he was dead? Or even if you don't believe those theories, if 46 is Gregory and Gregory's just a homeless kid, that doesn't sound like he would have had a great childhood or any sort of home life. But the kicker, the one to me that makes this really difficult to explain, is this email that I had long forgotten about from FNAF AR. Strap in for this one, friends. Hey Ness, I hope things are good. I saw you ordered 3 lifelike human male rubber masks, and I was dying to ask what they're for. Sounds to me like a robot kid is confirmed, but it also sounds to me like Vanessa built it or gave rise to this robot kid. If so, then I ask again, why would Gregory be avoiding her throughout the game? I mean, the best I could come up with is that somehow Gregory escaped and is now convinced that Vanessa is trying to shut him down because of his rogue programming. I mean, it's not a bad idea, but then why would he be luring her to the Pizzaplex? It's like one half of each explanation works, but then when you try to connect it back with like the other half of the theory, they end up contradicting each other, which is really frustrating. There are 2 other options. First, the robot kid from the post-it room is entirely brand new, or the second option is it's someone that we never see in the game, Baby. Now, the first option of a brand new character, yeah, it's cool, I guess. I can't really speculate about that. It could literally go anywhere and solve everything. As for option 2, Baby, just like with Gregory, there are certain things that fit and other things that just don't. Baby, like Gregory, could want to put the family back together. Baby has always wanted to make Daddy proud, so she'd be quite happy to kill off therapists that got too close to the truth, just like we see with 46. And she would willingly spread the Afton virus to make the animatronics scary in order to bring Daddy back. If she's using illusion discs, or if she acts like she does in the books, then it's possible that she'd be able to take the form of a child and make up a backstory. She's also a character that canonically loves disguises, just like Patient 46.
It reminds you of a mask? Like a disguise? Yeah, I can see that. You like the idea of being disguised? Disguises let you be sort of invisible, don't they?
There's also a line about the therapist being able to see Patient 46's eyes.
That's better. On this side of the desk, I can see your eyes.
And we know that Baby's eye color has always been an important detail in the past. But as with Gregory, there are still a number of holes with this line of thinking. Baby/Elizabeth likes flowers. Patient 46 doesn't. We also know Baby hates being in the basement of Sister Location. So then why, as Patient 46, would she prefer to live in a cave rather than blue sky? In short, as I wrap up my overall coverage of Security Breach, I guess I gotta summarize it like this. This game is frustrating from a lore standpoint. Smaller questions like Glamrock Bonnie and Golden Freddy, yeah, those are pretty easy to answer. But when it comes to what this game was actually about, no one theory actually solves it all in a clean way. There are references to every corner of the FNAF universe in here, but as a result, nothing fits cleanly together to solve everything. There are pieces that always dangle or always contradict something else. Do I think the crying child is here based on the post-it room? Yes, absolutely. Is he Gregory? I mean, right now, I think that he's our best option. Is he also Patient 46? It seems like he's trying to be, but there are just a lot of holes there. And there are holes in the Baby theory too, and that honestly just leaves the option of a mysterious third party pulling the strings behind the scenes, which on one hand would be welcome. I'd love to see a new character inserted into this lore, but on the other hand, it also feels unsatisfying because it's like, well, that came out of nowhere. This franchise has never operated like that, so it feels weird for it to start acting that way now. Individually, small pieces of the mystery make sense, but when you take a step back and look at the wider lore of this series, how it connects to other games, how it connects to the wider story arc that's been created, that's when things start to fall apart. And I think that is what is so frustrating with this title. So that's what I'm left with. Let me know what your thoughts are. Are you seeing things that I'm not? Hopefully it at least sparked some ideas in your head. And hey, if it did, you can let me know live right now. I am officially live with other members of Team Theorists, other FNAF tubers, all of us covering things about this game. My hot takes on the Security Breach lore, other theories that we haven't covered yet, and of course, just generally chatting about what we thought of the game, where we think the franchise is going, and what we predict will be the upcoming DLC. Nothing is off the table, friends, so if you have FNAF theories yourself, throw them out there and we can discuss them live. Link is down in the description right now. Stop on by, join us for some good old-fashioned live theory crafting. And while you're down there, just one last reminder to head on over to our merch store to get your hands on the first of its kind Quest jacket. There's a very limited number of these available because it was very costly to make them, so if you want your hands on the first ever puzzled jacket, make sure you're checking it out in the description below. See you over on the live stream, and as always, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Hello Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, and the final part of my FNAF timeline where today we're bringing our story to a close by talking about the most complicated and controversial part of the timeline, the part that I've been dreading most of all, the end. The moment where we're finally forced to come to some definitive and difficult answers trying to explain what the heck we were watching in Security Breach. The last 2 episodes have been about death. The death of Afton's family, the deaths of multiple children, the death of the franchise itself as Mike and Henry figuratively and literally burn it all down. Today's episode, though, and the current end of this franchise, is instead all about rebirth, the return of old characters in new forms, and the controversial rebirth of a franchise entering the next era of its story. But before we hop into the timeline, due to scheduling conflicts, I won't be able to have any live talk back after this episode. I know, I promised one, I was really excited about it, but I just couldn't make it work with my schedule and all the other guests' schedules. That said, I still do plan on doing one over the coming weeks with special guests. Just make sure that you're subscribed and either have all notifications turned on, or you're just watching our community tab for the announcement as to when that's gonna happen. And now, without any further ado, we finally reach the end and a new beginning to our story. Fazbear Entertainment was dead.
There is no need for you to return to work next week, as Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity.
All debts had been paid, all assets redistributed. The company was outright dissolved. Even the memories of the horrors that had happened there started to fade away in the public consciousness. The people were gone too. William was dead, Henry was gone. A whole generation of young Emilys and Aftons had lost their lives to the horrors of the pizzeria, all of them collateral damage to the man in the bunny suit. Everyone the company had ever touched was dead and gone. Well, all except one.
Pay your child support, you deadbeat! I'm keeping the diamond ring. I also set the house on fire!
Clara Afton. She'd been there in the early days, back when things with William were good. They'd had the perfect home, a thriving business, the ideal family. But shortly after their youngest son died, things started to change. William had become distant, lost in his work, obsessive. She had watched him change from this irritatingly brilliant man that she had fallen in love with to a drunken monster struggling to hold himself together. And despite her trying to reach out to him in those desperate days, he was just too far gone.
Admit it, you wanted to let me in.
For her sake, she had to leave the relationship, and from there, she largely faded into obscurity. A mystery from William's past, a footnote in his history, and that was fine for her. She wanted to leave that part of her life behind. She tried to move forward, never wanting to hear the name Freddy Fazbear again, a time defined by mistakes and broken promises. But then, the paperwork started to arrive. As Fazbear Entertainment began to close as a corporate entity, suddenly her mail was flooded with notifications, requests, obligations. She had been there since the beginning, helping William in the early days of his business, and now, as a shareholder and sole living member of the Afton family, all copyrights and trademarks of both Afton Robotics and Fazbear Entertainment passed on to her. Memories of this past life that she had long left behind. Looking at the blueprints, the contracts, the memos, she felt old wounds begin to reopen, the regrets of a happy family that had been torn away from her. William had always been brilliant. That's what had attracted her to him in the first place. But he'd also been too blinded by obsession and pride. He was too jealous, too petty, too unable to actually see a bigger picture. But now, holding the paperwork that contained decades of heartbreak and trauma, she realized it was her turn. She was holding the power. This was her chance. And one thought resonated in her head. I will put them back together. I will put them all back together. She would be the one to rebuild this family, to rebuild the pieces of that shattered life, to reclaim the kids that Fazbear had stolen from her. But how? Looking at William's work now laid out before her, she knew that he had been onto something, collecting remnant, robotic humanoids, digital conscience transference. The pieces were all in place, they were just scattered, fragmented. It was almost like there were too many ideas going in too many different directions. It was such an important idea that she reiterated that point to herself. There were too many ideas going in too many different directions. That said, there had to be a way to save it all. She just needed to put it all back together. But how? To rebuild her family, she would first need to rebuild the franchise that had stolen them away from her. With ownership over the characters, their licenses, the technology patents, and the Fazbear name, she converted the corporation back to an LLC, a structure for smaller businesses that are usually family-owned. The irony was fitting. From there, she would need remnant, and lots of it. Remnant was the key. Clearly, in the later years of his life, William had been using Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals as a remnant farm, sending robots to kids' birthday parties in the hopes of nabbing bits of the stuff here and there. But clearly, it wasn't enough. He had, what, like 4, maybe 5 animatronics going out every week? No. It was a decent idea, but to get the remnant they required, it needed scale. Dozens, hundreds of animatronics all out there, all gathering remnant from unsuspecting customers. But to do that would require help, something William would never ask for. William had kept everything in-house. His obsession with control limited him. Clara, though, she wasn't nearly that precious. A plan like this required partners, people outside of Fazbear to do the heavy lifting. So she contacted a mid-sized delivery company, DLZ Shipping Solutions, to help build replicas of all the original animatronics. And with meal delivery apps being all the rage, why not an animatronic delivery service? Order one to celebrate your birthday, your Halloween party. How about a 4th of July picnic? We'll invite Liberty Chica and 4th of July Freddy on over. She would make sure that they made skins for every occasion. Chocolate Bonnies for Easter, Shamrock Freddies for St. Patrick's Day, Dia de los Muertos Chicas. And thus, the Fazbear Funtime service was born.
That's right. With the Fazbear Funtime service, you'll never be alone again. You'll always have someone watching your back.
Was it ridiculous? Absolutely. Was it a sellout? Pfft, no doubt. It was exactly the sort of thing that William would have hated, but it needed to be done to get enough remnant. Normally, the novelty of ordering an animatronic wore off after like what, 1, maybe 2 times? But with new skins for new holidays, suddenly you had yourself an animatronic perfect for every occasion. It would keep people hooked. It would keep them ordering the latest and greatest that Fazbear Entertainment LLC had to offer. And all the while, they'd be collecting and returning the remnant back to her. In a word, it was brilliant. There was just one problem with it. No one trusted the Fazbear name. The company's brand was still mud in the public eye. No one would want to hire animatronics from the restaurant franchise known for murdering children. Nothing kills a party quite like the threat of death, you know. So she needed to find a way to discredit the stories that had come before. She needed to win back the public's affections, reactivate some nostalgia for the spooky stories of their childhoods. She needed a game. Multiple games, in fact.
They lied to us. They lied to all of us. They told us that the whole point of this VR game was to undo the bad PR done by a rogue indie game developer. But that's not true at all. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
Struggling game developers were a dime a dozen online, most working on their magnum opus between shifts at the Dollar General. So she found one. Steve just picked him out of obscurity, the right mix of desperate and doofus willing to say and do anything for a couple extra bucks. And he fell right in line, as expected, delivering stupid little things with dumb generic names like Mangle's Quest, Balloon Boy's Air Adventure, Five Nights at Freddy's. Bad gameplay with even worse graphics, but hey, they got the job done. People were suddenly talking about the clues inside of these things, searching for the hidden lore. They were actively making jokes about dead kids at pizzerias. Her husband's twisted history of serial murder had suddenly been reduced to a mere Nancy Drew mystery to be solved. The plan had worked. Freddy Fazbear's was suddenly more popular than ever. Things were going shockingly well. Her takeover and reboot of the franchise was full and complete. Suddenly infused with cash, she built the largest, most ambitious project yet, the Mega Pizzaplex. William had always been so visionary, but always thought so small scale. He was careful to a fault. Not her, though. She knew that this latest project needed to be big. It needed to be flashy. It needed to be a palace for children, a place that got people talking and checking out the latest in Fazbear products. So with a steady supply of remnant flowing in, it was finally time. The stage was set. It was time to get to her real goal, literally rebuilding a family. March 2035. The first was obvious. The crying child, her little boy, the one that was the first to get ripped away from her. She'd seen down in his bunker that William had gotten very close to replicating artificial humans using animatronic technology. And so that's exactly what she would do. Rebuild her boy from the ground up using robotic parts. His shaggy brown hair, his favorite striped shirt, even down to small details that no one would notice, like the band-aid on his left knee. William's research had even found ways of making animatronics that could bleed and process food, making them virtually virtually indistinguishable from a typical human. He would never have any idea of what he actually was unless he was explicitly told. The only things that could possibly ruin the illusion were any overrides to his internal systems. If something were to, say, interfere with the cameras that he had in his eyes, or cause some sort of a core reboot to his hard drive, or x-ray his metallic bones, then yeah, he would be exposed. But otherwise, to the outside world, he was just your typical, normal human boy. She worked down in the bowels of the Pizzaplex, giving him life, but it was one thing to build him, it was another to help him remember his identity. He died so young, so early in their history, that there was no preserved memories for him, no documentation that she could just download into his digital brain. So bit by bit, she trained him, forcing him to remember who he was. In a corner of the room, she even made a makeshift dinner table, a reminder of their happier days. The family recreated: 2 brothers, a sister, a father, and the mother at the head of the table. The one in charge, the one in command, the one bringing all of this to fruition. But his progress was admittedly slower than she would have liked. At first, he could only communicate through simple ones and zeros, then rudimentary drawings and crude letters. But bit by bit, images of his past life started to come through. Balloons, colors, houses, bears and faces, birthday parties, all for me. Gregory was alive. As the robot boy embraced her, she felt a warmth that she hadn't in decades. This was the joy that she'd been working towards. This was what it was all for. Her son, back in her arms again. The plan was working. She had to keep going. Next was William. If the family was truly going to be put together, she would need him. And she knew exactly where he was, in the ruins of that old Freddy Fazbear's pizza place where Henry had trapped him. In fact, that's specifically why she insisted on building the Pizzaplex there over the sinkhole. It was the best place to hide what her true intentions were with the entire operation. Digging through the wreckage, she found him. He was right where she thought he'd be. Seeing the putrid shell of the Springtrap suit, though, was not something she was prepared for. The rotting corpse of William Afton was disgusting. Scorched flesh fused into the fur lining, hollow black sockets where eyes once were, a smell that reeked of burned carbon and bloody iron. He was no longer flesh, he was just the tangled sinews of a creature that was once called human. How far this brilliant man had fallen. It was clear that her work was cut out for her on this one. Afton was practically lifeless. The man may not have been able to die, but he was about as close as you could come, and his body would need a lot of reconstruction. Replacement arms and endoskeleton reinforcements were the top priority, maybe pulled from their new line of glam rock animatronics. She'd have to see if they had any spare Bonnie parts lying around that they could steal. In the meantime, though, she threw the husk that was once her husband into a life support pod infused with aerosolized remnant to help keep him stable. But more important than recovering his body was recovering his mind. In his current state, he was comatose, an empty shell. Severe brain damage starts at temperatures over 108 degrees Fahrenheit. 42 degrees Celsius, and years of repeated fires had burned his brain to goo. Gone was the brilliant, frustrating mind that had drawn her to him in the first place. But she had a plan. Unlike her darling boy Gregory, Afton had found ways to record his consciousness. Fundamentally, the brain is only a series of electrical connections after all, so why couldn't you replicate that in the form of a standard circuit board? In essence, you could create a digital consciousness. And one thing she knew about William, he was nothing if not cautious. A planner, someone who had backup plans to his backup plans. And sure enough, there it was, buried in piles of old animatronic CPUs, a record of Afton himself. But she needed someone to test it.
Someone was definitely here during the night. It had to have been the client. I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation, told us to scan it, said it would expedite the process so we wouldn't need to program any pathfinding ourselves.
Unlike the other games that she'd paid to have made in the past, this one had a different purpose. This wasn't about PR, it was about getting William back up and running, spreading his virus to the masses.
You acknowledge that Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for accidental digital consciousness transference, real-world manifestations of digital characters.
She hired a new developer, Silver Parasol Games, to scan the boards and bring her husband into the system. And because of the immersive nature of VR, William's consciousness would be able to merge with the player, giving him a new body, a new agency. There was just one complication. Afton's hold wasn't as powerful as she had hoped. He wasn't able to gain complete control. The first trial run, Jeremy, was so desperate to escape from his grasp that he sliced his own face off with a paper shredder. Messy. Afton's followers were reluctant, to say the least. But it was the second attempt that looked like it had the potential to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Enter Vanessa. Mrs. Afton wanted a surrogate daughter. Her darling Elizabeth would have been a young woman at this point if she had lived. And Clara wanted someone who wasn't Elizabeth but could be just like her. Could she have just rebuilt her like Gregory? Sure, but she decided against it because she wanted an actual human mother-daughter connection. Well, that, and it would be redundant and narratively unsatisfying to have two robot kids in the same family. What could she say? William had put a lot of tools on the table for her to use, and she was planning on using them all. Plus, Elizabeth had always been so loyal to Daddy. It was time to give her a second chance, a true choice. And Vanessa seemed to be the perfect candidate to fill the role.
Your dad's name was Bill? Your dad didn't play fair, did he? He used to make your mum look bad in court. He manipulated you. I know your mum after she lost the custody case.
I was supposed to be a good girl.
She started as a QA tester at Silver Parasol Games, the VR game development company that was part of her plan to bring back William. But more importantly, Vanessa checked all the correct boxes. Right age, blonde, green eyes with a fondness for flowers and the outdoors. In many ways, it was her daughter all over again. Except it wasn't just looks and personality. What really mattered was Vanessa's mind. Underconfident, coming from a broken home, motherless, able to be manipulated. Yes, she would do nicely. She would be the one to save dear old Daddy, just as the real Elizabeth would have wanted.
I will make you proud, Daddy.
While testing the VR game, William's digital consciousness merged with Vanessa. Oh sure, she fought, fragmenting Afton's code into a series of tapes hidden across the game, trying to do web searches to regain control over her life, but it wasn't enough. She was weaker than Jeremy. She was a thrall that, despite occasional moments of lucidity, had to obey. And with Vanessa, it was a 2-for-1 deal. She was getting a daughter back, while also bringing her husband one step closer to reactivation. She just had to make sure that Vanessa was headed the right way. The reborn Gregory was an expert hacker, part of the benefits of being an Afton and a robot. So Clara had him keeping tabs on Vanessa, hacking into her emails and trailing her therapy sessions to ensure the future Elizabeth was falling in line. If any of the therapists started to ask too many questions, they were promptly dismissed from their positions. And while Gregory kept tabs on Vanessa's personal life, Mrs. Afton made sure to clear a path for her professionally. With Silver Parasol's collapse at the hands of the Anomaly, she then had the possessed Vanessa bring the contaminated circuit boards to DLZ shipping and the Fazbear Funtime service. More glitches, more Remnant, more Afton. But it was her last move that was the best. In a true masterpiece of poetry, she brought Vanessa over to be Chief Security Officer at the Pizzaplex. A true family tradition to don the hat and badge, and all it took was a recommendation from the top as well as some emails marked for deletion. Sure, Vanessa didn't have relevant experience for the job, but when it comes directly from the CEO, does it really matter? Husband, son, daughter. A corpse, a robot, a human. All that was left was Michael. Poor, troubled Michael. The boy that killed her youngest. The one that would spend years trying to make his guilty conscience right again. A self-professed protector. While she knew she needed him to complete the family, something told her that the problem had already solved itself. Something had shifted when using Glamrock Freddy to excavate the buried pizza place.
I have been here before. I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. I have changed. My friends are here, but I can protect you. I am not me.
Maybe it was the remnant that had coursed through Michael's veins. Maybe it was the spirit of Michael living on as a protector. But he was there, somewhere inside of Glamrock Freddy. She could feel it. And just like that, she'd won. She'd done it. Sure, there were still some kinks to work out, some final brainwashing of Vanessa, some rehabilitation of William, but they were there. Finally, all together again under one roof. The Aftons reunited. A happy ending. And that's how it could have ended. That's how it should have ended, had it not been for a few unanticipated developments. For one, something was just wrong with the Pizzaplex. Almost as if the entire building was haunted, possessed. Puppet plushies hiding on ceilings, behind crates, places that they had no earthly way of belonging. Staff bots with greasy tears down their eyes acting like they were being puppeteered by some sort of a nightmare. Even their sounds had the echo of nightmares long past. It was as though a guardian spirit of the past refused to move on. As long as her husband was around, it too would linger. Only now, it wasn't just in one body, but it was in the essence of the building itself. She had seen stories of houses built on burial grounds getting possessed by angry spirits, but she'd never assumed that it could be real. Then again, in a world of living spirit metal and mind-controlling glitches, who was she to be so judgmental? The whole thing was ridiculous. Why would this be the line that she refused to cross? After all, the Pizzaplex was built over the burial ground of angry Gregory's spirits, but it was the power cords that finally convinced her that something was wrong. Suddenly, these cords were striped black and white, like the security puppet from generations ago. The very foundations of this place, the materials and wires that constituted it, were rebelling against her, against the Aftons, against the quest to bring them all together again. And it was being helped by something else, something slithering through the building. Maybe they were connected, she couldn't be sure, but a blob of living wires could be heard oozing through the walls, stealing pieces and parts of the old animatronics showcased in Rockstar Row. She could only assume that it was a byproduct of all the remnant they'd been collecting. From Afton's testing, she knew that both light and dark remnant existed, one of positive emotions and the other created from anguish, anger, agony. Perhaps this thing was an amalgamation of all the darkest parts of the pizzeria's history, a collection of the hatred still housed inside these defunct endoskeletons and exosuits. As long as it was left alone, it seemed to be harmless. But if any Afton outside of Michael got too close, it would lash out wildly. Even young Gregory, looking to punish the family that had been complicit in its horrible creation. Little did she know, though, that Gregory should have been her biggest concern, that bringing the family together would have some unforeseen consequences. Gregory was normally the goodest of boys. She had literally built him that way. But lately, he'd been disappearing more and more often, disobeying her orders, requests. She knew that he loved playing on the arcade machines once the Pizzaplex closed, being so good as to top the leaderboard on practically all of them. But lately, he was nowhere to be found. She suspected his absence had to do with Glamrock Freddy's failed performance the other night, when he malfunctioned live on stage. Almost as though the core programming of Freddy responded to seeing this rebuilt small boy. Almost like it awakened something inside of him. She'd have to make sure that Vanessa was on the lookout for him. But she'd soon come to learn that Vanessa wasn't enough. Whether it was the influence of the nightmare puppet or a reawakened hatred of animatronics seated deep in Gregory's code, something had caused him to rebel, to rip apart each animatronic in the Pizzaplex. Bit by bit, this boy was tearing down the empire that she'd so painstakingly built, freeing Vanessa from her mind control, destroying the remains of Afton in the basement, setting Glamrock Freddy loose. As her carefully created world crumbled around her one more time, she began to plot her revenge. She would have to bring them all to ruin. And there you have it, my friends, nearly a decade in the making, my FNAF timeline for where the franchise is here in 2023, the year of Fazbear Frights, by the way. As always, it wouldn't be right for me to finish without going over some of the more controversial takes that I just handed out. I think we can all agree that this part of the timeline was always going to be the hardest, so let me just break down some of the major points. First of all, the biggest swing of this episode, and obviously the one that everything else rests upon, Mrs. Afton being the CEO of Fazbear Entertainment LLC. Here's why I went with this route. Now, first and foremost, the head of Fazbear Entertainment is the single biggest mystery that we're meant to solve at this point in the lore. The Ultimate Guide brings it up repeatedly. Who's running the show? Who is okaying these decisions? And in the security breach memos, we get multiple mentions of someone manipulating things from the top down. Whoever this is, they are the person driving forward every other facet of late-stage FNAF lore here. They're the puppet master who's hiring the indie dev. They're the ones relaunching the brand, building the Pizzaplex over the burial ground. So everything at the end of the timeline relies on this one singular answer. Now, as I see it, there are two possibilities here. One, an adult robot Elizabeth, like we see older versions of robot kids in the fourth closet, or Mrs. Afton. Could it be someone completely new to the franchise? Absolutely yes, but in a game with so many returning faces and repeated themes, it would be pretty random and arbitrary. So, between these two girl bosses, who then would it be? Well, Elizabeth always wants to please her daddy, so she'd be most likely wanting to bring him to life. But then, what's Vanessa's role in all of this? Vanessa is clearly meant to be a parallel for Elizabeth. Same hair, same eyes, similar backstories, but if the main goal is getting the Afton family back together, which seems to clearly be the case in Security Breach, then there's no need for Vanessa to be involved at all. We already have Elizabeth running the show. It would also mean that we suddenly have two robot kids running around, which feels narratively repetitive and quite frankly kind of dumb. Now look at Mrs. Afton. We know next to nothing about her outside of any clues that we can get from Immortal and the Restless and Bellora's song. But what her being head of Fazbear does is make every other piece of the lore fit. Suddenly, you can have one of every other type of character. One robot kid in Gregory, one brainwashed human in Elizabeth/Vanessa, one OG corpse in William, and one possessed animatronic in Mike. Narratively, it makes everything else cleaner. Legally, it's also the option that makes the most sense. As I call out in my narrative, she'd likely have some stake in the original company and all of its assets. So as Fazbear folds as a company, I'd suspect a lot of it would return back to her. But there was one clue that really sold me on this particular direction, and that was was this right here, in the Post-it room, the big lore central of Security Breach, a dinner table scene with the whole family, including the mother. And not only is she there, she is at the head of that table, the position of highest honor and responsibility. She is the one in charge, with William being relegated off to the side. That one scene shows that we have to include Mom in there somewhere, and the only place it makes sense for her to be is at the top. Now, there is one big dilemma with my interpretation of all this. The Ultimate Guide really seems to point out that the head of Fazbear doesn't want the glitch trap virus to spread. They call out one particular email in FNAF AR where the legal team calls a cease and desist to all action about scanning the circuit boards. And even in FNAF VR, we're told that the circuit boards get stolen back by the client, presumably once they realize what danger is on there, trying to stop glitch trap before he spreads and gets out of hand. Here's the problem with that though. If the head of Fazbear doesn't want Afton to rise again, why'd they restart the company in the first place? Why'd they build over the FNAF 6 pizzeria? Why'd they go through an elaborate cover-up to make the possessed Vanessa an important part of the company? Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It would be the most inconsistent series of actions ever, but I did want to call attention to it since it seems to be the route that the official guide is trying to steer us towards. Moving on to minor point number 1, the Five Nights at Freddy's games were made by the Rogue indie developer. Here's the thing, FNAF VR opens with this line.
That's why we have recreated many of these completely fictitious scenarios, lies that you've been fed over the last several years, into a hilarious VR game.
It's recreating the lies told to you by the indie developer, and since Help Wanted has direct recreations of FNAFs 1 through 3, it means the games must be part of the fabrications that this developer made up. Also, all of this is heavily implied in the story of the same name, Help Wanted and Tales of the Pizzaplex, hence FNAF 1 through 3, canon games within the lore of the series. Big swing number 2, the elephant, or ghost in the room, Charlie infecting the Pizzaplex. John from the channel FNAF has made some great findings about Charlie's influence over the Pizzaplex. The cables that looked like the striped arms of the puppet, the Nightmarion plushies that you find hidden across the Pizzaplex in weird places, the staff bots with creepy smiles and in your dreams written on the front. All of these things scream puppets. Plus, with the puppet mask not having tears in the blob, seems to imply that Charlie's spirit exists elsewhere. She is still in play, and she has an important role, especially in Gregory's Post-it room. The doors to the Post-it room in the game's code are called Charlie doors, and inside we see a bunch of lit up nightmare staff bot heads. Suspicious to say the least. The channel ID Fantasy did a great theory looking at the Post-it notes, concluding that the crying child / Gregory isn't alone in this room, but rather might be communicating with someone. A spirit, Charlie. Charlie's spirit seems to have pulled a poltergeist. Instead of controlling one thing, she's affecting a lot of little details, foundational elements of the Pizzaplex. And this isn't the first time that we've seen this in the franchise either. We've seen spirits communicating with people through physical writing in the survival logbook. So we know that this is an established means of spirit communication within this franchise. And I suspect that to some extent it might be Charlie's influence making Gregory go haywire. Which brings me then to my final and probably biggest controversy in recent FNAF history, Gregory as Patient 46, the evil robot mastermind. Now, I know when I first came out with this theory a year ago, people were mad. But here's the thing, you don't have to take my evidence points for it anymore. The recent Tales from the Pizzaplex story, GGY, basically goes and just outright proves it. In GGY, we find out about a boy named Gregory who's getting all the high scores in the Pizzaplex arcade machines. When therapists start to go missing, it's confirmed that GGY is the one that's working to bump them off. And when animatronics start getting corrupted by a mysterious glitch, GGY's letters are found inside the code. He even chooses the code name Dr. Rabbit, for crying out loud. But obviously by the time of Security Breach, Gregory is working against Burn Trap, Vanessa, and the animatronics. Why? How? Well, it's not really clear. I tend to believe that something must have happened to cause him to either lose his memory or be reset in some way. Maybe it was Charlie talking to him in his Post-it room, maybe he hit his head, maybe it was the connection that he made with Mike on stage in Glamrock Freddy. Not exactly sure, and I don't think we have enough clues to solve any of it yet. But it makes sense from a story perspective why he'd start off evil on Afton's side and then switch to trying to destroy him and not knowing who he is in Security Breach. And with that, my friends, I'm wrapping this thing up. Congratulations, we are on page 40. 22,000 words of FNAF, baby. Practically just wrote myself a Tales of the Pizzaplex short story. Have I answered everything? No. Does everything fit cleanly? No. But does it feel like the best and most cohesive narrative for all these characters that addresses most of the evidence we're given? Yeah. For me, honestly, it really does. And let's be honest with ourselves, the DLC will probably come out later this year and prove me completely wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Then comes the movie, whatever, my descent into madness continues. But regardless, this, I am so proud of this. This was a massive undertaking, and I'm so proud of our editors who have just destroyed the editing across all 4 of these installments. You guys are the best. Thank you for pushing through on 20+ minute uploads. You are unreal, and your talent is unrivaled. I'm so lucky to work with you guys every single day. And like I mentioned before, keep an eye on the channel for an announcement regarding a talkback live stream with some special guests. Was I right? Was I wrong? I want to hear your feedback, so that one's coming up soon. And with that, my friends, we can finally rest. I can leave the demon to its demons with one final reminder that it was all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Let me in.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that thinks that you are just the most. And I am just the most excited because after 3 long months, we finally have ourselves an update to Welcome Home, the retro website that's brimming with beautiful artwork and sinister secrets. The retro website that's brimming with beautiful artwork and sinister secrets. When we covered this project back in May, I was blown away by how impressive this was. From the fantastic character designs to the deeply unsettling world building, Clown, the project's creator, has crafted something that's really special here. A clever story about an old 70s TV edutainment show starring puppets that was mysteriously taken off the air. Beginning to notice a trend with all these online horror projects lately. Nah, it's probably nothing. The show itself revolved around a cast of quirky puppets. The joyful Julie, the clumsy Poppy, the rambunctious Sally, the reliable Eddie, the friendly Howdy, the grumpy Frank, the streetwise Barnaby, and of course, the lead, Wally Darling. Basically what you get when you throw Mr. Rogers, Bob Ross, and Elmo into a blender. The show itself, as we can learn through the website, would basically flow like your typical kids program. Wally would take the audience around the neighborhood and learn different life lessons alongside his friends. It would eventually disappear from the airwaves, with the only remains being gathered up and put back together on this very site by a group known as the Welcome Home Restoration Project. But of course, like most things that you find on the internet, not everything is as it first appears. In my last video, I went through the website and uncovered its many secrets, from messages hiding inside of Wally's drawings to hidden images that revealed Welcome Home to be a cult, with several images showing Wally in a position of power as the cult's leader, all built to worship some Cthulhu-like entity, the home itself, Wally's sentient house. In that video, I concluded that Wally was trying to reawaken Home, sending the restoration project all these letters and drawings in the hopes that they would gather people into the fandom for their eventual indoctrination. And before the update, that's exactly what it looked like, with the restoration project preparing a Welcome Home exhibition that was set for the near future. But soon after my theory came out, the website went dark, disappeared completely. That was until July, when the Welcome Home website sprung back to life with a massive update. And I do mean massive. We got more than just some cute new pictures and hidden codes this time. We've got audio files from the show, talk show interviews, merchandise, and oh yeah, giant eyes watching our every move. Those eyes belong to Wally. Now he's watching us more closely than ever. But the joke's on you, Wally. I've already dug through every corner of this thing, and I know exactly how you plan to gather more followers. I also know that one of your precious flock, one of your puppet friends there, is waiting in the wings to betray you. So join us, loyal theorists. Join us. Join us. Join us. Join us. As we pull back the curtain and reveal the difference between puppet and master. Let's just start with the big cliffhanger from the previous theory, the upcoming exhibition for Welcome Home. This event was a chance to share the history of the show with the world, but from the website's newsletter, it definitely seemed like something a lot more sinister. It read as follows, quote, "Together we will get it out. We will get everything out. You will see as we do, neighbor." Just gonna go and leave that invitation on red. Thank you very much. As I already mentioned, I suspected that this event was meant to gather people together to make them part of Wally's cult. So imagine my surprise when on the updated website, I saw that there was a brand new page dedicated to that very exhibition, and nothing really happened. Here I was, expecting images of destroyed displays, news articles of a disaster, maybe a message written on a wall in blood. That's not too much for a guy guide ask right, but instead all I saw were vinyl records, an activity worksheet, a mock-up Wall-E puppet. I was wrong. The most exciting thing on there was the merch. Merch that was almost as exciting as our new merch over on theorywear.com, which includes a color-changing t-shirt activated by your body heat, game theory leggings with sleek green piping and a phone pocket, and of course the villainous Urple jacket. And if you want items that are really hot, well then check out the heat map collection, because we're nerds and we decided that thermal imaging patterns would be really awesome to put on our clothes. They're available right now via the link down in the description or on screen right now, so go ahead, click them and grab them before they sell out. I promise you, you won't be indoctrinated into a cult if you touch them. I promise. I promise. No, something had to be off on this website. The main thing on the page was a short interview with the mysterious museum curator simply known as the Question Answerer. As they said on the exhibition page, quote, "I still have so many questions to answer here in the world of Welcome Home. You and me both there, QA. You and me both." Which means that it's time to do what you always do when you're stuck and need answers in an ARG. Click anything and everything on the screen. And sure enough, my gut and brute force was right. There was actually something hidden here on the page. If you click the word answer from the Question Answerer quote I just read, you're taken to a page with a single image of a notebook. On this notebook, we see someone has been trying over and over again to find a password, but a password for what? Well, to find out, all you have to do is click the image, revealing a red safe with keys that represent the various characters from the series. Clicking again takes us to a blank guest area that requests a password. According to the notebook, the code is going to be 5 letters. And go figure, those worksheets from the exhibition also have 5 questions, with each answer being one of the residents of home, lining up with the keys on the safe. Who's the funniest neighbor? Has to be the residential jokester Barnaby. Who shines brighter than any star? Sally Starlet. Who's the biggest chicken? Our knockoff Big Bird, Poppy. Which neighbor speaks to flowers? According to the character profiles, it's Julie. And who's your best friend? Well, that one there has to be our main character, Wally. And if we take the first letter from each answer, B, S, P, J, and W, and type all that in, we're rewarded with the staff-only page. And before I show it to you, let me just say that there is so much going on here, it is gonna burst your theorist brain. The page isn't like anything we've seen before. There's a bunch of text, but it's all at strange angles. The title's been copied so many times it's almost illegible. There's even some redacted text thrown in here for good measure. There's also a new group of photos that don't seem nearly as upbeat as the main site. And there we have it, my bloody walls. Can finally rest easy. But really, the image that grabbed my eye here was this one. An image of art supplies with a couple of no touching signs sticking out of the box. Hey, you don't tell me what I do or do not do sign. But in all seriousness, look at the note that's sitting on top of the pile of latex gloves. Put on gloves before handling any art. Call me if we run out. Those signs there aren't for visitors, they're for the staff. And it's important. I mean, you're not just writing 4 exclamation points there for no reason. In a later image, we find an email warning staff about a strange substance that's growing on the artwork. Quote, "If a substance begins to grow on anything delivered, please place it back in the box it was shipped in and return it to us at your leisure. If you or anyone in your team experiences nausea, dizziness, or fatigue, please don't be alarmed." Yeah, because when I touch something that suddenly makes me sick, my first response is clearly gonna be, this is totally fine. We can actually see the substance on the first image with the glove box. One of the gloves has actually been used and is covered with a paint-like goop, which matches what we see on the art pieces from the About Us page. The artwork is being delivered like this, and whatever's on it is not good for you. It seems connected to this line of secret text from the website's original FAQ page. Quote, "When I unwrapped the first letter, I felt it. I heard it. Open, open, open. I want it out. I'm going to get it out." It's not just making people sick, it's literally giving Wally an entry point. Seems that once you touch the paint, he can speak to you, indoctrinate you, brainwash you. In fact, it now appears to be happening to someone on the staff-only page. Here's the quote.
"I had a dream when I began working on the Playfellow exhibition. Wally Darling was sitting at the foot of my bed with a rotary phone in front of him, ringing away. It looked just like the little toy phone we were restoring for the exhibit. It kept ringing. Wally stared at me like he was waiting for me to pick up the phone, just staring, unblinking. The phone ringing and ringing. I couldn't move. I couldn't figure out how to move and pick up the phone. He kept waiting. I couldn't pick up the phone. I keep getting phone calls now, or at least I assume that's what's happening. I keep hearing it ringing all day sometimes. I check my phone, and there's no new messages."
The writer is being driven mad by the same substance, hearing the call of Wally and his cult of home. Just like you should be hearing the call, my call, of hitting that subscribe button. Just click the button to answer the phone in the next 5 seconds to make that ringing stop. Please make the ringing stop. Thanks, you're just the most. No, let's figure out what's going on with this note. The note goes on to talk about how they tore up the workspace to find the ringing, and that they pored over every recovery the Welcome Home Restoration Project has given me access to, including their website. Given that they're speaking about the organization in the third person, and they seem to be the one responsible for all the mess that we see backstage of the exhibit, it leads me to believe that this is the person put in charge of the whole thing, the question answerer. A professional exhibitor and museum curator who believes in our happy home just as much as we do. I actually saw their name pop up in the old website when I was doing my previous theory, but we didn't get much detail about them, so I kind of left them alone. But now, they seem to be playing a much more important role in the story, especially as it was their quote that led us to the staff page in the first place. The QA has been the one handling the artifacts. They've been getting everything set up, and in so doing, they've fallen victim to Wally's trap. What they've also done is tell us where we need to look next to keep our quest going. The question answer keeps referring to a telephone that Wally's holding, one that they can hear, but they dismiss the toy phone in the exhibit. Quote, all that was there were the toys for the exhibit, and obviously those couldn't be ringing. But I'm never quite so quick to dismiss any evidence that feels so overtly obvious. The telephone is prominently displayed at the exhibition as official merchandise for the Welcome Home show, and given there's now a merchandise page on the website, felt like the best place to go next. The merchandise page is full of holiday cards, vinyl records, cereals, and coloring books, but the biggest and most important thing they present to us right at the top of the page is the rotary phone. In fact, you can actually interact with this toy on the website. Pressing the buttons allows you to hear responses from the colorful cast of Welcome Home, just as you'd expect from a similar phone toy, except something isn't quite adding up. Despite the restoration project bringing the phone back to its original working condition, there seem to be some discrepancies between what we see and what the packaging tells us we should be seeing. The box tells us that there should be 16 built-in conversations in this thing, but that's spread across 10 buttons, 2 of which seem to be missing, and with 1 that's actively glitching. The remaining 7 only have 1 response, and they don't even remotely match what's said on the box.
Hello, this is Frank Frankly speaking. Hello. Are you there?
Which means that whatever phone they have, it is not the phone that we see on the box. Additionally, the Wally button doesn't have a play function. The website says his button has a glitch and has been taken offline. But as with most things involving Wally, things aren't exactly as they seem. If you click on the button anyway, you can definitely hear Wally's dialogue, but while all the others are responding awkwardly to a prank phone call, Wally's is a bit different.
Hello? 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 Ha ha ha, I'm only kidding. I know you're there. Did you like my joke? I think you were going to say yes. Ha ha.
It isn't an innocent pre-recorded conversation for a toy phone. This is targeted, and it's creepy. While all the others are responding to a prank call, Wally knows that we're there, and he speaks directly to us. Not about the show, to us, about us.
You have to go too. You have work to do. Remember, until you hear me again, keep your smile merry and always know that I love you very much. Goodbye.
He's planning something big, and he needs his followers to keep up appearances until the time's right. This toy allows Wally to speak to his new followers directly, a shepherd to his flock, informing them of the work that's still to come. And while what he has in store is still unknown, he's still finding ways of keeping us busy. Before this update, one of the ways Wally communicated to us was through drawings in a guest book. By opening those up in a separate tab, we'd find hidden messages like, "I can hear you, neighbor." It was unsettling to be sure, but now he's back at it again. Only this time he's doing it across the entire website. When you visit certain pages, you'll watch as Wally begins to draw something on the page before your very eyes. Clicking on each of these newly formed drawings takes you to an audio file, each one directly from Wally.
We've looked into each other's eyes so many times. You're looking at me now.
Once you find all the audio files, you can actually start to see a pattern. The pages the files are from all have single word titles, like soon, I, and neighbor. At first, this might seem random, but if you try to rearrange them, you can form the sentence, "I will help you understand, neighbor. I will find a way soon." Which is super cool on its own, but it doesn't even stop there, because when you play the audio clips in the same order, they create one side of a conversation.
There you are. Welcome home. Ha ha ha. You're the most. You're so still. What are you doing? What are you waiting for? To hear me again? Ha ha ha. I think that means you can hear me. Can you see me? That's okay if you can't. Don't worry. I know you're there. You know I'm here too. I will talk to you. Why won't you answer me neighbor? Why can't I hear you? You know me. You do. Please open. Let me in. Let me in.
This conversation feels like it's someone he's already converted, someone who's waiting to hear from him again, who desires to be a part of home. So who's he talking to? Well, it matches quite nicely with the note left behind by the question answerer on the staff-only page.
Wally stared at me like he was waiting for me to pick up the phone.
What are you waiting for? To hear me again? Ha ha ha.
I couldn't move. I couldn't figure out how to move and pick up the phone.
You're so still. What are you doing?
And suddenly it becomes clear why he's desperate for the question answerer's attention. Wally might be able to draw over the website, but to spread to more people, to become more powerful, Wally needs to be able to see.
You know how to draw eyes. You draw mine many times. I know it is thanks to you, neighbor, that I can see.
The Welcome Home Restoration Project tried to stop Wally and his influence by shutting down the guest book in this latest update. But underneath that news update is another post, not dated, that says, quote, so many guest signatures. So many of them are trying to communicate. What are you telling me for? Do you think I can answer? What are you trying to do to me? I'm closing that guest book. I'm not playing this game anymore. The ringing is enough. It's a reluctant follower. It's the question answerer. These eyes everywhere across the site will allow Wally to see into the real world and will help him interact with people on the other side. And the bad news is, it's working, as we see all over the behind-the-scenes photos on the staff-only page. One of the notes tells us about using a black light on all artwork, and for staff to take photos of what they find. Doing this reveals the drawings of eyes, spirals, telephones, phrases like the phone is ringing, all things that we've fairly well covered at this point. But how can we be sure that this is Wally's doing and not someone else? Well, on the emails requesting the 5-letter password that we found earlier, the email response is simply the worksheet. The email is to the question answerer, and the person it was sent to is from part of the WHRP, but their name's redacted. The question answerer prints out these pages after receiving the emails, but under the black light, written underneath everything, we find the identity of the sender, Wally, darling. Wally is signing in invisible ink. He's sending us down rabbit holes. He's providing letters, emails, and now passwords to a safe so that the WHRP can have more conversations with him. The puppet has become the master. However, while it might be easy to jump on the whole Wally is evil bandwagon, I believe that he may actually be just as much of a puppet as anyone else in this thing. In the last theory, I mentioned that there were 2 signatures from Wally in the guest book. One that looked normal, you're looking for me, silly, and another that felt a bit more chaotic, you won't write back. This led me to believe that there may be 2 versions of Wally wandering around, one good and one evil. This update seems to be pointing us in a similar direction. In the email that was sent by WHRP that talks about the substance causing nausea, dizziness, and fatigue, we find a note written in invisible ink that says, I'm so sorry. Wally's apologizing? But isn't this exactly what he wants? To brainwash others to see as he does? It doesn't make a lot of sense, unless there are 2 versions of Wally. On the original website, there was a secret page that showed Wally hiding in shadows, followed by the text, I can't see you. Do you see me? In one of the audio clips we found this time, he says,
it is thanks to you, neighbor, that I can see, but it is still, I can't see.
Wally being able to see or not see is one of the big recurring phrases across the website. So how come he suddenly breaks mid-conversation and then all of a sudden is struggling to speak and says that he can't see anything? Maybe it's not that there are 2 Wallys, but rather one Wally with 2 different sides inside of him. Eyes have always been used to represent Wally, but they've often been accompanied by spirals. We see them throughout the blacklight images, but there was also a spiral beneath home on the old website. Well, if we look at that spiral now, it's grown, it's bigger, and now there's an eye inside of that spiral. The So Below page now reveals a spiral that, when clicked, gives us a recording of home talking in noise. Those noises can actually be translated from Morse code to say hello. Spirals are the signature of home. Eyes are the signature for Wally. And now they're becoming one and the same. They're mixing with each other. Home is controlling Wally. On page 6 of the guest book, we see Wally's written his name, but if you open the image in a new tab, the image is called Our Name. R as in plural ownership. 2 beings inhabiting one body. Wally and home, which explains why Wally contradicts himself mid-sentence. It's his good half, his real half, fighting back, trapped inside his own body, unable to see, barely able to communicate. But with what time he has, he's begging us to stay quiet, to not fall for home's tricks. And he's not the only one that feels trapped here either. There appears to be someone else onto Wally's schemes, someone who's working from the inside, undercover, trying to track down the cult's behavior and bring the whole operation down. And that, my friend, ends is gonna have to wait till next time. I know, I'm sorry. This is such a huge update, I haven't even gotten a chance to talk about the bugs crawling across the site or the weird videos of rotten fruit that you can find. Yeah, this thing starts getting real weird from this point forward, so make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss the follow-up theory when it comes out in about a week or two, I would say. One last reminder to check out the latest Theoryware, which is just the most, and as always in the meantime, remember, it's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. And hey, if you want to check out our first video on Welcome Home, rub up on that video you see on screen left. Or if you prefer another spooky game with a lot of deep lore, on the right you'll find the beginning of our series on Petscop, creepiest PlayStation game you'll never play.
Okay, I'll leave you to it. See you on the flip side.
So, I will catch you on the flip side. Hopefully.
I called it. I totally called it. 8 years ago, I told you that the purple guy was the phone guy, and now here we are. William Afton, our killer, is on a phone saying, see you on the flip side, just like phone guy did all those years ago. Finally, I've been vindicated. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show where every victory is bittersweet. You see, while I should be super happy that I just had one of my oldest FNAF theories confirmed, instead, I'm feeling haunted by the unsolved mysteries of the past. Let me explain. At this point in the series, I feel like we have a really solid understanding of the story. We know the broad strokes, we know the general timeline, and the few big lingering questions that we've struggled with are starting to come into focus. Where's the placement of Sister Location? Well, the most recent games and books have hinted at its connection to the Fredbear era. What's the origins of Fazbear? Well, the books seem to be giving us more and more hints pointing at the early days of William and Henry's working relationship. What was the deal with FNAF 4? Literally, the final tale of the Pizzaplex all but spells it out for us. All of those are probably theories best saved for a later date, but today, I wanted to focus on something else. The clues that we've all completely missed. The times when this franchise has explicitly tried to tell us something, and we've utterly failed to pick up on what it's been laying down. And let me be clear, I'm not talking about me overanalyzing some minor detail of the game world. I'm talking about very clear puzzles that were very obviously set up by the game makers for us to solve that we've been unable to do anything with. And the reason I'm calling it out now is because they're starting to add up. In my estimation, there have been no less than 4 of these sorts of major puzzle moments. At least 3 of them are connected, and it's been going on for the better part of 6 years. So now that we're all done fangirling over Doug's apps,
I finally got my appetizers. Thanks, Matpat.
Before Help Wanted 2 drops and adds a whole new layer of mysteries to solve, I wanted to take a minute to stop and see if now, finally, we were able to solve these mysteries once and for all. The pieces are in place for us. The question is, are we able to put them together? The first one of these is also the most recent, so it should come as no surprise to see me bringing it up here. The tally marks codes that we found hidden throughout FNAF Ruin. For those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, in the newest game, right before you reach Bonnie Bowl, there's a corridor with a number of real doors, as well as several blocked off AR doors. If you walk through one of the real life doors, you'll find a room full of baby plushies. This is already a bit weird because the game makes it a point to call out the fact that Baby should not be here, specifically with the AR plush baby toy where the description reads, quote, what's she doing here? The answer, we suspect, is that the Pizzaplex, Sister Location, the FNAF 6 location, and the FNAF 4 house are all practically built on top of each other, or at the very least exist as one connected series of buildings. We go into the basement of the Pizzaplex only to find the FNAF 6 location. In a secret ending of Ruin, we see a version of Sister Location Scooper deactivating the Mimic, and in one of the final Tales of the Pizzaplex stories, we read about how the FNAF 4 house is connected to Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals. So really, to answer Cassie's question, the baby plushies are here because they all share a connected history, a history that is gradually being excavated layer by layer underneath the Pizzaplex. Anyway, in this room, the dolls laugh at you, and then when you turn around, they disappear. Nothing all that surprising. But what is surprising is what remains in the left-hand corner right where the plushies sat. You'll find a chair turned to face the corner and a sequence of tally marks carved into the wall. And these aren't just random markings either. They're specifically in groups of 2s, 4s, and 5s, and they're grouped in such a way to suggest words, or at the very least, separate letters. Now, that alone would be weird, but an even bigger, clearer display of tally marks appears again about an hour later into the game. After completing Bonnie Bowl, you enter Bonnie's green room behind the bowling alley. Not only does this area show us the, special relationship that existed between Freddy and Bonnie, if you put on the Vanny mask, on the wall over top of the pin-loading staff bot is another code, much larger and much more organized than the one that we just saw before. And once again, all the tally marks here are specifically grouped into 2s, 4s, and 5s. No 1s or 3s in sight. They are obviously meant to be connected. They are obviously trying to tell us something, but we are obviously not getting the message. So what can we do? Well, the first answer is to try a substitution cipher. Tally up the numbers and swap in the appropriate letters. Notice though that the tally marks are weirdly spaced out, which led a bunch of us to believe that we're supposed to be using those spaces to define each letter, adding up the numbers that aren't separated by the space. So the top line there is going to be 4, then a space, then 544, which would add up to 13. It's a pretty darn self-explanatory system here. Doing that for the whole thing gives us a code of 4, 13, 6, 19, 4, 17, 7, 4, 16, 10, 8, 7, 27, 19, which, if you do a standard number to letter conversion, gives you this. DM, FS, D, Q, G, yeah. You know what, I'm just gonna leave it there. Clearly, this isn't working. It's just a bunch of random letters. You'll also notice that there's a 27 in that number mix, which should have been our first red flag, considering that, you know, there's only 26 letters in the English alphabet. But Reddit user T-Girl Lunara wasn't deterred. Because the alphabet doesn't have 27 letters, they instead took it a step further and tried the whole thing as a shift cipher. A shift cipher is similar to a Caesar cipher, but instead of the numbers converting into standard letters like A1, B2, C3, etc., you instead mix up or shift the order in some way. So now, for instance, A is 7, B is 8, C is 9, and so on. Normally in a Caesar cipher, the alphabet then loops back around, so if A was 7, Z would then equal 6, but in a shift cipher, that doesn't happen. The numbers just carry on as is. So in this case, if A equals 7, then Z would equal 32. For this particular instance, T-Girl Lunara put A equaling 4, which meant that 27 was now X, and gave us the entire code of Ajka Pan Damaged XP. Not a lot of lore significance with that one, but I did want to continue down that path. So we tried hundreds of different shift and Caesar ciphers. They all came out as absolute gibberish. We also tried just unscrambling the words. Maybe there was another arrangement in there that would give us a more cohesive answer, but yet again, more gibberish. Another solution was presented by user Smartfella Fartsmella, great name there, who also tried adding up the numbers, but this time they didn't do it by adding up the numbers in each group, but instead the numbers in each column. Again, notice the odd spacing of all these tally marks. It can't be a coincidence, right? The first column contains a 4 and a 5, so that would be 9. The second is just the 2, next up is 5, so on and so forth down the line. Ending up with this code. 9, 2, 5, 9, 13, 7, 10, 8, 21, 16, 20, 14, 17, 8, 2, 5, 4, 4. This felt promising to me, because unlike last time, we only had numbers that fell within the alphabet. So converting all of these numbers into letters, we got ourselves the following. I, B, bed. We once again went through with all the classic Caesar ciphers and word unscramblers and all that stuff, but once again wound up with nothing. Back to the drawing board for the third time. An anonymous poster uploaded this onto Imager, and the same point was later brought to my attention by Reddit user NoRate. Basically, what they pointed out was that the tally marks in the corner of Baby's room make a 5x5 grid. A grid that, when rotated or flipped, can map perfectly onto the tally code that we see on the wall of Bonnie Bowl. NoRate actually took this information and pointed out the fact that the main grid arrangement seems to line up with something known as a Polybius cipher, which uses a 5x5 grid of letters to scramble or unscramble codes. Basically, a number code like 53 would mean that you go along the top to 5 and then down 3, and boom, that right there is the letter for your phrase. And while it certainly seems promising at first, sadly the method also came up short. With only 2s, 4s, and 5s as the tally marks, the grid wasn't really giving us any information that we could use to decode anything. We needed an entire alphabet in here, not just a few random tally marks. The same held true for another famous 5x5 grid cipher, the Playfair cipher, which requires a code word to use. What could that code word be? Who knows? Did it feel like we were actually starting to make some level of progress here? Yes, absolutely. But did any of it yield us any results? No. But here's where things get really interesting. This isn't the first time FNAF has stumped us with tally marks. Rewind backwards 6 years, my friends, to the release of the Freddy Fazbear Security Logbook, home to my two oldest and greatest nemeses, the Foxy Grid and the Dabbing Chica. For those of you who haven't been a part of the community for that long, let me quickly tell you that this seemingly innocent children's workbook was pivotal for decoding FNAF 4, for giving us the name of Cassidy, for frustrating us to no end with seemingly unsolvable number puzzles. The most notorious of them all was the Foxy Grid, a numeric grid with a hidden alphabet written into its squares, a grid that we still haven't figured out the use of to this very day. You ever read Moby Dick? At least are you familiar with the story about how Captain Ahab's obsessed with killing this giant white whale? This right here, this Foxy Grid, grid, that is my white whale. This thing haunts my nightmares. This grid keeps me up at night, which honestly are two very contradictory effects of this one grid on my sleep habits, but that is how infuriating this thing is. I am convinced that this grid will eventually give us the name of the crying child. I just don't know how yet. Anyway, one of the other clues that never really got a proper use out of this thing were a series of tally marks that were found throughout the book. The fact that they're in red pen tells us that they were written by Mike. Other than that, we don't really know anything about what they were trying to say to us. And so they've lingered on in the back of my brain for over half a decade. Why am I bringing them up now? Well, I wondered if there was a possible connection between these two sets of tally marks. You know, besides them just being tally marks. Guess what I found? Groups of 4s and 5s only. Yet again, we find ourselves with a collection of tally marks carrying over the same specific sets of numbers. Are they connected? Or is this just a random coincidence? Not really sure. But the fact that tally marks keep getting brought up and also keep stumping us, that's just a wee bit infuriating. And yet the games still aren't done with this puzzle. You see, the tally marks are connected to yet another part of the franchise, Security Breach. Back during my playthrough of the original Security Breach, this room in the daycare section really caught my attention.
I'm noticing that 2, 4, and 5 are different, which is weird. As someone who has dealt with a lot of codes and ARGs and things, that feels suspicious. I agree.
2, 4, and 5. 2 years before Ruin, some element, some essence of this tally code was still kicking around. But now the numbers were being matched with colors. And so Reddit user Comfortable Map 7594 took those tally marks and used these colors to create a sort of paint by numbers graphic, which I absolutely adore as a possible solution, though I absolutely hate the fact that it didn't seem to produce anything. Let me know down in the comments, do you see anything here? Because to me, all I'm seeing here is me getting depressed. So maybe we just take a break from trying to decode these things and instead take a minute to look at the world around these tallies to get a sense of who might be speaking here. As I mentioned, in the security logbook, we know it's Mike, based on the red pen and the signature at the front of the book. But what about in Ruin? Well, in the baby plush room, we have, obviously enough, baby. Not that shocking. But what's especially important to note here is that they're not all baby. See, half the plushies are normal baby, and the other half are scrap baby. What's the big difference? Well, besides the obvious scrap metal plates on their bodies, there's one thing that alternates depending on the version. Something that's been important to baby since the very beginning. Her eye color. The regular baby plushies have blue eyes, while scrap baby has green eyes, showing the two sides of baby before and after Elizabeth's death and possession. But Reddit user Dylan Hippiejink took it one step further. They noticed that the eyes of the baby and scrap baby plushies were scratched out, leaving just the blue right eye from baby and the green left eye for scrap baby. That right there, that is a compelling detail because it directly matches up to the evil entity that we've been battling against throughout the entire game, the Mimic. You see, in the story Tiger Rock, the Mimic AI program takes the form of the digital entity Tiger Rock, a tiger animatronic with a green left eye and a blue right eye. Is this confirming for us that the Mimic AI and baby are somehow one and the same? Or maybe that the Mimic has two souls or entities that it learned from, just like how baby in the books is two children in one, Elizabeth and Charlie. Not really sure, but that right there, that is a massive revelation that feels super important to solving the mystery. Or at least it did, until I dug a bit more and found out that the scrap baby plushies also sometimes have their left eye missing. It is still a very cool, compelling connection that I'm not willing to fully discount yet. It's just not as consistent as I would have liked as far as evidence goes. The chair, meanwhile, looks like a disciplinary measure. A bad child that was put into timeout, forced to face into a corner and scratching away at the wall to count the hours or days out of boredom. Since this is a room full of ghostly baby plushies, it stands to reason that the punished child here could have been Elizabeth. Obviously not physically here in this room of the Pizzaplex, but with this scene recreating a recurring moment from her past in some ghostly spectral way. We know Afton wasn't really the greatest dad to her. Maybe this right here is a glimpse of his parenting style. As for the tally marks in Bonnie's green room, the font is the same, so they were likely carved by the same person. But honestly, that's where the similarities end. These marks appear in AR land, as opposed to babies, which are in the real world. This implies that whoever made Bonnie's marks either had the Vanny mask at some point, or is connected to the digital network that's running the Pizzaplex. Bonnie's marks are also higher up on the wall, as opposed to babies, which are at floor level, easily reachable by a small child. So then, why these two rooms specifically? Well, a few things come to mind. If baby is, in fact, connected in some way to the Mimic, and or the neural network that runs the Pizzaplex, we can guess that Bonnie is too. When we deactivate the wet floor bots around the Pizzaplex, we also end up deactivating Bonnie. So that connection into the wider Pizzaplex interface may be important here. We also know know that both Baby and Bonnie are quote-unquote missing from the Pizzaplex. Baby isn't supposed to be here, according to that AR description, and Bonnie was decommissioned from the complex. Again, they're obviously loose threads, but in a puzzle with no clear answer that somehow connects two very random, historically unrelated characters like Bonnie and Baby, every small detail here is absolutely worth considering. But that's more than enough talk about tally marks. Let me remind you of yet another numerical code that was just blatantly given to us by the devs that us as a community have been largely unable to solve. Remember those Mylar balloons that I was just freaking out about in Superstar Daycare? Well, they have themselves yet another appearance right here, on the 8th hole of Security Breach's Monty Gator Golf arcade cabinet. On this Balloon Boy themed hole, we get this.
3192. That's suspicious.
A handful of numbered balloons. In reality, the number sequence is actually a lot longer. 6369553192. The fact that these are in Monty Gator Golf immediately made me wonder whether this code was the score they had to get in the game, except there are 10 numbers and only 9 holes. But when has simple math ever stopped the internet? User 00core00 tried a number of different combinations to see whether they could activate anything. Sadly, nothing. Then Ruin released with a new Monty Gator Golf arcade cabinet, and so people like Yusuf0808 tried again using this exact same code and still wound up with nothing. Here's the thing though, both of these games have been data mined to heck and back. If this code was meant to unlock something inside of Monty Gator Golf, we'd have heard about it already, which leads me to believe that it's something actually outside of the game. Much like I suspected with the tally marks, it's not about activating some hidden ending, it's about giving us a code, a cipher, a phrase that'll tell us something about the wider world. We just haven't figured out how to use it yet. I've tried converting the letters, ciphers, you name it, I just keep coming up empty-handed. One of our writers even suggested trying hex codes to see if there might be something there. At first it looked positive. The last 6 numbers actually produce a purple that matches the Aftons that we know and love so much, but it's not an exact match, nor does the first half of the numbers amount to anything meaningful. Maybe the fact that these are Mylar balloons connected to the multicolored Mylar balloons in the daycare, which then also connects them back to the tally mark puzzle, or maybe I'm just desperately looking for answers where there are no answers to be had. Now, for all of these lingering puzzles, I was able to find at least a couple of people discussing them online, in Discords, forums, Reddit posts, what have you. But for this last one, nothing. Or at least practically nothing. I could find only 2 posts total, which is exactly why I wanted to raise some awareness about it here, because to me, this seems like a massive clue that largely got overlooked during the wave of reveals that happened throughout Ruin. Early on in the game, we have a chance to revisit the daycare attendance room. This room is nothing new to a FNAF theorist. It was the one that we were able to unlock in Security Breach by photographing random characters throughout the game world. Inside of it, we were able to find the glitchy Balloon World arcade cabinet, a lost relic to a seemingly incomplete path inside the game. So when the room showed up again in Ruin, I wanted to pay extra attention. On the surface, the room seems largely the same, just a bit messier than before. Boxes of stuff, clothing hanging from the wall, some post-it notes scattered around, but then by putting on the Vanny mask, everything resets to normal. The room basically goes back to the way that it was, cleaner, more organized, nothing all that noteworthy, until of course you start talking about the notes. Those are worthy. All of a sudden on a blank wall, we get ourselves a 3x3 grid of post-it notes. What is it with Steel Wool games and post-it note lore? I mean, if I had a nickel for every time Steel Wool used post-it notes to hint at lore, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. The 9 post-its that we're dealing with are as follows. One that says groceries, with butter written 3 times. There's a collection of dots, a scribble, footprints, hearts and pizza, lightning bolt, sun and hill, stars and a microphone, and a selection of candy. As usual, my first thought was to jump into a cipher. Immediately, you see how some of these post-its can relate to numbers. We have 2 feet, 4 stars, 7 dots, 3 butters, 3 lightning bolts. Felt like a really solid place to start, but obviously it wasn't going to be perfect. We have a pizza post-it, but are we counting the 2 slices of pizza, the 4 hearts, or both? What about that squiggle? What's that stand for? Nothing? How about the hill in the sun? Is this meant to be FNAF 6's graveyard hill, so maybe we're counting gravestones? Or is this more likely counting the number of rays coming off the sun? Overall, converting the post-its to numbers wasn't really given the cleanest solutions, but it did feel like a step in the right direction. From there, when you look up how to solve 3x3 ciphers, the number one solution that pops up is the hill cipher. Now, when it comes to codes, a hill cipher is pretty darn complex, but overall, the key to deciphering one is a matrix, a table of numbers. And if you're using the English alphabet with its 26 letters, you're gonna need yourself a 3x3 matrix, or let's just say a 3x3 grid of post-it notes. The numbers in the matrix represent the shifts that you're gonna have to apply to each letter of the alphabet. To encode a message using a hill cipher, you first convert the message into numbers. You can do this by assigning each letter of the alphabet a number from 0 to 25. For instance, A would be 0, B would be 1, and so on. Next, you multiply each letter of the message by the corresponding matrix. For example, if the first letter of your message is A, you would multiply it it by the first row of the matrix. If the second letter of the message is B, you would multiply it by the second row of the matrix. The result is a new number which you can then convert back into a letter, giving you the encoded message. To decode, you just do the same in reverse. For instance, if I had this message, "Hello, how are you?" With this matrix, 321110201, my encoded message would look a little something like this. I'm not even gonna try. Like I said, it's a pretty complex way of encoding something, but let's be honest with ourselves, when has FNAF ever not been complex? And after the wall code from Security Breach got broken in a day, Steel Wool was probably looking for something that's a bit harder, some with a bit more lasting power. So really, a Hill cipher seems to fit this new wall code nicely. There's just one problem. What exactly are we decoding? Sure, we have ourselves a rough matrix, but where's the number or letter sequence that we're trying to put through it? The balloons? The tally marks? I ran them both through a few variations of my own matrix, 3 for butters, 7 for dots, 2 for footprints, 4 hearts, etc., but ultimately I wound up with nothing to show for the whole thing. Again, it felt like we were getting close to a methodology, but I was just missing some crucial step in the process. So I tried a completely different approach. Rather than ciphers, did this collection of images mean something to me? The candy to me looked very similar to the drawings that we saw in the original Post-it room from Security Breach. Same goes with the pizzas. The lightning bolts are designed similarly to the charging stations found throughout the Pizzaplex, as well as the bolt of lightning on Glamrock Freddy's chest. Notice the flat tops on the lightning bolts, which makes them distinctly different from other lightning bolts that we've seen across the series, like the controlled shock button from Sister Location. The microphone and stars reminds me of Freddy and the gang. This group of 7 dots, certainly vague, but the number 7 has shown up before in both FNAF VR and the Post-it room of Security Breach. Usually it represents the 7 victims, 5 missing children, Charlie, and the crying child. 7 dots, 7 graves. You've got the hill and the sun, which is reminiscent of the hill during the Afton and Princess Quest endings, and the butters were obvious references to Sister Location's exotic butters.
Exotic butters.
Overall, all the Post-its seem to relate in at least a small tangential way to Michael Afton. Man, he really is becoming like his dad, always coming back to our theories. Reddit user Pikmin King X posted about these 9 drawings and drew all of them back to 2 very important games, Sister Location and Pizzeria Simulator. 2 games where we for sure play as Michael Afton. First, you got the candy that we spoke about. Well, in Pizzeria Simulator, candy's all over the place. In advertisements from Lally's Lollies, gumball machines we can buy for the franchise, but the most important one of all, of course, is Candy Cadet, who actually winds up back in ruin. The lightning bolts also relate back to FNAF 6 as they're identical to the power-up that you collect in the Fruity Maze minigame. Or, like I said, they can relate to the lightning bolt on Glamrock Freddy's chest, an animatronic who many have theorized, myself included, has the soul of Michael Afton inside it. The stars and microphone call back to the 4 main Rockstar animatronics. Freddy, who holds the microphone, along with Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. The Sunny Hill, well, that's the iconic FNAF 6 gravestone ending, with all 5 of the missing children plus Charlie put to rest on the hill. Along with that, he'd be familiar with the 7th victim, his younger brother, the crying child, so if that's what these 7 dots represent, he'd understand that symbolism. Mike also has a strong love of pizza, as in the security logbook, he literally says it's the only reason to apply for the job, with hearts on the other pages that look similar to the ones that are on the Post-its over here. Then there's the footprints. In true classic FNAF theory fashion, Pikmin King X points out that these are 3-toed footprints, and they're almost identical to the ones that we see in the other FNAF 6 minigame, Midnight Motorist, where there are 2 3-toed footprints outside of a broken window, where Michael's either the escapee who broke out of that window or the one sitting on the couch watching TV. The only thing unaccounted for here are the squiggly lines, but to me, that could just represent Ennard, or the Tangle, or whatever robot spaghetti this franchise wants to throw at the wall at this point. Could this mean that Michael might in fact be alive? That he's living inside the Pizzaplex trying to finish the job that he started? Maybe that's the entire reason the Sister Location room exists in the Pizzaplex in the first place. Maybe it's him talking to the recreation of his younger brother. Maybe he learned the language of the mimic that his father used to communicate with the monster that killed his sister, like we predicted in a previous theory. All signs here point to Michael, or not. Let me be perfectly clear. This is broad speculation based on a piece of evidence that has clearly not been solved yet. And honestly, that's why I need your help. You've seen all the theory threads that I've been pulling, all the ciphers and interpretations that I've tried here, and we're still none the wiser. There are solutions out there for all of these puzzles. I am almost sure of that. But I need the collective hive mind of the FNAF community behind me to pitch out some solutions. The theorists of Reddit I called out today have done an amazing job getting the ball rolling, and I do truly believe that with a bit more time and a bit more focus, together we can solve these mysteries. Last time I did a theory like this, it was 5 years ago. But 48 hours later, you all had collectively discovered the name Cassidy hidden inside the security logbook. And now it is one of the most solid, concrete, important pieces of information that we've ever had for the lore of this franchise. franchise. Let's try to do that again here. One or all of these puzzles are gonna lead to some sort of massive revelation. So I'm leaving a link down below to the Game Theorists subreddit where I'd encourage you to write up your theories. I'm also dropping in some links to decoding websites that'll help make the grind a bit easier, especially for all those grid-based puzzles. I'm gonna be keeping a close eye on all of this for the next couple of weeks. It'd be cool if we could manage to solve one of these things before the year's end. Who knows, maybe Help Wanted 2 will drop and solve everything for us, leaving the lore crystal clear with no further questions and no ciphers required. Yeah, okay, sure. I'm sure that's absolutely gonna happen with this franchise. Until that day comes, friends, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
When I was a boy and I would hear about something scary, somebody getting badly hurt or something like that, my mother would try to find out who was helping the person who got hurt. Always look for the people who are helping, she'd tell us.
You'll always find somebody who's trying to
Hello, Internet! Welcome home to Game Theory, the show that leaves no hidden link unclicked. Today we continue our investigation into Welcome Home, the website that's one part FanWiki, all parts ARG. Last time we began doing a deep dive into the website's July update, where through a series of hidden links, secret safe codes, and invisible ink, we discovered that the main character Wally was covering his artwork in a strange paint-like substance, one that allows him to speak to, control, and convert new followers into a cult. But things are never quite that simple. Wally is not just a physical puppet, he's a figurative one as well. He appears to be nothing more than a pawn in a larger scheme, having his strings pulled by the real threat, Home, the living house at the center of the neighborhood. If you didn't catch the previous theory, you should probably subscribe, since we always cover fun and exciting stuff like this. Subscribing is also important though, because sometimes there's just too much to cover in a single episode. You see, last time we left things on a bit of a cliffhanger. There were still several parts of the update that I had yet to cover. Twisted videos of rotten vegetables, muffled conversations with the neighbors, and one character who's secretly looking to betray them all. Today's revelations, I believe, will not only give us an answer about Home's ultimate goal, but also tease what we can expect from this franchise moving forward into the next major update. So take my hand, theorists, as we have one more stroll around the block in the sinister neighborhood we call home. One thing I didn't expect when logging back into the Welcome Home website post-update was the sheer amount of bugs across the site. And no, I'm not talking about broken links or buttons that don't work, I'm talking literal bugs crawling around the website. These colorful little critters appear on nearly every page, and at first I thought it was just a little extra design flair, adding some movement to an otherwise static page, but then I noticed this particular part of the most recent newsletter. Quote, "Please excuse those pesky bugs, dear neighbor. What is a beautiful home without a pest or two? We will do our best to keep things neat, tidy, and organized." I mean, they might as well have just said, "Do not touch" in giant red letters. So of course, I'ma touch it. When you do, you're met with something completely new to the series, a video. A video that opens another side of the story that Wally, Home, and the Restoration Project do not want people to hear. So let's take a look for ourselves, shall we? We don't get a lot visually from the videos themselves. They appear to be our neighborhood characters interacting with each other. The conversations seem to be very trivial on the surface. Sally wants Poppy to bake a cake, Howdy is talking about his family back home with Barnaby, and Eddie and Julie play make-believe games. Nothing's really happening, but we know better. Looking at the details here, you start to notice that the conversations are happening off in the background, meaning that whatever perspective we're seeing this from, it's not the character that we hear. So whose perspective are we in, and why are we watching? Well, you don't have to wait long to get your answer. At the end of each and every video, one of the characters addresses Wally, and as they say his name, the audio distorts and the visuals cut out.
I'm sure we can come up with a wonderful joke between the three of us. Isn't that right?
Next time, don't give Eddie any hints, eh, Walsh? I didn't see you there. What can I get you for you today, Walsh?
In fact, in some clips, we actually see Wally's hand in the shot. We are watching from Wally's perspective. He is the lens that we're seeing the world through. Except he's not interacting. He's just sitting there, quietly, completely still, observing. He's going from place to place, keeping a close eye on all his neighbors. Spying on his neighbors, if you will. If we're right and Wally is supposed to be some kind of a cult leader, then this makes a lot of sense. As the shepherd for his flock, he needs to make sure that everyone's under control. No one's stepping out of line. By the looks of it, something rotten seems to be happening under the surface of this idyllic kids TV series. In one of the hidden videos, Sally Starlet makes a snide comment to Poppy about someone using gelatin molds for all their baking.
There's no one else in the neighborhood I would trust with this, and not just because you're the only one here who can make something that doesn't come out of a gelatin mold.
And we learn that this is a dig at the local bookworm Frank Frankly, based on a similar conversation in a different video.
I suppose gelatin can't always be relied upon, too. Still, I
think it holds perfectly sliced fruit beautifully.
People are gossiping. They're making comments about others when they're not present. And they don't just stop at gossiping either. Barnaby mentions having tomatoes thrown at him by another neighbor in a different bit of audio.
As long as they're not throwing tomatoes at me, it sounds like a walk in the park. I tell you, we got a neighbor who's got an arm like a professional baseball player. It's not easy.
This again feels like a call out to Frank Frankly, who has himself a vegetable patch in the back garden. In fact, there's a lot of weirdness around Frank in general, which we'll come back to in a minute. In general, though, people in this neighborhood are feeling a lot of tension, and most of it's revolving around the resident jokester and Wally's best friend, Barnaby, who seems to clash with almost everyone he speaks to. While Frank is teaching Wally about flowers, Barnaby comes in to create a big disruption.
Hey, not a daisy goes by where you don't get impatient. But hey, I'm just pulling your leg.
Will you just get out of here? Go find an audience for your silly gags somewhere else.
Barnaby also chases down Eddie the mailman because he wants his delivery, even though Eddie says it's against the rules.
I have to put it in your mailbox. It's policy.
And Barnaby just straight up bullies Julie after she tries to tell a joke.
What did the number 3 say to the number 2 after beating him in a game of checkers?
Oh no, here it comes.
I won!
That was just doggone terrible.
But then there's the final video. It is wildly different from everything else we've seen so far. Unlike the other bugs that appear on the normal pages of the website, this bug is found on a hidden page, the WOXYVE page from the Welcome Home pre-update. In case you don't remember, this was one in a series of hidden pages that you could discover by finding misplaced letters in the text sprinkled across the website. This particular page shows scripts from the original Welcome Home TV show, but now there's been a bug added, a real bug hiding under the pages. Click it and we find a video of Barnaby talking, just like all the other videos, but this time he's not talking to another character, instead he's talking to Home, telling him all the things that he did that day. In his talk, Barnaby calls back to all the other clips, like annoying Frank, bullying Julie, chasing down Eddie.
Yeah, he's a real sourpuss. No wonder Julie can't tell a good joke. She's got a sense of humor only Frank could love.
Just like in all the other videos, Barnaby calls over to Wally, but this time, the video doesn't immediately end.
Go on, kid, tell him. Hello, buddy? Pal? Hey, you stopped beating. Everything all right?
Did you hear that? Just before the video glitches out, we hear a number of banging and creaking sounds all coming from Home. It's Home talking back. And if we look at the transcript, we actually get a translation to tell us how Home is feeling. Sounds of banging can be heard, sort of like laughter. Opens and closes its door judgmentally. We're being helped along to understand how Home feels. And given the judgmental lines are focused around what Barnaby sees as fun, I'm not convinced that Home is happy. And most disturbingly of all, in those final moments, the bangs and creaks are left unaccounted for. There's no transcript, no translation. Why? Because the truth is purposely being hidden from us. I believe that this right here is the moment that Wally is taken over by Home. Until now, Wally has simply been a faithful servant to Home, doing as it says, being its eyes and ears. But after hearing how the neighborhood's been miserable, Home decided it needed to take matters into its own hands, taking full control of Wally like the puppet that he is. But there was still something that felt odd to me. So far, Wally/Home is the only one that we've seen communicating to us through the glitches in the website, but this suddenly blows the roof off their whole charade, revealing the truth that they don't want us to know, that they are one and the same. So why would they choose to show it to us on the website? Well, what if I told you it's not them? There's someone else uploading these videos to the site. There's someone else working from the inside to take Wally down. Consider this. The way these videos have been seeded out to us, the audience, is completely different to how Wally's been speaking to us through this website so far. Wally draws on the website to get our attention, but these videos are being revealed by literal bugs crawling across the site. So if Wally draws because he's an artist, then is there a character that's associated with bugs? The answer there is a resounding yes. One of the character's descriptions reads as follows, quote, "The resident bookworm with an expertise on butterflies." A description that belongs to none other than Frank Frankly. This guy loves butterflies. He even wears a butterfly-shaped bow tie to prove it. But he isn't limited to just one type of insect either. Eddie calls on him for help when an insect gets into his post office.
I'm afraid I only deal with bugs, Mr. Deer.
Bug? A critter, a guest, a neighbor, whatever it is, it's upheaving my whole post office.
The most damning of all is that on the merchandise page, there's a letter from Frank to Wally talking about an insect that he saw and a picture explaining the legs of the bug, a bright and colorful insect that looks exactly like the insects that we've been clicking on throughout the video. If there's an insect, Frank is involved, which means that these videos are coming from him. It is Frank trying to talk to us. And it's clear that he knows the truth about what's going on when you take a closer look at the videos taking place in his garden. Frank Frank is the only one with a vegetable patch, as seen from the neighborhood page. But the garden isn't quite right. There's a rotting tomato just lying there, and Frank acknowledges it in one of the clips.
They just won't leave my tomatoes alone, and who am I to shoo them away?
But it's just left there for us to stare at, this sign of decay. Just like Wally, Frank here is painting us a picture. He's telling us that life since joining the cult isn't all it's cracked up to be. There's a sign of decay inside. There's something corrupt in the middle of this otherwise pristine-looking place. In fact, in multiple clips, he's suspicious of the true nature of basically everyone around him.
I doubt you're any sort of beagle. I've never seen any blue dog before in my life.
Frank knows the neighborhood, Barnaby, Howdy, and Home are not what they seem on the surface. In fact, he's afraid of them. In that same video clip of the vegetable garden, we see a lineup of these colorful things. If there are any professional gardeners out there that want to tell me exactly what they are and what their name is, I'd appreciate it because I wasn't able to find it, but to me, they seem very humanoid. We see 8 standing up in a line and then one opposite them upside down with its head buried. 9 people in total. And then remind me again how many neighbors there are. Poppy, Barnaby, Julie, Frank, Howdy, Eddie, Sally, Wally, and Home. 9. These are our neighbors. But then who's this one with his head buried and why? My mind immediately went to the phrase burying your head in the sand, refusing to think about unpleasant or negative things. If this is Frank's garden, it's likely that this has been put together by Frank. So maybe Frank knows the truth and is denying it? No, if he was denying it, he wouldn't be reaching out to us through the website. It would make more sense for this one to be Wally, denying that there's anything wrong in the neighborhood to begin with. Or maybe it is symbolic of Frank hiding from the neighborhood because he knows the truth. He's now trying to tell us without being seen by everyone else because he's worried what the neighbors will do to him if he gets caught. Sadly though, it might be too late. On the staff-only page, there's a framed photo that has a note from the question answerer, the curator that's putting together this entire Welcome Home exhibit. It says, quote, "This art was not part of the shipment. Please stop using the work printer to prank me." But underneath the actual photo, written in invisible ink, are the words, "Who are you?" with an eye and a spiral. Last episode, we discussed how the eye represents Wally and the spiral represents Home, the two working together. And the invisible ink is one of the ways that they communicate with the outside world. For it to grab both Wally and QA's attention, it's gotta be an important detail, right? And while the image itself is quite dark, I felt like I recognized it from somewhere. Then it hit me. The QA says that it's not part of the shipment or original assets, and there's one place where Welcome Home assets exist that aren't being considered canon by the fanbase: Clown's portfolio page. Sure enough, when I took a look, there was a high-res version of this exact image, and it shows our new helper, Frank Frankly. The image is a weird one. He's surrounded by his own body parts, arms, hands, eyes, and in the center of the photo, we see Frank holding a mysterious red square. But these hands aren't like his usual ones. The number of fingers don't actually match up. Yep, it's like the good old days of FNAF, my friends. We're counting fingers and toes before anyone becomes a robot. Anyway, like the other puppets, he typically has 3 fingers and a thumb, but this image shows him with 4 regular fingers, with the thumb hidden behind the card that he's holding. These are human hands. I did think it was odd that Wally wrote under the photo, "Who are you?" I mean, it's clearly Frank's face. Wally knows who this is. He's one of the neighbors. But paired with the image of Frank having human hands, this question sounds slightly different. It's not "who are you?" It's "who are you really?" And going back through the information that we have on Frank, suddenly him being the odd one out becomes abundantly clear. The description pages tell us how each character came into the neighborhood. All of them except for Frank. Frank's description actually reads, quote, "Frank does not have any known information regarding his origins prior to moving into Home when compared to the others. How he got into the neighborhood is just as much of a mystery to the WHRP as it is to us. He's hiding his identity to take things down from the inside." In the photo, Frank has all these extra body parts around him. I suspect that all these spare parts are things he uses to disguise himself in order to break Wally and Home's little cult open from the inside. When talking to Wally about the flowers and Barnaby interrupts, Frank puts emphasis on a very specific word.
Don't actually have any blue pigmentation. They have to grow in soil that is basic as well, so the pine straw should be left for the other beds.
You're telling me that these flowers are liars, Frankie?
I'm not telling you that these flowers are liars, Barnaby.
Frank isn't trying to tell Barnaby about these lying flowers. He's trying to tell someone else. It could be Wally. We know he's the perspective that we're seeing here. Maybe he's trying to reason with his good side. Or maybe this is his way of breaking the fourth wall, talking directly to us. When Frank is saying these flowers aren't as they seem, we're being shown the people standing together and the one representing Frank having his head buried in the sand. And what color is Frank's representation? Blue. He's telling us that he isn't what he appears to be. He's not a puppet from this neighborhood. He's a spy on the inside. This same photo of Frank with the human hands on Clown's Tumblr account has the hashtag scopophobia. Scopophobia is an extreme or irrational fear of being looked at or seen. Frank is afraid that he's going to be seen for what he truly is, but wants us to know the truth about this neighborhood, so he buries his head in the sand and hides messages through his trusty bugs. I have no doubt that in the future updates we'll learn more about Frank and how exactly he became same part of the neighborhood. I just hope that he's able to stay under the radar for long enough to tell us the truth. But hey, I'm just glad that whatever bad things are going on, we all have one thing that we can rely on in our time of need: our pets. Frank's doing it with his trusty bug friends, our creative director of Style Theory, Amy, has her dog, Evie, and I'm more of a cat person with my dear old Skip. But regardless of what kind of pet person you are, what would you say if I told you that your pet could actually make you a better gamer? Well, thanks to our sponsor Call of Dragons, you can make that a reality thanks to their new system, War Pets. I actually did a theory about Call of Dragons a couple months ago about which of their giant behemoths would be the best on their own, and it seems like they took that message to heart. Because no longer do you have to face the world alone, you can now have your own personal battling beast alongside you to help against even the mightiest of enemies. Whether you're into bears, birds, or bugs, Call of Dragons has got you covered. Just look at these guys, they are so cute. Just want to give them all the biggest belly rub. Oh, who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Yeah, you are. You're the best boy. And don't worry, they're not just cute. Each pet has unique abilities to help you against the mightiest of foes. You know, just little things like generating massive ice shields to protect you and your allies out of thin air. This thing is literally dropping the temperature of the air around it to roughly minus 210 degrees Celsius, negative 346 Fahrenheit. Just goes to show how important giving your pet love and attention really is. So if you fancy grabbing one of these adorable yet powerful allies, head on down to the link in the description below or scan the QR code that you see on screen to download the game. Plus, you can use the promo code CODWARPETS to unlock some special rewards to help you in the fight. That is CODWARPETS. And the awesome deals don't stop there, because while your in-game pet is helping you win in battle, Call of Dragons is putting on an event that means your real-life pet can help you win something in real life. A free trip to either Australia, China, or Madagascar. The choice is actually up to you. All you gotta do for your chance to win is to go to the second link in the description, upload a photo of your pet, and then let the filter transform your beloved sidekick into a mystical beast. I look forward to seeing all the crazy creatures you guys end up with, and I hope that one of you wind up with that big old trip. Maybe bring your pet along for the ride. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. So as host of Game Theory, I've been teaching through video games since 2011. But what about just teaching video games? Us older gamers were fortunate enough to start playing games when the barrier to entry was much lower than it is today. As I personally grew up, the games and their controls just grew naturally up along with me. My first system was my dad's NES, which meant all I had to wrap my head around were 2 buttons and 4 directions. If you were to drop a PlayStation 5 controller into the lap of a kid from the 80s and then ask him to play the newest Call of Duty, I guarantee their brain would melt. You have 4 buttons, 2 triggers for each finger, 2 control sticks, a directional pad, a touchpad, and oh yeah, if you push in those sticks, they do something else too. It is no wonder there's more and more online discussion happening right now about what gaming is like for non-gamers. But it's not just the controls they have to contend with here. If I were to ask you, what's the first game that you would likely give someone looking to learn video games, what would you say? Most people immediately jump to Mario. But have you actually thought about how complicated even a game as simple as the original Mario is? Sure, the B button's used for running, but only if you hold it down. And good luck getting over those jumps if you're not running and hitting the jump button at the same time. So already we're hitting 2 buttons simultaneously. If that wasn't complicated enough, what about when Mario collects a fire flower? Suddenly that B button is also now used to throw fireballs. Even the way you kill enemies, you have to hop on their heads, which requires control and aim and timing. And if you miss, well, too bad for you. You get hit and you're sent back to the beginning of the stage. There's no easy way to regain that power-up. There's no easy way to recover your health. And again, this is just talking about the first Mario, the simplest and most basic of any of them. In short, learning games, it's hard, much harder than most of us realize. And there are so many smaller steps in the process that didn't occur to me until recently when I slowly started introducing Ollie to the world of games, which is why this episode exists. I want to give a basic 10-step guide on how to introduce someone, young, old, or otherwise, to the world of gaming. It even comes bundled with a few game introductions along the way. It's not perfect by any means, but it is based on my research and my personal experimentation with Ollie, aka our game time together. And at the very least, it's a good first step in starting a discussion on how to make this world of gaming a bit more open and inclusive to anyone who might be looking to try it. I'd also encourage you as we go through this 10-step process to leave a comment down below with your own personal game recommendations or any personal experiences that you or a loved one's had as they've gone through a similar journey. So with all that being said, this one feels appropriate for the intro where we had Mario run across a bunch of video game consoles. What is that, 2012? Roll that one. Internet, welcome to Game Theory, the show that's been ruining your gaming childhood for 13 years, so today I'm gonna try to build up a couple of new gaming childhoods. Like I mentioned before, Ollie's just started showing interest in games, which is awesome, but it also puts a lot of pressure on me as a parent to be a good steward for his journey. What game should I have him play first? Should he be starting with the games that I most enjoyed as a kid, or is that gonna risk him getting frustrated if they're all too difficult? We could always try kids games, but from my experience, a lot of those aren't exactly the best entry-level games. Like the recently released Bluey game. It's designed to be baby's first video game experience, and yet it fails as both a game and as a teaching tool.
Also speedrunner strat here. Oh, whoa, no, apparently not!
So I decided to dig in, do my own research to see what information exists out there. And I was surprised to see just how many people were having the same question as me. Not just from parents trying to get their kids into gaming, but also adults who never experienced gaming before and were trying to break into the hobby. So today we're creating a step-by-step guide, a curriculum, if you will, on how to go from total noob to totally epic. Crack open a cold bottle of Mountain Dew and let the smell of Doritos waft into the room, my friends. Professor Matpat's in the building, and how to be a gamer 101 is now in session. Let's start by walking through my thought process in designing this gamer guide. While researching for this episode, I stumbled across an amazing book called Learn to Play by Dr. Matthew White, a professor whose life work is dedicated to teaching, psychology, and game design. While the book mostly focuses on teaching game developers how to build better tutorials, there was so much fascinating stuff in here about the psychology of gamers and how people learn that it proved to be an invaluable resource for this particular episode. For instance, when learning something new, be it calculus, a new language, or a new skill, our brains can only really handle so much new information at one time. If we take in too much new information at once, our brains reach what's known as cognitive overload. When you reach that point, almost no new information is ever going to transfer over from your short-term memory to your long-term memory. This is the exact reason that scientists don't recommend cramming for a test the night before. Some small bits of information may stick around in the short term, but long-term, those memories are going to be wiped clean from your brain the moment that you're done with your test. Therefore, in building our gamer guide, we're going to want to start off with the simplest possible games and then slowly mix in more and more complexity. I mean, you have to learn to crawl before you can stand, and stand before you can walk, and walk before you can run. So without any further ado, it's time to get into the list. Level 1, touch and motion controls. Kicking off our 10-step video game journey, we're gonna start with the simplest controller setup possible, no controller at all. I'm talking about touch screens and motion controls. You see, the first hurdle that any new gamer is gonna have to overcome in building a relationship with gaming is abstraction. The idea that your actions over here in the real world are affecting things over there in the digital world. A controller or keyboard with arbitrary, meaningless buttons, it's very disconnected with what I see happening on a screen. But motion controls help bridge that gap. If I swing my arm and I suddenly see a sword swinging on screen, or if I throw a punch and see the character attack in a similar way, that makes intuitive sense to me and my body. Touchscreens also have a sense of immediate direct feedback, but also come with a slightly different benefit. They don't require dexterity. Holding controllers, hitting buttons, it's precise work that requires trained fine motor skills. But tapping and swiping at a screen is actually much less demanding both cognitively and physically. That being said, I do want to put up a few major red flags here for younger gamers. Watch exposure time to all these screens. When it comes to screen time, the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that children are completely kept away from screens until at least 18 months old, with video calls being the only exception. We all know the horror stories of iPad kids. Personally, for Steph and I, we kept Ollie away from screens for a full 2 years, and when we did eventually open the door, it was only through very heavily curated education-based apps that we controlled for very short periods of time. The Academy recommends no more than 1 hour of screen time per day until the age of 5. We've found a lot of success with a daily max of about 30 minutes. As far as games to play, I cannot recommend anything more highly than Khan Academy Kids. It's a free app with educational games ranging from reading to memory to math and 0 microtransactions. There's also individual paths that follow your child's progress based on their skill level in early learning topics. Other honorable mentions here that cover a broader range of ages: the Jigsaw app, which just offers a lot of free puzzles that can be customized to be easy, hard, or anywhere in between. Polygrams, which is a fantastic tangram game provided you pay a couple bucks to get rid of the ads. And lastly, there's the suite of Lucas and Friends apps, which cover everything from puzzles and coloring to math and spelling. Basically, the games don't have to be all that much of games as much as experiences, where tapping a screen drives some form of action. And when it comes to motion controls, I think we're all probably familiar with the winner here, Wii Sports. It is the 4th highest selling game of all time for a reason. It was the pioneer and opened up gaming to a new generation, both young and old. Newer titles like 1-2 Switch, yeah, they're they're okay, but not nearly as good in terms of simple one-to-one gameplay. I see a thing, I do the thing, it works and makes sense. Level 2, joystick or D-pad only. Alright, so with the newfound knowledge that you can affect a digital world, it's time to put away the iPads and Wiimotes and move up to the actual controllers. When looking online for recommendations about what age to start someone console gaming, 4 to 6 tends to come up the most. It's around this age that kids are first able to develop the physical dexterity to do things like buttoning and unbuttoning shirts for themselves, meaning that they should also be able to hold a controller and press a button at the same time. So if your player's old enough to be dressing themselves, then I'd say you should be able to move up to the next level of gaming console. That said, most of today's controllers are going to be way too much for a new gamer protege to start off with, so it's important that we strip away all of those bells and whistles and just start with a single joystick or D-pad, no buttons. This part of the process is all about mastering how to move in a virtual space, so let's get them comfortable with the idea of controlling a character on screen with a physical stick. When it came to reaching this milestone in our house, we found a lot of success with the Super Monkey Ball series. Kids are already used to rolling balls and aiming things into goal, so the concept literally needs no explanation. Add to that a complete lack of dialogue and cute monkey characters, and you've got yourself a winning formula. Of all the titles in the franchise, I highly recommend Super Monkey Ball 3D for the 3DS because it's forgiving. Later Monkey Ball titles have the difficulty ramp up fairly quickly, but in Super Monkey Ball 3D, there are guardrails in place throughout almost the entire game, helping to ensure that your new gamer is able to experience a lot of success quickly with minimal amounts of frustration. And that's going to be a nice segue to the next major hurdle and a huge point of frustration, adding a button. Level 3, joystick plus one button with only one function, 2D, no lose state. Alright, next up on the journey, it's time to bring in that first button, which might not seem like a big deal to us, but it is to a new gamer. Moving while jumping or attacking, that is a big milestone. I cannot tell you the amount of times that I've watched kids die on that first Goomba in the original Mario. To us, it seems super easy, right? But to most early gamers, that thing might as well be a final boss. To jump over it, you need timing, precision, and worst of all, multiple buttons. And nothing can kill your enthusiasm for playing a game quite like hitting a wall, or in this case, a slow-moving Goomba. Which is why we not only need a one-button 2D game here, but also one with no fail state. This is a huge skill jump, which means that we need a safe space to explore and play without the game punishing us for making mistakes. Now, admittedly, licensed games tend not to be the best, but Paw Patrol on a Roll is a perfect example for this step of the learning process. It is literally a 2D side-scroller where you practice platforming. Sure, there are collectible bones and medallions floating around to encourage you to search, but nothing is mandatory for completion. And most importantly of all, there are no enemies to hit or pits to fall into. It is purely a game about you versus the platforms, as you get familiar with moving throughout a 2D virtual space. Best of all the dialogue in the game is spoken, which makes it perfect for any young gamer who's still learning to read. There are a couple of moments where you have to push another button for a special event, but these moments aren't time sensitive, so it's already starting to build an awareness of the wider controller with zero pressure. Level number 4, joystick with one button and only one function, 3-dimensional, no lose state. Having mastered moving through a 2-dimensional space, makes sense to upgrade to moving through a 3-dimensional space. Same rules apply here. You're looking for something where one button does one thing and one thing only, and no fail state. And once again, Ryder and the gang knock it out of the park with their licensed game, Paw Patrol Mighty Pups Save Adventure Bay. It is the exact same concept as the 2D game, but now in 3 dimensions with a fixed camera. This opens the new challenges of up and down controls as well as gauging jump distances. Just from the opening level alone, you can see how it's step-by-step training gamers how to leap over things like nets and run up and down ramps. Now again, obviously not every new gamer is going to be super excited to save Adventure Bay of all places. I wouldn't expect that. But again, I use this as a great model to follow when looking for a game to use with your gamer. Something welcoming where the focus is purely on movement and getting to an end goal. Level 5, joystick plus one button with only one function, 2D, lose states. Alright, so now that we've conquered the obstacle of moving and jumping in both 2D and 3D spaces, we can now start mixing in real obstacles and enemies. You know, the things that are meant to impede our progress. Now remember what I mentioned earlier about Mario. We want a game where one button does one thing, and that thing should stay consistent pretty much the entire time. Essentially, we're looking for a game that's purely about running and jumping, but now with a few more obstacles. And there is no game that fits this mantra better than our favorite blue blur, Sonic the Hedgehog. Specifically, the Sonic Origins collection. You see, there are two brilliant things about Sonic that really make him stand out for this part of our training. The first is that in one button press, you are both jumping and attacking at the same time by turning into a spin ball. Unlike Mario, who's always vulnerable and has to land on an enemy's head to defeat it, by jumping, Sonic is not only moving, he also has a chance of killing whatever he touches. Secondly, Sonic's ring system is a game changer. Rings are plentiful, and as long as you can quickly scoop up one more ring, you're good to go. There's no searching for more life, no need for extra power-ups. As long as you prioritize getting that ring after getting hit, you are practically invincible. That said, obviously Sonic games tend tend to get fast and that makes them hard. But that also gives new gamers a sense of momentum and forward progress. It's exciting to hit those springs and go through those ramps, and over time, their reaction speeds are going to pick up. The biggest hurdle of Sonic, honestly, are the Dr. Robotnik bosses. But again, Sonic's team has a solution in the form of one of my favorite gaming characters of all time, Tails. Tails is invincible, so as long as you take control over Sonic and just avoid the boss while hoping to recover the lost rings, it gives your new gamer a chance to practice against a big bad with less frustration. And beating a boss on their own, that feels like a big achievement for their gaming journey, boosting confidence immediately. This is honestly how Ollie's been able to beat the entirety of Sonic's 2 and 3 almost by himself at this point. As an extra bonus for the Origins collection, it does away with lives and continues, allowing your new gamers to focus on practice and getting better as opposed to tedious progress loss. Level 6, joystick plus 1 button with multiple functions. Now this is the phase of the journey where we're currently at, and it's here that we face an important choice. Do we add another button, or do we add in multiple functions for our 1 button? According to studies done on individuals with limited mobility, multi-use 1-button controls tend to yield better results, so that's what we're going to be focusing on. For that, we're going to move on to everyone's favorite racing game, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Now immediately this one should be ringing some alarm bells. One look at the control scheme for Mario Kart and you realize it's going to take more than 1 button. There's acceleration, braking, drifting, steering. And while yeah, the base settings in Mario Kart force you to do all those things by yourself, Mario Kart 8 added accessibility settings, allowing new players to enjoy the game with the auto accelerate feature. This allows new players to solely focus on steering the car and throwing items. Considering different items do different things, this all helps build in that strategic aspect of using resources at the optimal time that comes up in a whole host of other games. One of the other things that I love about Mario Kart as a game for this particular part of the player journey is that you can very precisely dial in the difficulty both through track selection and by adjusting the CC level. And the rubber banding AI in the game, which scales to your performance, ensures that any new gamer is never truly out of a race getting lapped, again limiting their frustration and humiliation and last place finishes. Level 7, joystick plus 2 buttons, only 1 at a time. Finally, we're getting to the level of the original Nintendo Entertainment System from way back in the 1980s. It is here that we introduce the B button. Yep, it only took us 7 steps. And again, because this is yet another big leap, we want to focus on the games that only require the player to press each button 1 at a time. While you or I may be able to handle holding the B button to run while using the other half of our thumb to press the A button, a new gamer, they won't have that dexterity yet. Instead, they need a slower paced game with lots of built-in time to focus on where the buttons are and how to switch between them. For that, there are 2 great routes here. Option 1, most top-down Legend of Zelda games. These games allow you to see the enemies around you and choose whether or not you're going to engage, which allows gamers to proceed at their own pace. Additionally, in many of these, your sword is permanently mapped onto 1 button while the other rotates in function based on the item you have equipped. The original Zelda is obviously the simplest and it has the benefit of not requiring a lot of reading skill to complete, but also it's one of the more challenging entries. From my perspective, A Link to the Past is a personal favorite, where they refined the top-down formula perfectly but didn't start adding in a lot of bells and whistles like in later games. And even if you can't get through the entire quest, just taking the time to roam around, slash at the bushes, destroy some pots, it is rewarding enough. Speaking of pots, the other route to go here is Overcooked. If you somehow haven't seen this game before, it's a co-op cooking game where you and up to 3 friends are chefs at a restaurant and you need to cook together to prepare the ingredients, cook the food, and serve hungry customers. The game starts off pretty easy, but as you go on, the levels start to get more frantic. But notably, the controls are as simple as 1 button to chop and throw and another to pick up and drop things. The cooperative nature of the game also helps to improve communication skills. And as a last bonus, if your new gamer is struggling with the orders, you can always take on more of the workload yourself so you can make progress while everyone feels like they're helping. Also, just as an honorable mention here, we have Pokemon. You see, there's one major thing to consider when we start introducing kids to games, especially RPGs, and that's reading. Everyone's gonna be different when it comes to their reading ability. If your new gamer is one of those kids who burns through chapter books like there's no tomorrow, then this might not be that big of an issue. But generally speaking, it's not until ages 7 or 8 that children get a high enough reading level to reach basic literacy. And when it comes to reading to learn new skills or gain information, you know, the kind of stuff that you get in an RPG, that doesn't normally develop until the age of at least 9. If you're there, Pokemon is perfect. Simple menuing, cute characters, and a basic button layout that makes this the ideal gamer's first RPG. Level 8, joystick plus 2 buttons, 2 at a time. Now comes step 8, where we're gonna add in the need to press and hold multiple buttons at the same time. And guess what we're finally ready for, friends? Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, I am just as shocked that Mario is so late on this journey as you are. But as I mentioned earlier, not only are the buttons doing different things depending on what power-up Mario has, but straddling multiple buttons at at once to make precise jumps? That requires advanced dexterity and spatial awareness that only follows all the other skills that we've built up so far. Level 9, joystick and 3 or more buttons, no camera control. Loyal theorists, we're in the home stretch. We've done 1 button. We've done 2 buttons. Obviously, it's time to add a 3rd and more. But more importantly than all of that, at this point, we have to stay aware of camera control. You see, adding the second stick into the mix to control the camera is the last major control hurdle that we're gonna have to overcome, and it is a doozy. Seems like the vast majority of games today, especially your big AAA first-person shooters and third-person action games, require you to be able to metaphorically walk and chew gum at the same time. Having your thumbs control both your player and the camera simultaneously is one thing, but with every change you make with the camera on your right thumb, it significantly changes the way that your character moves with your left thumb. It is essentially like controlling 2 different characters at the same time. In fact, Mario 64, the first truly successful 3D platformer, literally made the camera its own character, Lakitu, to help bridge the idea in players' minds that these games were gonna require new skills. There are plenty of gamers out there who really stopped playing newer games due to not being able to wrap their heads around the new camera controls.
When I was in high school, when this first came out, like, I remember seeing it like on display at like an electronics store and just being like totally overwhelmed.
So before we add in that second stick, let's just do ourselves a final game with more buttons in a 3D space where the camera work's done for us. I recommend Super Mario 3D World. It has all the challenges of the 3D games that'll come later, but without overwhelming you with camera controls. Level 10, 2 joysticks. And so we've arrived, the final step, adding in a second stick. And it's here where everything comes together. The multiple buttons that do all the things at different times, 3D environments with fully controllable cameras, lose states, precision, and a place to learn without being at a Soulsborne level of difficulty. For this, I have 2 recommendations. The first is a game franchise that only recently relinquished the camera to the player, and one that's near and dear to my heart, Pokemon. Pokemon Sword and Shield, but especially Legends Arceus, are Pokemon's first foray into the world of 3D camera controls, and as a result, they've made it as accessible as possible. For something that's a bit more intensive though, we have Super Mario Odyssey. Is Super Mario Odyssey the hardest game that ever existed? No. In fact, the platforming is much more forgiving than past titles like 64 and Galaxy. But you see, that's entirely the point. Our goal here isn't to go from zero to hero, our goal is to give new players a taste of what makes gaming so fun without bogging them down with years of assumed knowledge that us experienced gamers just know intuitively. And then with that solid baseline, everything from there just ramps on up. The speed of play, it increases. The intricacy of the controls, it just gets harder. The complexity of the movement, the platforms get smaller, whatever. And so there you have it, folks, your 10-step guide to get someone started into the wonderful world of video games. A few quick final thoughts as we wrap things up. First and foremost, be patient. This is learning, and like any learning, it's gonna take time. There's gonna be forward progress, but there's also gonna be steps backward as well. It's also worth noting that if one game doesn't click, just try a different one. If you're struggling to find recommendations for games to play, commonsensemedia.org and familygamingdatabase.com both have great tools that allow you to search for games on the consoles you have based on things like age, genre, and even the complexity of the controls. But really, for all the overthinking and analysis that we've done here today, here's a little test that you can use to know whether or not you're doing a good job at teaching a new player how to play a video game. Are they having fun? If so, you're doing exactly what you need to do. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Thanks to Google Play for sponsoring today's video. And that's how a living pink sentient goo is the single element tying together the last 8 years of games and 20+ books. I fell asleep at my computer while working on a script again, didn't I?
No, you have been summoned by the sacred ring. A ring that will grant you whatever your heart truly desires.
Great, awesome. Can it write my next year's worth of scripts?
No.
But that's my heart's desire. Can I get a vacation?
No.
Seriously? What can I ask it for then?
You can be a hero. Go on an epic quest. Save a world in peril.
Sounds more like that's your desire, and I'm just here so you don't actually have to do any of the work.
Maybe the ring can try someone else.
Yeah, maybe you just move on. Hello Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where each episode is a literal adventure waiting for you inside your pocket, provided you're watching on a mobile device. Speaking of mobile devices, today's episode is sponsored by Google Play. I gotta admit, that one right there, that's pretty exciting. Especially since Google Play is literally my go-to place for anything that I need on my phone. In case you've missed it, Google Play is the online store where people can discover all their new favorite games, apps, and entertainment for their Android devices. Considering that I'm constantly looking for new games and movies to talk about, I am always here. My entire collection of superhero films, here. Novelized animatronic adventures, here. Games for the channel, my personal life, and for Ollie, here, here, and here. I am literally like their highest tier member, I use it so often. It's also the place to find the latest, greatest games that you'll want to play on the go. Case in point, our topic for today, Octopath Traveler Champions of the Continent. A brand new choose-your-own-adventure JRPG from Square Enix, who, let's be honest, are legendary within this genre. Let's also be honest, the best way to find the time to play a JRPG? Mobile. Anyway, the main premise is that you're a traveler who's selected as the chosen one by a ring of divine power. I literally just logged on and already I'm hashtag winning. Clearly this ring has got itself some excellent taste. Except there's no such thing as a free lunch. Or free divine ring, I suppose. Now that you're the chosen one, you have to take down 3 powerful tyrants who have their own divine rings. Only then can you collect all that jewelry, rise, and become the lord of the... Well, you get the point. But don't worry, you're not alone. Along the way, you recruit a team of eccentric party members that'll help you when the battles get tough. And they will get tough. Each tyrant is obsessed with one key vice: wealth, power, or fame. And it's up to you which order you tackle them in. Also, can I just ask, why does every bad guy in a JRPG look like the most hardcore theater kid ever? And I should know, I was one of them. Someone slapped that picture into a JRPG. The TLDR is that this game has the feel of the old school RPGs that I loved growing up, and the modern 2.5D look that makes the pixel art really pop. And best of all, it's an honest mobile RPG that's not designed from the outset to squeeze every dollar possible out of you, which, you know, when talking about mobile games is kind of an important distinction to make. This is traditional RPGing. There's some grinding, but nothing that feels unfair. And any truly traditional RPG deserves itself a traditional game theory episode. So today I'm here to tell you that classic game theory thesis we all love so well: the hero is the villain, actually. You see, the game makes it very clear that the 3 tyrants we're going up against are really awful and committing all these atrocious misdeeds, but we're also explicitly told that their reigns of terror are only made possible thanks to the divine rings that they wear, which bestow upon them the power of the gods. Now, remind me, who else has a ring like this? Oh yeah, it's us. In narrative storytelling, one ring just being arbitrarily different and good from all the other ones just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And taking a look at our actions throughout the start of this game, I'm not convinced that we're all that different from the so-called villains that we're tasked with taking out. In fact, I think it's pretty darn clear. If these 3 were so easily corrupted by the power of the rings, then it shouldn't be hugely surprising that we also suffered the same fate. So with all that in mind, let me take all of these branching pathways and bring them back together to show you why I suspect we are in fact the real villain of the new Octopath Traveler. Also, because we're talking about some key story elements from this new game, spoiler alert from here on out. First, let's take a look at the guys that we're tasked with fighting. Titus, the master of power and the leader of a military army formed of criminals; Herminia, the master of wealth who runs the local mafia; and Auguste, the master of fame and murderous playwright. But these are far from one-note mustache-twirling villains. Their backstories are full of tragedy and trauma. As we proceed through Auguste's story, for instance, we learn that his wife was stolen and murdered by his former boss, which thereby set Auguste on a quest for revenge. Herminia's story is even more tragic. Her sisters took her inheritance and sold her off to a distant land where she had to sell her body in order to survive. Eventually, she clawed her way up through the ranks of the mafia, ultimately becoming the godmother and getting revenge on her family. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that these characters aren't bad guys. They are clearly killers and criminals. Their traumatic pasts don't forgive their present atrocities, and they've enacted just as much, if not more, pain on others than they themselves experienced when growing up. But knowing a bit about their histories does make you think differently about how we handle the situation. For both battles, we just roll up and enact our own brand of justice by wiping everyone out. And I have to ask, how is that any better than what they're doing? Is killing these 2 really the best way to stop them? At the very least, they deserve to stand trial for their crimes so the victims and the families can get closure. Instead, they get us, a vigilante empowered by a divine ring, striking them down. How's that any better than them? We just kill whoever we please in order to complete our mission, which is exactly what Auguste and Herminia do. It's also clear that we're not particularly worried about the people that we're quote-unquote saving, or the consequences of our actions. In the Herminia storyline, for instance, we aren't just tracking down a mafia boss, we are actively working alongside a rival mafia in an effort to put them in charge of the town. They claim to have good intentions, but they still still call themselves the Mafia. How good can they be? And as you'd expect, when you remove a big Mafia boss from power, even if a new one takes over, there's gonna be others trying to fill the power vacuum. The new Don even tells us that we wouldn't have gotten this far without you. So how on earth are they gonna lead the town and survive when we move on to the next quest line? All it takes is someone bigger and badder to come along and suddenly they're gonna be done for. And we don't even have to talk in hypotheticals. Later in the game, we get to come back to the town a year after we were last there, and what do we see? A new big bad has entered the arena, and the government that we actively installed in the region is once again defenseless without our help. Who would have thunk it? If we truly wanted to help these poor people and their town, we'd have stuck around. Maybe helped out the new leaders to make sure everything's on track before we pieced out. But nope, we got what we came for, and we are gone. We only happen to come back because this new threat has yet another ring for us to collect. That ain't acting like a hero, friends. That is acting like a giant purple raisin man collecting rainbow gemstones for his power bracelet. Or, to use this game as our example, it's literally acting no better than the three big bads. During the Master of Fame path, we meet the lead actress of a show who, we're told, left her own son in order to follow the villain Auguste. That revelation prompts a very important question from one of our companions named Schwartz. He asks, quote, what about that man would make a person want to abandon the life of their own child? That's a fair question. I mean, Auguste is a serial killer, and yet he has legions of people loving and respecting him, following him. And this isn't the only time that we see this sort of thing happening in the game. Across all three stories, we see that the villains have accrued absolutely massive followings, be them fans, soldiers, or people just looking for a piece of that sweet, sweet gold. In the Master of Power path, when we defeat the villain Titus, he is remembered by the people as a hero. Are they just that important? Is the propaganda just that impressive? No, I believe it has everything to do with the power that the rings give them, because when you flip the script and take a look at our player character, a random traveler from nowhere, you can see the exact same thing starting to happen. We're told at the start of the game that should you seek companions for your travels, make your wish be known, and you do so by tapping on your divine ring. The original Japanese is a bit more direct, translating to, quote again, if you wish for help on your journey, then pray to the ring. When you do, you summon other travelers in order to amass a team from the 64 character roster. Well, these 64 characters do have backstories. You have to partake in special side quests in order to actually learn them. Initially, they just show up. They give us a brief introduction of who they are, and then they're just part of your team forever with no explanation as to why they're there. You just prayed to your magic ring, and poof, here they are, ready to follow you on whatever quest, no questions asked, ready to fight any battle that you decide is just, no matter how dangerous. Maybe I should get a hold of one of those magic rings. It gets lonely down here in the recording closet. I should also point out that when you're asked to pick a story path that you want to go down, you aren't asked which villain you want to destroy. Instead, you're asked, what do you seek at Journey's End? And the options are just wealth, power, or fame. The same three things that we're accusing these villains of pursuing in their own storylines. Where are the options that say, destroy Titus, or free the locals, disassemble the mafia, end a reign of tyranny? Nope, none of that. Wealth, power, or fame. Make the choice just like the villains. They all obtained magic rings and pursued one of those endeavors. And that's exactly what we're doing too, friends. We're just going one step further and seeking all of those options. We're using the rings to do exactly what the enemies of the game did, just better. Mastering all three in order to take our place as the most famous hero in the land. So there you have it, the classic hero was the villain the whole time theory. Except, as I was writing that last paragraph, I realized something. We're told that these rings grant our deepest desires, and our response to that is pursuing one of the three selfish goals, wealth, fame, or power. What if my heart desire was, I don't know, becoming a crazy cat guy or something? And we're not just pursuing those goals, we're actively plowing through others in order to get them. That means that either we ourselves are selfish and no better than the villains, or, more likely, the ring is the one controlling our decision in some way. Maybe the truth here is that we're not actually allowed to voice a desire all our own. Maybe we aren't the villain, the ring is. This whole thing feels like a trap that's set by the ring, like we're being pushed into a desire or path that my character may not actually want to take. I wanted to go a little bit deeper into this, so I actually restarted my game just so I could go back through the intro cutscene. And when I did, something strange happened. I was now looking at a totally different character. I looked it up, and apparently this is an intended mechanic. Everyone that plays gets a different starting character, which I suppose allows for unique and interesting team building, but it also presents us with a bit of a problem. Each game gives you the same choice, wealth, power, or fame. But that can't be right. If you gathered 8 random people into a room, the chances of all of them wanting the same thing for their heart's desire are next to none. However, what's the one thing that unites all of these characters? What's the one thing that they all have in common when you start the game? They're given a divine ring. All this time I've been accusing the chosen one of not being a hero, that their desire is worse than that of the villains that we face throughout the initial story. But if you can literally be any character at the start of the game, well, this just proves that the ring is actually the one steamrolling our options. It's corrupting us from the opening seconds. Now, I know this might seem like a a stretch to say that the ring is somehow controlling all these people, that it's just a gameplay mechanic, but you don't have to take my word for it. August basically tells us this after we defeat him and take the ring away from him. Finally, the ring, free from that abomination, I am released. Throughout his story, we're told not once, but twice that August has no desire for fame, despite being the master of fame. In fact, he refers to fame as snobbery. He's an artist. He wants to create amazing plays to help reveal the desires of man through his work. He is not doing it for the fame, but the ring is the thing that's forcing him to. August's ring corrupted him and forced him to follow not his own desires, but rather its own desires. The exact same choice that we find ourselves presented with at the start of the game, pursuing one of 3 dark desires, but never given the option to choose something else. Okay, so clearly these rings have power over the user, but can I really say that they have their own desires? The answer is yes, because these aren't just any rings, they're divine rings. Rings that came from a god or are godlike. Now, this is an important detail to keep in mind when looking at the final form for each of the game's major bosses. Each one is named after one of the 8 primary gods from the original Octopath Traveler. August becomes Prince of Thieves, Titus becomes the Thunderblade, and Herminia becomes the Huntress, the exact same titles as 3 of Orstera's gods. We later learn that these rings aren't just powered by these specific gods, they are these specific gods. And it makes sense too. Brand the Thunderblade, for instance, is the god that offers the warrior class in the original Octopath. Titus gets this ring and then pursues becoming an all-powerful warrior. So what about our ring then? Well, after you beat the initial 3 villains, we're told that our ring is Aelfric, Flamebringer's ring. Aelfric, like the other gods, grants a particular class in the original Octopath, the Cleric, basically a white mage that specializes in healing and light magic. But Aelfric is also one of the few gods where we get some of his extra backstory. You see, they're the one that imprisoned the evil 13th god by calling down fire from the heavens, which became known as the Sacred Flame. This led the Order of the Sacred Flame to be formed, an order which essentially runs the country. Although not all people are religious, the order is super important to the running and governing of the continent. We see in the game that they have an army, that they can elect individuals into positions of power like they do with Titus. And in the Master of All Path, we even discover that the order supervised a non-aggression pact between the various kings of the continent. The order runs this place. The priests of Aelfric are the ones with all the power. But then suddenly, these other gods start using people. They start turning them into godlike beings in order to amass their own followings. Titus literally wants to overthrow the Order of the Sacred Flame. So what happens? Well, Aelfric gets us to go in and re-establish the status quo, stopping Titus's coup, pulling August and Herminia from their positions of power to help restore the order as the most important thing in the land. This isn't about saving the people, it's about making sure that Aelfric is still the most worshipped god on the continent. That's why it doesn't matter which character you start the game off as. You aren't the important one here. As long as someone does the job, Aelfric gets exactly what he wants. And if Aelfric isn't all that great, maybe that 13th god wasn't so evil after all in the original Octopath. But that, my fellow travelers, is a theory for another day. In the meantime, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. And thanks one final time to Google Play for sponsoring this video. I love it when we get brand deals like this because it gives me an excuse to make time for games that I wouldn't usually have a chance to talk about on the channels. I grew up with JRPGs, but haven't had much chance to play them lately because life is busy, you know? So when Google Play approached me and asked me to make a video about their latest releases, I jumped at the chance. Octopath Traveler, Champions of the Continent was a fantastic way to hop back into the genre. Obviously, the story and characters are a lot of fun, but the 8-party battle system gets real deep. The strategies they have to figure out to make sure that all your bases are covered while also having enough super effective moves to take down your opponent, that's the exact type of challenge that I love in video games. So if you want to check out Octopath Traveler, Champions of the Continent, it's available for free on Google Play via the link in the description. Go over there and tell them that Game Theory sent you. And I'm being serious about that. Go down to their comments, the reviews, whatever, and tell them that I sent you. Spam the comments saying that so they know that I pushed a lot of you over there, and then they can be all like, whoa, Matpat and his community are really passionate, let's do more stuff with them. Because honestly guys, it's a win-win for all of us. You get yourself a great free game, I get myself an excuse to play a game that doesn't have animatronics in it, and creative teams that have worked hard on these awesome experiences find themselves a loving new audience. So thank you to Google Play for sponsoring this video, and thank you for watching and going over there to comment. As always, my friends, I'll see you all next week. Hello, Internet! Welcome to the couch video that I never expected that we'd have to make. I am literally headed out the door and to the airport in like 45 minutes, but I felt like I needed to sit down on the couch and address a very important issue that I've seen come up in the last 48 hours.
I guess by the time this video goes live, might be closer to 72. We're gonna try to get this out the door as fast as possible. But anyway, very recently since our last episode, a few days ago, we posted this. The latest episode about our good old buddy FNAF, discussing the latest book in the series, Felix the Shark. Not a particularly great book, but also not the worst in the series. Looking through this book, we found several details that I thought were pretty darn interesting. Clues that seemed to be pointing towards the existence of some sort of FNAF ARG that never got off the ground, or maybe was hidden out there in the ether that no one had actually stumbled across yet. So, in that video, I asked you, the FNAF fanbase and fellow theorists, to look into the game files of the FNAF 3 mobile game port, because that was explicitly mentioned in the novel, or to any locals of towns that were mentioned in the book itself to let us know if we had maybe missed something about the geography of these local towns. At least, that was my intention in making this video. I mean, ARGs happen all the time, and we've covered them before in episodes like the Inscription series or Wilbur Soot's ARG, so why would this one be any different? Over the years, you, as the community, have dug up all kinds of clues for us, and so I was hoping, hey, our collective hive mind would be able to do it again. I figured that people who knew the history of the franchise and this channel would act in a safe and responsible way when it came to looking into something like this. And admittedly, millions of you did. There are millions of views on that video, and the vast majority of you either just watched it and kind of let it circulate through your YouTube feed, or, you know, you maybe dug through a couple of game files, whatever. Unfortunately, a few hundred of you, it's hard to gauge the actual numbers of this thing, but whatever the number, it was too many. Some people actually called the actual places of businesses in the towns that were referenced in the book. According to our subreddit, one place of business actually received enough annoying phone calls that they actually had to shut off their phones. See this? This is me internally screaming right now. Just to be absolutely crystal clear, beyond a reasonable doubt, stop. Please stop. I don't know if you can tell, but I was not expecting this. And honestly, this issue caught all of us off guard. I never wanted or intended anyone to bother real people, and it's never, ever acceptable to harass an individual or a place of business. Period. End of story. And here's the thing. I don't think most of you were intending this, even if you were calling these places up. But consider this. You are a single person researching an online mystery. But if, say, 100 other people researching that same online mystery all call the same phone number asking the exact same question, yeah, that's gonna get bad in a hurry. So this is me formally saying to those business owners, those members of the community, individuals who may have felt harassed or burdened by this, I am sorry. I am so sorry. It was never my intention to cause issues for people or businesses. And again, to the loyal theorists watching this video, stop. Cannot make that clear enough. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is not the way to do things. It is never acceptable to call someone or their place of business to look for lore in a video game. And never, ever post addresses or phone numbers, even for publicly listed businesses. It's just not appropriate. And as someone who's had to endure that level of harassment in the past, it is not something that I would ever wish on anyone. It's totally inappropriate for anyone, but especially this community, the game theorist community, which I consider to be smart and respectful. So even if you mean well, just stop. I appreciate it, but now is the time to call this one off. So now that we've gotten the most important message out there into the universe, I want to lay a few solutions for the future, because just addressing the issue here doesn't really get down to the root of the problem or how we can prevent this moving forward. Because here's the thing. I love ARGs. You clearly love ARGs. They are some of the most fun content that we get to cover on these channels. I mean, even Food Theory got itself a frickin' ARG with Omega Mart. And we are gonna keep covering them like we've done many times in the past with Inscription and Fortnite. This whole time, I keep asking myself, what happened here? If we had done an episode on the Gravity Falls ARG back when that was still going on, which I even call out in the video in question, would things have been different? Because that Gravity Falls ARG also required people to share clues online and act as a global community. It required them to go to real-world locations to find real-world treasure. And let's be honest, if anything, ARGs are becoming more mainstream, because everything from classic science fiction to sitcom seems like it has an ARG coming out. We, as a set of channels whose whole shtick is to talk about mysteries in video games, TV, and movies, need to be able to discuss these sorts of things happening in the media around us. That's when the solution hit me. There's no protocol in place. We've never been taught officially the rules and etiquette of doing an ARG, a puzzle that crosses from the online world into the real world. And this FNAF ARG just wound up being the first one that a lot of you were exposed to. And hopefully, maybe you just weren't aware of the etiquette of solving these sorts of puzzles. Etiquette that is built in with the express purpose of avoiding these sorts of problems that happen when the internet and the real world collide. There are great ways to make ARGs, but there are equally great ways to solving ARGs. So, how do we move forward in a safe way? Education, talking openly about this, and just coming up with a written list of stuff that we all just have an inherent understanding that we follow. I honestly think that the vast majority of people out there who are calling up places of business or looking for clues in real life were doing so earnestly. They had no ill intent. They were just not realizing that this was out of bounds to call a place of business to ask them about a video game. It was wrong, but that's a far cry from malicious. They didn't know the rules of these sorts of games, so I want to make it very clear that if and when we reference ARGs on the channel, that there is going to be a clear set of guidelines that every single person should be aware of and follow. I'll actually reference this video many times if we ever do something like this in the future. We've never had this sort of issue come up in the past, but now that it's here, it's time that we move forward as responsible human beings. We set expectations for ourselves, our community, and hopefully for the wider internet. And I'm doing this right here on the channel instead of posting this as a bulleted list on Reddit or on Twitter, mostly because I want to make sure that all of you who saw that original video have the best shot possible of seeing this video as well. To make it very clear that our first priority as an online community, as theorists and as puzzle solvers, is to act safely and responsibly. And if you think that we've missed anything here, like I said, we kind of rushed through this. Everyone on the team kind of brainstormed this very quickly, but please put it down in the comments. We'll add it to the official list. First, and absolutely most importantly, never, ever publish someone's private information online, even if you think there's the slightest, remotest possibility that it could be associated with an ARG. That is called doxing, and it is probably the biggest internet-wide no-no, period. End of story. Spoiler alert, there are going to be no clues in there. Rule 2, and associated with that last point, stick to publicly available information. No hacking or uncovering something that involves accessing private information about a person or business. I know, it's exciting. ARGs feel like this big, exciting mystery, and it's like, I'm living out my hacker fantasies. But remember, they are games that are meant to be played with the public, so keep them in the public sphere. Rule number 3. Some ARGs, including very famous ones like the Gravity Falls ARG, will require you to go to real-world locations, or some representative of your puzzle-solving team to go to a real-world location. These will almost always, in fact, they should always be public spaces, and places that do not require you to interact with a person, go onto any private property, or otherwise disturb someone else's life. Be safe in these situations regardless of any evidence that you might see. Never go to a place that you wouldn't feel comfortable going to in everyday life. Never enter private property, and yes, that abandoned warehouse or old pizzeria or whatever is private property. It is not acceptable for you to go there. Or, another shorthand for this is if you've ever been to an escape room, they say the same thing. The clues are going to be obvious. They're going to be in front of you. Do not break stuff to try and find a hidden clue. There is no hidden clue, and all you would have done is broken stuff. Rule number 4, things like business addresses and phone numbers are indeed listed online publicly, and so talking about them is technically not doxing, important distinction to make, but it's not okay to call those private businesses about anything other than doing business with them. If you're calling Domino's, make sure you're calling Domino's for some delicious pizza and not asking them whether they belong to the Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria universe. If you're doing it, assume that a handful of other people is doing it, and while one phone call might not constitute harassment, a couple hundred phone calls does, whether that's intentional or not. And finally, rule number 5, which is kind of a corollary of rule number 4, find one central place to solve ARGs so people aren't trying to repeatedly do the same stuff. Find your like-minded group of puzzle solvers and theorists. Unite together. Reddit, Discord, great places to do this sort of thing, but taking over unrelated boards or spaces to dig into an ARG, not okay. It should go without saying, but we would never cover an ARG on this channel that involved violating any of those sorts of guidelines. It's true, sometimes we may not have all the steps of an ARG pre-solved when we publish a video because we think it's a fun mystery that's fun to solve together as a community. That said, there is no lore, no interesting animatronic discovery that would be worth violating anyone's privacy or disrespecting other people in the real world or online. I hope that we can all move forward doing things that are this exciting, but more importantly, safe. Again, really didn't see this one coming, especially given our long history of covering ARGs, but hey, now that it's here, it's incredibly important to me that this community be a place where we stay responsible. So again, I am so sorry to everyone and anyone who's been affected by this whole thing. And to the rest of you watching, I appreciate you taking the time to watch this. Please, if you know someone who saw that original video but might not have seen this one, send it over to them. Very important that everyone gets this message across. It wasn't a game theory, but this one was an important video for the Theorist community and to all other aspiring puzzle solvers out there. So thank you for watching, stay safe, and as always, stay curious.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the only show that can make a 15-minute video from 28 seconds of content. Actually, judging based on the length of this script, I'm gonna predict it's gonna be more, 18 and a half minutes? Best guess. And you know what? That's not an exaggeration either. Today's topic has only 28 seconds of content currently available as I write this. That's gotta be a new record for us, right? Theory on the least information possible. But remember, it's quality over quantity, and you can do a lot in 28 seconds, which is exactly what we're about to find out. But first, a bit of backstory. As you're all well aware of by now, there have been a lot of content creators, both big and small, that have been inspired to make their own ARGs over the years. And recently, a new challenger appeared. Someone that you may be familiar with. Let me give you a hint. He's a Minecrafter. He's one of the massive creators from the Dream SMP. He wears glasses, and he's rocking an iconic Gen Z haircut. I'm talking, of course, about... No, Wilbur, no! Bad Wilbur, no! It's not about you. Get out of here, Wilbur. Get! Not every Minecrafter-led ARG is about you and your weird acoustic guitar songs. Get out of here! No, today's theory is about Ranboo.
Hi, I'm Ranboo.
Ranboo, glad I decided to look that one up, and his new series, Generation Loss. Now, seeing Ranboo take on an ARG shouldn't be that big of a surprise to anyone familiar with his work over on the Dream SMP. Once he joined the server, he quickly became a fan favorite thanks to his clever backstory involving memory loss, memory journals, and his immediately iconic Ender Walks, where his Enderman half takes over his body temporarily. He even launched an entire ARG focusing around Ender Walking back in early 2021. Looking back on it, you guys actually hit me up a fair bit on Twitter to cover it. Follow me at MatpatGT, by the way, if you want to do that. Even though I tend not to respond, I'm always looking at the stuff you send because, well, you have great ideas. But in this case, we didn't wind up doing it because, why didn't I end up doing it? What was I doing back then? I mean, I know we were busy because we were starting St. Jude planning, but what was it? I was apparently busy talking about the KFC console, GameStop stock, and Logan Paul. So instead of covering a Minecraft ARG coming out of the most popular thing in gaming at the time, I covered the stock market and YouTuber boxing.
Not a great plan.
Yeah, choices were made, but hey, at least the KFC episode won us a streamy. Needless to say, Ranboo is well-versed in cryptic storytelling and ARGs. And unlike our coverage of the Wilbur Soot ARG, we're not 3 years late this time. Right now, there's only one video available, released about a month ago. For once, we are on the cutting edge. So strap in, theorists, because we're about to go down a rabbit hole of government conspiracy, media control, and manipulation of the mind. All in 28 seconds. We interrupt your regularly scheduled theory for an important announcement. Again, this is not a test. New Theoryware is available now. The Conspiracy Collection. Do you have a theory? Let people know with this, the Skywatchers t-shirt. Do you have a love for emergency alerts just like this one? Wear one on your chest with this super soft raglan. Want both of them together? Save money by buying the Conspira T bundle. Yes, we are very proud of that pun. Or you can control the airwaves for yourself with our emergency alert hoodie. Use the airwaves to spread your own message. The message of, I look and feel great. Also, you notice that zipper pocket detail here on the sleeve and the green strap with a D-ring on the pocket? Yep, definitely requested those as part of the design myself. I think it adds like a little extra style. Pretty proud of them. And this is your final warning that our alien goo lava lamp is nearly sold out. There's only 100 left of the 2,000 that we produced, so abduct yours today before you miss the chance. Head on over to theoryware.com to become part of the conspiracy today. We now rejoin your regularly scheduled programming already study in progress. Although the first video of Generation Loss was just posted on May 1st of 2022, it was first announced by Ranbu all the way back in July of 2021 with 2 potential names. As he said on his Discord, quote, currently thinking about 2 titles, Generation Loss or The Lost Field Incident Number 1. Obviously he went with the first option, but remember the second one. That's gonna come into play later. Now, why would the title be important? What exactly is meant by Generation Loss? Well, basically Generation Loss is the loss of quality that happens each time something gets copied. Think about it like making Xerox copies at a copy machine. The first one is pretty clear, but if you make a copy of the copy, the quality devolves. If you continue to make more and more copies, more and more details get lost and things start to degrade. And this seems to be the exact definition that Ranbu intended. As he clarified again on his Discord, quote, basically, you know how VHS tapes never record the original footage super correctly? There are always slight impurities in each recording and copy. What Generation Loss is when each imperfection is exaggerated with each new copy until you get some really cool distortion effects, end quote. For a great example, here's a Nesquik commercial in its first generation copy, and here it is 9 generations later. Nothing changed, it was just a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. But you see how information gets lost and distorted over time. Also, it was today o'clock when I realized that I am truly the granddad of YouTube. I bet so many of you are only familiar with VHS tape effects in YouTube videos or indie horror games at this point. Man, I'm old. Anyway, based on the name alone, we know that this series is gonna focus on the idea of degradation of information over time. The more something is copied and passed on, the more distorted and messed up it gets. Gotta say, we're already off to an intriguing start, and we haven't even watched the video yet, which means it's probably time to do just that. As the video begins, we see an old CRT TV displaying static until words begin to flash. Don't hide, don't escape, don't talk, don't conform, don't hesitate. We then get 5 censored images that flash past the screen multiple times in rapid succession before devolving back into static with the final lines, learn the history, find the founder. The word kill flashes up briefly over the word find to give us the alternate text of kill the founder. It's short, but it's dense, which is exactly the way to kick off something like this. So let's figure out what's going on, starting with the 5 mysterious images. In the second image, we can see a large room with the Generation Loss symbol in red on the back wall. A number of people with blacked out faces sit at desks around the room, and one person has a red square blocking their face. The fact that both the square and the symbol are in red when everything else we see is in black and white is telling us that there's a connection between these 2 things. It seems to suggest that the person with their face covered in red is working for whatever Generation Loss is, in which case I needed to see who is behind that big red block. So I started reverse image searching and found that this is a photo from the University of Leipzig in Germany. More specifically, it's the very first dedicated psychology lab founded in 1879 by the father of experimental psychology, Wilhelm Wundt. I have to admit, I wasn't able to figure out who exactly the man with his face blocked out in red was, but that's not really surprising. It's a university lab. Wundt would have had many students come and go through the years. Some of his students did go on to become psychologists in their own right, but I couldn't trace any of them back to the specific image. The good news is, though, I'm not exactly sure it matters who the person is. It's actually about the fact that this person is studying under Wilhelm Wundt in the first place. One of Wundt's big studies was on the idea of generation effects on memory. Something tells me we might be on the right track. Generation effects are, quote, the advantage in memory for information that's produced, i.e. generated, by the participant as opposed to another person. Basically the idea that if you form your own idea or memory, you're more likely to remember it accurately as opposed to a memory made by someone else and then told to you. Lines up pretty darn nicely with the theme of the series, Generation Loss, the distortion of memory across time. It also begins to connect the dots when it comes to the text at the end of the video. Learn the history. Maybe people are forgetting the real history of this world, instead only remembering what they've been told, a distorted version of the truth. Generation over generation, history is being forgotten, therefore generation loss. That may seem like I'm clutching at straws for an answer, but the 4th picture ties into the narrative too. It's a picture of a classroom from the 1940s with the generation loss symbol on the chalkboard, and the teacher's face blocked out in red, similar to the last image. I reverse image searched again, and it led me to Getty Images, and Getty wasn't giving me a whole lot of information about this photo other than it's a London classroom from 1947. So I kept digging around for uses of the image. Not a whole lot. I actually struggled to find this image anywhere across the internet except for one article from a liberal news site in the United Kingdom called The Independent. But what's more important is the subject of the article. Parents complaining about a new curriculum being implemented into UK schools. One specifically focused on rote memorization of facts rather than critical thinking and problem solving. To quote from the article, the new methodology was going to focus on memorizing, quote, endless lists of spelling facts and rules, which will not develop children's ability to think, including problem solving, critical understanding, and creativity. In short, the problem with this new proposed curriculum was that people were being told what they should learn, what they should remember, and not thinking for themselves. The idea that memory is being dictated by someone else, an external force. So again, just like with the previous photo, we see the recurring theme of memory and control, how memories get inserted into our heads and how they stick there. And this may be me interpreting the picture a bit too literally, but in the edited version of the photo, the chalkboard has the generation loss symbol on it. They're teaching the children about this regime, whatever this altered history and facts are. These kids are being raised to believe that truth, not develop critical thinking for themselves to find the facts on their own. The Independent isn't the only newspaper that seems to have importance in this mystery either. The second one comes from this image, an old painting with the face once again censored by a red square. This was a painting of Richard Potter, a British businessman turned politician and writer for one of Britain's biggest newspapers, The Guardian. The Guardian newspaper was actually born out of a desire to push the liberal ideas of a group called the Little Circle, a group with good old Richard Potter as a founding member. This group's main objective was to get fair representation in government, which at the time was controlled by an elite few due to corruption in the English Parliament. In fact, government corruption was such a big issue in this era that on August 16, 1819, a crowd gathered in St. Peter's Field in Manchester, England to protest for parliamentary reform. To stop the protesters, the Royal Cavalry charged into the crowd and ultimately killed 15 people. This horrible event would come to be known as the Peterloo Massacre. Making matters worse, after this event, the government passed the 6 Acts, a move that was aimed at suppressing any meeting about radical reform. Now, why would any of this matter? Well, the place where that massacre happened, St. Peter's Field, it doesn't exist anymore. It's now paved over and has been rebranded as St. Peter's Square. Remember that other title Ranbu was considering for the ARG, Lost Field Incident number 1? Considering that St. Peter's Field, where the whole Peterloo Massacre occurred, is now gone, I suppose you could call that a Lost Field Incident. But even more interesting, when the people of the UK wanted recognition of what happened on this site, the first plaque that the government issued read as follows, quote, an assembly of around 60,000 people. Their subsequent dispersal by the military is remembered as Peterloo. They called charging at protesters and killing 15 of them a dispersal. Are you seeing the connections now? Another image referencing the manipulation of people's memories of events that have happened. The plaque is exactly that. And the fact that the government changed the laws to stop people like Richard Potter from gathering the masses to their cause seems to match the ideas that we've been seeing so far throughout this entire video. This then starts to explain the first major image that we see. A man with his mouth being covered by a hand with the generation loss symbol on it. Someone being silenced by whatever generation loss is. Who this person is clearly important, as we're specifically given the initials from his pocket handkerchief. Looks to be TZ or JZ. Not Jay-Z international rap superstar, though that would be an unexpected twist. No, instead, after digging through a bunch of United Kingdom-based newspaper history, I think it might be referencing journalist Tony Zapponi, TZ. Tony has been a contributor to The Guardian in the past, but was mostly known as a photographer. In fact, his pictures of former President John F. Kennedy taken 4 days before the JFK assassination were important pieces of evidence in that investigation. Considering that that's an event that also has its fair share of crazy theories, I wouldn't be surprised if TZ and that event were all wrapped up into this ARG. Admittedly, it's a huge stab and a half in the dark. The initials are really the only thing that I had to go off of, but honestly, it's the best I could come up with that also fit within the existing themes that I'm getting from this mystery. Regardless of who he is, though, the fact that the generation loss symbol is the one covering TZ's mouth is telling us that generation loss are the ones trying to control the narrative, and not in a good way. But importantly, the tape is telling us don't conform, like a rebel group trying to communicate with its members. Learn the history would imply that the history that people of this world know isn't the real history, but a history that's been altered. We even see this at the very end of the tape. As I mentioned before, we have the phrase find the founder, which is temporarily replaced with a new phrase, kill the founder. The word kill appearing in a different red font. Someone has sabotaged the tape, and the color red connects it back to the red logo of generation loss. In short, this seems like it's a battle between two groups. Generation loss, an organization or entity that's trying to silence free thinkers and control the narrative of history, and another group that stands for remembering the truth. One group seeking the truth, and another one trying to silence it or bury it with misinformation. However, that still leaves us with one final image. This one. Of course, I did a reverse image search only to find that this picture is of the one and only Mitt Romney, a Republican US senator who ran for president twice, first in 2008 and again in 2012. This picture is actually from his high school yearbook. Super random, right? We have 5 photos that are supposed to represent this mystery. 4 of them are much older and have to do with psychology, uprisings around reform, education. What on earth earth does any of this have to do with the modern politician Mitt Romney? I wasn't particularly sure until I looked at the Generation Lost Twitter account, that is. On the 14th of May, it posted an image on a static screen with the number 2 on it. The caption says, "To the inauguration," and that's when it hit me. This high school photo of Mitt Romney was used widely during his run for president back in 2012. The story that broke around this was that he was a rather nasty piece of work back during his high school years, bullying a fellow student relentlessly. This, along with a number of other things, became a huge smear to his presidential campaign. But on this VHS tape, the image is once again obscured by red bars, trying to stop people recognizing the face and learning where the photo came from and why. It seems to me to be another attempt to control the narrative, to distort the history, allowing Generation Lost to continue with their plans. Romney was running as the Republican candidate against Barack Obama in 2012, and we've been talking a lot about the silencing of liberal figures throughout this ARG thus far. The fact that part 2 is called The Inauguration makes me wonder if this is an alternate reality situation, one where Romney's past actions are buried by Generation Lost and he is actually the one elected president in this reality. What would be the larger goal in doing this? Honestly, not sure. Might need more than 28 seconds of video to figure it out. But there is one last piece of information that I wanted to mention. Whatever's happening with Generation Lost in the VHS tape, it's not the present day. Before Ronbu even released the first video, on his Discord, he released an audio teaser. It's a recording of a phone call where someone has found a box of old VHS tapes.
The box looks pretty new, actually. So it looks like it was just put in here like 5 years ago, I'd give it. Well, yeah, of course I'm going to play them. I just have to figure out how to use a cassette tape.
Once again, making me feel old as heck. Oh, you poor Zoomers and your streaming services, never having to know the phrase, "please be kind, rewind." But this teaser actually reminds me of an image that appears over on Twitter. A VHS tape on the desk. Someone is investigating Generation Lost, trying to figure out what's going on, just like we are now. The story is actually following their journey. We're essentially being put in their shoes while we watch and break down these videos. On that desk, we also have the date November 4th, 1990, along with a comic strip from Malcolm Hancock's The Lumpets. Clearly, these are going to be important for the investigation, but I couldn't find any relevant information about the date or the comic. Maybe we'll find out more in future episodes. So there you have it, friends. A story of a rebel group trying to rise up to take on the Generation Lost conspiracy, rising from the same ideals of Richard Potter and the Little Circle, determined to teach people the truth, to open their eyes to what the government is really doing. The rise to power of this controlling organization, their alteration of history and manipulation of society, and all of it tied up in an investigation from the modern day where maybe Generation Lost is still in control. All of that from a 28-second video. A really solid start to what I expect to be a really exciting ARG. Your move, Ronbu. Part 2 is teased as coming soon. Regardless of whether I'm right or wrong, I seriously cannot wait to see what you do next. But remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Goody. Another juicy fly for my web. It's been so long since I've had a decent snack.
Bit of a nuisance, but what a fine addition she'll make. Oh, don't be frightened by those rejects. They were just scrap fodder for the pile. There are far greater threats here than you realize. You will make a fine addition. Join me. Join me.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's constantly reaching and stretching for answers. So, kind of like the nerdier version of Mommy Longlegs. And welcome back to our coverage of Poppy Playtime. Probably should rename the game Poppyless Playtime, since 2 chapters in and we've spent like 5 minutes with the character. And of those 5 minutes, like, none of it's actually been playing, so just a clickbait title across the board. Last episode, we broke down 2 of the biggest mysteries people were asking about this latest installment. The first was figuring out the
real identity of our little doll here. In my very first theory for the game, we concluded that Poppy was created using the soul and body parts of Stella Graber, an employee of Playtime Co. However, this chapter revealed that Stella was still very much alive when Mommy Longlegs was introduced back in the 1990s. Considering that Poppy was invented in the 1950s, timeline didn't really work out. So, who then is Poppy? Well, it turns out she's the adopted daughter of Playtime Co.'s founder, Elliot Ludwig, a girl who died tragically sometime in the 1960s. According to evidence in the game, he managed to revive her inside the Poppy doll, but was unsure of how he did it. This led to thousands of experiments where he tried to harness the power of poppy flowers to bring toys to life. Experiment 1006 would be the one to prove successful, giving rise to a new type of living toy, the prototype. This monster made up the other half of that previous theory, as we looked into the big pointy-clawed beast. It's an experiment that we're told is smarter and more dangerous than any other experiment in the factory, considering we've been up against this, and this, and this. Him being that much smarter doesn't really bode too well for us. But talking about these two is only really scratching the surface of what's really happening at Playtime Co. What are these living toys made from? Who are we in all of this? Will this game ever not be similar to FNAF? And why is a caterpillar dog with elf feet so disturbing to the very core of my being? Well, I think I have answers to all these questions and more. Alright, maybe not the last two, but definitely the first couple. And by the end of today's episode, we'll be that much closer to figuring out all the twists and turns that Poppy has planned. Spoiler alert, I think that we might be the true villain of this whole narrative. Let's start at the makeup of the monsters. Originally, we suspected that the flesh and blood of former employees was being used to help create the sentient toys that are now chasing us around the factory. I mean, look at all the blood in this place, and usually it's found alongside a broken toy. Plus, as Huggy Wuggy falls into the abyss at the end of chapter 1, he leaves blood splatter on all the pipes that he hits on his way down. Combine that with our theory that Stella was inside a Poppy, and boom, you got yourself a recipe for the most gruesome company health plan ever. However, chapter 2 seems to be pulling us in a different direction. Once you defeat Mommy Longlegs and get back to the game station to free Poppy, you can find two notes on either side of the control panel. One is about a scientist complaining about the lack of natural light in the lab, which, let me tell ya, as someone who literally locks himself in a closet to work on episodes, totally get that. Hashtag relatable. But it's the second note that I want us to pay attention to. It starts off harmless enough, just a list of instructions for employees working on the game station floor. Quote, start by reporting to the control station. Always keep a minimum distance of 20 yards away from Mommy Longlegs. The train will arrive with the children at 8 a.m. All children will be gathered inside the game station all at once. The order of the games will be musical memory, whack-a-wuggy, then statues. A series of bridges and doors from a control station should guide you to each game. End quote. I mean, you know, it's all pretty straightforward stuff, but it's the last section where my theorist senses really start to prick up. Quote again, only one child should ever play a game at a time. Children who are not playing a game will wait in the game station. There's playground equipment to keep them entertained. Record each child's performance as it's relevant to each game. Music memory, composure, memory, pattern recognition, whack-a-wuggy, hand-eye coordination, and reaction times, statues, agility, strength, and speed. Once the children have left for the day, return to the control station, give all reports to Ms. Stella Graber to sort through. End quote. The children weren't just playing any old games. These games were specifically designed to test children and monitor their skills. And that's not all. When you break out of the statues game, you can actually find two of these reports hidden inside the room for a child named Michaela Hyssop. Each proctor goes through and explains how Michaela performed in each task. Quote, she has a good grasp on the concept and decent performance, but Michaela made mistakes on several of the color patterns. In her second attempt, she was making noticeable improvements. Quote again, Michaela is very accurate and fast. Few mistakes were made. You can actually see this improvement reflected in her scores, going from 331 to 434. However, notice what's written right at the top of the page. Underneath the child's name, the name of the proctor is another category, assigned toy. For Michaela, this was Candy Cat. Now, why would you need to assign a specific toy to each individual child? Unless, of course, you needed that child to have some kind of deep connection with the toy for some kind of supernatural purpose, like, say, turning the child into that toy. Certainly sounds like something that happened in an indie horror game. And look at this. Right at the start of the chapter, we find this note in Elliot Ludwig's office that talks about his experiments with dead rats and using the poppy flower to try and revive them. According to the document, it doesn't work. We talked about all that last episode. However, something we didn't mention last episode was that at the end of the note, Elliot leaves us with this parting thought. Quote, perhaps something larger than a rat would yield different results. And
suddenly it all begins to fit together. The testing of the kids, assigning them a toy, it's not for their own betterment, it's in order to provide larger subjects for Elliot's experiments. He isn't stuffing his employees into toys to bring them to life, he's using children. Oh, come on, just when I thought we would get through an episode without a FNAF reference. But that's not all, because Poppy Playtime saw FNAF's dead kids and said, hold my remnants, because if stuffing kids wasn't bad enough, these aren't just any children, they're orphans. At the start of Statues, before we even see any of these child testing papers, Mommy gives us a little monologue about why she's trying to kill us.
It was always so sad to see the kids grow. They called me Mommy because I was the closest thing they ever had to one. But they come for games and never come back.
They called me Mommy because I was the closest thing they ever had to one. Alright, let me level with you. First off, I think they called you Mommy because, you know, that's literally the name of your toy. We see the commercial at the very beginning of the chapter. You've also spent the entire game talking about yourself in the third person, so none of this should be a shock to you. But you know what? She's also probably right. If this Dayglow pink stretch spider is the closest thing the kids have to a mom, then yeah, chances are they're growing up parentless. This also directly aligns with the posters that we see throughout the factory. Posters that explicitly talk about Playtime Co.'s adoption program for orphans. In Chapter 2, it says, quote, Playtime Co. harbors a state-of-the-art education program for all orphan children. These children being tested are orphans. That's why, despite there being literally hundreds of experiments, notice that the experiment numbers go from the 800s all the way to the thousands, no missing children's reports are ever filed. I mean, heck, even Freddy's had to close after 5. This also applies to a select number of the game's death screens. Nobody is here by choice? Yeah, these kids didn't choose to be here, to be adopted by the company or turned into toys. And I'm sure at this point they're all well aware of the fates that are worse than death, like we see in another death screen. I still stand by our first theory on this one. I'm convinced that these death screens are Poppy talking to us. At the end of the chapter, she says that she has plans for us and prevents us from escaping on the train. This perfectly lines up with death screens like, you can die later. This isn't about you, and I still have plans for you. However, Chapter 2 introduces a new mechanic into the death screens. You see, while those that I've already mentioned all end with a flash of white, there are others that end with an ominous red screen. One of those red screens is even in a secret code like the one that we had in Chapter 1. I guess this is just a thing that they do now. Last time we deciphered the code to give us the phrase, stay, they need help. Fortunately, the new one in Chapter 2 uses a few of the same letters. In fact, the first word in this new code is exactly the same as one from the other code, they, followed by an apostrophe and 2 more letters, the second of which is also an E, so this is very clearly there. The next 2 words get a little trickier as they contain letters that we haven't seen before, but after a bit of analysis and trial and error, I managed to decipher the whole thing to read, they're just hungry. This, on its own, doesn't really tell us anything new, but when you start to combine it with the other red screen messages, it starts to paint a bigger picture. The prototype has saved us, isn't he wonderful? He is loose. This is an emergency lockdown. Innovation is key, may we forget death. This is no longer Poppy talking to us. She's horrified by the creation of these monsters using human test subjects. She doesn't like what's going on in the factory. No, these are the messages of someone else. Someone so obsessed with overcoming death that they can't see past the issue with their own experiments. They're just hungry? That feels like the excuse of one of those parents that believes that their child can't do any wrong. Except, you know, they're talking about a giant human-consuming erector set monster. These messages must be coming from either Elliot himself, the man who after the death of his daughter put his heart and soul into creating his toy empire, or one of the employees who believed in the cause so much that they were willing to sacrifice parentless children to find the solution. But why us? Why do we hear so many people talking in our ears when we die? In fact, why did we feel so compelled to return to the factory in the first place? I know we got ourselves a note saying that missing people were still here, but just not convinced that any minimum wage employee is gonna risk their lives in a factory where people mysteriously went missing 10 years ago. And when the giant Huggy suddenly went missing from the main atrium in the first chapter, yeah, most people are gonna nope straight out of there. Yet here we are facing monster after monster, fighting for our lives, determined to see this thing through. Why? I've actually been thinking about this since Chapter 1, but at the time I just didn't have enough to give a definitive answer. Then here we are in Chapter 2, and Mommy says this.
But you worked here. So if anyone deserves to die alone, it's you.
How does she know that we worked here unless she recognizes us? We know, thanks to tapes from people like Marcus Brickley, that most employees weren't aware that the factory was creating these giant living toys.
I took a peek beneath the gate, and some massive bloody thing was doddering about the bloody hallway.
Thing? You're sure it wasn't a person?
Ain't no person that's 50 feet long with 1,000 legs.
Marcus, you're losing me. Maybe you just saw a bunch of people walking by.
Look, it wasn't people, alright? I haven't a bloody notion what it was, but it wasn't human.
Plus, in front of the emergency exit that you find after falling through the vent, there's a note from Eddie M.N. Ritterman that also confirms this. Quote, "This project should only be known about by those with the authority at Warrenbach and those with authority at Playtime." So, for Mommy to recognize us as an employee, we need to be someone with the authority to be involved in the experimentation. She's shown to be aware of the scientists throughout the factory thanks to a note that we find in the water treatment area. This note discusses experiment 1222, aka Mommy Longlegs, and in this note we learn that she's being hostile to scientists working there. The note ends with, quote, "Have her transferred to high security maintenance immediately. Conditioning can begin." We also hear about suppression treatments from the VHS tape about 1006, but as we know in indie horror games, conditioning is never a painless process.
Let's encourage baby to cheer up with a controlled shock.
I promise, I'm really not trying to make this game sound more and more like FNAF. This stuff just kind of writes itself. If Mommy was being conditioned by these people, it would make sense that she feels like we deserve to die alone. I'm not sure I'd be too happy to see my torturer alive again either. So if we're not just some employee at the factory, are we a scientist then? One of the many people working on the experiments? No. And we know this based on this room. Just after you chase Mommy and Poppy down a giant hole, you wind up in a tube slide. If you turn around, you'll see that this room actually has a number of slides in it, each one with the name of a high-ranking member of Playtime Co. listed above. We just came out of the slide with the name Elliot Ludwig above it, who we already know is the creator, founder, and CEO. The other slides have the names Leith Pierre, Eddie MNR, and Stella Graber. We were first introduced to Leith Pierre right at the very beginning of Chapter 1.
Hi, my name is Leith Pierre, and I'm the head of innovation here at the Playtime Co. Toy Factory.
We also hear Leith's voice as the person interviewing Marcus.
So, Marcus, what happened?
You see, I was heading home for the day when my ape-arse realised that I left me bloody wallet in the cafeteria. So I'm running through the lobby, and that's when I see it. A mop handle lodged under the innovation wing gate.
Now, what Marcus said there might seem insignificant, but it's not. It's Jacksepticeye. Of course, he's gonna be important for the lore. Before jumping into the hole after Mommy and Poppy, if you look around, you can actually see 5 corridors that lead to different wings of the factory, like the game station and innovation. 5 slides, 5 different wings to the factory. So if this is truly a center point leading to all the different wings, and all the slides lead from high-ranking members' offices, it would stand to reason that each name is associated with a different wing of the factory. For example, one of the wings is labeled Play Place, which sounds very similar to where Chapter 3 has taken place, Play Care. We know that Stella is someone with authority at Playtime, as she was in charge of sorting through all the orphan kids' test scores, and is therefore the one that would decide which kids move forward on the train headed to the next stop, Play Care, where she could then monitor and begin the experimentation process. And as Stella's voice is heard in the game station, it would lead me to suspect that Stella's in charge of all play elements of the facility, so the Play Place would likely come under her control. This leaves us with 2 wings left, research and production. Eddie MNR is a bit hard to pinpoint as we've only ever had 1 letter from him, but his note does refer to the creation of the lab that these experiments are taking place in. As such, it makes the most sense for him to be the head of research, or some similar sort of title, which leaves us then with the production wing. And you see, this is where we come in. You see, there are 4 slides with names that we've already mentioned, but there is one more in the right-hand corner, hidden in shadow. I suspect that this one is our slide. Someone who is high enough at the company to be aware of the living toys, someone important enough for Mommy to recognize, someone with an elite enough title that they got their own tube slide. We are the head of production. We're the ones putting these toys together, using the parts of the children from the game station. And when the toys malfunctioned and needed conditioning, they'd be sent right back to production for us to fix the faulty product. That is why we're here. It's the only wing of the factory that's left unaccounted for. It explains our role in the narrative. It explains why Mommy recognizes us and why we're back, to either atone for our sins or to burn the entire place down so no one ever finds out what we did here. But that's not the end of it though. If I'm right, and this is meant to be our slide, we've actually been given a name. I mentioned that the 5th slide has no name above it, but the letters for the sign do seem to be present just on the floor. JAHYEONBAIM. Now, names are hard. They're not normal words. Technically, anything can be a name, and you certainly can't just plug it into a word unscrambler to solve it for you. The team and I spent a few hours trying various combinations of letters, and I spent even longer going through both chapters of the game trying to find some kind of a clue to point me in the right direction. Some initials or a document with only a first or last name attached, but so far, nothing. I did come up with a couple of possibilities though. Things like Benjamin Yo, Benjamin Hoey, or J Bohemian. Can't say that they're anything definitive. However, there was one that stood out from the rest. One that seemed to fit with the world of this game and with the other names of characters. Ladies and gentlemen, I predict that our character's name is, drumroll please, Jamie B. Honey. Feels like it fits into a toy factory, doesn't it? We are Jamie B. Honey, the head of production, returning to the factory to try and undo all the wrongs that he and his co-workers committed all those years ago. Or, you know, we're trying to make sure that everything stays buried. We were vital to the production of these living toys, turning them from regular plastic and fur into the hellish nightmares that we see. And the future chapters are only going to reveal more monsters. And maybe it'll confirm the fact that in this story, the humans were the real monsters all along. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Mario. So many unforgettable characters. Who could forget the terror the first time they encounter Wingo? The sheer delight that comes with your first Motos toss. The confusing new feelings surging through your body the first time you meet Bowsette. Alright, obviously these aren't the ones that immediately come to mind when you think Mario. This is a 40-year-old franchise. There are a lot of characters, and not all of them are going to be winners. For every Shy Guy, you're getting a King Sammer. For every Lakitu, there's a Lord of Lightning. But when it comes down to it, there's a small handful of true icons in the series, and ever since the introduction of spin-offs like Mario Tennis, those characters are required to come in matching sets. Mario is suddenly a game of pairs. Of course, you have the original duo that started it all, Mario and Luigi. You have the dueling princesses, Peach and Daisy. For every Bowser, you've got Bowser Jr., Yoshi and Birdo, Wario, and Meme God. So then where does that leave poor Toad? Fortunately, when Mario Kart Double Dash released back in 2003, whew, that is nearly 20 years old. Oh boy, I am gonna need a minute to process this. Existential crises about my own mortality aside, Double Dash gave Toad a partner who's now almost synonymous with the brand, Toadette. Palette swap the original Toad, give it some pigtails, bam! You've got yourself Toad's girlfriend. The perfect partner for... Sorry, what was that? They're not dating? They're not even human? Oh, it's the twist of the episode. Yeah, don't spoil it. Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, I can't really tell you that one. Roll intro! Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that reminds you that the subscribe button is not in another castle. It's right below this video. Good old reliable Toad, a character that needs no introduction. Someone who's been around since Super Mario Bros. Back in 1985. A friend who's always there to knock himself out with his own trophy, show off his washboard abs, and slap Mario because his wife left him. Normally, I would follow up that sentence with context around the random stuff I just referenced, but honestly, even with the context for those 3 moments, it's just so weird. For a while, it seemed like Nintendo was just happy palette swapping Toad to infinity. Makes sense. He's an endlessly versatile character. Need a partner for Blue Toad? Boom! Yellow Toad. 2 completely different characters, we swear. But then Nintendo introduced Toadette. Toadette was pink. Toadette had distinctive pigtails. Toadette had the whole "et" thing at the end of their name. All of it seemed to indicate that Toadette was meant to be the feminine counterpart to Toad, until an interview said differently. An interview from Mr. Mario Maker himself, Shigeru Miyamoto.
When we made the original Toad, we didn't really have in mind whether Toad was a boy or a girl. Ever since Toadette has started appearing in games, I think people have come to take the impression that Toad was a boy because Toadette was a girl. Obviously, there's lots of different Toads that have been in a lot of different games.
He leaves it open-ended, and by saying, "we never thought about it," the hope is that the discussion can just move on, because if he doesn't know, then does it really matter? No, actually, it doesn't. None of this matters. It's a fictional mushroom monster in a game where a giant dragon turtle go-karts with you. But I specialize in things that don't matter. matter. It's an unsolved gaming mystery that I'd like to get a definitive answer on. So the question remains, if Toad and Toadette are canonically neither male nor female, what are they? The obvious answer here is that they're a mushroom of some kind. They look like a mushroom and they live in a place called Mushroom Kingdom, so seems like a fairly reasonable logical leap to make. In an old theory of ours, we actually use this quote from Koichi Hayashida, producer of Captain Toad, which implies that the two are at least very close. Quote, while toads may be mushroom-like, it's unclear just how closely related to mushrooms they are. The resemblance in nomenclature is too uncanny not to wonder. So, are they or are they not mushrooms? Well, in the manual for the original Super Mario Bros., the mushroom retainers, as they were known back then, are described as, quote, mushrooms who originally served in the court of Princess Toadstool. In Mario Sports Mix, Toad has a special ability that allows him to grow and manipulate mushrooms out of the ground to disrupt the other players. This lines up real nicely with what we see real-life mushrooms doing when it's time to reproduce, which kinda makes the appearance in the game a bit awkward. We also have Peach's special move from the Super Smash Bros. Series to go off of. She whips out her Toad, no, that's not a euphemism, and it releases what I always thought to be a cloud of dust, but reading the in-game description is actually meant to be fungal spores, just like mushrooms are known to do. Looking at descriptions of the move in the PAL version of Smash 4, we get this, quote, holds Toad in front of you. If he gets hit, he spreads spores that deal damage. Toad's spores will put attacking foes to sleep, not a counterattack. Always spread spores that deal a small amount of damage. And lastly, Nintendo has gone on record saying that the big white and red thing on Toad's head is in fact part of his head and not just a hat. Sorry, Super Mario Bros. Super Show, this one ain't gonna fly. Literally. Based on everything we know, I have to call it. Toads are advanced forms of mushrooms. The games are already filled with sentient plants after all, so it's not all that crazy. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck, you know? So by determining that Toad and Toadette are both mushrooms, or at least an advanced version of the sort, we can start looking at real-world mushroom mating patterns to get more context to our diaper-wearing buddy and his palette-swapped pal. Broadly speaking, most fungi reproduce in one of two ways. They can reproduce asexually, where one fungus buds off and splits into two identical copies, or they can reproduce sexually, similar to how humans and other animals do it. To do this, mushrooms will release spores into the air that settle on the ground and begin to grow into root-like structures called hyphae. These hyphae continue to spread on the ground and send out chemical signals to any suitable mates, letting them know that they're ready to get their fungi freak on. If two compatible hyphae meet up, then they fuse together to grow and become a fully fledged mushroom. Now, Nintendo has never come out and said how these characters reproduce for, obvious reasons, but we can figure it out. You see, for as cool as it be to say that toads reproduce by splitting into copies, the games never actually give us any evidence to suggest that. What we do tend to see are two toads coming together to get married and start families. There's a love-struck couple found in the streets of Toad Town in Paper Mario. We find a family living together in Super Mario RPG, married couple with kids. In the same game, there's one toad named Raz who talks about him and his beloved Rainy getting married. The evidence in the franchise seems to be leaning heavily towards the idea that these mushrooms, including Toadette, can be romantically involved and get married. Does that necessarily mean that they're reproducing sexually? No, but it certainly seems to imply it. So that's it then? Toads and Toadettes are mushrooms that reproduce sexually and are therefore coded as male and female? Not quite. Fungi don't play by our rules, so we can't think about them using the human ideas of sex and gender. A mushroom's biological sex, which biologists refer to as mating types, are determined by a set of genes found in their DNA called MAT genes. Still haven't found the matching PAT genes yet, but they're working on it. And unlike in humans, where biological reproduction requires some combination of X and Y chromosomes, the MAT genes in fungi lend themselves to even more options for mating types. Just how many mating types, you ask? Well, it depends on the fungi that you're talking about. Some can have 2, others can have 20,000. Therefore, whatever specific mating types toads and toadettes are depends on the type of mushroom they are. The first thing that comes to mind is that they're whatever kind of mushroom the super mushroom is. And at this point, it's pretty well known that the real-life inspiration for the original super mushroom was a type of fungus called the fly agaric mushroom, with its red cap and white spots appearing all across pop culture in things like the Smurfs and movies like Fantasia. It's pretty hard to deny the resemblance between the two, but the fly agaric is also a psychedelic mushroom, one that could make, say, an overall-wearing plumber think he's saving a princess from an evil turtle named Bowser. Side note, fly agaric is also poisonous, so don't go looking for those things out in the wild. However, for as easy as it would be to connect the two, it would also be incorrect. Super mushrooms have white spots on a red cap. Toad, from the very beginning, has been shown to be the complete reverse. Red spots on a white cap. This is critical because color is very important in the fungi world. It's the difference between dining on something that's delicious and something that's deadly. So are there any mushrooms mushrooms out there that can match our desired color scheme that also reproduce via sexual reproduction. Dear Theorist, after literal hours of scouring through just catalogs of mushrooms, I found the one that fits the bill. Introducing Hydnellum peckii, also known as the strawberries and cream fungus or the bleeding tooth fungus. This is one you do not want to eat, not because it's poisonous or anything, but just because it has a woody cork-like texture. Look at it, white cap, red spots, and that's not all. Look at how it ages. It begins to develop a beige color with brown spots, just like another elderly toad that we know about. So if toads and toadettes are meant to be related to the Hydnellum, how many mating types does it actually have? We don't know. No one has coughed up enough coin for researchers to look into it. Apparently, the number of mating types of a random mushroom in the Pacific Northwest doesn't qualify as important enough for the benefit of mankind, which is something that I only learned after hours of Googling how many sexes do mushrooms have, which let me tell ya, took me to some weird places. Rule 34 is in definite effect for the mushroom world. I need to go scrub my search results with bleach. So if science doesn't have the answer, video games must. Going back to Paper Mario and Super Mario RPG, you notice anything that might help us differentiate between the toads? Look at the couples that we pointed out earlier. Each couple is formed from 2 different colors of toad. Each color has to be its own mating type. I mean, there are plenty of animals that do exactly this, using sight as a means of identifying members of their own species, knowing which mates are going to produce the best offspring. Having toad's color correlate to mating type would serve as a quick way of rooting out who their potential sweetheart is meant to be. And with that, we finally have our answer. After nearly 20 years, we've finally figured out who Toadette is in relation to Toad. They're not Toad's girlfriend, they're not Toad's boyfriend, they're just Toadettes. In fact, each of the different Toad colors that we see throughout the Mario franchise is likely to be their own specific mating types. You can have a red Toad and a Toadette reproduce, a blue and a yellow Toad, a green and a purple. The possibilities are endless. Well, not quite endless. You guys know me, I had to do the math on this. I had to do the impossible. I had to do what science had failed to do out in the real world. I had to figure out how many possibilities of Toad there are. Currently, there's no Pokedex for Toads that shows every color that's ever existed, so we made one. We went step by step through every Mario game where Toad appears. 88 total games. And we cataloged each and every single unique color that we could find. And I can tell you now that the total number of Toad mating types is, drumroll please, 53. 53 differently colored Toads and Toadettes across the entire franchise, each one capable of mating with any other color, meaning that there are actually 1,378 different possible Toad couples across the Mario franchise. So don't worry, my dear sweet little Toad, if Toadette's not your match, there are plenty other fish in the sea, or mushrooms in the kingdom, I guess. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Did we get him?
I think we got him.
Finally! After 5 whole seasons of anime, 276 episodes chasing this one Pikachu across Kanto, Johto, and the Orange Islands, we finally got him! That's a lot of episodes, Dan.
I think it's worth a celebration. Can we do the thing, please? Can we?
Yes, I think we can do the thing.
Yeah!
Prepare for trouble.
And make it double.
To protect the world from devastation.
To unite all peoples within our nation.
To denounce the evils of truth and love.
To extend our reach to the stars above.
Matpat.
Dan.
Team Theorist blasts off at the speed of light.
Surrender now or prepare to fight.
Meow! That's a really weak Pikachu. You two bozos realize he's only level 40.
What? But how can it be? We've covered nearly 300 episodes.
And 5 movies.
I don't know. Maybe things pick up in the next 300?
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the level 99 pain in the butt to any developers out there that don't think through the details of their fictional universe. Case in point, the Pokemon anime. Last episode, we were presented with a problem. Season 14, Episode 1, the start of the Black and White arc. Pikachu is pitted against a trainer's brand new level 5 Snivy and loses. And not just loses, after landing one blow, Pikachu gets hit twice by Snivy and faints. It is a blowout, and it is absurd. absurd. At this point in the series, Ash's adventures have covered 600 episodes and 13 movies. They've been across 5 regions with a grand total of 52 badges. Like, it should not be physically possible for that loss to have occurred. Literally running the numbers, it should not have happened. And so last time we started off on an impossible mission, actually calculating Pikachu's real level at the time of the Snivy battle to show how impossible Pikachu's defeat here would be. And yeah, sure, mechanics don't fully translate over into the anime, etc., but we can roughly translate what we know from the games into the anime to get a general sense of how strong Pikachu should be at this point in his adventure. But in order to do that, we had to watch the show. Literally every episode front to back, because guess what, friends? Prior to our research, there was no full and complete list of every battle Pikachu fights in the anime. Well, as our bleeding eyes can attest to, there is now. Long story short, I never want to watch Brock awkwardly leering at women ever again. Last episode, we were able to get up through the end of the Johto arc. At the start of Season 6, 276 episodes in, Pikachu was standing at a shockingly low level of 40. But when you actually look at the data, it makes sense. What we found while watching was that he doesn't fight as much as you might think in the anime. Sure, Pikachu regularly blasts off Team Rocket, but for engaging in actual battles against other mons that can give him experience, Pikachu averages between 20 and 25 fights per arc, which isn't a whole lot relative to the number of episodes. Instead, he's usually sidelined for whatever shiny new Pokemon the anime wants to promote from that generation, giving him limited opportunities to actually get stronger. So just how powerful is Pikachu? Well, we've got another 324 episodes and 8 movies to cover, and I am determined that this will not be a 3-parter, so let's just get going.
I've advanced so far and still there's always more to come.
So much more. Always. You don't have to rub it in, theme of Pokemon Advanced. You don't have to rub it in. As we get started, a few quick reminders. To find the experience of battling Pokemon, if they're wild, I'm taking the route they're on and using the median level number for that route. For trainer battles, I'm instead using the mean level or average level for all the trainers on that route, adding them all up and then dividing by the number of trainers. With gym leaders and Team Rocket appearances, I'm just using the level of those Pokemon directly from the games. Here's the equation we're putting all that information into, which I went into in much greater detail last time. And lastly, we're taking Pikachu's total experience and finding the cube root because Pikachu is part of the medium fast EXP category. And if you have any questions about battles or the facts and figures that I use, a link to the full document is in the description below this video, right next to that subscribe button, go figure, which if you haven't pushed yet, you probably should, because let's face it, no other person on earth is gonna take such a dumb question so seriously. And you clicked on the video, so clearly you're at least moderately interested in getting the answers to these sorts of things. So come on, join the community of theorists already. 46% of you aren't subscribed, right? Isn't that the thing I'm supposed to say? Which brings us to the next stop on our journey, Hoenn. And this is where things really get interesting. You see, there's a theory online written by Reddit user Joe's Cool that claims that Pikachu's level resets at the start of every other region, not including the Orange Islands. To quote from that original theory, in the final Johto episode Hoenn Alone, James fires up a giant magnet which causes a bunch of stuff to come up and whack Ash, knocking him out. In addition, Pikachu gets trapped onto the magnet and his electricity is drained. These two events cause Ash to lose part of his memory and Pikachu to lose the power it gained through its journey. This explains why Ash and Pikachu seem to reset. They both get caught up in an accident that seriously hurts them. And this is a great theory that explains a lot. Or at least it would be if the episodes didn't directly contradict all of it. And again, I know this because I gotta watch them all to do the theory. Sure, we see Pikachu get overcharged at the end of Johto.
Pikachu! Pikachu! You're burning up! You must have a bad fever!
But the very next episode, the start of Hoenn, we're told multiple times that Pikachu is able to recover back to his normal state.
Pikachu's output is incredible!
It appears that Pikachu's electricity pressure has reached normal levels.
And all of this is without even mentioning the fact that Ash's memory seems completely unaffected by all of it. A similar thing happens in the Shadow of Zekrom, the first episode of the Black and White series. In this episode, Pikachu and Ash get caught up in a thundercloud, and Pikachu gets overloaded by electricity from Zekrom.
Pikachu is completely enveloped inside a powerful electric field. All that electrical energy Pikachu absorbed from the thunderstorm was too much.
And that would explain why Pikachu's not able to use any electric-type moves.
And while it does certainly seem to hamper him temporarily, Pikachu's level again doesn't actually reset, as even without electricity, he's still able to use advanced moves like Iron Tail that, as we see earlier in the anime, Pikachu had trouble actually learning. It's also worth noting that Pikachu fully recovers one episode later, and also Pikachu getting overcharged charged is a very common occurrence throughout the series, with no long-term consequences to his power levels. Anyway, all that's to say that there isn't solid evidence of levels getting reset here. Plus, it would ruin the fun of figuring out what the big number is at the end of this thing. So, Hoenn, the playable region from Ruby, Sapphire, and later Emerald. This region spans 4 whole seasons of the anime, and Ash returns to using Pikachu as his primary Pokemon, which means a lot more battles for him. Things start off simple enough, just a basic journey following along the path of the games, but midway through, things get a little funny as Season 8 shifts to follow more closely with Pokemon Emerald in order to coincide with that game's release. You can tell this in Season 8, Episode 18 with the introduction of Juan, who's the 8th gym leader in Emerald as opposed to Wallace from Ruby and Sapphire. The anime also includes the Battle Frontier, which is only present in Pokemon Emerald. In the end, there were 47 total victories in the region for Pikachu, nearly double any of the previous arcs. Rather than read all that information out, which would be dumb and long and tedious and no one wants to hear it, I'm just gonna list them here with the episode number, route, and level. Yeah, told you there was a lot. And like I said, the Google Doc will be linked down in the description below, so if you really want to dig in, you can find all the information down there. Anyway, the main place to stop is right about meow. This is where Ash goes to the Battle Frontier and faces off against the Frontier Brains. Now, how the Battle Frontier works in Pokemon Emerald is that there are 2 categories of gameplay, Level 50 and Open Level. Level 50 is the first class for Pokemon level 50 or below, and all the opponent Pokemon will be at level 50 themselves, whereas Open Level means any Pokemon over level 50 can enter, and the opponent's Pokemon will match your highest level Pokemon. Fortunately for us, at this point in the series, Pikachu actually caps in at 47, so he only qualifies for the level 50 mode, meaning that all the Frontier Brain Pokemon are gonna level at 50. I love it when things just work out. After beating the Brains, he only gains himself 1 level, and so Pikachu finishes off the Hoenn region at level 48. Next up, Sinnoh, and this region, this region. Hoenn was a breeze, nothing complicated, easy to follow, but I knew it was too good to be true. Sinnoh was determined to break me. Another 4-season region, another 49 battles, which you can see here. But the worst part, the worst part was Team Rocket. Curse you, Jesse and James! In the immortal words of Markiplier, it's big brain time. So the first Pokemon Pikachu encounters in the Sinnoh region is Dawn's new Piplup. That's easy enough, it's level 5, all starter Pokemon are. However, in that first episode, Pikachu also encounters Meowth, Mime Jr., and Wobbuffet from Team Rocket. He of course makes quick work of them, but the issue is that we have very little to go on for the levels. Mime Jr. is probably the least complicated, as we see him use the move Mimic in episode 17 of season 9. We also know that move-based evolution is considered important within the Pokemon anime universe, as later in Diamond and Pearl, Aipom learns Double Hit and soon after evolves into Ambipom. So even though time has passed since Mime Jr. used Mimic, he can't have leveled up, otherwise he would have evolved into Mr. Mime, meaning Mime Jr. here in this battle is sitting at level 32. Wobbuffet's a little harder to figure out, but we know that he was traded back on Route 34 of the Johto region, which would have made him at about level 11. So going on the idea that he's traveled 2 regions and taking into account Pikachu's level gain, I put him at level 40. The hardest in this instance though is Meowth. Last time we saw him lose a battle was in Kanto, where I estimated his level to be 31. It would be safe to assume that he grew at the same rate as Arbok and Weezing until they were released, which means by this point I've estimated Meowth to be level 70, which I know seems high, but once again, it's not gonna make all that big of a difference in the final tally. The last anomaly in this region is the Battle Tower that Ash partakes in during his time back in Twin Leaf Town, episode 36 of season 12. The Battle Tower in Diamond and Pearl is slightly different to the Battle Frontier in that the only option is level 50, with all Pokemon being dropped to that level in your party regardless of their actual level. As this throws off a lot of calculations, I instead opted for the open level approach from the Battle Frontier, making his opponents the same level as Pikachu, which at this point is 58. And now, we're finally here. After Pikachu fights a few more Pokemon, we are finally in the Unova region. This is once again where the series tries to do a soft reboot by trying to make Ash and Pikachu seem like a new team. However, we know that this is absolutely 100% not true. Ash retains all of his memories of the journey thus far. When Dawn rejoins the team, we get this interaction. And later, when Dawn specifically asks about Brock cooking for her and Ash on the journey, We also know that Pikachu retains all the moves that he's learned up to this point, like Iron Tail, which a new Pokemon trainer is unlikely to have taught a brand new Pikachu. Even the show only half-heartedly adheres to its own reboot, as in that very same episode we get this. Hard to say Pikachu reverted back to level 5 when he's actively being called the world's most powerful Pikachu. So with all that being said, it means we're here. We finally arrived at that big final number. Pikachu's level in his battle against Snivy. What is he? Level 90? 100? 200? Well, strap in, because that number is, after compiling all 148 Pikachu battles across 600 plus episodes and doing really elaborate calculations to get there, drumroll please, Pikachu's final level is 61. Kinda underwhelming, right? Like, he's traversed 5 whole regions. Most people are getting close to that level after doing a single run through a game. Even if you didn't like some of my estimations for Team Rocket battles, if we remove them entirely from the equation, it would still only put Pikachu at level 59. Any way you slice it, he's not as powerful as we all think he should be. I've seen forums of people online saying it must be 100. If the levels went over 100, he'd be like 1,000 at this point. But having sat down and painstakingly scrubbed through all the episodes looking for every tiny detail, I can tell you definitively that that is not the case. He is like low 60s at best. So what's that mean for our battle against Snivy? Long story short, Snivy still should have been toast. As I mentioned at the start, Pikachu is the first to land a hit with a successful quick attack. To give Snivy the best possible chance, we're gonna assume that this is just the buffest level 5 you could possibly get, with an HP of 21 and defense of 12. And let's also say that Pikachu is my lower estimate of level 59. At that level, the lowest Pikachu's attack stat could be is 69, with Quick Attack's base power being 40 and the randomizer feature set to its lowest setting of 0.85, we can use the in-game equations to figure out that Pikachu's attack would do 95 damage, and 21 Snivy HP minus 95 damage equals negative 74. Snivy could be knocked out 3 more times with just that one hit. And to really round it off, let's just say that somehow Snivy did survive the quick attack. When it goes on the offensive, its attack and special attack stats are both 11. Pikachu's lowest possible stats here would be HP 110, defense 52, special defense 64. Let's also say the randomizer hits at its highest point, and both attacks are critical hits for Snivy, with Tackle having a base power of 50 and Leaf Tornado being 65. The most total damage that could be done would be 32 hit points. Pikachu would still have 78 HP remaining. So where does all this leave us? Well, I did it. I calculated what level Pikachu is, a task that no sane person has ever completed. I feel amazing, and also very, very empty. This show is just painfully repetitive. Anyway, kudos to you, Ash. Sure, you lost against Snivy, you don't know that you have to weaken a Pokemon before catching it, and you didn't realize that bug Pokemon are weak against flying types, but you've managed to win against the Elite Four using a Pokemon that's half their level, and that's gotta account for something. So maybe you are better than everyone gives you credit for.
So is it a water type?
No, Ash, it's a grass type.
Never mind, still an idiot. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Hello, Internet. Thank you for stopping by. Today is no ordinary day, and this is no ordinary video, because today we're going to help save the planet. Sorry, was that intro too creepy? I planned these scripts way in advance, and so my brain was still in Halloween mode when I wrote it. Anyway, 2 years ago, my good friends Mr. Beast and Mark Rober, you might have heard of them, they're kind of popular on the internet, had massive success with a charitable movement called Team Trees, raising $20 million to plant 20 million trees, and now they're at it again. This time their goal is to raise $30 million to remove 30 million pounds of plastic and trash from the ocean. According to National Geographic, there are 548 million pounds of trash in the ocean, including a 1.6 million square kilometer trash island just sitting out right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I think it goes without saying, that's kind of a problem. And the thing is, that problem isn't going away or getting any better. Plastics take a long time to degrade, 450 years, in fact, which means that it's going to continue continue existing in the oceans for centuries after being washed into the water. This affects marine life, which can get caught up in the plastics, which leads to stuff like starvation and drowning, but it also affects us humans too. If fish aren't ingesting plastic, the toxins are broken down and enter the body we then consume when we fancy a bite of sushi. It's not a great situation for anyone, most of all for planet Earth, and so Jimmy and Mark are trying to do something about it, and they aren't doing it alone. There are hundreds of YouTubers over the next couple weeks all posting videos to help raise awareness for the cause, because if this is gonna work, we need your help. $30 million is not a small amount of money, unless of course you're Luigi and you inherited a haunted mansion. But we are not Luigi, and so we need your help, loyal theorists. Go to the donation link in the description below and give whatever you can. 100% of your donation is going directly to Ocean Conservancy and the Ocean Cleanup, non-profit organizations that have partnered with us to help achieve this goal. One with the goal of picking up existing trash in the ocean, and the second with the goal of stopping the problem from getting worse, using machines as a preventative measure to help catch the trash in rivers before it escapes out into the ocean, preventing the problem from getting worse. In short, every dollar translates to one less pound of plastic in the ocean. After 10 years on YouTube ruining your collective childhoods, it's time for me to take the opportunity to redeem the childhoods for the generations to come. So please follow the link down in the description below and donate if you can today. If we don't help solve this now, who knows what's gonna happen in the future. Oh wait, we do know, because Subnautica reveals a heck of a lot about this exact thing, even though the story kinda skims over it. Boom-ching, get it? Skimming the trash off the top. And with that seamless segue, let's get to the episode. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's willing to dive deeper and deeper and deeper to clean out the tiniest ounces of lore. Believe me, there was a lot of diving and searching involved. This game is mostly water after all. Regardless, I found something. A bone, in fact. A bone that I have to pick with Subnautica's developers, Unknown Worlds Entertainment.
Dear Unknown Worlds Entertainment. Hi! It's me, Austin!
Nope, Austin, no. Go home, we've talked about this. You can't keep interrupting my recordings. Sorry about that, where was I? Oh yeah, Unknown Worlds Entertainment. As amazing as your ocean-planeted Subnautica is, did you really expect everything to be fine when a massive spacecraft crashes in from orbit? For those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, back in 2014, the world was stunned by an early access game called Subnautica, an open-world survival action-adventure game. I wish I was just making that genre up, but it is literally pulled from their Wikipedia page. It's like they used a random word generator for their game description. Regardless, what was impressive about this game was that it took place primarily in the ocean of a far-off alien planet. Now, a game built as one big water level is going to be a tall order. I've played through enough Sonic and water temples in my day to know that water plus video games equals big suckage. But Subnautica is anything but that. This game plays like a dream and is absolutely gorgeous. The spectacular water graphics, the colorful plant life, the wonderfully creative creatures when they're not trying to eat your face off. The game even has a bit of story. The ship we're on, the Aurora, crash lands on an alien planet with us as the only survivor. We try to piece together what happened, use scraps from the wreckage to survive, and ultimately escape. You know, your usual survival tropes. But of course, it wouldn't really be complete without some kind of human saves the alien storyline. While on the planet, we learn of an incurable and deadly disease, which was being studied by other hyper-advanced alien life forms called architects well before we got there. This disease actually wiped out the architects, and it's predicted that the same would happen to the whole planet if a cure wasn't found. But in we fly with our crash-landing ship, a non-essential systems maintenance chief from Earth, and of course we figure it all out within a couple days, saving an almost extinct species that were key to the planet's long-term survival. Suck on that, super advanced alien species, we solved your problem in a couple days. Humans! It's a good thing we happened to crash land there, right guys? Or is it? See, there's something that's always bugged me about Subnautica, something that's never really addressed in the game, and that's our impact on the planet's ecosystem. Sure, we stopped a deadly disease, but have we caused more harm than good just by being here? I believe in actuality, we might have doomed this planet even before we set foot out of our life pod. We're talking about the Aurora, the crash, and the devastation left in our wake. It's the waves that follow your boat. These puns are not gonna get any better as this episode goes on, I can promise you that. Spoiler alert for the episode. Spoiler alert for the channel. They do not get better. We wake up on this alien planet and see that our ship, the Aurora, has already crashed. There's a massive trench where it initially impacted. The water is dusky and sandy, and there's no natural flora in the surrounding area. So far, this all seems pretty accurate on the surface. We know from shipwrecks that when boats collide with the ocean floor, especially near coral reefs, that we see damage and destruction to those environments. But when you look closer, the math doesn't quite add up. Here's the map that we're given in the game. That sandy section on the bottom right of the map is known as the crash site biome. Here is the placement of the Aurora in that biome. Notice anything strange? To me, it's odd that the biomes to the left of it don't seem to have been impacted by the crash at all. Back in the year 2000, there was a container ship called the Bunga Teratai Satu, which unfortunately crashed into the Great Barrier Reef, immediately destroying a 1,500 square meter area. That's about 5,000 square feet, but that wasn't all. It also dispersed the toxic paint from the hull up to 250 meters or 820 feet away, thanks to the abrasive impact with the sandy seafloor. The Bunga Teratai Satu is only 184 meters or 600 feet in length, but the Aurora spaceship in the game is 1,280 meters or 4,200 feet long, nearly 10 times the size. Based on that factor alone, we would estimate that the initial damage would have a radius of 10.5 square kilometers or 6.5 square miles, which is not the kind of damage that we're seeing on this map. This kind of damage would occur to the Aurora's left, right, and front. That's basically the entire map of the game totally destroyed by just the impact alone. That's not all the negative impact that our crashing spaceship would have caused either. With that amount of earth being dug up and water being shifted, it's likely that it would have caused a tsunami. Tsunamis are a series of large waves caused by a big displacement of water, leading to what appears to be rapidly rising tides rather than traditional waves. Tsunamis are usually caused by things like earthquakes or volcanoes, but sometimes they can be caused by underwater detonations, things that are man-made. And a ship of this size crashing at high speed from space, yeah, I think that's got a real possibility of having a similar effect. Or, if not that, then definitely the explosion that comes later. A tsunami would obviously be devastating to any civilizations on land, but we don't have any of that in Subnautica, so what do tsunamis do to ocean life? I mean, they're underwater anyway, what's the big deal? Well, the 2004 Boxing Day tsunami in India gives us some insight. Naturally, a tsunami is going to displace a lot of water, but also a lot of sediment as it rips up the seafloor. In India, they learned that this leads to breakages and suffocating of coral reefs and the death of seagrass beds thanks to the sediment blocking both sunlight and oxygen. These coral reefs and seagrass beds are homes to many species, especially in their early stages of life. With these suddenly gone, marine life finds it harder to survive. Plus, the tsunami itself will flush algae and bacteria into neighboring ecosystems. Ecosystems which maybe aren't adapted to deal with this new invasive species. For a really wacky example of it, check out this concrete block. It was transported by a tsunami in 2011 from Japan all the way over to the Oregon coastline. When studying that block, researchers found that the algae and microorganisms had survived the trip, allowing them to establish new communities in Oregon's coastline and disrupt the natural balance that existed there. And all of this is just talking about the initial impact. It gets way worse from here. I mentioned earlier how in order to survive, we have to scavenge around for materials. Around the crash site of the Aurora, we find some very useful supplies. There's lots of scrap metal that's broken off from the ship upon impact, but there's also things like batteries, as well as food and water floating around. And while all that garbage floating around is going to be good for us in our survival, it's not going to be so good for our ocean planet's survival. Batteries and e-waste in general are unfortunately pretty common sights in ocean cleanup. In 2019, 53.6 million tons of e-waste was collected worldwide, and only 17.4% of it was recycled. That leaves 82.6% of it being disposed of by dismantling, incineration, or being dumped in the ocean. As batteries degrade, they release toxic chemicals. This can be because of their use of cadmium, nickel, and lead, all of which leach into the ocean over time and lead to fish absorbing these toxic chemicals as they try to get oxygen out of the water. Now, in the game, batteries don't use lead or nickel, hooray! But the good news doesn't last because the batteries use copper, yet another heavy metal and likewise toxic if ingested. Swing and a miss there, Unknown Worlds Entertainment. We have a similar issue with the food and water supplies that we find. The food and water itself aren't really the big deal here, it's their containers that are causing the problem. Stuff like water bottles. In 2017, the Ocean Conservancy did an international coastal cleanup. Of the 20,834,689 items that they collected, plastic bottles came in as the third most common source of trash. 1.5 million collected, with plastic bottle caps coming in at number 4, 1.1 million collected. And that's just the bottles. Other plastics like bags, straws, food containers, lids, all of them took up spots 5 through 9 on the 10 most common trash pieces collected. Plastic is the most common thing that you'll find in your ocean trash. Americans alone throw away 35 billion empty water bottles every year. And that's Americans alone, and that's also not including soda bottles, which is crazy. That's just a heck of a lot of plastic. And when it doesn't end up being collected by 700,000 volunteers, it ends up forming what's known as garbage patches. There's actually one of these off the west coast of the US. A plastic bottle discarded from California takes the California Current south toward Mexico. There, it may catch the North Equatorial Current, which crosses the vast Pacific and ends up settling into one of these vast garbage patches, which could mean traveling over 5,000 miles. These plastics prove ridiculously harmful for sea life. Turtles mistake the plastic bags for jellyfish, albatrosses mistake plastic pellets for fish eggs, and we've all seen those pictures numbers of seals getting caught up in abandoned fishing nets. All of these end in starvation, ruptured organs, or drowning for innocent sea life. And it doesn't end there either. Thanks to the ocean currents, it gets broken up into tiny pieces, which start affecting the plankton and algae by blocking out large patches of sunlight, which means they can't photosynthesize. This means a decrease in population, which in turn decreases the population of everything up the food chain, all the way up to sharks and whales. It is like one massive, awful set of dominoes. All of this is to say that having plastic water bottles spread all across the crash zone is going to have some dire consequences for the local flora and fauna, if our planet is anything to go by. Because here's the thing, friends, the Aurora crash has released a ton of garbage into the ocean. The Aurora was sent to build a phase gate on the other side of the galaxy, a construction plan that according to the ship's status log will take 3 years. And according to that same log, there were 157 people on board the ship. With that amount of crew, you're gonna need a lot of supplies. How much? Well, we can figure it out using the International Space Station as a guide. Rehydrated food eaten in space initially comes dehydrated, if that wasn't obvious. And those dehydrated foods need to be contained in order to keep them safe for consumption. Typically, food on the International Space Station weighs in with 0.27 pounds or 0.12 kilograms of packaging weight. We know the Aurora's project time, we know how many people were on board, so let's do some quick calculations. We'll assume a standard 3 meals per day per passenger, so that gives us 127.17 pounds or 57 kilograms per day in packaging waste. Then we have to multiply that by the amount of days in a year, 365, and then multiply that by the 3 years of the mission, giving us a grand total of 139,251 pounds of trash. 63,000 kilograms of packaging just released out into this ocean planet overnight. And that's not even considering anything else, like parts of the ship floating around, other storage containers, things like that. Referring back to that 2017 coastal cleanup, food packaging tends to get caught up in ocean currents, moving them up to 5,000 miles away, which, when the map that we have is only a few thousand meters, means that we're now affecting areas that go well beyond the scope of our crash site. This has suddenly become a planet-wide issue. Fortunately, the Aurora doesn't seem to have any hydrocarbons like crude oil on board, so that's good. At least we don't have to deal with a huge oil spill, but we do have to deal with a huge radiation spill. If you try to swim near the Aurora at the start of the game, you'll find radiation in the area.
Detecting increased local radiation levels.
This will start to deplete your health until you die and respawn. Later on, we're informed that the Aurora's drive core isn't in good shape.
Warning, local radiation readings suggest the Aurora's drive core has reached critical state. Quantum detonation will occur within 2 hours.
In other words, big ship about to go big boom. And big boom it certainly does. The game describes it as a quantum explosion, which doesn't really tell us that much. Quantum's just one of those science fiction words that gets added onto things when they can't explain the science behind it. But that is not how we roll here. What sort of explosion are we talking about? Upon impact, we know that there was clearly damage to the drive core, and that led to radiation pouring out into the environment, even before the explosion takes place. This, to me, screams nuclear reactor, and it's not that far-fetched either. NASA actually uses radioisotope thermoelectric generators for long-haul missions to places like Mars. This is because radioactive substances release heat as it breaks down over time. That heat is then converted into electricity, which can power the spacecraft. This would also mean that if there was a breach in the protective casing of the radioisotope, then we would see radiation leaking out into the atmosphere around it, and an explosion would probably cause more damage, creating more breaches for more radiation to leak out, hence the nearly 1,000 meter radius of radiation that appears after the explosion. Why does any of this matter? Well, if the radiation is indeed nuclear in nature, you can bet your bottom dollar it ain't gonna do the planet much good. We know that if you, the player, are in close proximity to the Aurora upon its explosion, you die instantly, so it's likely that any other sea life, be it flora or fauna, would suffer the same fate. The radiation radius then increases massively to 940 meters, which is nearly the size of the Aurora itself. This isn't just affecting the crash site biome, but also the Koosh Zone, mushroom forest, safe shallows, kelp forest, and grassy plateaus. All of these ecosystems are now in grave danger, and not just the current residents, but the next generations are the ones that are going to get hit the hardest, as found in the Japanese seas near the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant explosion. This is because eggs and larvae are still developing, and so the radioactive atoms can start to replace atoms in their bodies, altering their DNA and causing cancers as well as other weird mutations and physical deformities. And just to be clear, no, I'm not suggesting that you're gonna start seeing two-headed fish like the cows in Fallout 4. These physical mutations usually result in deformities like smaller or misshapen limbs, disrupted camouflage, things like cataracts causing eventual blindness, as seen in the mice near Chernobyl. Because of these deformities, the young fish don't tend to survive for very long, their mutations giving them massive disadvantages in the food chain, which in turn can cause radiation poisoning in those bigger fish that decide to eat them. Sure, we do eventually fix the leak and Subnautica, and after 3 days the radiation subsides, but in a sense, that doesn't really matter. Fukushima's nuclear accident managed to transport radiation all the way from Japan to Canada's continental shelf in 2.1 years. It continued to remain high until 2016. This shows us that the explosion of the aurora is going to have potentially global effects for the next 5 years. And if we look at Chernobyl 35 years on, we're still seeing massive repercussions of that explosion. Researchers looking into plants like wheat, rye, oats, and barley that are near Chernobyl are still showing high levels of radioactive contamination, making them very dangerous for consumption by humans and animals. The radioisotope that tends to be used for radioisotope thermoelectric generators in space is typically plutonium-238, which has a half-life of 87.7 years, meaning that the planet could be dealing with the effects of radiation for centuries after the crash. So while yes, we managed to stop a mystery illness affecting the planet, we also introduced destruction to a delicate ecosystem. Between the trash that we brought, the tsunamis, the radiation, it's likely that we're not a net positive for this planet. We completely wrecked the world of Subnautica, and we're not done because 2 years later, Alterra decides to do some more research on the planet, bringing with it more people, more waste, and more damage to the environment. Planet 4546b just cannot catch a break. Enjoy the tranquil world of Subnautica while it lasts, because humans are about to destroy it, like we tend to do. But hey, just because we're doing it to Subnautica's world doesn't mean that our planet has to suffer the same fate. Today's episode may have been about a spaceship crashing into an alien planet, but the science we used about marine ecosystems is very real, so what are you waiting for? Go to the top line of the description to click the link to become a part of Team C's. Help us reach that $30 million goal. I really admire how much thought and care has gone into this two-pronged approach for saving the oceans. Firstly, by removing garbage from the oceans and coastlines 1 pound at a time, and secondly, by stopping garbage from getting to the oceans in the first place. Don't know how trash gets to the ocean? Well, turns out 80% of the ocean trash starts in rivers. So Team C's is going to be putting trash-eating robots into the world's most polluted rivers to eat up all that garbage before it ever reaches the ocean. How cool is that? Could have used those sorts of things on planet 4546b. So once again, please head down to the description to donate whatever you can to the cause. And tell your friends and family too, they've made it super easy to remember. For every $1 donated, that's 1 pound of trash out of the ocean. Simple as that. Let's all band together to help save the planet, so hopefully when the future does arrive, we've not only saved our own planet, but we're able to save all the others as well. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Thanks to Genshin Impact for sponsoring today's episode. Wow, it's been almost a year since I last did a theory on Genshin Impact. Should really try another one of those. Any ideas, Paimon?
More riddles? Paimon's dizzy already. Oh no, Paimon used up all her brain juice.
Welcome to my life, Paimon. Welcome to my life. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that sees there's a 50-50 chance that you'll hit that subscribe button, and I like those odds. As I've already mentioned, today's episode is sponsored by Genshin Impact, who did an episode with us a year ago as well, so glad we didn't scare them away. They just released their new 2.5 update on February 16th, adding even more content for you to enjoy and explore in this ever-expanding world. There's new enemies, new quests, they're even bringing back some old characters like the Raiden Shogun to stand alongside their newest 5-star character, Yae Miko, which is funny, because both of them actually play an important part in today's theory. Don't you love it when an integration works out seamlessly? Now, all these new features are great and all, but we all know why I'm really here. Lore! For those of you who don't know, when you boot up the game for the first time, your character, the Traveler, gets sealed into a deep slumber where you then experience nightmares for 500 years. Talk about hitting a progression wall right off the bat. When you finally do wake up, you find yourself in Teyvat, a land that's been divided up into 7 regions, each with an Archon, a local elemental god presiding over it. Now, the last time we covered Genshin, we spoke mainly about the Geo-Archon Zhongli and how his decision to fake his own death might have actually doomed the people of Teyvat. So when Genshin asked me to do another episode, I figured why not take a closer look at yet another Archon? But this time, let's one up the stakes. I actually wanted to focus on an Archon that we haven't met yet, one that's been heavily teased, and one that is integral to the ongoing plot of the game, the mysterious Tsaritsa, Cryo-Archon of Snizhnaya. The fact that I was able to pronounce that correctly should show that we not only do our research, but we also also really enjoy this game. Fun fact about Tsaritsa, by the way, it's not actually her real name, it's a title that comes from the feminine form of the word Tsar, hence why her followers sometimes call her the Tsaritsa.
Bravo, comrade! I doubt even that Tsaritsa herself ever expected I would make it this far.
Also, if the Tsar title and the word comrade didn't clue you in, the Snezhnaya region is actually inspired by Russia, which also explains why it's associated with the cryo element. There's a reason the Ushanka were invented in Russia. Ushanka are the hats with the fur ear flaps. Yeah, we're learning all sorts of wacky words today. This is a recording nightmare, man. Anyway, despite never having met Tsaritsa herself, she does appear to be the closest thing that Genshin Impact has to an overarching villain. Her followers, the Fatui, go from region to region beating up or tricking local gods in an effort to steal the source of their powers. But I've got a theory. Again! You know the deal at this point. That Tsaritsa isn't actually the villain that she appears to be. I'm determined to predict this game's big twist before it happens. That Tsaritsa, for how nasty her methods may be, will actually be revealed to be doing all this in order to save humanity. She has good intentions. Oh yeah, my friends, this is classic game theory. The villain isn't the villain at all, and I'm about to prove it. Oh, and also the brand would like me to remind you that although this video is sponsored, all the conclusions I've come to are mine and mine alone, based on dialogue and story elements within the game. I've got no external help whatsoever, and who knows, I might have just prompted them to change their entire storyline. Okay, so let's look at the events of the game to understand what she's done and what might really be going on here. In pretty much every story arc thus far, Tsaritsa's followers, the Fatui, are constantly up to shady stuff. In the prologue, we see one of Tsaritsa's lieutenants beat up the Archon of Mondstadt in order to steal his magical god item, his Gnosis, which connects the user to Celestia, land of the gods, in the process amplifying their elemental powers. Each of the 7 Archons has one Gnosis, which means that Tsaritsa already has one of her own, but now she's sending out her goons to go and collect the others. Given that these are meant to be sources of divine cosmic power, Tsaritsa immediately starts giving off some serious Thanos vibes, and her quest for the Infinity Stones doesn't stop in the prologue. In the very next arc, we have our second major encounter with the Fatui, with another of Tsaritsa's lieutenants trying to steal the Gnosis off the corpse of yet another Archon.
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the Exuvia all along?
It's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled. She will get that which she desires.
Now, those of you who watched my last theory will remember that this Archon was never actually dead. He just faked his death so he could kick it back in his human form, Zhongli. So then we win, right? They can't steal his Gnosis because Zhongli's alive. Except then this happens.
You remember the agreement, Morax, if you would be so kind. The Gnosis, please.
The contract is fulfilled. That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee.
Zhongli just hands his Gnosis over to the Fatui because of a contract. Paimon does a good job of summing up my feelings here.
No, wait! That's an exciting twist and all, but why give the Gnosis to the Fatui?
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract, for it is a matter solely between the Tsaritsa and I.
Fine, keep your secrets. I'm gonna be over here freaking out because Tsaritsa now has 3 Gnosises. Gnosises. Gnosisi? Gnosi? I like Gnosi. Anyway, that now means that she possesses earth, wind, and ice. Ice powers, not earth, wind, and fire. Though I do wish that she would join a disco band at some point. Anyway, in the next arc, we travel to Inazuma, where word on the street is that the local Archon, the Raiden Shogun, has been oppressing her people. At first, it seems like it's gonna be a story all about the region's internal politics, but nope, turns out the Fatui were behind this one as well, sowing discord and seizing control over the region for themselves. Of course, we confront Tsaritsa's lieutenant, she denies it, we fight her, she loses, she dies. So, yay? Not quite.
Did you say Gnosis? As in, the little thing that looks something like a chess piece? I handed that over.
You had one job, Yai. These Archons just need better staff. Once again, we're one step behind, and just like that, Tsaritsa and the Fatui are in control of 4 of the 7 Gnosis. Geo, Cryo, Animo, and Electro. Give her a bit more time and she's gonna be able to summon Captain Planet by herself. So Tsaritsa is making some pretty great progress bedazzling her Infinity Gauntlet of God Gems. Already, that paints her as a bit of a villain. But why is she doing this? What is her true goal here? Does she just want a bunch of power? Well, in the story trailer, we actually learned her reasoning for collecting all the Gnosis.
Her followers hope only to be on her side when the day of her rebellion against the divine comes at last.
Rebelling against the divine? Well, yeah, tearing down the heavens is usually not something that the good guys want. She is clearly the big bad of the game, right? Right? Well, think back to how she obtained 2 of the Gnosis. Both Zhongli and Yai Miko gave them up willingly. It was a negotiation, not a battle or trickery. For both these Archon to just give up their godly power, it feels like there's gotta be good reason there. Sure, Zhongli might be a bit of an airhead when it comes to managing money, but he has a long history of forging contracts that ensure the long-term well-being for the people in his region. And when I say that he has a long history, I do mean he has a long history. He's been protecting Liyue for over 3,700 years. I don't think Zhongli would be giving up his Gnosis so willingly if he was sure he was giving it over to the bad guys. Despite his lack of understanding when it comes to economic issues, he at the very least has his people's best interests at heart. So then what about the Archon that Team Tsaritsa beat up? Why would Tsaritsa take that first Gnosis in such a violent fashion? Well, according to the story for the item Stainless Bloom, which is supposedly telling us the story of Signora, we get this quote: "We share the same goal, you, your Tsaritsa, and I. Cleanse the sources of distortion in this world, short-sighted, ignorant gods." Tsaritsa believes that her path is righteous and for the betterment of all people. Venti, the protector of that first Gnosis, was exactly that, a short-sighted and ignorant god who had basically abandoned his people, leaving them to fend for themselves. It's actually similar to Zhongli's story too, a god who got tired of being a god and gave up the Gnosis in order to walk around as a mortal vessel. In the game, Venti's abandonment is framed as a good thing. The people of Mondstadt are proud of their self-reliance, and his songs and fun-loving nature make him beloved by the people. He's the fun boss who everyone likes, but he doesn't actually do his job. When Tsaritsa's lieutenant shows up, she calls him out on this, addressing him as the
absentee Archon of Mondstadt.
An absentee Archon, someone who's abused and neglected their role. So maybe that's why Tsaritsa and the team stole the Gnosis by force. She didn't see Venti as worthy of bargaining with. As they say later,
"The Tsaritsa's dream is the noblest and purest thing in all the world. These other mundane details you insist on mentioning, they're just necessary sacrifices."
But necessary to what? Overthrow Celestia? Take down the heavens? It doesn't sound like a very noble cause to me, but then you get lines like this.
She no longer needs the power of the Gnosis, and in any case, she tells me she has severed ties with Celestia.
Sure, the Gnosis is a source of power, but the Raiden Shogun still wields immense power despite giving up the Gnosis long ago, so maybe this quest has less to do with a quest for power and more to do with a quest against Celestia. As Paimon says,
"There would keep them connected to Celestia."
A connection back to Celestia, which, as we just heard, the Raiden Shogun has no need or desire for. Now, why would that be? Well, it's important to understand what exactly Celestia is. As I've already mentioned, it's kind of like heaven. It's located above the clouds, it's a place where those who've ascended to divine godhood can hang out, and we're told it's basically the physical creation of heavenly principles, or the divine. That sounds like it should be a realm associated with the good guys, but we've already had a run-in at the start of the game with the sustainer of heavenly principles, and let's just say that she wasn't acting all that good to us.
Who are you? The sustainer of heavenly principles. The arrogation of mankind ends now.
This is who's sustaining the heavenly principles that's responsible for the creation of Celestia. Remember that whole thing that I mentioned that happens at the start of the game? The whole sealed away into 500 years of slumber filled with nightmares thing? Yeah, this is who does it to us. Someone who seems to value judgment above and beyond anything else. Listen, I'm not gonna deny that mankind can be guilty of a little arrogation every now and then, but the way that she's saying it, it sounds like her answer to ending mankind's arrogation might just involve ending mankind in the first place. Also, what's arrogation mean? Is it being arrogant?
To claim or seize without justification.
Okay, so not really being arrogant. Also not to be confused with irrigation, which is watering land by artificial means. So mankind has seized things without justification, and Celestia ain't too happy about it, and might just be angry enough to start taking some extreme actions. Looking deeper into the lore, we learned that there was once a war called the Cataclysm of the The Cataclysm in Cairnria. Yep, where the gods in Celestia destroyed an entire nation because they went against the heavenly principles. I would go back and look up the pronunciation of Cainria, but that entire nation was destroyed, so what are they gonna do about it? Anyway, the way the whole cataclysm thing was handled by Celestia seemed to have left the Archons with a bitter taste in their mouths. There's a line in one of Zhongli's story arcs where he has this to say about the heavenly principles and how his values may have been eroded over the millennia.
People abandon and surrender the things they love to pursue the right path. Perhaps this is the erosion imposed on me by the natural order of this world.
In the original original Chinese, he says, Tianli. It's translated here as the natural order of this world, and that's a valid translation, but it's the same word that's translated elsewhere as heavenly principles, other valid translations being the divine or destiny. In other words, while Celestia may well be the world of the divine, it's less a realm of all that's good and loving and holy, and more a realm of inevitable destiny. Zhongli knows this. He's experienced the erosion of his personality and of his friends' personalities over time, and in this cutscene he outright says that he believes that this erosion is imposed on him by the heavenly principles. All of this would imply that when you use a Gnosis, the connection goes both ways. Sure, the Gnosis made Zhongli more powerful and able to produce Mora, but it's also changed who he is as a person. If that's what he believes, then it starts to make a lot more sense why someone like Zhongli would want to sever their connection with the realm of heavenly principles. It could be why he's giving up his Gnosis to Tsaritsa willingly, and also the reason why the Raiden Shogun would have severed her connection to Celestia as well. They want to break from destiny. They want to live their own lives, and Celestia isn't happy about giving up control. So when we're told that the Tsaritsa is gearing up for a rebellion against the divine, that is what she's planning on fighting against. She's battling the same forces that sealed the player character away in a nightmare cube for 500 years. She's battling the same forces that eroded Zhongli, the same forces that the Raiden Shogun intentionally cut herself off from long ago, and the same forces that wiped an entire nation from the map. Even Venti, who didn't go out of his way to give up his Gnosis, seems pretty undisturbed by losing it. He reacts by going to hang out under a tree.
The wind amongst the branches is good. I love the way it smells.
You just got robbed of your godlike powers and that's the first thing you have to say? I know Venti's whole thing is being carefree, but he really doesn't seem like someone who sees losing his Gnosis as a huge problem. You'd think he'd be doing more to try and get it back, you know? Clearly the Archons of Teyvat do not care for the divine. In fact, they seem somewhat opposed to it. Giving Tsaritsa their Gnosis is essentially a win-win for them. By giving it up, they sever their connection with Celestia, something which erodes their personality in exchange for power, which it turns out they don't even need. Plus, if Tsaritsa is successful in taking down the divine, these heavenly principles, then the Archon don't have to be worried about them coming down and ending humanity, the people that they've sworn to protect and have actually grown quite fond of. Why else would Zhongli fake his own death just so he can hang out with mortals? We know that out of the 7 major regions, Tsaritsa's is going to be the last one that we visit in the main storyline, so it would make a ton of sense if the climax of the story was some epic team-up event, where Tsaritsa, with all 7 Gnosis in hand, finally leads her rebellion against the divine, with all the other regions of Teyvat supporting her, allowing the residents to finally live in peace without the fear of divine intervention. At first glance, it might seem like this is a story all about a supervillain trying to acquire 7 artifacts just to become the most powerful. But I think that Tsaritsa might end up proving to be Genshin Impact's biggest and most important hero. But hey, thanks again to Genshin Impact for sponsoring this video. This is the second time that we've jumped headfirst into lore of the franchise, and it has not disappointed. Plus, with the new 2.5 update release, they've added not 1, but 3 new events, so there's even more lore now available at your fingertips. You bet I'm gonna be playing that after I'm done recording the episode. I'm excited to see how I can fit the electrifying Yai Miko into my roster. I've been told that her playstyle is shockingly good. So if what we've theorized about today is interesting to you, or you just want a AAA quality game for the low price of $0, then head on down to the description below and click the link to download the game on the device of your choice to start your adventure. And if you use the code, oh, this is a big code. I'm gonna read out, but I'm also gonna put it down in the description so you can just copy and paste it, because I like that they didn't make this a real word. Oh, sorry, this is delightful to me. ZSPDKSC3V8V5 rolls off the tongue. You can get your hands on 60 of the game's premium currency Prima Gems. Clearly, they don't want to be giving away too much Mora after our last theory. You'll also get 5 times the amount of Adventurer's experience using the code. So here it is again. It's a mouthful, but don't worry, I'm putting it down in the description so you can just copy and paste. But for all of you who have an instant memory for this sort of stuff, ZSPDKSC3V8V5. Easy as that. Just remember, you'll need to be at least level 10 to redeem the code, so get to saving that world, people. I'll see you all in the final battle against the divine. Or not, in case that's not the story that they're planning. Although, never hurts to be prepared, because you know what? It is just a theory after all. A game theory. Thanks for watching. And hey, if you haven't already, why not check out our previous theory about Zhongli and how he's doomed the entirety of Teyvat into an economic crisis. Promise it is much more entertaining than it sounds. So check that one out, or, make your Gnosis power the power of subscription. It's got very short cooldowns. Thanks again, everyone, and I'll see you all next week. This November 30th, join us live for the end. The Game Theory $1 Million Challenge for St. Jude is back for its third and final year. And with this one being the last one, you can bet that we're going out with our biggest show yet. 10 hours, 50 guests, tens of thousands of dollars in cash and prizes for you. For the entire day, we're putting together the craziest, most ambitious live event that YouTube has ever seen. You want gaming? How about the Dream SMP crew playing Minecraft, Squid, and Hunger Games? Not enough for you? How about some of the OGs like Captain Sparkles, Dan TDM, and Afmau getting thrown into the mix? Want even more? Well, how about we give you the chance to control their game? Speaking of games, we've got Pictionary with top animators like Odd Ones Out, ZHC, Jaden Animations, even the creator of Gravity Falls himself, Alex Hirsch. And just wait till you see what they have to draw with. We've got mega-sized baking challenges with Sophia Nygaard, random encounters, Rosanna Pansino, and binging with Babish. Huge game show-styled giveaways with Mr. Beast and Marquez Brownlee, even a musical surprise or two with the likes of Markiplier, Corey X Kenshin, and the Try Guys. There's speed eating with Matt Stoney. Oh, and let's not forget me trying to learn contortionizing, folding my body into teeny tiny pieces with YouTube's own Sophie Dossi, and I'm bringing my best boy Dawko along for the ride. We've got special guest appearances from Justin Long, Howie Mandel, Veritasium, Zyla Foxlin, Kyle Hill, Jake from Vsauce 3, Rhett and Link, record-breaking Jeopardy champ Matt Amodio, and to cap it all off, the obstacle course to end all obstacle courses designed by the twisted minds of YouTube's top engineers, Mark Rober, Simone Yetch, William Osman, and Lewis Wise. It's the Game Theory $1 Million Challenge for St. Jude. And you see, that last part is actually the most important because all of this insanity is built to benefit the best of causes. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, a hospital that treats children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases from all around the world. Families treated at St. Jude never receive a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food because the hospital believes that a family's sole focus needs to be on their child getting better. But then St. Jude takes this amazing mission and goes one step further by sharing the breakthroughs that they make with the rest of the world. This means that new successful cancer treatments for one child at St. Jude can be replicated to save the lives of thousands more in hospitals around the world. Treatments invented at St. Jude have helped push the overall childhood cancer survival rate from 20% to more than 80% since the hospital opened more than 50 years ago, and they don't plan to stop until no child dies of cancer.
Our son Ingram was 3. He was having headaches. Got to the hospital and got situated, and they told us that he had a tumor the size of an egg on his brainstem. The doctor from St. Jude came over and met with us and asked if we wanted to be patients at St. Jude, and we said yes.
The environment at St. Jude, it's such a happy environment that it almost goes away and you stop thinking about it.
In the middle of all of this process, there was an organization that was going to send Ingram anywhere he wanted to go, and they wanted to find out what is the greatest place he could go would be. They said, all right, Ingram, if you could go anywhere in the world, where would you go? And he said St. Jude. He wanted to go to St. Jude. And it's because the doctors, they have time to take care of kids. It's because you have hope that your child will be able to beat these awful diseases that they're dealing with.
So mark your calendars now, ladies and gentlemen, for Tuesday, November 30th. Watch as our trilogy comes to a close with the biggest and best St. Jude charity event to date. But you know what? Why wait? If you want to start supporting St. Jude today, all you have to do is just click that blue donate button right beside this video or right below it, depending on how you're watching. In turn, you'll be helping to save children's lives. It's been a hard couple years, my friends, so why not turn the tide by spreading some joy to kids that really need it. Blue donate button's available right now, and I'll see you all on November 30th. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory and our 10-year anniversary special where we look behind the scenes at what it takes to make an episode of Game Theory. Smell that? Nothing but a week ahead of nerding out about my favorite games, films, and food. Thank you so much. Now, according to most Get Ready With Me videos, a typical YouTuber morning looks a lot like this. Birds chirping, sun shining in the sky, my own personal brand of cold brew waiting for me downstairs. All ready to start a week of work that, let's be honest, isn't really work. But then again, this is what it takes to make a Game Theory episode, and it don't look anything like this. Good morning. Now it's more accurate. Now it's even more accurate. So the last time we did a behind the scenes episode like this on Game Theory, it was 2014, and there was only one channel with 3.5 million subscribers. So as you can imagine, things have changed a lot since then. Process has gotten a bit more complicated. True story, we filmed that behind the scenes video on Christmas Day in what ended up being a 10-hour shoot. It was fun. It was also one of the most stressful, depressing days of my life, and I vowed that it would never happen again. And so I like to think that across 10 years of doing this, that I've been able to achieve balance, that I can just sit down on a Monday morning, open up my computer and say, you know what? This is gonna be a smooth week. It's gonna be perfectly normal. So let's see how today looks, shall we? And it is indeed a normal week. We've got ourselves, let's see, a collab request. Record pickups for Game Theory, normal stuff. Meeting request, normal. Script revisions, meeting request. Corrupted audio, God, that's an hour of my life that just went down the tube. Meeting request. Why are there so many meetings? Why are there so many meetings? Oh, Sophia says hi, that's nice. Too bad there's no time for her. Meeting request.
That reminds me, we have a meeting in 5 minutes. See you there.
This month marks 10 years since I published my first video on the channel back in 2011. Since the start of Game Theory, a lot has happened. A lot. I mean, I've moved 6 times across 3 different states, and not once have I milked it with a house tour, so missed opportunity there. But in all seriousness, I got married, I had a kid, I wore this same jacket so many times that people don't think that I own other clothes. No joke, at YouTube, they're like, you wear other things than this red jacket? Yes I do, guys. I've drank several swimming pools worth of Diet Coke, and I've used the same cutout picture of myself in every episode of the show for a decade. Hey buddy, looking good there. Holding up with the times. Probably should change my haircut at some point. Oh wait, I did that a bunch of times too. I've gotten to do things I would have never imagined. I've raced on ostriches. I've flown stunts in planes. I have played soccer in cars, and I've met with the Pope. We've also raised $5 million for charity, including setting an all-time record for the single highest donation amount for an online charity event ever.
I think it's safe to call this one at $3 million for the day.
Oh yeah, and we've also started 3 more channels, which now total 28 million subscribed loyal theorists the world over with 5 billion views. If you know my story, you know that this channel started at what was the lowest point in my life, a time when no one was willing to take a chance on me. No one at least but you. You all believed in this little Ohio nerd with an annoying voice, and here we are today. I'm getting to the part of the episode where we go through how these things get made, but I wanted to start things off here with you, because you are the most important part of Team Theorist. By watching each week, by subscribing, by buying merch, by putting up with the brand deals, or by playing our ARGs, whatever you do, you empower us. All of us on Team Theorist that you're gonna meet today, you empower us to do what we love. You keep this channel alive and kicking. On behalf of this entire community of theorists, thank you. So that's a little bit about me. That's where I'm at. And that's also you, where you fit in on this team. But there's a group of theorists that often go unnoticed. The team who actually helps me make these videos behind the scenes. They're the key to making Game Theory what it is today. But maybe I can coax them into the spotlight today. Now, you might remember that I already made a video like this 6 years ago called Game Theory Exposed. Can I say exposed? Like I said, YouTube has changed a lot in the past 10 years. That'll probably get this video throttled. YouTube unveiled, I guess. I don't know, let's call it Game Theory Out of the Closet. No, that's gonna get us flagged either. Game Theory's dirty little secret? Nope, we're gonna get back to that. Anyway, point being, since I made that first BTS video, the team has grown a lot. So come, join me on a journey to Theorist HQ. And we're here. Yeah, there is no Theorist HQ, it's just my house. In true YouTuber form, I am still making videos in my own basement. Oh no, does that mean I'm part of the problem? Am I just a cliche now? But in all seriousness, we did actually get an office for a while, but with commutes sucking, especially when you're living in LA, and honestly, with so much of our team working internationally at this point, it didn't make a whole lot of sense. And so at this point, we just do a lot remotely. Now, Back when we did this first BTS video of game theory, I was able to break down the process into 6 easy steps. And honestly, those 6 steps are the same, but how they look nowadays is vastly different. 10 years ago, I was the only person writing and researching game theory, with Steph giving me input to make sure that I didn't publish anything inappropriate.
So an episode about fake boobs in video games. Yeah, this will be fine. I mean, the internet will know it's a joke. They're really good at understanding nuance, and this is gonna be great.
But now, with so many episodes needing to get done, I work alongside a team of researchers, each one selected because they're an expert in their own individual fields, which in turn helps to make sure that things stay accurate and thorough. Every week starts with our production meeting, where we get together to review the schedule for the upcoming month. Yeah, month of uploads before brainstorming new theory ideas. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Jason, you should have that Mario audio in your inbox here in a couple minutes. It's uploading now. So yeah, let's get started.
Cool, thanks. So let's hop into programming.
Oh my gosh, did you guys see anything interesting this weekend? Anyone play anything fun? So I gotta tell you about this thing that Ollie did.
Let me just hop in here and save you from all that. I'm Jason, head of production here at Theorists, which means it's my job to keep everything on track.
And now he just climbs the potty like himself, like a big kid. Can you believe that?
Matt just sometimes feels the need to connect with people, and so I give him about 10 minutes at the top of every meeting. Is it productive? Heck no. Honestly, I don't even think people pay attention. But it makes him feel better. And so, I'll give it to him.
So we all sing the potty time song, and the potty time song goes like this. It goes...
All right, Matt. All right. Okay, so let's talk schedule now. Justin, I have you working on the new Mario is Secretly Freddy Fazbear episode. How's that coming along?
Theory scripts can be pretty weird sometimes. Remember that theory about Ash's age in the Pokemon anime? That one definitely deserved to be a 2-parter because an absurd amount of time went into looking for the smallest details that might show seasons changing or in any way indicate the passage of time. When you're pausing on a scene to examine the ripeness of fruit, you know that you have officially gone too far.
The thing that got me the most was the Mario Odyssey episode with the moon. And so this is one that I don't think actually anyone knows about, so I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to say this or not. I wrote a completely different script for that episode, and it will never see the light of day. The reason why it bugged me so much is because I spent about 2 weeks learning particle physics, only for no one to know the fruits of my labor. At the end of the day, like, it was just like, hey, this is a cool script, but there's just way too much complicated math for this to be a good episode.
My favorite episode generally has been the most recent one. Like, I've been doing this internet video bull stuff for a long time, and I am just continuously blown away, handing in work and seeing it go off, and everyone knows what they're doing. Like, that shouldn't be unusual, but trust me, in this business, it kind of is. Every single time something goes up, it's my new favorite thing that I've worked on. It's fantastic.
I still get asked how we come up with theory ideas. My grandma, no joke, is like, after 10 years, haven't you run out of things to talk about? But here's the thing, friends. Working with a research team allows me to talk about games that I might not be as familiar with, or educational topics that I might not be as confident in. There's also always new trending games to cover, fan requests. I'm also really excited to see fans of the show submitting their own theories on the Game Theorist subreddit. It's awesome because that then can serve as a jumping off point in our own research. And fun fact, I'm also always on that subreddit looking for new potential members to add to the team. So if you're interested, that might be a good place to start. And if everything else fails, there's always the good old reliable. It's FNAF! From there, we assign it to the writer that fits the IP the best. I mean, after all, we want to make sure that the writer is as passionate and familiar with that franchise as possible. All right, guys, who wants to take the next FNAF theory? Okay, fine, guys, I will do it again, but seriously, at this point, it would be nice to have someone actually recognize this franchise so I can have someone to bounce ideas off of. Someone needs to validate the amount of inane knowledge that I have in my head about this franchise. Please.
Honestly, I think any of us could probably write FNAF videos, but we really just don't want to take it away from Matt. I mean, he gets so excited getting into the little lore things, the art books. So cute. I wouldn't want to like step on his toes. It's just, you know, he still thinks he's important. Oh, that's so mean. I can't even say that.
Whether I'm polishing a draft from a writer or just working on a theory myself, one thing will always remain true. Writing theories is just hard. There's a lot of research and hidden lore that fans of the IP will call you out on if you get it wrong, which means that the best theories are always coming from a place of love. Okay, now hear me out. Hear me out now. What if Shadow Bonnie is actually Darkiplier because they're both shadow people from the Shadow universe, which probably means that Yu-Gi-Oh's involved too, which would make it a film theory. You laugh. You laugh. But it could be a real thing. It makes sense. It makes so much sense. And now that writing's done, it's time to record the episode. Sorry, 1 second. Yellow.
Whoa, hang on now. You do not just simply go record.
Here we go, friends.
Do you even know what your schedule is today?
Yes.
No, you do not. Because I create your schedule. I create a simplified priorities list so that you can get everything done and stay focused. Nothing slips through the cracks.
Jason is pretty much my boss. Jason, you do realize this priority list is 85 items long. That is not a priority list, that's just a list. Record 12th episode. Feed the cats?
I don't really like him, but if you're gonna have a cat.
Jason's priority lists tend to be a bit overwhelming, but the reality of the matter is he's the head of production, and so he holds the fort together, but probably better if he describes what he does.
You have no idea what I do you?
I most definitely do. Yes.
Sure. Look, running a channel like Game Theory takes a lot of organization and a lot of communication. I'm constantly scheduling script deliveries, audio deliveries, live action shoots, when edits are due, when notes are due on those edits. Take Game Theory. So Game Theory has one video a week, right? But in actuality, there's 5 different episodes being worked on at any given time. I'm also responsible for hiring new members when somebody decides to start a new channel.
What? Come on. Steph, stop launching channels.
Sure. Just go record. Also, don't tell Matt, but I assign him everything 3 days early, you know, just in case.
What? Jason, worst. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most exciting part of the process, my recording room! Yes! Oh, I'm no longer trapped in a recording closet, guys, and it only took me 9 years to get this room. That is not an exaggeration. I have officially been out of the closet for 1 whole year. I love it. It sounds great in here. I feel great in here. But you know what? It doesn't always look this nice. To be honest, it has been a long, long year.
Matthew, Ollie wants you to read him a book. Matthew? Wait, what is going on here? Why are all these clothes in here?
I'm down here a lot, and so I just started storing one shirt, and then one shirt led to another shirt, and they just started to multiply. And then there were just a ton of shirts all hanging on racks, and suddenly I was in a closet all over again. Stephanie, you never leave the closet, Stephanie. The closet never leaves you. I have a problem. In all seriousness, recording is a huge part of my life, and it follows me wherever I go. I bring my recording equipment on vacation, visiting family over Christmas. Basically everywhere I go, I've had to record something awkwardly in a closet or under a table while draped in any towels and blankets I can find to try and dampen the sound. I've recorded on 5 continents in 26 countries. I've also been stopped about 40 times at the airport because TSA thinks that my microphone is a weapon. It is not, but I can always tell when the security is on their game when they stop me. Once I finish recording, I send the audio off to the editors. They slap a few images together and then bam, it's off to YouTube for uploading.
Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, hi. Head editor Dan here.
Here we go.
You may recognize me as the French sponge guy narrator.
Ah, the good lagoon. So peaceful, so sunny.
Or the kid that got eaten by a ball pit. Or that time that Matt did me dirty as researcher number 3.
Say hello, theorists.
Hi.
Hey, Matt.
Just
Wondering when we're gonna get paid.
Sorry, I can't really hear you when you all talk over each other like that. You almost done?
I also have Twitch streams at That Cyber Channel.
If you can't tell, Dan is very proud of the work he does. He also likes to talk about it.
Of course I'm proud. And you were about to skip over the best, hardest, and most important part of the process.
False. The hardest part of the process is reading the comments.
Yeah, fair point.
But he is totally right. We gotta talk about the editing. First, the script goes to our longest running team member at this point, a man I both fear and love, my audio editor, Yossi.
Hello.
Yahweh, is that you? Yossi hears everything that goes on in the closet. I'm sure he has countless clips saved on backup, ready to blackmail me if he ever needs to.
I am offended by that allegation, and I'm filing it right here.
It's a joke, but I don't think it's really that much of a joke. Yossi is responsible for making my audio actually sound like a YouTube video. You know, where no one breathes or pauses ever because then someone might click away to another video. Yossi is also a musician. He composes a lot of the cringy parody songs that we use for the cold opens. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear.
Exotic borders. Exotic borders.
My Pokemon are shiny, a red Pika and a yellow Pilo swine. It's divine. And last, but certainly not least, he's also responsible for removing any flubs, or the more recent development, surprise Ollie cameos that happen as I'm recording the VO. Can you dance? Dance, 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 dance. From there, the final cut of audio goes to the hardest working editors in the business. And that is not an exaggeration. I cannot say enough about the work that these guys do, because it's not just editing. It is editing, and it's animation, and it's having to be funny, and it's having to become a subject matter expert in the exact same topics that I had to research and talk about in each episode so they can clearly communicate those ideas back to you visually.
Hi, my name is Alyssa, and I'm the assistant editor. I go through and make sure that all the editors have everything they could possibly need or want in the script. I'm the poor soul who goes through and watches an entire video for one sentence. One. Some of my favorite things to make are aged up or aged down Pats. Those old Pats with the beards and the young Pats as a baby, those are fun to make.
Remember how I mentioned earlier that we have won 5 Streamy Awards? Well, these guys have been nominated for Best Editing 3 times and won once. And technically probably should have won the other 2 times too, I'm just saying. Based on the other nominees, I think we had a pretty good shot there. I was kind of disappointed. That's none of my business. Just saying. We have members of this team that are able to do practically anything. They're even creating their own 3D renderings of scenes and objects at this point for stuff like the KFC episode or Minecraft cold opens. They're great, and I love them so much.
Aw, thanks, Matt. And the editorial heroism begins with the weekly editor meetings. Each editor is usually working on multiple episodes at a time, and each episode is broken up into 2 to 3 parts. So every time you watch a game theory, you're seeing 2 or 3 people's vision of how the episode should be.
It's also worth noting that most of the editors on the team are people that have found us over the years. Fans of the channel who did their own theory parody videos or made a Reddit fan post, and I reached out to them and asked them to audition.
At this point, our editing army even trains our friends to join the next generation. We're kind of like a cult. Join us, please. We need help.
What I love most, though, is that they all have their own specific editing styles, which means that I can always tell whose section of edits I'm looking at for every given episode. Our first editor, Ronnie, was iconic for his use of flash animation and cute, simple characters. Sedge, who lives in Australia and is getting married this year, woot woot, celebration to him, uses a lot of self-generated 3D models in his work, and he uses the visual style of different time periods to really mix up how it's presented on screen.
Favorite episode? Probably a split between the food theory and the game theory intro. There's actually an Easter egg in the food theory intro that no one has found. I'll give you a hint. It's...
So a big part of the job are the video calls. Team Theorist is scattered to the wind. We have people working on the team halfway across the globe. And one of those people is Sedge. I've been working with Sedge for a couple years now, but he never turns his camera on in meetings, so I still don't know what he looks like, but his voice. I'm not gonna say it hits me in a sexual way, but Sedge's accent absolutely takes me to places I've never been.
My favorite episode I've ever worked on has to be the Dr. Stone, I think it was a film theory. The intro to that episode, I got struck with some weird inspiration. I think Matt in the script had written, just do a Dr. Stone-ish themed intro title card or something. I decided I was gonna make an entire anime OP. I found a bass track on Epidemic Sound for like some chords and stuff, whipped out my guitar, got a little bit of the Film Theory intro in there, had a friend of Dan's animate draw a Matpat anime. So yeah, that was definitely my favorite episode.
Lee is a champ who just came back to us after a few years of doing his own projects. His edits are always super sleek, stylish, and clean, with a great sense of timing and awesome use of sound effects.
Weekly meetings, yeah, I have been going to the weekly meetings since we started doing them in 2015, 2016. I remember back when we used to do the partner calls. Goomba had just gotten back from a trip to Japan with his wife, and bless him, he was so excited to share his memories of the trip, so he asked if he could share a slideshow. And of course we were like, yeah, we'd love to see. And he pulled up his pictures, and he shared all of them. And Goomba took a lot of pictures. It took about 2.5 hours to get through that slideshow, and I know we've joked about that quite a bit, but honestly, I've held on to that because it's such a fun memory of the team.
Tyler is an absolute beast. This guy's young, but he can handle almost anything we throw at him, especially these difficult to visualize science topics.
My favorite note from Matt had to do with a FNAF episode where we're talking about fan fiction, and so he wanted me to take Freddy and Chica and make them French kiss. And I gave them these big, realistic human tongues, and they slapped them together, and they're so happy and lovey, and thank you so much for that, Matt. I love to just express myself creatively like that. This is the only job where that would be a work note. Make two robots French kiss.
And then there's Pedro, Josh, and Cohen. They're relative newcomers who are great at keeping things up to date with the hottest memes from 2018. Admittedly, we all could use a bit of refreshing when it comes to meme culture.
So my typical day involves waking up, grabbing a cup of coffee. I sit at the computer and get ready to work, but before I open Premiere and After Effects, I perform a holy ritual, so I make sure that those two apps don't crash.
There's also Bandit, who is faster than any other editor ever, and whose animation style is just great for comic book episodes.
We're also convinced he's an AI. We've never seen his face on the editor meeting, so one would assume.
And then, after all said and done, we just clap our hands together and go home. Just kidding. After that, Dan and I give them notes on the draft of the episode. Gentle suggestions on ways they can make their point more clearly.
Sometimes Matt can leave hundreds of notes per episode, so I sit down, take a deep breath, put as much caffeine into my system as possible, and open up Framio to see what he left.
Pedro, how's your section coming along?
Doing good. My section's coming along. How many notes are you up to in your section, Cohen? I'm on minute 3 and I'm at 45.
Oh man, I'm pushing 80 on 4 minutes.
Hey, Jason, I thought I was done, but I just got a note from Matt. He said he wants Pikachu to look like Ted Danson.
Who's Ted Danson?
While the video is being edited, another part of the team is working to make sure that it plays nice with the YouTube algorithms and actually shows up in your feed.
This includes researching which words will work best for video titles, as well as making each thumbnail from scratch.
That's Amy, our channel manager.
Basically, we want to collect and know as much data as possible. That way we can study and learn from it so that we know how to package our videos most effectively.
Hey Amy, by the way, what's more searchable, FNAF or Dunkin' Donuts?
Looking that up now.
And also, while you're looking it up, do we have any data on whether other YouTubers like me?
Sure, I'll pull up the spreadsheet we have on it. We don't actually have spreadsheets on that kind of thing. I just tend to say something to make Matt feel better. Results are positive.
Yes! Score another one for the Matpat. Thanks, Amy. Keep up the good work.
Before even uploading to YouTube, I've done a bunch of research on SEO. That means seeing what people are searching for when it comes to a particular IP, as well as seeing what other people on YouTube are doing in that sphere. So what are they titling their videos? What tags are they using? What hashtags? After that, I will go in and write up the entire episode metadata. That means pretty much any of the out-facing text I've had my hands in, for better or worse sometimes. And once the video is ready for upload, I will QC it one final time, and then I will fill everything out as it uploads. From there, I make sure that the video is monetized. I make sure that there are no restrictions, no flags, or anything like that that goes into our video that would suppress it on the YouTube algorithm. And outside all of that, I help oversee making every single one of our thumbnails.
Thumbnails, probably the thing that YouTubers worry the most about, but with good reason. Because here's the thing, no matter how funny your script is or how flashy your editing is, if people aren't clicking on the video to watch it, all that stuff gets wasted, thereby making the thumbnail the single most important image that you make as a part of any video. Lucky for us, we have the talents of Dan, our graphic designer, who doesn't like to plaster his face all over the internet. Kind of makes him the smartest person who works on this channel, to be honest. But it also gives us an excuse to make him look like he's in witness protection.
Hi, I'm Dan. I design the thumbnails for the channels, as well as the logos and the channel banners that you see. In my time working at Game Theory, I've had to see every version of Chica from Five Nights at Freddy's that's out there on the internet. Every version. How can you do those things to a video game chicken?
We have 3 meetings every week to go over title and thumbnail. 3! That is how important this stuff is. Dan, can you go back to version 38 of the thumbnail? Switch it to 39. And back to 38. You know, honestly, I'm not loving the way that Minecraft Steve is holding that wedding cake. Can we use the wedding cake from version 14 with the color of Steve's shirt from version 8? And let's change the text to Dark Secret.
We used that last week.
You know what, just scrap the whole thing. We're going back to version 1 and starting again.
The worst is when we live edit, just for fun.
Okay, so Dan, can you move the child and the hand? Can we move it 2 to the right? One more? One more. All right, just go back to the original version.
Question for everyone. What do you think about the kid? Is he reading corpsey enough for everyone? I want to make sure that we have enough brand safe dead child in here.
Well, what do you think of the words?
Have we thought about Dark Secret?
Yes.
And that's it. I mean, we track the data and analyze it after
What do
it's
you
published.
mean that's it? That's one video. That's not even half of what we do.
It's true. This is Steph, by the way. She does everything I do and more. Scripts, thumbnail notes. She's the only person who knows FNAF lore as well as I do.
It's only because I can't unsee it. On top of that, I spend most of my time clearing away the business stuff so that Matthew can focus on the videos. I make our long-term plans like 10 years ago when I moved us across the country from New York to Los Angeles. And a year ago when I moved us back across the country from Los Angeles to North Carolina.
What coast are we living on, Stephanie?
I make sure people get paid and that they don't submit their invoices in crayon, which I have actually received.
I understand that you're a creative, but company policy is that invoices have to include numbers and preferably not be written in crayon. This just says boop, boop, beep, I edited. And then it has some money symbols on it and says, pay me thanks.
Yes, and can you please put it on the fridge?
I review contracts with real lawyers. I consult other companies and even sometimes YouTube themselves. Sometimes over the last 10 years, people have ignored me, either because I'm not the face of the channel or because I'm a girl. When that happens, I just write emails from Matthew's email address.
Yeah, if you've got an email from me in the last couple of years, chances are it's actually from Steph.
And if you think that sounds like a lot, it kind of is. We both do this for Game Theory every week and for the other 2 channels. The same process, just as rigorous, just as many steps for Film Theory and Food Theory.
Every week of the year, every year for the past decade. If we take a vacation, we've done it double for every channel ahead of time to make up for all the time that we're taking off.
We also live stream for 5 days a week for 3 years straight.
And we helped establish a merch company.
Hey, that new shirt is available.
Right below this video.
We help causes that matter to us.
We did collabs.
We do taxes.
We advocated on behalf of creators to YouTube.
We help build tools for smaller creators.
We did a bad job of staying in touch with friends.
We make sure we take a vacation every once in a while,
but not without the
that recording equipment. Yeah.
And me, Austin.
Get out of here, Austin.
But whatever it is, it's all for you, the Theorist community.
Which is why, to this very day, the best part for me is reading your comments. How can someone tell that I put on quarantine pounds? It's just my voice. It's a VO show. I use the same static image of me for 10 years. Dad bods are beautiful bods too. But in all seriousness, as long as you're watching, as long as you want to nerd out and overanalyze everything from Mario to Minecraft with me, we'll be here. Some of the faces have changed over the years as people have come and gone, but that love of creating, of making new videos for you has never wavered. And that's not a theory. So
thank you for a life-changing decade. Thank you for every time that you stopped me at a restaurant or at Disneyland or at Best Buy.
Or a surprising amount at Home Depot.
Yeah, shocking number of people stopping us at Home Depot.
Just so many. Everyone who works there.
It's like a game theory meet and greet over there. And you know what? Here's to another decade ahead.
But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory.
Thanks for watching.